Chapter 1. The Evil Dragon's Release. Rascal, did you truly slay your entire family back then? Master, I am attending to your wounds and cannot afford to be distracted. How much longer will this take? I can hardly endure it any longer. Beneath the hazy moonlight, Tang Wanner lay among the lush grass, her face flushed, lips slightly parted. Almost there as he spoke, Gu Feng flicked his wrist, sending forth 36 silver needles that swiftly penetrated the flawless back of his master, whose skin resembled creamy jade, his fingertips surging with spiritual energy. Ugh! Tang Wanner let out a soft moan before succumbing to unconsciousness. Ji Feng exhaled a breath of relief, his eyes glimmering with joy. With this treatment, his master was completely cured of the soul-devouring bone poison, which meant he could finally leave Dragon Island Prison. 5 years ago, he had been the scion of the foremost family in Jiangling. However, his stepmother, Ji Caiyue, conspired with outsiders, orchestrating his family's downfall. In a single night, the Gu family estate, sprawling over 100 acres, was reduced to ashes, and the entire household was slaughtered. Ji Feng's survival amidst this treachery was not due to Ji Caiyue's mercy, but rather her need for a scapegoat. Under her manipulation, Gu Feng was made the architect of his own demise, lusting after his stepmother's beauty on the day of the family banquet. He attempted to claim her for himself, only to be caught by his father. His father publicly chastised him and expelled him from their home. In a drunken rage, Gu Feng held a grudge and set the Gu residence ablaze. Thus, Gu Feng's infamy spread throughout Jiangling, and he was soon apprehended by the Xinyu and sent to Dragon Island Prison for execution. Assaulting your stepmother, murdering your father, annihilating your entire family. Dragon Island Prison houses countless nefarious criminals. Yet none can compare to you. Ha ha ha, I admire your spirit. These were the first words spoken by the warden of Dragon Island Prison to Gu Feng, who subsequently became the warden's disciple. He learned medicine and martial arts under the warden, assisting in the management of the prison during his leisure time. He had dealt with international drug lords, war gods of rival nations, and fallen mercenaries alike. 2 years ago, his master passed away, entrusting the prison, along with the enchanting Tang Wanner. To him, his memories swirled in his mind. Tang Wanner slowly regained consciousness. Rascal, I did not expect your medical skills to improve so swiftly. According to your master's calculations, it would take you at least 8 years to cure my soul-devouring bone poison, yet you accomplished it in merely 2. Master, your ailment is resolved, and it is time for me to depart, Gu Feng replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance towards Jiangling. 2 years prior, Tang Wanner had unexpectedly contracted the soul-devouring bone poisoned at that time. His master had little time left and entrusted Gu Feng with the task of healing her. He was to remain in Dragon Island Prison, tending to her until she was cured. Once she recovered, he would regain his freedom. Humph! Tang Wanner huffed. I thought you diligently practiced for my sake, to alleviate my suffering from the poison. Yet it seems you simply yearn for your freedom. How could that be? Gu Feng shook his head. You are the most wonderful and beautiful woman in the world, and I would gladly stay by your side for eternity. But, Tang Wanner interjected, but now that you have mastered martial arts, you wish to venture forth to commit misdeeds. The alluring visage of Ji Caiyue flashed across Gu Feng's mind. A sinister smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, I intend to wreak havoc across all of Jiangling. Excellent. You possess your master's former vigor. Tang Wanner sat up, her delicate hand reaching into her bosom. Whatever you decide, Master will not hinder you. This dragon god order symbolizes your identity as the warden of Dragon Island. Take it. Ji Feng accepted the token, feeling its warmth and faint fragrance. Furthermore, you are not a child anymore. It is time to consider your lifelong affairs. You have 7 senior sisters, all of whom are stunning beauties. If you fancy any of them, do not hesitate to pursue them. This, Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, having been his master's disciple for 5 years. It was the first time he had heard of his senior sisters, and now 7 appeared at once. What? Do you think 1 is not enough? Do you wish to pursue all 7 senior sisters? Certainly not. Tang Wanner leaned closer to Gu Feng, her breath fragrant, her eyes sparkling with affection. Could it be that you disdain those senior sisters and instead hold a special affection for me, your master? Gu Feng pointed towards a small mound nearby. My master's grave lies over there. Isn't that all the more thrilling? Tang Wanner laughed gaily, her hand entwining around Gu Feng's waist, the fragrance wafting into his senses. Gu Feng's heart raced, and he hastily circulated his qi to stabilize his mind. His master possessed an innate charm that was difficult for ordinary people to withstand. "Master, please do not tease me," Gu Feng said. "I have never met my 7 senior sisters. Even if I were to encounter them in the future, I might not recognize them. Rest assured, your 7 senior sisters have already dripped their blood upon the Dragon God Order. When you meet, the Order will respond." Tang Wanner produced 7 letters from her bosom. "When the time comes, simply present these letters to them, and they will understand everything." Receiving the letters, Gu Feng approached a pitch-black helicopter, opening the cabin door. Just as he was about to board, Tang Wanner rushed over and stuffed a blood-red bank card into his embrace. "This is some pocket money I saved. Take it and use it." "Thank you, master." The helicopter soared into the sky, heading towards Jiangling. 3 hours later, the aircraft landed amidst ruins. 5 years ago, this was the most luxurious estate in Jiangling. 5 years later, it lay desolate as if it had descended into hell. As he walked among the crumbling walls and withered grass, Gu Feng shed 2 streams of hot tears. "Father, little sister, I have come to see you." He retrieved a flask of liquor from his waist and poured it onto the scorched earth. Suddenly, his steps faltered. Someone was ahead. "Who goes there?" he barked, anger flashing in his eyes. The shadow in front startled, clutching something in hand as it fled. Ji Feng advanced a step, already behind the figure. In the next moment, he grasped the shadow from behind. "Who dares disturb my father's peace?" Gu Feng's voice dripped with murderous intent. The shadow paused, slowly turning to meet Gu Feng's gaze. His pupils dilated in shock. "Qingning? Brother?" Gu Qingning tentatively called. "Is it really you?" "It is me, it is me." Gu Feng pulled his sister Gu Qingning into his embrace, tears streaming down his face. "I am so relieved to see you alive. What a vivid dream." Gu Qingning smiled brightly. "Brother, I haven't dreamt of you in months. I miss you dearly." Gu Qingning gasped sharply, clearly in pain. Just then, an untimely phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a flicker of fear crossed Gu Qingning's pallid face. "Brother, wait a moment, I need to take this call." She stepped aside, lowering her voice. "Sister Qi, please give me a few more days. I will definitely bring you the money." "You little wretch, are you itching for trouble? It must be delivered today, otherwise I won't hesitate to let you experience the iron again." With that, the call ended abruptly. "You've been bullied?" Gu Feng had appeared behind his sister unbeknownst to her. No. Gu Qingning was about to deny it when her sleeve was yanked up. With a single glance, Gu Feng's eyes widened in fury. The slender arm lay exposed, marred and bloodied, with some areas scabbed over while others had developed festering sores. This was an arm that had endured the relentless heat of a 120-degree iron, and no wonder. When I merely pinched my sister's arm lightly moments ago, she reacted with such agony. "Where are you?" "Oh, I never expected that the ugly wench Ning could have a man by her side," came a pretentious voice from the other end of the line. "I am at Dianbei University. Are you planning to send me money?" "I intend to take your life." Gu Feng's voice was as frigid as eternal ice. A raucous laughter erupted from the phone. "Ha ha ha! Do you think I, Zhao Qi, am easily frightened? You pathetic loser, only daring to boast over the phone. In reality, you wouldn't even dare to let out a peep when you see me." With that, Zhao Qi hung up. A surge of murderous intent flickered in Gu Feng's eyes as he hoisted his sister and made for the exit. "Brother, what are you going to do?" "My sister has been wronged as her brother. I must seek justice." Gu Qingning hurriedly interjected. "No, brother, you needn't worry about me. I can handle my own affairs. You, on the other hand, should leave quickly. The farther away, the better. If Ji Caiyue discovers you are still alive, she will certainly send someone to kill you." He swiftly brought his sister aboard the helicopter, and as Gu Feng settled into the cockpit, he yanked the control lever down forcefully, sending the helicopter soaring into the sky. Dianbei, located at the border of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, was 1,000 miles from Jiangling. Yet, in 3 hours, spanning 1,800 kilometers, the helicopter circled above Dianbei University. Chapter 2. A Public Display of Might. Today marked the 50th anniversary of Dianbei University. The elite of Dianbei had gathered, with a sea of students seated below as the principal concluded his address. "Next, let us welcome the representative of our student council to the stage." A girl clad in a warm yellow down jacket rose from her seat, prompting a chorus of whistles from the crowd. This year's student council representative was not only academically gifted but also the most popular of the 4 campus beauties at Dianbei University. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. All heads turned upwards to behold a magnificent helicopter descending with authority. Ji Feng leapt from the aircraft and strode directly towards the principal, who had yet to leave the stage. Is there a student here named Zhao Qi? The principal, mistaking him for a young heir from a prominent family in Dianbei, did not dare show any disregard, pointing towards a girl standing with a ponytail and bangs. That is her. She is our student council representative. Do you have business with her? Curious and envious glances were cast upon this sudden young man. Who is this person, arriving by helicopter for the celebration? What an impressive display. He must be a young master from one of Dianbei's great families, given his esteemed presence. He specifically seeks out Senior Zhao Qi. I wonder what it could be about. Needless to say, Senior Zhao Qi is extraordinarily beautiful. Her reputation has spread throughout Dianbei, attracting many wealthy suitors. As the last words were spoken, another wave of whistles erupted. Seated beside Zhao Qi, Lu Yusin gazed on enviously. Qi, being your friend is truly challenging. Your boyfriend is already so exceptional, and now someone has flown in by helicopter to pursue you. And this man is even more handsome than your boyfriend. Why not accept him and let your boyfriend go? Ridiculous, Zhao Qi retorted, yet her mind was racing with possibilities. This man before her was tall, handsome, and clearly of an extraordinary background. It would not be unreasonable to entertain a connection, especially if he had significant influence. To cast aside Zhang Kuan, her devoted admirer, as her thoughts swirled, Gu Feng stood before her. You are Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied sweetly, yes. May I ask which esteemed family you hail from in Dianbei? Gu Feng's starlight gaze bore into her. I come from Jiangling. The crowd gasped. They had not anticipated that Gu Feng had traveled from such a distant place, suggesting that Zhao Qi's beauty had reached even the far corners of Jiangling. The murmurs around her filled Zhao Qi with pride, her lips curling into a smile. Though I have some charm, I hardly merit a young master traversing 1,000 miles to seek me out. You possess a sense of self-awareness, Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. 3 hours ago, I declared my intent to take your life, and thus, I have come. Zhao Qi momentarily froze, then a tide of panic surged within her. Not only had he dared to seek her out, but he had also arrived by helicopter. Damn it. When did that wretched Ning come to know such a formidable character? Yet, today was the anniversary celebration, and with so many witnesses present, even if he had some backing, he would likely refrain from acting recklessly. I do not understand what you are saying. If there is nothing else, please leave promptly. I have a speech to give. I have come, and thus you shall have no chance to take the stage, Gu Feng declared as he seized Zhao Qi's delicate chin with 2 fingers. You shall not have the opportunity to speak again. With a chilling snap, Zhao Qi's jaw was crushed in his grip. Blood sprayed forth. Students around them recoiled in horror. Zhao Qi's anguished screams echoed across the grounds. In that moment, she comprehended the gravity of his intentions. Her beautiful eyes filled with sheer terror, her voice trembling. You cannot kill me. My boyfriend is Zhang. Bang! Before she could finish, Gu Feng unleashed a thunderous punch. With a ferocious roar, Zhao Qi's body soared like a kite severed from its string, bursting forth with a spray of crimson before crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Her life extinguished. Witnessing this bloody spectacle, the crowd stood in stunned silence. The campus fell eerily quiet. Without a word, Gu Feng turned and departed. Among the throngs of nearly 10,000 students and numerous elite families of Dianbei, not a single soul dared to intervene. The helicopter ascended rapidly, disappearing into the clouds. Looking down upon the earth, Gu Qingning felt a fleeting thrill of vengeance within her heart. Though a weight of sorrow lingered, brother, do you really think it is all right to kill someone in public? Though Dianbei was a border region of the Divine Dragon Kingdom with lax law enforcement, committing murder before thousands was undeniably reckless and would bear severe consequences. Moreover, Zhao Qi's boyfriend was Zhang Kuan. How could he possibly let this matter rest? Tell me, aside from Zhao Qi, has anyone else bullied you? I shall deal with them all. No more, Gu Qingning quickly replied, fearful that her brother might unleash further wrath. Ji Feng nodded, posing another question. How did you end up in Dianbei? During their journey, he had gleaned some information from his sister. For the past few years, she had resided in Dianbei, attending university there, which had led her to encounter Zhao Qi, who had tormented her relentlessly. Yet, he remained unaware of how she had ended up there or how she had managed to afford her tuition. It was Butler Qin. Gu Qingning's eyes flickered with memory. As if recalling past events, he brought me to Dianbei. It turned out that on the night of the incident with the Gu family, Gu Qingning had received a call from her dear friend and had gone out to have fun, thus evading disaster. After the devastating fire, Ji Caiyue took her in, outwardly showering her with care and affection, while secretly poisoning her as Gu Qingning grew increasingly frail. On the brink of death, it was butler Qin who facilitated her escape from the Ji family and the city of Jiangling. Yet Ji Caiyue remained relentless, sending wave after wave of assassins after her. Butler Qin evaded them, eventually finding refuge in the northern region of Yunnan. The voice of his sister echoed in his ears, and Gu Feng felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. 5 years of wandering had rendered her life exceedingly arduous. The plane raced forward, and soon a modest estate came into view. According to his sister, this was the sanctuary of Butler Qin's family. At that moment, in the courtyard of the estate, several burly men surrounded Qin Huaijiang. "Old man Huaijiang, it's been 2 years, and you have made it quite easy for the brothers to find you." Qin Huaijiang sighed. After 5 years, why does Ji Caiyue still refuse to let Qingning go? What threat could a defenseless girl possibly pose to her? One must eradicate the roots along with the weeds. The leader, a middle-aged man named Du Xiong, slapped Qin Huaijiang's face, reddening it. "If you can't comprehend the simple truth, it seems you've lived your years in vain. Enough idle chatter. Hand over Gu Qingning immediately, and perhaps we may spare your wretched life." Du Xiong's gaze was icy. "Otherwise, I shall send your soul to the netherworld." Chapter 3. A slaughter almost complete. Brother Xiong, this old man is cunning. Otherwise, he could not have abducted Gu Qingning from the Ji residence with merely his peak strength in the dark realm. Du Xiong raised an eyebrow, poised to speak, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Huaijiang with a hand in his pocket, seemingly making a move. "What on earth are you doing?"
Du Xiong bellowed,
striking with a thunderous palm towards his opponent's abdomen. Qin Huaijiang was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A wave of terror washed over him. When he was in Jiangling, he had encountered Du Xiong a few times. Back then, Du Xiong had barely reached the bright realm, yet now, his speed was such that Qin Huaijiang had not even the chance to block. It was crucial to note that he himself was at the pinnacle of the dark realm. Though aging and burdened with ailments, his vast experience was his strength. In the martial world, there are 3 major realms: bright, dark, and transformed. The chasm between each realm is akin to a vast gulf. If he could not withstand Du Xiong's strike, did that not imply that Du Xiong had ascended to the transformed realm in just a few short years? Du Xiong took several steps forward, bending down to rummage through Qin Huaijiang's pocket, retrieving a mobile phone. The screen was illuminated, displaying the words "escape now," already sent, with the recipient noted as Qingning. Damn it! Du Xiong's fury ignited, his eyes reddening in an instant. They had tirelessly pursued leads all the way to northern Yunnan, and now, this old man's message rendered their efforts futile. "Today, not only shall I take you, but I shall also claim the lives of your wife and daughter." Du Xiong's teeth ground together, and he struck towards Qin Huaijiang's face with a palm. "What are you doing?" At that moment, a sharp voice rang out from the entrance. Du Xiong paused, turning to look, and beheld a withered face. 5 years of hardship had significantly altered Gu Qingning's appearance, yet the essence remained, and he recognized her at once. A wave of elation sweeping over him. "Gu Qingning, you have arrived just in time. I was about to take your head as a report to my lady." A flying knife whirled through the air, slicing towards Gu Qingning's neck as the words left his lips. Gu Qingning was merely an ordinary person, yet before she could react, the flying knife was already perilously close. Suddenly, a hand extended from behind, grasping the hilt of the knife firmly. "Today, not only will you fail to take Qingning's life, but you may also find it difficult to preserve your own." Du Xiong turned to behold the young man who emerged slowly from behind Gu Qingning. Initially taken aback, his expression soon transformed into one of delight. "You are Gu Feng. I cannot believe you are alive." "I am very much alive, and you seem quite pleased about it," came the retort. As the words fell, the young man flicked his fingers gently, sending the knife he had just grasped soaring through the air like a bolt from a crossbow. Du Xiong felt a sharp pain in his neck. As he struggled to lower his head, he saw the knife embedded in his throat, a crimson stream of blood oozing from the wound. In that instant, he was so engulfed in disbelief that he forgot to be terrified. Was he truly to die like this? Before he could ponder further, his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. His companions who had accompanied him were left aghast, their faces drained of color. After 5 years of cultivation, Du Xiong had progressed from Mingjin to Huajin, and in Jiangling he had been regarded as a formidable figure. Gu Feng could easily eliminate them, making it simpler than swatting a mere mosquito. In the midst of their days, Gu Feng's voice suddenly pierced their thoughts. Do you intend to take your own lives, or would you prefer that I assist you on your final journey? The group gritted their teeth and charged towards Gu Feng in unison. In this life-and-death scenario, they were acutely aware of their inferiority compared to Gu Feng. Yet, driven by desperation, they pressed on, hoping that their sheer numbers might afford them a slim chance of survival. Gu Feng let out a light laugh, and with a swift motion, he charged towards the group, delivering a series of powerful blows. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, there were no cries of anguish, for wherever his iron fists landed, the unfortunate souls were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, incapable of uttering a sound. In the blink of an eye, the assassins lay dead or wounded, with only one survivor, who was so terrified that his very soul trembled, and he lost control of his bowels. With a loud thud, he fell to his knees, pleading, "Young Master Gu, spare my life. I am willing to be your servant, to devote myself utterly to you." The man, as if granted a reprieve from death, fled like the wind. Gu Feng stepped forward and assisted Qin Huaijiang to his feet. "Uncle" was but a single word, yet it brought tears to Qin Huaijiang's eyes. Having toiled for 2 decades within the Gu household, he had watched Gu Feng grow from a child. Previously, the mere thought of seeing Gu Feng's lifeless body had been unfathomable. Now, the living Gu Feng stood before him. The old servant, Qin Huaijiang, inquired after his young master's well-being. As he spoke, tears streamed down his aged face, and he felt compelled to bow deeply in reverence. As Gu Feng was about to assist, he suddenly saw the old steward sway and fall straight to the ground. Gu Qingning was startled and, with a face full of anxiety, took out her phone to call for an ambulance, only to be stopped by her brother. "It's nothing serious. Just some injuries combined with emotional distress that caused him to faint. I can handle it," he reassured her, shouldering the old butler and entering the bedroom. As nightfall approached, he emerged from the room. The courtyard had been meticulously cleaned by Gu Qingning, devoid of even a hint of blood in the air. "Brother, is Uncle Qin feeling better?" she inquired, dropping the cloth and hastening towards him upon seeing his arrival. Gu Feng nodded. "He will soon awaken." A heart that had been suspended finally found its rest, and Gu Qingning let out a sigh of relief. "This is good. Over the past 5 years, Uncle Qin has taken care of me with utmost diligence. If anything were to happen to him today, I truly would not know how to face Luan." Luan? With a moment's thought, a playful figure clad in a red dress leapt into Gu Feng's mind. The old steward had a daughter named Qin Luan, who had lived in the Gu residence since childhood, thus forming a close bond with him and his sister. He vividly recalled how Qin Luan would affectionately call him Brother Feng while joyfully trailing behind him. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. That little girl must have blossomed into a charming young woman by now. Contemplating this, he posed another question. "Qingning, since you are studying in northern Yunnan, what brings you to Jiangling? It is teeming with Ji Caiyue's people." Chapter 4. A smile in response. Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it still half a month until our father's Memorial Day? Surely my sister wouldn't forget such an important date. But why must she go so early?" "Indeed," Gu Qingning replied softly. "However, every year during our father's Memorial Day, Ji Caiyue gathers a large group of people to pay homage, making it quite a grand affair. I cannot make an appearance, so I can only go early and pay my respects in secret." Gu Feng clenched his fists. The true perpetrator behind his father's demise, who annually commemorated him, had earned a reputation of deep affection and sincere sentiment among the people of Jiangling. As his sibling, his sister was forced to scurry about like a rat in the gutter, living in perpetual fear. Even the act of burning a handful of yellow paper brought her trepidation, worried of being discovered. The image of his sister fleeing in haste earlier that morning flashed through his mind, stirring a disquiet within him. Just then, a girl clad in a flowing white dress entered, a straw for milk tea held between her lips. The journey of 1,800 kilometers required nearly 20 hours aboard a green train. Gu Qingning shook her head, contemplating her journey by plane. She had no intention of concealing her plans from Qin Luan, eager to share the joy of reuniting with her brother, believing that Qin Luan would be equally delighted. Unfortunately, before she could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Qin Luan's sardonic remark. "Oh, as expected of the daughter of the Gu family, you can afford to fly." With a swift motion, her delicate hand reached out, inquiring, "What about the Tianshui Lao Jiao you were supposed to bring?" While the local liquor from Jiangling may not be widely renowned, the residents held it in high esteem, especially the sorghum liquor produced by an old workshop on Tianshui Street, which was immensely sought after. This detail had been firmly etched in Gu Qingning's memory. Yet the sudden appearance of Gu Feng had overwhelmed her, causing her to forget everything else. It was only when Qin Luan mentioned it that the memory resurfaced. An embarrassment washed over her. I forgot. Although Qin Luan's expression remained unchanged, a hint of self-deprecating amusement graced her lips. After all, I am but the child of a servant, while you, as a distinguished miss of the Gu family, naturally would not trouble yourself with my concerns. This remark left Gu Qingning flustered, prompting her to hurriedly summon Gu Feng. "Alwan, do take a look at who this is." She believed that her friend would be overjoyed to see her brother, recalling how, in their childhood, Qin Luan had been even more attached to him than she was. Once Qin Luan's mood improved, she could later explain her oversight regarding the liquor. Gu Feng extended his hand and greeted, "Alwan, it has been a long time." It was only at that moment that Qin Luan noticed Gu Feng. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter, her surprise was swiftly replaced by a cold smirk. "Another vampire has arrived." Gu Feng furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Qin Luan continued in a cutting tone, "Our family has already taken in Gu Qingning. Do not expect us to accommodate you as well. Go wherever you find comfort." "Impudent girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Suddenly, a stern voice echoed, revealing that Qin Huaijiang had awoken and entered the hall. "Over 20 years ago, when your mother and I were pursued by enemies, on the brink of death, it was Lord Gu who came to our rescue, allowing us to escape with our lives. I often tell you, a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of grace. How much more should one repay a life-saving favor?" Enough. I've heard you prattle on about this for years." Qin Luan pouted in dissatisfaction. "If your Lord Gu is truly so benevolent to you, then why did he ultimately cast you out of the Gu family without a second thought?" Ever since Ji Caiyue married into the Gu family, she had relentlessly criticized Qin Huaijiang. Ultimately, a year before the Gu family's downfall, Gu Feng's father signed a dismissal order, expelling the diligent steward who had labored for 2 decades within the household. "Who has never erred in their lifetime?" Qin Huaijiang sighed. "The old master has grown weary, allowing himself to be swayed by that enchantress of the Ji family. I do not hold it against him." Qin Luan scoffed, dismissing her father's remarks, yet chose not to argue further, instead turning her gaze toward Gu Feng. "We have cared for your sister for 5 years, and that is quite enough. Do not expect us to take you in as well." Gu Feng lit a cigarette and leisurely remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not overstay my welcome." Qin Huaijiang sighed helplessly. "It is my failure in raising a daughter. Xiaofeng, do not take it to heart." Gu Feng smiled dismissively. What one lacks and fears holds no sway over him. His arrival at the Qin family was not motivated by a desire for a comfortable life. Qin Luan's words bore no weight on him whatsoever. Moreover, the old steward had devoted himself to caring for his sister for 5 years, prioritizing her safety even in life-and-death situations. How could he possibly quibble with Qin Luan over such trivial matters? During dinner, Qin Huaijiang inquired about Gu Feng's experiences over the past 5 years. On one hand, he was curious to know how well Gu Feng had fared during this time. On the other, he was intrigued by how Gu Feng had managed to survive and acquire such extraordinary skills. "I have been at Long Island Prison for the past few years." Gu Feng shared his experiences with Qin Huaijiang candidly. Upon hearing that Gu Feng had not suffered hardships but had instead trained in martial arts and medicine under a master, both Gu Qingning and Qin Huaijiang expressed their delight. Qin Luan, however, maintained a cold demeanor, her thoughts veiled in mystery. Jiang Tao, a scion of a wealthy family, had recently been pursuing Qin Luan. While they were not yet officially a couple, Their exchanges had taken on a flirtatious tone. After conversing for a while, Jiang Tao noticed Qin Luan's lack of enthusiasm. "Luan, has someone upset you?" "No, it's just that an insufferable person has come to our home," Qin Luan replied, referring to Gu Feng, the individual she had mentioned to him previously. Jiang Tao responded, "Oh, the young master of the Gu family from Jiangling, right? Didn't you say he had already been executed? Who knows the truth of the situation?" Qin Luan rolled her eyes at the thought of Gu Feng, who had supposedly become the warden of Long Island Prison, a figure linked to international drug lords and the war god of enemy nations, all of whom had felt his wrath. "Is that true?" Jiang Tao was taken aback. The infamous reputation of Long Island Prison was well known to him. If he were indeed the warden, he would certainly be a person worth befriending, even someone to curry favor with. "Come on, that's clearly an exaggeration. He's just a useless dog. A single slap from me would leave him on the ground for a good while." The following evening, after school, Gu Qingning visited Shenhezhuang, the largest hotpot chain in Yunnan. 6 months prior, she had taken a position at the chain's location in the Cangdong district as a waitress. The job was conveniently close to home and offered generous pay. With only half a day's work each evening, she earned 3,000 yuan. However, she had come that night to request leave and to advance her salary, as she wished to take her brother, who had spent 5 years in prison, around Yunnan for a proper outing. Everything was going smoothly until she was suddenly called back just as she prepared to leave the restaurant with her advanced salary of 3,000 yuan. "Gu Qingning, come here and peel this plate of crayfish." Gu Qingning turned her head and caught sight of several familiar figures: Wang Hui, Chao Guoping, Lu Yusin, and Li Ziang. These 4 were her classmates, currently seated by the window, enjoying a hot pot meal. Engaging her in conversation was Li Ziang, a young man of affluent background, tall and handsome, who relished the spotlight and often sought to appear aloof, thus garnering the admiration of a portion of the female students in their department. However, Gu Qingning harbored a deep aversion and fear towards him. During their school days, Li Ziang frequently troubled her, and upon discovering her employment here, he would often pay visits, seeking amusement at her expense. Gu Qingning mustered her courage and said, "I'm sorry, but I've taken leave today." Having spoken, she hastily made her way towards the exit. Li Ziang rose, seizing her wrist and dragging her back to the dining table. "Once you finish peeling the shrimp, you may leave." The malevolent gaze directed at her made Gu Qingning shrink back, and though she longed to refuse, the words remained unspoken as she stood there silently peeling shrimp. She feared the consequences of defiance. All she could do was quicken her pace, diligently working to complete the task. It was just past 5 o'clock, and she hoped to finish before 6. Otherwise, her brother would undoubtedly worry about her. Observing her timid demeanor, Li Ziang revealed a satisfied grin, biting into a pig's brain and engaging in conversation with several classmates. As the discussion meandered, it inevitably turned to the previous day's school anniversary. That assailant was extraordinarily ruthless. Zhao Qi's corpse lay beside me, intestines spilling out. Wang Hui exclaimed. Lu Yusin chimed in, "Indeed, I was close by," and with just 2 fingers he crushed Qi's jaw. "Lu Yusin, you were Zhao Qi's closest friend. What had she been up to lately that would provoke such a tragedy?" Chao Guoping inquired. Lu Yusin tilted her head, hesitating before responding. "Well, she hadn't done much, but if I must say, she did burn Gu Qingning with an iron again. This time it was particularly severe, leaving a large area of her skin charred." "Could it be?" Wang Hui interjected. "Is that assailant Gu Qingning's brother?" The atmosphere abruptly fell silent, and moments later, laughter erupted among the group. Li Ziang remarked, "I'd better tread carefully then. If Gu Qingning's brother catches me making her peel shrimp, he might just peel my skin off instead. Wouldn't you agree?" He glanced toward Gu Qingning. Gu Qingning, unwilling to engage in further conversation, placed the peeled shrimp into the plate. "I have finished peeling all the shrimp. I must take my leave now," she stated. Glancing at the clock on the wall, which read 5:50, she concluded that if she called for a taxi, she would still have time to reach their appointed meeting place. Li Ziang chuckled softly. "Have you truly finished? You haven't even extracted a morsel from the claws." Gu Qingning, feeling a surge of urgency, realized that extracting the meat from the claws of the shrimp was infinitely more laborious than from the tails. With several pounds of crayfish to tackle, She understood that her evening would be entirely consumed by this task. I truly must take my leave. My brother is awaiting my return. If he does not see me at the appointed time, he will surely come looking for me, she declared, summoning her courage. Li Xiang raised an eyebrow. And if he comes looking, what then? Do you truly believe your brother is that formidable figure who effortlessly dispatched Zhao Qi? He scoffed. If he arrives, he will have no choice but to obediently stand before me and peel shrimp. You seem to have a fondness for shrimp. A cold, detached voice interjected unexpectedly. Everyone turned to see a tall man with striking features striding towards them. Upon recognizing his appearance, Lu Yusin, Wang Hui, and Chao Guoping trembled involuntarily, fear enveloping them like thick ink. This man was none other than the one who had brutally slain Zhao Qi with a single punch the day before. The trio sat rigidly in their seats, scarcely daring to breathe. Li Xiang, having been preoccupied with other matters the previous day, had not attended the school celebration and had never encountered Gu Feng. However, observing Gu Feng's commanding presence as he walked, he speculated that he must be the scion of a prominent family from northern Yunnan, and thus did not dare to treat him lightly. Brother, may I inquire your name? Gu Feng drew his sister behind him and declared, I am Gu Qingning's elder brother. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a punch that rendered Li Xiang speechless, sending him hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth. You dare to strike me? How dare you strike me? Li Xiang roared in fury, attempting to rise and confront Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng had already appeared before him, placing a foot upon his head. To strike you is trivial. To end your life is merely a thought away. Li Xiang struggled desperately to rise, yet the weight of the foot on his face felt like an insurmountable mountain, rendering him immobile. How could the young master of the Li family, one of the 10 clans of Dianbei, have ever endured such humiliation? His eyes widened with rage. Chao Guoping, Wang Hui, why are you still dawdling? Come and deal with him. I shall bear all consequences. The three remained rooted in place, paralyzed by fear, until Gu Feng's icy gaze fell upon them. It was then that they rushed forward like madmen. However, they all simultaneously knelt before Gu Feng. Brother, this is not our doing. We had no intention of troubling Qingning. It was Li Xiang who insisted on keeping her here to peel shrimp. You fools.
Li Xiang baluba.
Furious, he had expected them to come to his aid, but instead, they prostrated themselves. Their reaction was utterly bizarre. It was merely a brawl. Why the terror? He even noticed the usually bold Lu Yusin had been so frightened she had wet her pants. Who exactly was this man before him? Who are you, truly? Gu Feng turned to Lu Yusin and urged, you tell him. Trembling in fear, Lu Yusin stammered, Zhao Qi. He was killed with a single punch. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang was struck with shock. No wonder Lu Yusin and the others were so terrified. A ruthless killer who dared to commit murder in front of thousands. What could he possibly refrain from doing? A chill ran down Li Xiang's spine. Who could have imagined that Gu Qingning's brother was indeed this formidable demon? He swallowed hard and said, Brother, let us speak civilly. Today I acknowledge my fault, and I am willing to atone for my mistakes. Name your price and I shall consult my father, Li Ran. Take your time. You do enjoy shrimp, don't you? Savor the shrimp first, and we shall converse at length. As he spoke, he poured the plate of peeled shrimp into the boiling red pot. Li Xiang felt a surge of relief. Indeed, invoking his father's name proved effective. After all, his father was a significant figure in Yunnan. Even this demon would have to exercise some caution. He picked up his chopsticks, ready to take a bite of the shrimp, but Gu Feng suddenly swatted them from his hands. My sister personally peeled that lobster for you. Shouldn't you eat it with your own hands? Chapter 6. This helicopter is my brother's transport. Li Xiang's face turned pale with horror. Brother, do not jest. The red pot is over 100 degrees. If my hand were to go in. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the hall. Gu Feng had grasped Li Xiang's forearm, submerging his entire right hand into the boiling crimson pot. In an instant, his palm was reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Gu Feng turned to Lu Yusin and the others and instructed, from now on, when you see him, refer to him as Rotten Skin Yang. Do you understand? The three of them, already feeling a chill run down their spines, dared not refuse. They hastily bowed their heads to the ground, repeatedly agreeing. Gu Feng let out a cold snort and strode away with Gu Qingning. Upstairs, a woman clad in a qipao, blooming like a flower, chuckled softly and inquired of Tianqing, "What are your thoughts on that individual?" Tianqing remarked, "Li Xiang has secured the championship at the Dianbei University Taekwondo tournament. This person possesses the strength to send a foe flying with a single punch. His foundation is commendable, and his strikes are ruthless, a true talent. However, it is unfortunate that although the Li family is the weakest among the 10 clans of Dianbei, they are not to be trifled with by ordinary folk. That young lad is unlikely to see the light of tomorrow." The woman replied, "Inform him that should he wish to join the Red Robe, we can guarantee his survival." Tianqing hesitated for a moment, saying, "Our standards for accepting members into the Red Robe require at least a mastery of the dark strength. And this lad is at best at the mid-level of bright strength. He may not even qualify. He is still young. Let him serve as an external member for now, and we shall nurture him gradually," the woman stated calmly. "The Red Robe is the most formidable underground force in Dianbei, and this enchanting woman is none other than its leader, Pei Hongtang." Tianqing fell silent, nodding before turning to leave, only to return shortly. "Sister Tang, that boy has declined. Did you mention the name of the Red Robe?" "I did. I informed him that the Red Robe would welcome him as an external member. He said not a word and simply walked away." Pei Hongtang swallowed a mouthful of white liquor and remarked, "To allow such a mid-level bright strength individual into the Red Robe is already an exception, yet he dares to show disdain. He truly does not know what he is missing." The Gu siblings exited the hot pot restaurant and hailed a taxi. Gu Feng remarked, "I have always suggested that you resign from your job at the hot pot restaurant. I am more than capable of supporting you." "It's not the same," Gu Qingning replied with a smile. "I am not a 3-year-old child. I cannot rely on my brother indefinitely." Gu Feng chose not to pursue the topic further. "You were bullied at school? Why didn't you speak to Uncle Qin about it? Uncle has already endured too much for my sake. I do not wish to burden him with trivial matters. Moreover, even if I were to confide in Uncle Qin, what difference would it make? Zhao Qi's boyfriend, Zhang Kuan, has an influential background and is not someone from an ordinary family that we could provoke. However, these thoughts could not be shared with my brother, as I feared he might act impulsively and do something unwise." Gu Feng gently played with his sister's hair. 5 years had passed, and his sister had become increasingly sensible, her face bearing a weariness and pallor that belied her years. He silently resolved to restore her once flourishing beauty, and he would also heal her severely damaged skin. The taxi halted at a bustling street filled with delicacies, where Gu Qingning treated Gu Feng to some local snacks from Yunnan. They then ventured to a shopping mall, where she purchased him a suit costing over 2,000. Although Gu Feng initially intended to pay for it himself, having a salary from his position at Long Island Prison, supplemented by the offerings of the notorious inmates, he ultimately accepted his sister's insistence with quiet grace. After all, it was a heartfelt gesture from her. He planned to leave her a sum of money when he departed from Yunnan. At the entrance of the mall, they unexpectedly encountered Qin Luan, accompanied by a striking young man with handsome features and an upright posture. He greeted Gu Qingning familiarly and inquired, "Qingning, who is this beside you?" "This is my brother, Gu Feng." Gu Qingning briefly introduced him before adding, "This is Jiang Tao, a good friend of Alwan who has treated me to meals several times." Jiang Tao took the initiative to greet him, saying, "Hello, Brother Feng. I heard from Alwan that you were just released from prison yesterday?" Gu Qingning, fearing that her brother might be looked down upon, hurriedly asserted, "My brother was wrongfully imprisoned. He is truly a wonderful person." "I understand, Qingning. You are indeed a remarkable young lady. How could your brother be any less?" Jiang Tao replied with a smile, "What I mean is, since Feng has just been released, it is only fitting that we celebrate. I happen to have a gathering at Donghuang Bar. Why not join us?" "Sounds great." Without waiting for Gu Feng's response, Gu Qingning eagerly nodded. Her intent was not merely to indulge in free food and drink. Rather, she hoped that after the tense altercation between Qin Luan and her brother yesterday, some time spent together might ease their relationship. Qin Luan, wishing to showcase her potential boyfriend's prowess in front of the Gu siblings, merely rolled her eyes and refrained from opposing the idea. The group climbed into Jiang Tao's vehicle and soon arrived at Donghuang Bar. Upon exiting the parking lot, Gu Feng casually lit a cigarette, and before he could take more than a couple of puffs, he heard Qin Luan's displeased voice exclaim, "Gu Feng, don't flick your ash carelessly. This car is brand new, worth 5,200,000. If you ruin it, you wouldn't be able to pay it back even if you sold yourself." Gu Feng felt a hint of amusement. Qin Luan could have effortlessly boasted, yet insisted on seeking an excuse. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Tao interjected. "Luan, we are friends, there is no need for this. Moreover, it is merely an old car, hardly worthy of my attention." Subtly showcasing himself before Gu Feng, he gestured towards a sleek, all-black helicopter nestled in the corner of the parking lot. "My dream is that helicopter. You wish to purchase a helicopter? Just buy it outright. It only costs around $1 million. Your car could rival 5 helicopters," Qin Luan remarked. Jiang Tao shook his head. Indeed, $1 million could procure a helicopter, but not this particular one. This is the latest military-grade helicopter developed by the White Eagle Empire, with a starting price of $83 million. "Wow," Qin Luan gasped, $83 million. "How exorbitant. Would you like to take a ride in this helicopter?" Gu Qingning suddenly inquired. Qin Luan retorted, "Take a ride? Do you think this helicopter belongs to your family?" The helicopter had circled the sky yesterday, unable to find a suitable landing spot, hence it remained here. Gu Feng had even incurred a parking fee for its stay. Gu Qingning was astonished by the exorbitant price of the aircraft. She felt a surge of joy. Initially, she had harbored doubts regarding her brother's claims. Tales of being guided by a sage and presiding over a prison seemed too fantastical. However, the fact that her brother could afford such an expensive helicopter lent credence to his assertions. Chapter 7. Gu Feng, abandon your hopes. Qin Luan couldn't help but chuckle. "Gu Qingning, I realize you are becoming increasingly adept at telling jokes." Gu Qingning exclaimed anxiously. "I speak the truth." Qin Luan responded with a cold laugh. "Oh please, I have seen it with my own eyes. The suit he wears was purchased with your money. If he were truly affluent, would he need to spend your funds? Luan, such matters are tied to a man's dignity. How could you speak of them so casually?" Jiang Tao gently chided, then turned to Feng Gu, saying, "I apologize. Luan lacks discretion. Please do not take it to heart." Gu Feng subtly nodded, recalling that Qin Huaijiang had mentioned the close relationship between his daughter and Jiang Tao, asking him to keep an eye on the situation. From what he could see, Jiang Tao seemed to possess commendable character. As the group entered the bar, Gu Qingning remained troubled by recent events. After taking a few bites of duck neck, she remarked, "My brother is wealthy. I simply insisted on buying him clothes. As for the plane, if you'd like to take a ride, once we finish our meal, I'll have my brother take you for a spin." Qin Luan showed no interest in engaging with her, while Jiang Tao nodded in response, "No need for a ride. I trust in your brother's capabilities." Shortly thereafter, a group of 5 or 6 young men approached their booth, exchanging pleasantries before Jiang Tao joined them for a game of billiards. They had initially invited Gu Feng as well, but he declined, preoccupied with contemplating the herbs needed for his sister's treatment. By the billiard table, a young man named Chen Long, sporting purple hair, casually remarked, "Tao Gu, who is the wealthy young master sitting next to Gu Qingning? I've never seen him before." "What wealthy young master?" "That's Gu Qingning's brother, just out of prison. He looks decent, but in reality he's quite impoverished. The clothes he wears were bought by Gu Qingning," Chen Long replied, somewhat perplexed. "Then why were you calling him Feng Gu just now?" Chen Long questioned. "What do you know?" Jiang Tao replied, "I'm currently pursuing Qin Luan and am just a step away from success. The Gu siblings hold significant weight in Qin Luan's father's eyes, so I cannot afford to be negligent." "Still not successful? Hasn't it been half a year?" Chen Long asked, surprised. Jiang Tao chuckled nonchalantly. "The longer it takes, the more enjoyable the chase becomes. I have a premonition that I won't tire of Qin Luan even after 2 months." Chen Long glanced at Qin Luan, swallowing hard. "After 2 months, can I have a go?" Jiang Tao smacked his forehead. "Though I may be a playboy, the women I've been with, even if discarded, you have no right to touch." His words were blunt, yet Chen Long dared not show anger. Despite being a second-generation rich kid, he could not compare to Jiang Tao. The Jiang family ranked 7th among the 10 clans of northern Yunnan, wielding immense power. At that moment, Zhang Tao shifted the conversation. However, if you are truly tempted, you could seek out Gu Qingning. I can facilitate an introduction. Tao Gu, please don't put me in that position, Chun Long exclaimed, waving his hands. That girl, barely 20, has the face of someone 40. I feel nauseous every time I see her. Zhang Tao retorted, in the dark, they all look the same, don't they? Don't let her current appearance fool you. She was once considered the beauty of Jiangling. Furthermore, she is a true heiress. Qin Luan has told me that the Gu family was far wealthier than ours back in the day. Chun Long's interest peaked. A wealthy heiress, you say? That could be worth pursuing. A fall from grace and still so unattractive. If I merely offer her a bit of warmth, she might just kneel before me like a loyal dog. Haha, I just wonder if Gu Qingning is compliant enough to please. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned icy, and an inexplicable unease crept over Chun Long as he turned to see a stern face. Feng Gu, care for a game? What's more entertaining than playing you? With a swift motion, Gu Feng struck Chun Long, causing him to stumble precariously. Zhang Tao frowned. Feng Gu, what are you doing? What am I doing? Do you think I'm deaf? Did you think I couldn't hear what he said? Gu Feng replied. Zhang Tao was taken aback, realizing Gu Feng had approached them unnoticed. How much did you hear? Gu Feng declared. Not a word omitted. Zhang Tao's expression turned somewhat grim. Gu Feng had indeed overheard their entire conversation. He coldly remarked, in that case, I have no desire to engage in this charade any longer. Mind your tongue. Should you dare to sow discord between Qin Luan and me, do not blame me for being ruthless. He continued, of course, as long as you behave, I shall pretend not to have witnessed your slap upon Chun Long today. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp sound echoed. Slap. Gu Feng delivered a forceful slap to Chun Long's face, sending his teeth flying and propelling him a good 10 meters away. The young men who accompanied Chun Long were utterly astonished. This individual was audacious beyond belief, not only disregarding Zhang Tao's words but also daring to strike Chun Long. This was not merely an assault on Chun Long. It was a blatant affront to Zhang Tao himself. The question loomed, how could he possibly have the audacity to do so? Did he not realize that Zhang Tao was the young master of the Jiang family, one of the 10 clans of Dianbei? At that moment, Zhang Tao's face reddened with fury, as if he had been struck himself. Gu Feng, have you truly become so arrogant? Gu Feng raised his hand and seized his neck, lifting him high. Zhang Tao, I warn you, keep your distance from Qin Luan, or your fate will be far worse than Chun Long's. Qin Huaijiang had protected his sister for 5 years. He should also safeguard Qin Luan from harm. Gu Feng, what on earth are you doing? Release Zhang Tao at once. Qin Luan rushed over from the booth, shouting fiercely. Gu Feng did not release his grip. Speaking in a calm tone, Qin Luan, you should keep your distance from Zhang Tao. He has no genuine intentions of being with you. On what basis do you make such an assertion? Qin Luan retorted. I overheard it, he replied. You're talking nonsense. Qin Luan exclaimed, her anger flaring. You were seated in the booth the entire time. The pool table is so far from there. How could you possibly hear their conversation? Not to mention the overwhelming DJ echoes within the bar. Even two people speaking face to face might struggle to hear one another. Gu Feng remarked. I mentioned yesterday that I have undergone a significant transformation. It is quite normal for my hearing to be somewhat sharper than that of the average person. Moreover, having grown up together, think carefully. When have I ever deceived you? Qin Luan retorted vehemently. Cease your nonsensical chatter. Don't assume I am oblivious to your intentions. You merely wish to drive a wedge between me and Zhang Tao, seizing the opportunity for yourself. Am I not correct? Let me remind you, 5 years ago, I pursued you, yet you dismissed me without a second thought. The person you are now is utterly unworthy of me. Abandon any hope you have. Chapter 8. I killed your son, and yet you wish to revere me as your master? Ha! Gu Feng scoffed, casting Zhang Tao to the ground. So this is how you perceive me? If it were not for your father's influence, do you truly believe I would care about you? He turned and strode towards the exit. Qingning, let us depart. Gu Qingning had been seated beside Gu Feng, and to be honest, she found it difficult to fathom how someone could overhear the conversation of Zhang Tao and his companions from such a considerable distance. However, since it was her brother who spoke, she believed him unconditionally, uttering a soft acknowledgement as she trailed closely behind him. Jiang Tao's gaze lingered on the retreating figures of the Gu siblings, his expression chillingly cold. The young master of the seventh largest clan in Dianbei had suffered humiliation at the hands of a mere youth recently released from prison. What a remarkable Gu Feng! If you do not find yourself kneeling before me today, begging for mercy, then I shall not be called Jiang Tao. He picked up his phone and dialed a number directly.
Caiyue, UNKILLABLE.
I have a favor to ask. After departing from the bar, Gu Feng hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to the largest herbal market in Dianbei. After roughly half an hour of searching, disappointment began to creep in. He needed some special herbs to help restore his sister's beauty. Although the market was extensive, it primarily offered only ordinary herbs. Initially, there were just a few individuals, but soon the crowd swelled to over 30, blocking the street entrance completely. Armed with iron rods and machetes, they exuded a menacing aura, unmistakably intent on causing trouble for Gu Feng. Gu Qingning felt a twinge of fear and instinctively hid behind her brother. "You are Gu Feng?" remarked a middle-aged man, his hands clasped behind his back. "To dare provoke young Master Jiang, I must commend your audacity." Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd. "Father, it was he who rendered my hand useless. Kill him, kill him." It was Li Ziang. The Li family operated a security company in northern Yunnan, supplying talent to various enterprises and wielding a formidable force. With this manpower, Li Ziang's father, Li Ran, had forged a formidable reputation in the region. That evening, upon receiving a call from Jiang Tao, Li Ran gathered his men and rushed over, despite Li Ziang's initial intention to rest at home. However, upon hearing the call for vengeance, the pent-up anger within him compelled him to join in. He sought to vent his frustrations on the unfortunate soul of the night, only to discover that the target was none other than Gu Feng. Truly, it was a case of enemies crossing paths in a narrow alley. Li Ran paused, reevaluating the young man before him. After a moment, a chilling smile crept across his face. "You are quite remarkable. Initially, I was merely following young Master Zhang's orders to teach you a lesson. Now, you must sever your own arms and kneel before my son to beg for forgiveness. If he is in a good mood, I may grant you a swift end." Gu Feng seemed oblivious to his words, letting out a soft sigh. "Li Ziang, I had already spared your life. Why do you insist on courting death?"
Li Ziang.
Infuriated by his arrogance at such a moment, retorted furiously, "You insolent wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? You are the one surrounded now. I'll count to 3, and you better crawl before me and kneel. Otherwise, not only will you perish here today, but I shall also have your sister dismembered and fed to the dogs." "You are mistaken," Gu Feng replied sharply. "It is not you who have surrounded me. Rather, I have encircled you." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Feng suddenly appeared before Li Ziang, delivering a single palm strike. With a resounding clap, Li Ziang was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. "Ziang!" Li Ran's eyes widened, and he screamed in agony. He could never have anticipated that Gu Feng would dare to take such ruthless action against his son. Even when surrounded, "I will have his life. He shall accompany my son to the grave." At a high-end restaurant on the second floor near the street, Tianqing glanced down. "Sister Tang, it's that young man from the afternoon. This will be entertaining." Pei Hongtang followed his gaze and spotted Gu Feng trapped within the encirclement. If only he had joined our red attire this afternoon, he wouldn't be facing death here. In her eyes, Gu Feng was already as good as dead. Just a minor figure in the mid-stage of Mingjin, how could he possibly contend against over 30 adults? Moreover, Li Ran was at the pinnacle of Dark Jin's strength. Even without those 30 or more, Li Ran could easily annihilate Gu Feng. Holding Gu Qingning in his arms, he moved like a specter through the crowd. Dragons battle in the wild. Before Li Ran could even make his move, the 30-odd individuals had been reduced to mere blood mist, not a single cry of anguish escaping their lips. For a fleeting moment, Li Ran felt as though he were dreaming. How could killing occur so swiftly? He prided himself on his peak Dark Jin strength, believing that against over 30 trained adults, he could at most ensure his own survival. Just how terrifying was this person's strength? In the midst of his shock, Gu Feng launched a fist towards him. He attempted to evade, but the speed of that fist was beyond imagination, landing squarely on his chest in the blink of an eye. With a thud, he was sent flying, crashing onto the concrete ground several meters away, like a lifeless dog. Gu Feng strolled over, remarking, "Remarkably resilient, aren't you? Not even a single punch could bring you down. But fret not, if one strike fails, I shall deliver another." Li Ran desperately rolled over and knelt on the ground, pleading, "Brother Gu, spare my life. I, Li Ran, am willing to serve you as my master for eternity." He could not perish. It was imperative that he survive. Though the Li family had ascended to the ranks of the 10 families of Dianbei, they had long since fallen from grace. As long as he remained alive, he could still uphold the family's honor. However, should he succumb, the disintegration of the Li family would be imminent. After all, countless clans below were eager to usurp his family's position. "Oh," Gu Feng chuckled, "I have slain your son, yet you wish to serve me?" Without hesitation, Li Ran replied. He provoked the master and met his deserved fate. "Rest assured, I have more than one son. I shall not allow the entire family to perish for his sake." "But what purpose do you serve me?" Gu Feng inquired. Gu Feng silently nodded, burdened by the arduous task of sourcing medicinal herbs. Should he be able to leverage the resources of the Li family for this endeavor, it would indeed yield remarkable efficiency. "Very well," he declared. "I shall provide a list of the required herbs. Deliver them to me within 10 days. Should you dare to employ any deceit, I shall annihilate your entire Li lineage." Li Ran meticulously noted the names of the herbs before swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the night. Gu Feng, however, did not leave. Instead, he remained standing in place. "Brother, are we not going?" Gu Qingning inquired with curiosity. Gu Feng disregarded him, instead gazing into the shadowy depths of a branching path. "Jiang Tao, have you come out on your own, or shall I drag you out?" Chapter 9. Join the Red Robes? Only if I am to be the chief. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Tao was taken aback. How could Gu Feng possibly know of his concealment? Blast it! He had made no sound since his arrival. How could the other have discovered him? There was no time to ponder this now. While he feigned the demeanor of a refined gentleman before Qin Luan, he had secretly engaged in numerous heinous acts. Yet, compared to Gu Feng, his transgressions seemed trivial. In mere seconds, Gu Feng had slaughtered over 30 individuals. He was akin to a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. Without a second thought, Jiang Tao turned to flee, hardly pausing to grasp Qin Luan's hand. Bang! As he looked up, he realized he had not collided with a wall, but rather with Gu Feng's chest. Gu Feng kicked him to the ground, exclaiming, "Jiang Tao, why are you running?" Jiang Tao, his face awash with terror, pleaded, "Gu Feng, spare me this time. Let us settle our grievances once and for all." Crack! Gu Feng delivered a swift backhand, causing Jiang Tao's teeth to shatter and blood to gush from his mouth. "In this world, those who provoke me face but one fate: death." Jiang Tao, filled with shock and fury, bellowed, "You, Gu, must know that my Jiang family ranks 7th among the 10 clans of northern Yunnan. Should you dare to take my life, no matter where you flee, the Jiang family shall pursue you relentlessly until your last breath." Gu Feng smiled. "Very well. I shall slay you and see what the so-called Jiang family from Yunnan can truly do against me." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch. At that moment, a graceful figure dashed forward, positioning herself directly in front of Jiang Tao. It was Qin Luan. "Gu Feng, I will not allow you to kill him." Gu Feng spoke without reservation. "Since when have I needed your permission to act?" Qin Luan paused for a moment before slowly replying, "You may disregard my words, but if you wish to kill Jiang Tao, you must first eliminate me." As she spoke, she stepped forward, placing herself protectively behind Jiang Tao. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life?" Boom! With a powerful punch, Gu Feng struck the wall, narrowly missing Qin Luan's cheek, sending dust and debris into the air. "Jiang Tao, treat Qin Luan with care, or the Jiang family in Dianbei will be utterly annihilated." After uttering these words, he took Gu Qingning by the hand and swiftly vanished into the night. In the following days, Gu Feng rarely ventured outside. Various medicinal herbs were delivered by Li Ran to the small residence of the Qin family. Utilizing these herbs, Gu Feng commenced the treatment of his sister's injuries. Meanwhile, Li Ran was exceedingly busy during this time. The medicinal herbs that Gu Feng sought were predominantly of considerable value. While he was not short on funds, some herbs were highly sought after yet difficult to procure. Today, a subordinate reported that the largest auction house in northern Yunnan was holding an impromptu auction, featuring numerous rare herbs. Li Ran hurriedly made his way there, spending extravagantly, ultimately shelling out 13 million to secure 5 herbs, all of which were needed by Gu Feng. Among them was a particular herb that Pei Hongtang had set her sights on. Yet Li Ran did not yield, continuously raising the bid until he secured it. This left Pei Hongtang quite displeased. While the herb was of little significance to her, Li Ran's public defiance was a clear affront to her dignity. After the auction, Li Ran, eager to leave with the herbs, found Tian Qing unexpectedly at his side, walking alongside him. Master Li, Tian said, over the years, my red attire has often facilitated matters for your family. Today I, as the leader of red attire, desire that Tianshan Snow Lotus you have so brazenly snatched away. Is it not rather ungracious of you? Li Ran, lowering his tone, replied, Tian Protector, I sincerely apologize, but if I fail to obtain this Tianshan Snow Lotus,
Ifar imai fasrin.
I am left with no choice. Tian Qing retorted angrily, can others threaten your family with ruin, yet my red attire cannot? Exhausted and unwilling to argue, Li Ran dared not create further enemies at this moment. Tian Protector, I acknowledge my misstep in this matter. Allow me to send 10 million to red attire as a token of apology. A melodious laughter interrupted, as Pei Hongtang approached with a delicate fan in hand, smiling. Master Li, you jest. It is merely a Tianshan Snow Lotus. I hardly regard it as significant. However, I am curious as to what sort of individual could instill such fear in you. It seems your family has not incurred enmity with the top families in northern Yunnan recently. Li Ran, unable to conceal the truth, sighed softly. I cannot discern the origins of that person. I only know his name, Gu Feng. Gu Feng. Pei Hongtang was taken aback. Wasn't that fellow supposed to have been slain by Li Ran? She suddenly remembered that day when she only saw Li Ran encircle Gu Feng, but she had not paid attention to what transpired thereafter. However, Gu Feng was merely at the mid-stage of Mingjing. Even if he had miraculously survived, it was impossible for him to instill such fear in Li Ran. Tentatively, she inquired, are you not his match? Can you not withstand a single blow from him? The brief exchange sent a jolt through Pei Hongtang's heart. Li Ran was at the pinnacle of Anjing, yet he could not endure a punch from Gu Feng. What level of strength did Gu Feng possess? Conservatively speaking, he must at least be at the initial stage of Huajing, right? The 4 guardians of the Red Robe, the strongest among them, were merely at the late stage of Huajing. It was noteworthy that Gu Feng was only in his 20s. Given his talent, barring any misfortune, he was destined to reach the late stage of Huajing in the future. Pei Hongtang's mind cleared. No wonder Gu Feng had outright rejected her invitation to join the Red Robe previously. It turned out he possessed genuine skills. Achieving the initial stage of Huajing at such a young age indeed warranted pride, and being a mere external member of the Red Robe was indeed a disservice to him. She pondered before asking, are you planning to deliver the medicine to Gu Feng's residence? Yes, I have been delivering it for several days now. Tian Qing, you must accompany him this time. He must be brought under the banner of the Red Robe, Pei Hongtang commanded. Tian Qing nodded and then asked, shall we directly make him an official member of our Red Robe? Pei Hongtang smiled. One of the 4 guardians of the Red Robe perished in battle last year, and that position has remained vacant. Let him fill it. Tian Qing's expression darkened. He said he would join the Red Robe, but he insisted on taking the position of the leader. Arrogance. Pei Hongtang seethed, shattering the cup in her hand. I truly gave him too much face. Tian Qing suggested, shall I bring some men to teach him a lesson? Ha! Pei Hongtang waved her hand. No need. In the past hour, I had someone investigate his background and discovered he killed Zhao Qi, and Zhao Qi was Zhang Kuan's girlfriend. Zhang Kuan, the young master of the Zhang family, ranked 5th among the 10 clans of Dianbei? Tian Qing exclaimed. Chapter 10. Gu Feng, I shall make you wish for life but find no escape in death. Indeed, Pei Hongtang affirmed, if he joins our Red Robe, given his extraordinary talent, we would not hesitate to offend the Zhang family to protect him. However, Since he has failed to seize the opportunity, let him await his demise. At the Donghuang bar, in the parking lot, Zhang Kuan stared at the pitch-black helicopter, his fists clenched tightly. He had only been away from Dianbei for a few days, and his girlfriend had been killed by a single punch. He quickly pinpointed the helicopter Gu Feng was piloting, but there had been no substantial progress in investigating Gu Feng himself. Guan Yu, have any suspicious individuals appeared? Zhang Kuan inquired. Upon learning that the helicopter was parked at Donghuang bar, Zhang Kuan ordered the family steward to guard the area, waiting for the right moment. Guan Yu wiped the bloodstains from his sleeve. There are several. I have questioned them all, and they are not the owners of this helicopter. Zhang Kuan glanced behind Guan Yu, where several mangled corpses lay, evidently having undergone severe torture. However, their fate was of no concern to him. Continue to watch. I will urge the investigators to expedite their progress. With that, he turned to leave, only to be stopped by Guan Yu. Young master, I have something to say, but I am unsure if I should. Seeing Zhang Kuan remain silent, he continued, this helicopter, I had my men investigate. It is a military-grade helicopter recently produced by the White Eagle Empire, valued at 83 million. The mysterious individual who killed Zhao Qi must have an extraordinary identity. Zhao Qi is just one of many of your girlfriends. Perhaps we need not go to such lengths over an inconsequential woman.
Tiang Kun kikket fiirseli.
Landing a blow on Guan Yu's chest, old fool, what nonsense are you speaking? Zhao Qi may be inconsequential, but that fellow killed her in front of nearly 10,000 people. If I let this slide, how will the people of Dianbei view me, Zhang Kuan? And how will they regard the Zhang family? Moreover, what if his identity is indeed extraordinary? In Dianbei, there is no one I, Zhang Kuan, dare not provoke. A sinister smile crept across his lips. Not only do I want to kill him, but I also want everyone in Dianbei to know the consequences of crossing Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan turned at the sound of approaching footsteps and saw Jiang Tao striding over. As a member of one of the 10 great families of Dianbei, Zhang Kuan maintained a relatively good relationship with Jiang Tao. Taozi, you're just in time. Zhang Kuan said urgently, quickly mobilize your Jiang family's forces to help me find someone. Jiang Tao waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself. I came specifically for this matter. Zhang Kuan was taken aback. What do you mean? You know the owner of this helicopter? Not only do I know him, but I also know where he lives. Jiang Tao replied with a smile. Previously, Gu Qingning had mentioned that the helicopter belonged to Gu Feng, and he had dismissed it as a joke. However, after witnessing Gu Feng effortlessly eliminate over 30 individuals, he understood that Gu Qingning was not speaking in jest. Haha, I never expected Gu Feng to have killed Zhang Kuan's girlfriend. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Tao was exceedingly thrilled and rushed to meet Zhang Kuan. He initially intended to mobilize the elite forces of the Jiang family to eliminate Gu Feng, but given Gu Feng's formidable skills, a conflict would surely result in heavy losses for the Jiang family. Now, with Zhang Kuan as his ally, it was as if heaven had lent him assistance. Zhang Kuan was elated. Tell me where he lives. I will go capture him now. Capture? Jiang Tao asked. Kuan Gu, aren't you going to kill him directly? Zhang Kuan retorted fiercely. Killing him would be too easy. He dared to kill my woman. I want him to wish for life but find no escape in death. Hurry and tell me where he lives. Jiang Tao quickly provided the address and added, I know he has a sister. She should be working at a hot pot restaurant right now. Should I bring her along to help you vent your anger? Excellent. Let's do that. I will go to his house and you go to the hot pot restaurant. We will act separately. Zhang Kuan said, then left with Guan Yu. Jiang Tao got into his car and headed straight for Shenhe village in the Cangdong district. At the Qin family, Gu Feng gently unwound the bandages that had been tightly wrapped around Gu Qingning. For several consecutive days, he had devoted himself to tending to his sister's wounds, while she had remained bedridden, her body enveloped in layers of bandages, including her head. Fortunately, today marked the conclusion of her treatment, allowing for the assessment of the results. As the bandages gradually fell to the ground, Gu Qingning's skin began to reveal itself. The once dark and withered complexion had vanished, replaced by a smooth, supple, and delicate whiteness. The remnants of her festering wounds were nowhere to be found. Every inch of her skin could be deemed flawless. Upon closer inspection, One could even discern the delicate pink veins beneath her pristine surface. Gu Qingning extended her arms, gazing at her skin resembling exquisite mutton-fat jade, and admiring her delicate, slender hands momentarily lost in a daze. Gu Feng, observing her appearance, couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Stop staring blankly, quickly go and look in the mirror. Gu Qingning hurriedly positioned herself before the mirror, and upon gazing into it, she was startled once more. The woman reflected in the glass possessed elegantly arched brows and captivating eyes, her cheeks resembling the blush of a ripe peach, and beneath her delicate nose, her lips were naturally tinted with a rosy hue. Was this not the very image of herself from 5 years ago? Nay, she appeared even more resplendent than in those days. Stunned for a good 10 seconds, Gu Qingning abruptly turned and flung herself into her brother's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. The hardships of 5 years had drastically altered her appearance, rendering her the subject of ridicule among her peers. She had navigated a path fraught with mockery and disdain, never once contemplating that she might reclaim her beauty one day. "Brother, I adore you," she exclaimed, rising on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Gu Feng's cheek before dashing away. "Qingning, where are you off to?" he called after her. "I haven't been to work in days. If I don't return soon, I might find myself dismissed by my boss, perhaps buoyed by her joy." She sprinted away like a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. Gu Feng smiled helplessly and walked outside. With his sister's health restored, it was time for him to leave Yunnan and head to Jiangling. Before departing, he intended to buy his sister a car, as she had been relying on public transport for her daily commutes to school and work, which was both time-consuming and inconvenient. Jiang Tao arrived at Shenhezhuang but could not find Gu Qingning. Upon inquiry, he learned that she had not been to work for several days, likely spending time with Gu Feng. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he ordered a hot pot and waited for good news from Zhang Kuan. After approximately 20 minutes, Zhang Kuan called. "Taozi, are you playing with me? I arrived at the address you provided, and there isn't a soul in sight. I don't have time for this." Zhang Kuan expressed his dissatisfaction. "You should have already located his sister. 20 minutes ago, I notified all the prominent figures in Yunnan to gather at Juanhao Hotel. You must bring his sister here immediately. I have her in my possession. I do not believe he will not come." Chapter 11. How dare you strike me with such meager strength? Before Jiang Tao could respond, Zhang Kuan hastily hung up. He lifted his gaze and caught sight of a captivating figure. How beautiful! Which noble family in Yunnan does she belong to? Why had he never seen her before? Even though Jiang Tao had encountered many women, he found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her. Finally, he could not resist approaching her. "Hello, beautiful. Jiang." Jiang Tao. Gu Qingning was taken aback upon recognizing him and instinctively took 2 steps back. Was Jiang Tao here to cause trouble for her? After all, her brother had injured him severely a few days prior. Jiang Tao furrowed his brow. That voice sounded eerily familiar. As he scrutinized her face, his astonishment grew. What the hell? This is Gu Qingning. How could she have transformed so remarkably in just a few days? Did she travel to a cosmetic haven? No. Even surgery could not yield such a flawless visage. It must be said that Gu Qingning, at this moment, radiated an irresistible allure from every inch of her skin. Gu Qingning remarked, "My brother arranged this for me. Is there something you need?" It appeared that Gu Feng had indeed acquired considerable skills during his time in Dragon Island prison. Unfortunately, his lack of foresight in offending both me and Zhang Kuan would prevent him from witnessing the dawn of another day. Contemplating this, Jiang Tao spoke up. "The situation is such that there was a misunderstanding between me and your brother. Thus, I have specifically reserved a private room at Juanhao Hotel today, hoping to invite both you and your brother to resolve our differences. Is my brother willing to attend?" Gu Qingning inquired. With a sincere expression, Jiang Tao replied, "I have yet to contact your brother. He may be reluctant, which is precisely why I wanted to invite you first. If he disregards my request, surely he would come for your sake." Noticing Gu Qingning's hesitation, he continued, "Qingning, I genuinely harbor feelings for Qin Luan and intend to marry her. Since you and your brother grew up alongside her, I wish to foster a good relationship with both of you." Gu Qingning reflected on how the Qin family had supported her over the past 5 years. She truly ought not to place Qin Luan in a difficult position. Thus, she nodded in agreement. After requesting leave from her employer, she entered Jiang Tao's vehicle. Jiang Tao, filled with elation, started the car and immediately called Gu Feng. Gu Feng, I have taken your sister to Juanhao Hotel. You must hurry, or you will miss the banquet. Gu Qingning was entirely absorbed in envisioning the harmonious reconciliation between Jiang Tao and her brother, as well as the dissolution of barriers with Qin Luan, completely oblivious to the words spoken. It was only when the scenery outside the window began to grow desolate that she curiously inquired, "Aren't we heading to Juanhao Hotel? Why does it appear as if we are venturing out of the city?" Jiang Tao remained silent, turning away as he struck with a swift motion. Had Gu Qingning still been the unattractive person she once was, he would undoubtedly have taken her to Juanhao Hotel. However, given the circumstances, after that phone call, Gu Feng would undoubtedly be at Juanhao Hotel, thus fulfilling his task. As for Gu Qingning, she would have to find a secluded spot to enjoy herself in solitude. He was well aware of Zhang Kuan's nature. If he brought Gu Qingning to Juanhao Hotel, that lecher would surely exploit her, leaving her with nothing but the dregs. At Juanhao Hotel, half an hour prior, all diners had been politely escorted out. Meanwhile, luxury vehicles were arriving in droves, bringing dignitaries from the Yunnan province. At this moment, a considerable gathering had formed in the hall. "Old Pooh, your information is rather outdated. Zhang Kuan's girlfriend was murdered just a few days ago. I believe he has arranged this banquet to capture the culprit and execute him publicly. It's been ages since such audacity has emerged in Yunnan. Daring to provoke the fifth family of the region is simply deserving of death." The wealthy elite exchanged pleasantries, while Pei Hongtang sat silently, a knowing smile on her face. She too had surmised the purpose of Zhang Kuan's banquet, and despite her busy schedule, she had made time to attend. "Ah, Gu Feng, you have repeatedly spurned my goodwill. Let us see how you perish today." The venue suddenly fell silent as Zhang Kuan, impeccably dressed in a suit, strode to the center of the stage. Perhaps some of you are already aware of the purpose behind today's banquet. Just days ago, a villain stormed into Yunnan University by helicopter and struck my girlfriend dead with a single blow. Today, I shall enact divine retribution and eliminate this scoundrel. Let it be known, anyone who dares to provoke the Zhang family shall have no place to rest in death. Laughter erupted from outside the hotel, drawing the attention of the crowd to a tall, imposing man entering the hall. What a grand notion of divine retribution. What a noble vow to eliminate this scoundrel. Ignoring the multitude of eyes upon him, the man continued, "But tell me, when Zhao Qi bullied my sister, mercilessly scorching her skin with an iron, where was your so-called divine justice? Gu Feng, you have indeed arrived." Zhang Kuan's eyes gleamed brightly. When he had parted ways with Jiang Tao, he had inquired about Gu Feng and learned about his past from the information provided, even viewing his photograph. "Your sister, is she the one they call ugly? I have heard Zhao Qi mention her a few times. However, your sister is a born wretch. What of it if she is bullied? My girlfriend takes issue with whomever she pleases. Is that not a natural right? Moreover, I have seen your sister's picture. Her appearance is a blight upon the air. That Zhao Qi's mercy in not killing her is the greatest kindness. And you, ungrateful wretch, dare to kill Zhao Qi? You truly deserve death."
Un formidable aura surjette forte,
causing many of the Yunnan elite to involuntarily shudder. The air around them seemed to drop several degrees. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Feng had already ascended the stage, standing before Zhang Kuan. Initially taken aback, Zhang Kuan quickly recovered, sneering, "Do you think I am Zhao Qi? Do you believe I am merely a frivolous young master? I am in the mid-stage of the dark energy realm. Dare you approach me, you seek death." With that, he unleashed a punch, but Gu Feng met it with his palm, seizing the fist with a slight exertion of force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly as Zhang Kuan's fist was utterly crushed. "You, a mere practitioner of dark energy, dare to strike me?" Chapter 12. I am the warden of Long Island Prison. Gu Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he subdued Zhang Kuan, his foot resting firmly upon the latter's chest. "Hand over my sister, you have but 5 seconds. 5. How dare you incapacitate our young master? Prepare to pay with your life." Guan Yu roared, advancing with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. his palm striking towards Gu Feng with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers in awe. Smack! Gu Feng executed a swift backhand strike, delivering a resounding blow directly to Guan Yu's forehead. The impact caused his skull to shatter. Guan Yu had been an unwavering aid to the Zhang family patriarch since the family's modest beginnings, accompanying them through their ascent to prominence. He himself had attained the initial stage of the transformation realm, making him one of the foremost warriors in northern Yunnan. Yet now, he lay lifeless, felled by a single palm strike from Gu Feng. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. What manner of creature was Gu Feng? Among them all, the one most astounded was undoubtedly Pei Hongtang. Gu Feng was only at the initial stage of the transformation realm. How could he possibly strike Guan Yu dead with a single palm? Could it be that he has reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm? No, that is utterly impossible. At merely 20-something years of age, how could he attain such heights? Yet, it dawned on him that even if he were only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, concentrating all his abilities into one strike could indeed render Guan Yu, who was at the initial stage, lifeless. However, achieving the mid-stage at such a tender age remains astonishingly extraordinary. For Gu Feng counted down once more, simultaneously shattering Zhang Kuan's left hand under his foot. If you remain silent for even a second longer, I shall cripple you further. Should you still refuse to speak, I will crush your skull. Zhang Kuan, enduring excruciating pain, roared, "Release me! Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Your sister is in my grasp. If you do not let me go immediately, I shall have her killed without hesitation. Should you dare harm my sister, the Zhang family of Dianbei will face annihilation." Gu Feng's eyes blazed with madness as he crushed Zhang Kuan's left leg. "Release my sister." Confronted with Gu Feng's frenzied gaze, a profound terror surged within Zhang Kuan. This man was a lunatic. Should he continue to resist, he might truly meet his demise here. He, of noble status, could not afford to perish in such a manner. Realizing this, he hastily exclaimed, "Your sister is not with me." Gu Feng crushed his right leg with a single step, declaring, "If you have something to say, say it all. If she is not with you, then where is she? I asked Jiang Tao to bring her to me. He agreed, yet he has failed to deliver her. I have shared all that I know with you." Without uttering another word, he turned and strode away. As he neared the exit of the hotel, Zhang Kuan finally reacted, his voice resonating with fury. "Kill him! Kill him! Whoever brings me his head shall receive a bounty of 30 million. The numerous assassins nurtured by the Zhang family had previously refrained from action due to Zhang Kuan's predicament under Gu Feng's grasp. However, now free of such reservations and enticed by the substantial reward, they surged forward like a swarm of locusts, intent on eliminating Gu Feng. Each of them possessed strength at the mid-stage of the hidden strength realm, yet their experience in life-and-death battles rendered them significantly superior to typical practitioners of the same level. Moreover, united in their assault, even a master of the mid-stage of the transformation strength realm would find it exceedingly difficult to survive amidst this frenzy of relentless attackers. Gu Feng let out a cold smile, casually flicking his wrist as a dozen silver needles shot forth. These were the meticulously trained assassins of the Zhang family, each in the mid-stage of their hidden strength. Death. He did not linger, striding away with purpose. Boarding the helicopter, Gu Feng set his course for the northern Yunnan patrol office. Meanwhile, Qin Luan finished work early today and, in a spirited mood, invited her close friend Liang Fong to go shopping. Unbeknownst to them, they wandered until nightfall, eventually reaching Hanjing Street. The patrol office and numerous other institutions were situated here, offering little allure for young women. Glancing at the time, Qin Luan said, Fong, let us call it a day. We can stroll together another time." Suddenly, Liang Fong made a shushing gesture. "Qin Luan, do you hear that? It sounds like thunder." Qin Luan shook her head, thinking Liang Fong was being overly dramatic. Yet, she soon sensed something amiss. Overhead, a faint rumble seemed to resonate. She quickly looked up to see a dark speck approaching, growing larger. The roar became increasingly pronounced, and the silhouette sharpened into focus. At last, Qin Luan discerned that it was a black helicopter. She recognized it as the very one parked at the Donghuang bar. Now, it was descending right at the entrance of the patrol office. Many onlookers were taken aback by the spectacle. Who on earth is so impressive to land a helicopter here? They wondered. It must be someone of great significance. Even the top elites of northern Yunnan would not dare to act so brazenly. Regardless, Qin Luan decided to capture the moment for her social media. She discreetly took out her phone, aiming it at the sleek black helicopter. Her intention was not to post. But just as she thought this, the cabin door slowly swung open, revealing a tall and striking figure descending. Liang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. So handsome. Qin Luan, did you see? That man is incredibly attractive. Let us get his WeChat, she exclaimed. Wait, no, you're prettier than I am. You should go. I'm afraid he won't give it to me. Qin Luan remained expressionless, though her heart was a tempest of emotions. The man stepping down from the helicopter was none other than Gu Feng. How could this be? This helicopter truly belonged to him? How was that possible? After spending 5 years in prison, it was a miracle he was alive, let alone owning a helicopter worth 83 million. Memories of her earlier mockery towards Gu Feng and his sister at the Donghuang bar, and her biting words upon his arrival in northern Yunnan, flooded her mind. Her face burned as if she had been soundly slapped. She had no desire to remain a moment longer and turned to leave. Liang Feng, initially eager to encourage her to approach, was left bewildered, ultimately trailing behind Qin Luan in silent confusion. Gu Feng was entirely oblivious to the presence of Qin Luan amidst the crowd. His mind was consumed solely with concern for his sister's safety. As he took a step forward, he made his way toward the office of the Patrol Domain Commission. However, 2 gatekeepers swiftly approached, positioning themselves before him. Who dares to flaunt their bravado at the entrance of the Patrol Domain Commission? They demanded. If you seek attention, take your antics elsewhere. They presumed Gu Feng to be merely another internet celebrity, resorting to attention-seeking antics to garner views. For in these times, many influencers would stop at nothing in their quest for fame. Gu Feng furrowed his brows and exclaimed, I am here to report a kidnapping. My sister has been abducted. The gatekeeper scoffed. Are you trying to deceive me? Who on earth arrives to file a report by helicopter? Gu Feng had initially contemplated delivering a slap to each of the 2 individuals, propelling them away. However, he quickly realized that time was of the essence. With every passing second, his sister was placed in greater peril. Thus, he suppressed his fury and produced the Dragon God Order. I am Gu Feng, the warden of Dragon Island Prison. Summon the chief of the Yunnan Northern Patrol Division to meet me at once. Chapter 13. His journey, a lamb entering the tiger's den, is certain death. As he spoke, he tossed the order forward. The gatekeeper received it, exchanging doubtful glances with his companion. One of them remarked, Please wait here for a moment. With that, he turned and entered the official residence. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding an air of authority without a trace of anger, emerged. Vice Chief of the Yunnan Northern Patrol Division, I respectfully welcome Warden Gu. He slightly bowed and performed a formal salute. In truth, given his rank, a typical warden would not require such deference. However, Dragon Island Prison held a unique status. The warden of Dragon Island Prison was not someone to be compared with an ordinary warden. Observing the profound respect shown by this senior official, the 2 gatekeepers who had previously spoken disrespectfully exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with realization. They had not spoken kindly of this esteemed figure. Subordinates, respectfully welcome Warden Gu, the 2 hastily proclaimed, striving to make amends for their earlier indiscretion. There is no need for such formalities. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Vice Chief, my sister has been abducted by nefarious individuals. I hope you can dispatch personnel to assist me in tracking their movements. What must I do? The Vice Chief inquired respectfully. Gu Feng reported a license plate number. Investigate this particular plate, as the vehicle had been spotted at the Xianhezhang hotpot chain in the Dongcang district. En route to the Shufu Yamen, Gu Feng had already contacted the owner of Xianhezhang and learned that his sister had left the hotpot restaurant in the company of Jiang Tao. As for the license plate, he had memorized it at a glance during a previous visit to the Donghuang bar when he rode in Jiang Tao's car. Given that Jiang Tao had not deliberately evaded the surveillance cameras, and with an ample number of personnel assigned to the task, the results emerged within a matter of minutes. The deputy master remarked, 20 minutes ago, this vehicle was seen outside the western city gate, proceeding westward before ultimately vanishing from the camera's view. Beyond that point, there were no further cameras. Gu Feng, unfamiliar with the northern regions of Yunnan, inquired directly, "What do you believe, Deputy Chief, where will Jiang Tao go?" The Deputy Chief, in a grave tone, replied, "The area outside the city in northern Yunnan is mountainous, particularly in the western suburbs where the peaks rise one after another. I suspect the individual has ventured into the mountains, though I cannot ascertain which specific mountain he has chosen." Gu Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then suddenly retrieved his phone to call Qin Luan. He dialed several times, but the other party consistently hung up. He then turned to call Qin Huaijiang. "Uncle, is Qin Luan at home?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "Oh, there is something I need to inform you about. It seems someone visited the house today and left everything in disarray." Gu Feng surmised that this must have been the work of Zhang Kuan and his associates, yet there was no time for explanations. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the helicopter landed in the small courtyard, instantly rendering the space rather cramped. Witnessing this scene, Qin Luan's heart sank completely. Ever since her return, she had been attempting to convince herself that what she had just seen was merely an illusion. Perhaps that individual was simply someone who bore a striking resemblance to Gu Feng. However, now Gu Feng had directly brought the aircraft to her home. "Qin Luan, come out." When she heard Gu Feng call her, a wave of irritation surged within her, igniting a fierce anger that propelled her to storm out. "What's your deal? It's just a helicopter. What is so impressive about that? You had to bring it home to flaunt it? Fine, I acknowledge you have a helicopter now. Are you satisfied? Do you know Jiang Tao? He is currently escorting my sister out of the city from the western suburbs. Do you have any idea where he intends to go?" Qin Luan struggled momentarily, unable to free herself from his grasp, and in a fit of rage exclaimed, "Why should I tell you?" Gu Feng raised his voice. "Qin Luan, I hold no objections to any grievances you may harbor against me. However, Jiang Tao has kidnapped Qing Ning. Do you intend to stand idly by while harm befalls her?" Qin Luan was taken aback by his gaze, recalling that Gu Feng had just piloted a helicopter to the jurisdiction office, presumably to report the incident. Gu Qingning has indeed been captured by Jiang Tao. However, what does this have to do with Qin Luan? Her mind raced and suddenly an idea struck her. "I know which mountain Jiang Tao has entered, but if you wish for me to divulge that information, you must agree to one condition." "You speak," Qin Luan declared. "From this day forth, you and Gu Qingning are forbidden from residing in my home. You may go wherever you please, but you shall not set foot in my abode." Qin Luan smiled with satisfaction. "Jiang Tao must have gone to Cangyu Mountain. He often took me to play on its summit. Furthermore, he had attempted to consummate our relationship there on several occasions." Of course, she refrained from sharing the latter part with Gu Feng. Atop Cangyu Mountain, beside a hot spring, Jiang Tao laid the unconscious Gu Qingning upon a massive stone, admiring her beauty while salivating profusely. This was a place he had frequented with Qin Luan numerous times, the environment exquisite, the azure sky and white clouds seemingly within reach, with the warm mist from the hot spring enveloping the area. It was the quintessential locale for romantic encounters, and he had contemplated taking Qin Luan here to fulfill his desires, yet she had always found various excuses to evade him. Little did he expect that today he would plunge into the depths of desire with Gu Qingning instead. However, this was fortuitous, as Gu Qingning's beauty surpassed even that of Qin Luan. With a surge of passion, he leaned down to kiss Gu Qingning's rosy lips. Suddenly, Gu Qingning opened her eyes with a start and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Jiang Tao let out a cry of pain as he tumbled from the stone to the ground. Gu Qingning remained silent, executing a nimble leap as she swiftly turned to flee down the mountain. 5 years of hardship had imparted upon her invaluable lessons, endowing her with a composure in the face of peril that surpassed that of ordinary girls. In truth, she had been awake for over a minute, feigning sleep merely to await the opportune moment to strike Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao, having rolled over to clear the dust from his face, set off in pursuit. However, the years of indulgence had drained his vitality, and after a brief chase, he realized that the distance between them was only widening. "Run, will you?" he bellowed in frustration, drawing a pistol from his pocket and firing a shot. The bullet struck Gu Qingning in the thigh, causing her to stumble and collapse onto the ground. Gasping for breath, Jiang Tao rushed over, yanking her by the hair and dragging her towards the hot spring, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. "Why have you stopped running?" he taunted as they reached the edge of the spring. He callously tossed Gu Qingning to the ground and raised his hand to slap her. "It is a privilege for you that I desire you." Gu Qingning glared at him fiercely. "If you dare to touch me, my brother will not let you off." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Tao laughed heartily. "Your brother? You heard the call I made to him just now, didn't you? He has already been lured to Juanhao Hotel by me. There, he will walk into the jaws of a tiger, and his demise is inevitable." Chapter 14. Jiang Tao perish. "You are lying, you are lying," Gu Qingning shouted, sinking her teeth into Jiang Tao's arm with fervor. Enraged, Jiang Tao retaliated with a barrage of slaps until Gu Qingning, exhausted, finally released her grip. His arm was now marred with countless wounds. Meanwhile, Gu Qingning's cheeks were swollen, tears streaming down her face. It was her blind trust in Jiang Tao's words that had ensnared her brother. Regret consumed her, as if her insides were twisted with remorse. "Gu Qingning, how could you be so foolish? Your folly not only endangers yourself but also plunges your brother into an abyss from which there is no return. Weep, weep, for I find delight in your tear-streaked visage." Jiang Tao let out a sinister laugh as he lunged forward, recklessly tearing at Gu Qingning's garments. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the heavens. Jiang Tao looked up, his expression shifting drastically. It was Gu Feng's aircraft. Gu Feng is surprisingly alive. How could this be possible? After a brief moment of panic, he regained his composure. Gu Feng must have uncovered the hidden schemes and did not proceed to Juanhao Hotel, instead pursuing the matter to this location. However, it is of little consequence. No matter how formidable one's martial arts may be, one still fears the cleaver. He possesses a firearm. No matter how formidable Gu Feng may be, a mere mortal cannot withstand bullets. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tao laughed maniacally, declaring, "Today, you shall behold something extraordinary. Gu Feng, come. Let us admire the exquisite form of Gu Qingning." With a swift motion, he tore at Gu Qingning's garments, reducing them significantly, revealing her delicate shoulder, accentuated by the tears adorning her face, making her appear irresistibly endearing. So fair, so tender, so captivating. Ha ha ha. As Gu Feng landed the aircraft and rushed out, Jiang Tao aimed 2 shots at Gu Feng's legs, intending to leave him writhing in a pool of his own blood while he savored his cruel play with Gu Qingning. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens. "Jiang Tao, you are unworthy of life." Jiang Tao abruptly looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. To his astonishment, Gu Feng had leaped from the aircraft, plummeting directly towards him. This was madness. The plane hovered at least 10 meters above the ground. How could he dare to jump, risking a catastrophic fall? After the initial shock, exhilaration surged within Jiang Tao, and he laughed wildly as he fired several shots at Gu Feng. Bang! 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 The bullets erupted from the chamber, racing towards him. Yet, in a breathtaking descent, Gu Feng boldly extended his hand, grasping several bullets in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the bullets were sent hurtling back, piercing Jiang Tao's shoulder. Blood gushed forth. Jiang Tao let out a harrowing scream, collapsing into a pool of blood. Had he known Gu Feng could catch bullets, he would have refrained from firing. Now he was consumed with regret. However, it wasn't a fatal wound. He would not perish, but Gu Feng, he would have no avenue for survival. Closer. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Yet, the anticipated scene of Gu Feng splattered upon the ground never materialized. Jiang Tao blinked, and in an instant, Gu Feng stood before him, his gaze akin to a blade forged in the fires of hell. At that moment, Jiang Tao's entire worldview shattered. "Why you? Are you even human?" His voice trembled uncontrollably. Gu Feng's large hand enveloped Jiang Tao's forehead, declaring, "It is time for you to report to hell." As the words left his lips, his fingers clenched fiercely. Jiang Tao's head burst like a watermelon, splattering everywhere with its juice. This young master of the Jiang family, who had roamed the northern regions of Yunnan for many years, was no more. Simultaneously, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, sending dust soaring for dozens of feet and causing the hot spring to erupt to heights of several dozen meters. The earth shook and the mountains trembled, with sand and stones flying in every direction. The source of this chaos was Gu Feng's aircraft, which had plummeted onto the summit of Caiyue Mountain. Worthy of its value of 83 million, it descended from a height of several meters without disintegrating or igniting, merely tumbling and rolling down the mountainside. At this moment, Gu Feng had no time to concern himself with the helicopter. He called Li Ran, urging him to drive to Caiyue Mountain with utmost haste. Gu Qingning, whether due to the beating or excessive fright, had succumbed to unconsciousness. With tender affection, Gu Feng gently caressed his sister's swollen cheek and promptly began to tend to her injuries. Just as the bleeding from his leg ceased, Li Ran arrived in a hurried drive. Gu Feng, accompanied by his sister, sought refuge in a luxurious five-star hotel, securing a lavish presidential suite for their stay. In the dead of night, Gu Qingning let out a piercing scream, jolting awake. Her forehead was beaded with perspiration, glistening under the dim light. Gu Feng rushed in from another room. Qingning, what happened? Upon seeing her brother, Gu Qingning's taut nerves finally relaxed. It's nothing, just a nightmare. By the way, brother, where are we? Gu Feng let out a bitter laugh. Qin Luan is unwilling to let us stay at her place anymore, so I had no choice but to book a hotel. Sighing, Gu Qingning remarked, brother, do you think Luan has changed significantly? Gu Feng nodded, acknowledging that she had indeed transformed into someone somewhat unrecognizable. The person she once knew was not like this. Gu Qingning said, brother, please do not harbor any resentment towards Alyuan. Over the years, the Qin family has endured considerable hardship to support me. Initially, after working for our family for so many years, they had amassed a decent fortune. However, due to the tumultuous journey they undertook with me, upon reaching northern Yunnan, they could only afford a modest little residence. Uncle Qin had no choice but to become a primary school teacher to earn a meager income. Even so, Alyuan has never expressed any grievances towards me. Her transformation occurred as a result of that incident. What incident? Gu Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow. Gu Qingning remarked, it has not been long since I arrived in northern Yunnan, and Aunt Kai has tragically passed away in a car accident. I suppose Luan attributes part of Aunt Kai's demise to me, for had I not come to northern Yunnan, such an incident would not have occurred. Gu Feng was somewhat bewildered. Aunt Kai was Qin Luan's mother, and since arriving in northern Yunnan, he had not encountered her, despite having inquired about her with Uncle Qin. To his astonishment, he learned that Aunt Kai had already passed away. Just then, the phone rang. It was Qin Luan calling. Gu Feng, where are you? Gu Feng felt somewhat bewildered. Did Qin Luan not require sleep at this late hour? Just after reporting his location, the call was abruptly terminated. Approximately half an hour later, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the silence. As Gu Feng opened the door, Qin Luan rushed in and, raising her hand, delivered a resounding slap. Gu Feng, with remarkable agility, seized Qin Luan's delicate wrist and demanded, Qin Luan, what are you doing? Why did you kill Jiang Tao? Why? Qin Luan's anguished cry echoed through the night, tears streaming down her face. Just half an hour earlier, unable to sleep, she had scrolled through her phone, only to be inundated with news of Jiang Tao's tragic demise. It turned out that the thunderous roar of a plane crash had drawn the villagers from the foot of the mountain, who, in the dead of night, ascended to discover Jiang Tao's lifeless body. Some, eager for sensationalism, immediately began live-streaming the event. Thus, the news of the young master of the Jiang family, the seventh largest clan in northern Yunnan, meeting his end in the mountains spread like wildfire throughout the region. The ordinary folk speculated wildly about the cause of Jiang Tao's death, their theories abounding. Yet, Qin Luan was acutely aware that it was Gu Feng who had taken Jiang Tao's life. No one else could possibly be responsible. Gu Feng spoke coolly. He sought to forcibly violate Qingning, injuring her leg with a gun, and even intended to humiliate her before my eyes. Shouldn't he be killed for such transgressions? Qin Luan, in a fit of madness, rushed inside and lifted the hem of Gu Qingning's nightgown. Where is it? Just a scabbed-over scar? Don't tell me that in such a short time, you've healed from a bullet wound. Gu Feng shrugged his shoulders. Though you may find it hard to believe, it is indeed true. I mentioned on my very first day that my medical skills are exceptional. Stop fabricating. Truly, cease your lies. Qin Luan cried out, her voice thick with tears. Gu Feng, I detest you. I shall loathe you for a lifetime. I never wish to see you again. Sob, sob, sob. Having just received the tragic news regarding Aunt Kai, Gu Feng was reluctant to unleash his fury upon Qin Luan. He simply stated, Qin Luan, I understand that you aspire to marry into a good family, but Jiang Tao is far from a virtuous man. If it is wealth you seek, just name your price, and I shall provide it, allowing you to live a life free of financial worries. You could then pursue someone you genuinely admire. Qin Luan erupted into laughter. Money? Do you truly consider me a gold digger? Do you really think I am unaware of Jiang Tao's character? My approach towards him, all my efforts to maintain his attention, were for a singular purpose, and now you have utterly obliterated all my plans. By the way, are you not supposed to be capable? Do you not claim you can eliminate anyone at will? Did you not boast of being the warden of that so-called Dragon Island prison? Then go and kill Lu Kuang. Go eliminate him now. Chapter 15. Indeed, the heroes of Dianbei are as numerous as the clouds. Gu Feng felt utterly perplexed. What was Qin Luan's scheming? Was her earlier mention of killing Lu Kuang merely a spur-of-the-moment utterance, or was there a deeper intrigue at play? He turned to his sister and inquired, Qing Ning, are you aware of who this Lu Kuang is? Gu Qingning's complexion turned somewhat grim. Do you remember the car accident I just mentioned? Aunt Kai was killed by Lu Kuang's reckless driving. Was it due to drunk driving? Gu Feng inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingning finally responded, yes. He had been drinking. Initially, I thought Lu Kuang was merely dazed and slow to react after a night of indulgence, resulting in the tragic death of Aunt Kai, but the reality is far more sinister. On the day of the incident, Lu Kuang was at a bar playing Truth or Dare with a group of wealthy young elites from Yunnan. He lost.
Unjust.
Someone suggested he should run over the first person he encountered upon leaving. Without a second thought, Lu Kuang strode out of the bar. It was nearly midnight, and there were few pedestrians on the street. He politely greeted her, then got into his car and struck her down on the spot. In the aftermath, the wealthy elites from Yunnan were in awe of Lu Kuang, while he dismissively remarked, just an ant. The Lu family ranks third among the 10 clans of Yunnan. To him, the lives of the impoverished masses are indeed as insignificant as ants, perhaps even less so. If he wished to kill, then so be it. In contrast, he lamented the blood that splattered on his beloved car, which seemed to pain him more. Ha 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 ha. After a long silence, Gu Feng suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, the heroes of Yunnan are truly remarkable. Gu Qingning inquired, Brother, will you go and kill him? Gu Feng restrained his laughter. Of course, I am Gu Feng, the one who specializes in vanquishing heroes. Gu Qingning gently nodded, refraining from saying much more. In truth, she had long harbored a deep sense of guilt regarding Aunt Kai's demise. She had previously hesitated to disclose this matter to her brother, fearing that he might act impulsively and confront Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang, a scion of the third major family in northern Yunnan, regarded human life as inconsequential. He ought to bear the consequences of his actions. The following day, Gu Feng called Li Ran to request the address of the Lu family. Li Ran was taken aback. Was this formidable figure planning to confront the Lu family again? He provided the address, adding, however, if the master goes today, he may not encounter anyone from the Lu family. Why so? Gu Feng inquired. Today, Lu Kuang's sister is being discharged from the hospital after giving birth, and the family has gone to the Ditian Hotel for a meal. Upon realizing this, Gu Feng hung up and descended the stairs. In the lobby of the hotel, every diner had risen to their feet. Several fearsome-looking men were methodically searching through their pockets. Gu Feng cast a fleeting glance before dismissing the matter entirely, striding purposefully towards the exit of the hotel. Stop right there, shouted a short, sharp-featured man, his voice dripping with indignation. Someone has stolen my belongings, and until they are recovered, no one is permitted to leave the hotel. Gu Feng remarked, I was not even in the hall just now. How could I possibly steal your belongings? As he spoke, his footsteps remained unceasing. Damn it! The man cursed, I told you to stay put. So stay put. Why all this unnecessary chatter? With a swift motion, he lunged forward, intent on seizing Gu Feng by the collar. Gu Feng's gaze turned icy as he swiftly unleashed a powerful strike. The man was sent hurtling backward for several meters, his head ringing from the impact. How dare you touch me? I am Pei Nan, brother of Pei Hongtang. Rising to his feet, he intended to confront Gu Feng, only to discover that Gu Feng had vanished without a trace. Ha! He runs quite swiftly. Let us see if I cannot make you pay dearly. With a dismissive wave, he abandoned his lost possessions and charged out with a group of henchmen. They saw Gu Feng board a taxi and speed away, prompting them to follow suit, with 4 or 5 vehicles closely trailing the taxi. At the Imperial Heaven Hotel, which had been exclusively reserved by the L family for the day, a few tables were occupied by members of the L clan, along with several individuals who maintained close ties with them, including Pei Hongtang. Recently, Hongyi had engaged in business dealings with the L family, and with L Kuang's sister LG having just given birth, she brought gifts to celebrate. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. As the evening progressed, with wine flowing and dishes served, LG remarked, "During my stay in the hospital, I heard of numerous significant events occurring in Dianbei. The 10th-ranked Li family's young master, Li Xiang, and the 7th-ranked Zhang family's young master, Zhang Tao, have both perished. The 5th-ranked Zhang family's young master, Zhang Kuan, has been rendered limbless and lies in a coma. Indeed, all this chaos has been wrought by a young man named Gu Feng, who remains at large and unpunished." L Hai, the head of the L family, interjected. LG replied, "It is well known that the Dianbei Patrol Division is inept, which is not surprising. What perplexes me is why the Jiang and Zhang families have not intervened. They should have dispatched someone to eliminate Gu Feng by now. Why is he still alive?" L Hai chuckled. "They have discovered that Gu Feng is the warden of Long Island Prison and dare not act recklessly." L Kuang exhaled a puff of smoke. "A mere warden. Our L family has the means to dispose of him without consequence. However, for the Zhang and Jiang families, it poses a significant challenge. Thus, last night, they sought an audience with my father, hoping our L family would take action." Curious, LG inquired, "Did father agree to take action?" At that moment, 2 bodyguards stationed outside rushed in, disregarding their injuries, exclaiming, "Master, someone has broken in." We could not stop them. As their words fell, Gu Feng stepped through the doorway. L Hai furrowed his brow. "Warden Gu, what is the meaning of this? Do you truly believe you can act with impunity in Dianbei?" Just then, several others burst in, led by none other than Pei Nan, who had just been sent flying by Gu Feng. "You think you can escape me, even if you hide in the Imperial Heaven Hotel?" Pei Nan declared, his nostrils flaring, only to realize the L family was present. While the owner of the Imperial Heaven Hotel held a modest reputation in Dianbei, he felt trepidation in the presence of the L family, as the red attire's strength was slightly inferior to theirs. Chapter 16. The head of the 3rd clan in Dianbei, L Hai, falls. However, upon spotting his sister Pei Hongtang at the table, he regained his composure. He clasped his fists and addressed L Hai. "Head L, this man just struck me. I chased him here, but he took refuge in the Imperial Heaven Hotel. Rest assured, I shall drag him out. Let him be where he feels comfortable." L Kuang interjected, striking Pei Nan on the forehead with a pair of chopsticks. "You!" Pei Nan seethed with rage, feeling humiliated as L Kuang showed him such disrespect, especially with his sister present. Pei Hongtang reprimanded, "What are you doing? Come sit beside me. Do not disturb head L." With no choice, Pei Nan complied and sat down. L Hai, having discerned Gu Feng's background, understood that Gu Feng had not sought refuge in the hotel out of fear of Pei Nan. "Why did you harm my L family's bodyguard? Why must I offer a reason? If I wished to inflict harm, I would do so without hesitation," Gu Feng replied, his tone unwavering. Veins throbbed on L Hai's forehead. As the head of the L family, who had wielded power in Dianbei for decades, who dared to be so brazen before him? Initially, he had not intended to acquiesce to the requests of the Zhang and Jiang families, yet now he harbored the intent to eliminate Gu Feng. Seeing this, L Kuang quickly interjected, "Father, do not be angered. I understand why Gu Feng has come. He must have learned of the Zhang and Jiang families seeking you out last night." Turning to Gu Feng, he continued, "Rest assured, my father nearly agreed to have you killed yesterday, but I stopped him." He approached Gu Feng with a drink in hand. "I, L Kuang, am, as my name suggests, wild and unrestrained. However, I find you to be even more audacious. I have never been fond of Jiang Tao and Jiang Kuan, and while I may have taught them a lesson or two in the past, I would never dare to kill them outright. I admire your spirit. Is that so? Gu Feng replied with a cold smile. Indeed, Kuang affirmed, extending his hand. How about joining me? I cannot promise much, but if you ally with me, the Zhang and Jiang families will certainly not dare to trouble you. As he spoke, Hai's mind raced. He realized that beneath his son's brash exterior lay a shrewdness that was not to be underestimated. Gu Feng serves as the warden of Dragon Island Prison. Although the L family is not averse to eliminating him, it would indeed be advantageous to cultivate a friendship with this promising young warden. Consider it a form of investment. The seeds sown today may very well flourish into towering trees in the years to come. Gu Feng let out a light laugh and clasped hands with Kuang, saying, You are simply not worthy to roll with me. Ha ha ha. Kuang, you truly are something else. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from Kuang, his expression contorting in agony, echoing throughout the entire Ditian Hotel. As the crowd turned their gaze, they were met with the horrifying sight of one of Kuang's hands reduced to a fine powder. Gu Feng crushed Kuang's hand with a decisive force. How could he? How dare he? Kuang's eyes blazed with fury. Gu Feng, I spared you out of goodwill. Why do you harm me? Harm you? No. I have come to kill you. With a thunderous punch, Gu Feng sent Kuang hurtling like a cannonball into the wall opposite, creating a deep crater and stirring up a cloud of dust. Kuang spat out a mouthful of blood yet remained alive. Hai, anxious for his son's condition, rushed towards Kuang while shouting, Capture him alive. I shall have him tortured 1,000 times. From the shadows, 6 figures emerged silently, advancing towards Gu Feng with lethal intent. Gu Feng stood his ground, gazing at the 6 individuals rushing towards him, shaking his head with a sigh. With a crisp snap of his fingers, a powerful force emanated from him, pushing forward in a sweeping motion. An undercurrent of dragon's roar reverberated through the air. Suddenly, 6 thunderous explosions erupted like muffled thunder. Blossoms of blood erupted from the bodies of the 6, who were now beyond the realm of life. I have come today solely to vanquish Kuang. Thus, those who stand in my way shall perish. Gu Feng clasped his hands behind his back and strode directly towards Kuang. Hidden within the shadows were not merely 6 assassins. Yet upon witnessing Gu Feng's single snap of his fingers, these 6 mid-stage practitioners fell lifeless to the ground, rendering the others paralyzed with fear. Among them were 2 peak-stage assassins equally terrified to the core. The ability to kill with a mere snap was beyond their comprehension. The release of vital energy? Hai gazed at Gu Feng, realizing the reason for his audacity. He had evidently ascended to the realm of a master. In the martial path, there exist the stages of Ming Jin and Hua Jin. Should one be fortunate enough to transcend Hua Jin, they would truly have entered the halls of mastery. Beyond Hua Jin lie the realms of Master, Grandmaster, and Transcendent Master. Each of these grand realms is subdivided into 7 minor stages. Upon entering the realm of Master, one can channel their vital energy externally, as Gu Feng had just demonstrated. What appeared to be a mere snap of his fingers was, in truth, the manifestation of his lethal energy that dispatched several mid-stage practitioners. Gu Feng remarked, So, instead of stepping aside, you choose to stand in front of your son. Are you prepared for me to strike you down with a single blow? A menacing laughter escaped Hai's lips. Do you take me for a mere dog like the Zhang or Jiang families? Do you comprehend the reason they come to beseech my intervention? Seeing Gu Feng remain silent, he asserted fiercely, It is because I, Hai, have ascended to the ranks of a 2-star master 5 years ago. Gu Feng, though you are still in your youth, you have already attained the realm of a master, truly a prodigy beyond compare. However, there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and time shall surely elevate your accomplishments above mine. Yet today, you shall meet your demise at my hands. With that, he snapped his fingers, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that surged forth like a raging flood, overwhelming all in its path. The tables in the hotel were sent flying, and dishes shattered into countless pieces. Many, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, fell to their knees. This Gu Feng was utterly finished, daring to provoke our Lu family. It has been many years since our family has taken such action. If Gu Feng were to perish at the hands of the family head, it would indeed be a fitting end. Humph, he has not yet matured, yet he behaves arrogantly. What is talent if not met with demise? We, the Lu family, have slain many extraordinary talents. Amidst the murmurs, Gu Feng strode forth to confront Lu Hai, undeterred by the overwhelming force. Strangely enough, this tempestuous energy should have reduced any novice master to mere pulp. Yet Gu Feng moved as if in an untroubled realm. When he stood before Lu Hai, the latter's complexion turned pale with shock. Why? How could you remain unscathed? Because I am stronger than you. Gu Feng unleashed a powerful punch, striking Lu Hai squarely in the abdomen. Lu Hai's body was thrust deep into the wall, vitality extinguished in an instant. The head of the third most prominent family in Dianbei, a stalwart two-star master who had reigned for over a decade, Lu Hai, was dead. Chapter 17. Lu Kuang, dead. The Imperial Sky Hotel fell into an eerie silence. Had their family head truly perished just like that? What would become of the Lu family now? The Lu family's status as the third most powerful clan in Dianbei was largely due to the prowess of Lu Hai. With his death, what future awaited them? It seemed the title of the third family in Dianbei would be lost. Anger, fear, panic, hatred. An array of emotions surged within the hearts of the Lu family members. Yet, not a single soul dared to confront Gu Feng. To slay a two-star master with a single punch, who would dare provoke such a figure? Gu Feng shrugged off his hands, bent down and locked eyes with El Kuang. Your father is dead, and now it is your turn. El Kuang stared fixedly at Gu Feng, fully aware that his demise was inevitable. He did not plead for mercy, but managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Can you tell me why you intend to kill me? Certainly, Gu Feng replied with a light chuckle. Today, I found myself with some leisure time and decided to play chess with someone. The condition was that the loser must comply with a request from the winner. I lost, and the person who triumphed over me stated that I must kill the first person I see after lunch. You happen to be that individual, so your misfortune is solely your own doing. El Kuang was incensed. This Gu Feng was clearly spouting nonsense. He had spent the entire day sleeping at home and only came to the Emperor Hotel in the evening to pick up his sister after her discharge. Not to mention, he had not encountered a single family member throughout the day. He opened his mouth to unleash a tirade, only to suddenly realize that this narrative felt oddly familiar. In a flash, a long-forgotten memory resurfaced in his mind. You are. However, he could not complete his sentence. Gu Feng had brutally twisted off his own head and stuffed it into a black plastic bag. Without a care for those around him, he strode outward, and none dared to obstruct him. As they beheld his retreating figure, a chill coursed through the onlookers. A madman. Gu Feng was truly a lunatic. Merely because he had lost a game of chess, he had resorted to slaying Lu Kuang and Lu Hai. Meanwhile, Pei Hongtong's younger brother, Pei Nan, was utterly terrified, having soiled his trousers in fear. He huddled in his chair, trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing the gruesome demise of the Lu father and son, he finally comprehended the monstrous entity he had dared to provoke. How terrifying! Just moments ago, he had contemplated reprimanding him. He murmured to himself, suddenly realizing that he had offended Gu Feng, and the latter's mere slap had been astonishingly lenient. That night, as the city was illuminated by myriad lights, the Qin household sat in silence. Qin Huaijiang and Qin Luan dined in a heavy atmosphere, having already quarreled fiercely after Qin Luan had expelled Gu Feng and Gu Qingning earlier in the day. After several bites, Qin Huaijiang set down his chopsticks, breaking the oppressive silence. This cannot stand. Qin Luan shouted, in my lifetime, I never wish to see Gu Feng again. Qin Huaijiang's anger flared. You have overstepped. This household does not revolve around your whims. He rose to leave. You. Qin Huaijiang was nearly beside himself with rage, his body trembling with indignation. I simply cannot fathom what you are thinking. It was merely a matter of adding a few extra pairs of chopsticks. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. The father and daughter turned simultaneously to see Gu Feng entering, carrying a black bag. Qin Luan immediately erupted. What do you want? Get out of here. You are not welcome. Gu Feng remained unfazed. I have come to deliver something to you. Who cares about your offerings? Hurry up and vanish from my sight. Or else do not blame me for turning hostile. Qin Luan retorted fiercely. Gu Feng remained silent, merely trembling his hand, causing an object to tumble to the ground. The item rolled several times before coming to a stop at Qin Luan's feet. Upon seeing what lay beneath her, Qin Luan's hair stood on end, her legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the floor. It was, unmistakably, a human head. Gu Feng, what do you mean by this? Are you threatening me? As a girl, the horrifying sight rendered Qin Luan somewhat tongue-tied. She raised her head to look at Gu Feng, only to realize he had silently vanished. Summoning her courage, she glanced at the severed head and was struck dumb. This was Kuang's face, though their statuses were vastly different. She had never encountered Kuang in person, yet she had seen countless photographs of him, the very mastermind who had carelessly caused her mother's death. She would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. The reason she had approached Jiang Tao was with the hope of one day getting close to Kuang, so that she could personally take his life. For this objective, she could endure 5 or even 10 years, even if it meant marrying someone she did not love like Jiang Tao. Of course, she knew that no matter how hard she tried, the likelihood of killing Kuang was exceedingly slim. Kuang possessed genuine prowess. Even if she were to get close to him one day, it would be exceedingly difficult to end his life. Yet, apart from this means, she could conceive of no better plan. But now, the head of her mother's murderer lay quietly at her feet. Her long-awaited vengeance was finally realized. Just yesterday, she had merely spoken in haste, never anticipating that Gu Feng would actually kill Kuang. This was Kuang, the young master of the third most powerful family in Dianbei. Tears welled up in her eyes unbidden. Qin Luan wept uncontrollably. Mother, the demon Kuang is finally dead, truly dead. Beside her, Qin Huaijiang was already in tears. My dear, do you see? Xiao Feng has avenged you. You can finally rest in peace. That night, the news of Hai and Kuang's demise swiftly swept across Dianbei, shaking the region profoundly. In just a few days, Dianbei had experienced an overwhelming number of significant events. The 10 great families faced calamities one after another, and now even the 2-star master Hai had fallen to Gu Feng's hands. Moreover, it was rumored that Gu Feng had sought trouble with the family merely because he had lost a game of chess. In an instant, Gu Feng's name became synonymous with terror in Dianbei. Whenever his name was mentioned, people would turn pale with fear. He was a pure lunatic. Once he went mad, even the stray dogs on the street would suffer his wrath. The next day, as Gu Feng awoke from slumber, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Qin Luan standing outside in a flowing purple gown. She lowered her head, nervously clutching her skirt, before finally managing to utter a few words. Gu Feng, may I come in and sit for a while? Gone was her usual bravado. At that moment, she bore a resemblance to her former self. Gu Feng stepped aside, allowing Qin Luan to enter. She reached into her bosom and produced a beautifully wrapped gift box, presenting it before Gu Qingning. What is this? Gu Qingning inquired. It is a gift for you, came the reply. Gu Qingning opened the box to reveal a delicate bracelet. This was the one she had admired while shopping with Qin Luan shortly after arriving in Yunnan last year, but she had refrained from purchasing it due to its hefty price tag. Wow, Luan, I almost forgot about this bracelet. And you remembered? Gu Qingning exclaimed with delight as she adorned herself with it, gazing at it from various angles, utterly enchanted. Chapter 18. Qin Luan's night visit to Gu Feng's room. Qin Luan stole a glance at Gu Feng and, noticing his lack of objection, felt an immediate sense of relief. The group ventured to the market together to procure ingredients, bustling around the kitchen with fervor. As dusk settled, the meal was finally laid out on the table. The family gathered to eat and converse, sharing a warm and joyous atmosphere. Qin Huaijiang inquired, Xiao Feng, what are your plans moving forward? This question was anticipated by Qin Huaijiang, who expressed his concerns. Xiao Feng, I understand that you possess some strength now. You can handle the 2-star master Hai with ease. However, Jiangling is not like the north of Yunnan. Having lived there for 20 years, I am acutely aware of the hidden talents and formidable experts that abound. Are you truly prepared for what lies ahead? Gu Feng smiled faintly, assuring, Uncle Qin, you need not worry. I bear a profound grudge, And if I lacked absolute certainty, would I venture forth to meet my demise? Qin Luan observed Gu Feng conversing with her father and realized that the young master, whom she had once spent every day with, had indeed transformed significantly. In the past, he exuded confidence and a carefree spirit, yet there lingered an air of frivolity about him. In contrast, his present confidence and unrestrained demeanor now instilled a deep sense of reassurance. Gu Feng's gaze suddenly intertwined with hers. "Why have you been staring at me? Is there something written on my face?" Qin Luan felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly replied, "I just noticed that you have changed so much. In your eyes, have I changed quite a bit as well?" Gu Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging the change. Upon hearing this, Qin Luan felt a twinge of regret in her heart. "Don't misunderstand. I mean to say that you have become much more beautiful than before," Gu Feng added. Qin Luan's fair complexion flushed instantly. She hurriedly shifted the topic. "Well, I was thinking, perhaps we should postpone our departure for a couple of days, as the day after tomorrow marks the anniversary of my mother's passing." After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Feng readily agreed. He indeed ought to pay his respects at Aunt Kai's grave. In the dead of night, the door to Gu Feng's room was gently pushed open, and a figure slipped inside. Gu Feng awakened instantly, a familiar fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Without the need to open his eyes, he already knew that Qin Luan had arrived. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why, in the dead of night, she was sneaking into his room instead of sleeping. Thus, he kept his eyes closed. Qin Luan tiptoed to the bedside and sat down. Illuminated by the light filtering through the window, she could faintly discern the handsome contours of Gu Feng's face. "Gu Feng, I have come to apologize," she began, her voice laced with regret. "I had intended to convey this to you in person, but despite several attempts during the day, I found myself unable to speak. Hence, I took the opportunity to come while you slumbered. I realized that my image in your eyes must be particularly unfavorable. You likely perceive me as materialistic, vain, and even cruel. Yet that was never my intention. I genuinely desire to get along well with Qingning. However, whenever I think of my mother's death, I lose control and direct my resentment towards both Qingning and you. I am aware that your connection to my mother's passing is tenuous at best. Yet I find myself unable to restrain these feelings. Well, if you must place blame, let it be upon me. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for your action against Kuang. Without your intervention, I might have labored for another decade without success in vanquishing him, or perhaps I would have been toyed with by Jiangtao, ultimately discarded like refuse." After speaking, she fell into a prolonged silence. Gazing at Gu Feng's serene sleeping visage, an impulse to reach out and touch him surged within her. In the past, she had eagerly trailed behind him every day. 5 years apart, and with their misunderstandings resolved, his face appeared all the more endearing. Just as her delicate hand was about to brush against his cheek, doubt crept in. What if Gu Feng were to awaken suddenly? At that very moment, Gu Feng sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, rushing towards the outside. "What's the matter, Qingning?" Although Qin Luan may not have heard anything, he caught the sound of his sister's call. From the bathroom, where Gu Qingning was showering, she called out, "Brother, could you please fetch my pajamas? I forgot to bring them." What a false alarm. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, as he had just overheard Gu Qingning repeatedly calling out for her brother. He initially thought something was amiss. At this moment, Qin Luan did not leave. Instead, she sat beside the bed in a daze. Did he hear everything? Surely he must have. Oh dear. The thought of the earlier sentimental words made Qin Luan feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Where was I? After Gu Feng finished speaking, he sensed something was amiss. No, what I meant to say was, why are you in my room at this hour? Qin Luan gazed at Gu Feng with a look of deep resentment, saying, "Stop pretending. You heard everything, didn't you?" Gu Feng lightly cleared his throat twice. Should I say I heard it, or that I did not? At this point, Qin Luan, feeling despondent, conceded, "I understand that I no longer hold any semblance of an image in your heart." Gu Feng smiled gently. "Silly girl. The Qin family has done so much for Qingning. How could I possibly harbor resentment over a few words from you? If that were the case, my fist would not have struck the ground that day in Hanjing Street." Although Qin Luan's attitude towards Qingning had soured considerably over the past year. She had never treated Qingning as an outsider during the previous 4 years. Without her and Uncle Qin, Qingning might have already fallen prey to Ji Caiyue. Upon hearing this, Qin Luan felt a wave of relief, yet she did not rise to leave. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Gu Feng inquired curiously. "I have a small request," Qin Luan said cautiously. "Could you tell me about the process of how you killed Kuang? I wish to hear it." In the southern suburbs of Yunnan, there stood an opulent mansion, a hallmark of the region. This prestigious residence had earned its title not solely due to the 200 million spent on its construction, but also because it belonged to the Nangong family, the foremost clan in Yunnan. At this moment, she was reminded of the tragic event from yesterday, when her father met his demise right before her eyes. Overcome with fear and dread, she had been paralyzed by Gu Feng's formidable presence, unable to utter a sound. Indeed, she hailed from the third most prominent family in Yunnan and was married to the second son of the leading family. Her life had been one of unparalleled luxury, a lifestyle many women could only dream of. Just days prior, she had given birth to a healthy son, elevating her status within the Nangong family. "Nangong Xiao, answer your phone," LG shouted, her voice filled with urgency as she continued to dial. Finally, the call connected. The voice of Nangong Xiao came through. "Xiao Ji, have you missed me that much? You've called me thousands of times in just 2 days. I apologize, but I've been on a mission in Mississippi and my phone has been off," LG exclaimed. "Nangong Xiao, Dad is dead. Daddy is gone." "What? My father is dead?" Nangong Xiao was taken aback. "No, it's my father who has died. And my brother too," LG cried, quickly recounting the events. After a moment of silence, Nangong Xiao's voice turned icy. "Whoever dared to kill my father-in-law, Gu Feng, is courting death." Chapter 19. Storm clouds gather. What did he say? As LG hung up the phone, Nangong Xiao's mother immediately inquired. Being the foremost family in Yunnan, the Nangong family possessed immense resources. While the L family, the third clan in Yunnan, boasted formidable figures, their true elite strength was limited to the head of the family, El Hai. In contrast, the Nangong family not only had 2 second-tier masters, but the head, Nangong Yi, had also reached the mid-stage of the third tier. However, based on LG's account, they deduced that Gu Feng had also entered the ranks of third-tier masters. As the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Yi could not act recklessly. He needed to stay in a position of command. The 2 second-tier masters, along with the assassins raised by the Nangong family, might indeed have the potential to eliminate Gu Feng, but at a grievous cost, one the Nangong family wished to avoid. Nangong Xiao, the second son, had extensive combat experience abroad. Not only was his own prowess unfathomable, but he also commanded a mercenary group. A Xiao says he'll board a plane soon and will arrive in Yunnan the day after tomorrow, LG reported. "Excellent, excellent," Nangong Xiao's mother exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "Jir, you need not worry. You have given birth to such a fine son for our family, and we shall ensure you are well taken care of. When Xiao arrives in Yunnan, it will be the end for that devil Gu Feng." "No," LG's eyes burned with hatred. "Let him die alone. That would be too merciful. I want everyone around him to suffer. I want this monster to experience the searing pain of losing his loved ones. I want him to kneel before me, begging for mercy for his kin. I will torment him to the brink of death." "Very well, as you wish." Nangong Xiao's mother nodded. In truth, the deaths of El Hai and El Kuang were fortuitous for the Nangong family. The El family was now in disarray, presenting LG with a golden opportunity to ascend as their new matriarch. And as the wife of the Nangong family, her control over the El family would effectively mean the Nangong family held sway over them. Thus, every request from LG was met with utmost compliance from the Nangong family. The following afternoon, Gu Feng took Qin Luan and Gu Qingning to Fengrui car dealership, the largest car dealership in Yunnan. He had previously intended to purchase a vehicle for Gu Qingning, but had been sidetracked by a call from Jiang Tao, which had led him to Juanhao Hotel. After paying his respects to Aunt Kai at her grave the next day, he planned to leave Yunnan. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to finalize the car purchase today. Upon entering Fengrui, a saleswoman clad in a cheapao approached them with enthusiasm. "Good day, sir. I am Nana, the automotive consultant for Fengrui dealership, number 034. How may I assist you today? Gu Feng inquired of Gu Qingning, sister. Is there a particular car you desire? Oh, I am indifferent. Any car will suffice. It is merely for transportation, she replied. Nana quickly interjected, we have a plethora of affordable models available here. Recently, several new energy vehicles have been released, each priced under 300,000. They would be perfect for this lovely lady. Present my sister with the finest car available in your showroom. Whichever one she fancies, we shall acquire, Gu Feng asserted. Upon hearing this, Nana was exceedingly pleased, realizing that this transaction would yield a substantial commission. She led Gu Qingning to the luxury car section, commencing a detailed introduction of each vehicle. Gu Qingning felt quite satisfied with the latest high-end red Porsche and, after a test drive, decided to acquire the vehicle. Qin Luan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. It was worth mentioning that when her father served as the steward of the Gu family, he too drove a luxury car. However, after being ousted from the Gu family by Gu Feng's father, Qin Huaijiang's income plummeted. For 5 arduous years, he and Gu Qingning struggled, and the expenses were simply overwhelming. Naturally, they could not afford to maintain a luxury vehicle, leading to its sale. She often pondered when she might be able to purchase such an extravagant car valued at 4 to 5 million. Lost in thought, Gu Feng's voice suddenly broke through. I want 2 of these Porsches. 2? Nana exclaimed in astonishment and delight. It was quite rare to encounter the opportunity to purchase even one luxury car in several months, and today seemed like her lucky day. Qin Luan, somewhat perplexed, remarked, Gu Feng, this Porsche is more suitable for girls. Perhaps you should consider a Maybach instead. Gu Feng glanced at her and remarked, this is indeed intended for a girl. Ah? Qin Luan was momentarily taken aback before responding. Did you purchase this for me? This is far too extravagant. Gu Feng smiled and remarked, it is indeed precious. You should drive this car to work every day. After all, you have grown up in the Gu residence. How can someone from the Gu family be looked down upon? Moreover, when you occasionally take Uncle Qin out for a drive, it also brings him some prestige. Seizing this rare opportunity, Nana was unwilling to let Qin Luan hesitate any longer and quickly said, Sir, are you certain you want 2 fully equipped Porsches? Yes. Gu Feng nodded affirmatively. Please follow me. There are some documents that require your attention. As Nana led Gu Feng to the office, she continued to praise him. Sir truly has an exceptional eye. This top-of-the-line Porsche was only recently launched, and our dealership has only 2 in total. You have purchased them all at once. In the brief interlude while Gu Feng was paying, Gu Qingning seized the opportunity to pull Qin Luan back into the Porsche. I drove earlier. Now it's your turn. Besides, my brother is planning to buy it anyway, so you might as well get a feel for it. Qin Luan nodded with a smile, starting the car and preparing to take a lap around the lot. However, just as she began to move, a mocking voice interrupted her. Oh, isn't that Qin Luan? Testing a car, are we? What's this? Zhang Tao is getting you a new ride? Recognizing the voice, Qin Luan immediately identified the speaker as Feng Ye. What's it to you? Step aside and don't block my car. Qin Luan retorted, irritation evident in her tone. My, such a foul temper. Feng Ye crossed her arms defiantly. Is this your car? Do you really think I'm unaware that Zhang Tao is dead? Without him, what are you? Just a poor wretch. Can you even afford this top-tier Porsche? You're not even worthy of sitting in it. Get out. She had persistently troubled Qin Luan, but once, when she sought trouble, Zhang Tao caught her in the act and gave her a thorough beating. This enraged Feng Ye, who thereafter regarded Zhang Tao and Qin Luan as her lifelong adversaries. Just days ago, she learned of Zhang Tao's gruesome demise, and she was overjoyed, rolling around in bed with delight. Yet here she was, confronting Qin Luan again. What a small world for enemies, Qin Luan scoffed, rolling her eyes. Too bad Zhang Tao was still pursuing me up until his death. And you, what are you, a mere clown? Chapter 20. Daring to toy with me? Feng Ye sneered. You think I care about Zhang Tao? Just look at who this is. She called out to a man in the distance. Darling, come here. A casually dressed young man approached, glancing at Qin Luan in the car. Oh, it's Qin Luan. Qin Luan hesitated for a moment before recognizing him. Yen. He was from the He family of Yunnan, ranked 8th among the 10 prominent families, known for their prestige. During her past outings with Jiang Tao in nightlife, she had encountered He Xianyan a few times. The relationship between the He and Jiang families was strained, and whenever Jiang Tao and He Xianyan met, it was always tense, even if they never truly clashed. See that? This is my boyfriend, Feng Ye declared triumphantly. Qin Luan, do you concede? What are you talking about? Why would I concede? It's not like I pushed you to pursue Jiang Tao. You got beaten by him for bothering me, and you deserve it. Besides, if I hadn't intervened, he might have been even harsher. However, Qin Luan was in a good mood today and wasn't inclined to argue. Alright, you're impressive, Feng Ye. Now, could you kindly step aside? I'd like to test the car. Feng Ye, though pleased, was still fueled by resentment. Test drive? I see no need for that anymore. Jiang Tao is dead, and you can't afford it anyway, so get out. Qin Luan frowned. Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business. Feng Ye was momentarily taken aback, but then her eyes sparkled with mischief. Of course, it concerns me. I came here to purchase this car. If you're sitting in it, how can I buy it? I'm sorry, but it's already been purchased by me. Qin Luan replied with a smile. Feng Ye, uninterested in further discussion, stepped forward to yank open the car door. Swiftly, Qin Luan locked it. Feng Ye, get down, she shouted angrily, drawing the attention of others in the dealership. There's no need for your theatrics. We can simply call someone from the dealership to handle this, she said, snapping her fingers. Just then, a staff member named Nana emerged from the office. Sir, how may I assist you? He Xianyan stated. My girlfriend wishes to buy this newly released top-tier Porsche, but this woman refuses to exit the vehicle. Please handle this promptly. If our mood is soured, we'll take our business elsewhere. Nana looked troubled. Sir, perhaps you could choose another vehicle? This one has already been purchased by this lady. He Xianyan replied incredulously. Are you joking? She's in there trying it out. How can she have bought it? You wouldn't want to offend a customer, would you? He pointed to another Porsche. Let her leave and do as I say. I'll buy both of those top-tier Porsches. Darling, you're so wonderful. Feng Ye exclaimed, planting a kiss on He Xianyan's cheek, then casting a smug glance at Qin Luan. The tides have turned. It's my time now. You're my girlfriend. Who else should I treat well? He Xianyan said, wrapping an arm around Feng Ye's waist. Yet, just then, Nana interrupted. Excuse me, sir, but both top-tier Porsches have already been purchased by this lady. At this revelation, Feng Ye lost her composure, charging at Nana and grabbing her collar. Are you in cahoots with Qin Luan? I know her circumstances all too well. How could she afford 2 cars? They total nearly 8 to 9 million. Nana quickly took a few steps back. Perhaps I wasn't clear. It's a gentleman who purchased both vehicles, and he came with Miss Qin. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Nana pointed, look, here he comes. Since he emerged, he must have already settled the payment. Feng Ye looked up to see a tall, handsome man striding toward them, exuding an extraordinary aura. Jealousy flared within her. So that's how you can afford such luxury cars. You found yourself a new boyfriend. Qin Luan, you truly are a gold digger. Jiang Tao just died, and you're already with a wealthy man. How shameless. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as she was struck across the face, sending her tumbling to the ground. Repeat what you just said. Gu Feng's cold voice towered above her. She turned, looking pitifully at He Xianyan. Darling, he hit me. He Xianyan frowned. You're Gu Feng? This caught Gu Feng off guard. You know me? I apologize for the offense, He Xianyan said curtly, pulling Feng Ye away and toward the exit. Recently, the name Gu Feng had become quite notorious in Yunnan. Even the head of the third family, El Hai, had been killed by this formidable figure. As a descendant of the eighth family, He Xianyan dared not provoke Gu Feng. Angering such a powerful person could lead to dire consequences. He had never met Gu Feng, but the aura he exuded felt ominous, prompting his cautious inquiry. Just as they were about to leave the dealership, a staff member approached Gu Feng. I'm sorry, sir, but your card has insufficient funds. If you wish, we can assist you with installment plans or loans. He Xianyan paused, astonished. You can't afford to buy the car? Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. Are you suggesting you'd cover the difference? After filling out the paperwork, Gu Feng hadn't inquired about the price, simply handing over his salary card, which held approximately 7 to 8 million. He had assumed it would suffice. However, he still had his Master S card or could call Li Ran to settle the payment. Gu Feng chuckled. So what? Xianyan's eyes glinted with malice as he spat on the ground, declaring, therefore, you shall immediately lick up that spittle off the ground and apologize to my girlfriend. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Not only had he assaulted his girlfriend, but he had also impersonated Gu Feng, nearly deceiving him as well. The memory of that moment, where he felt utterly vulnerable, filled him with shame. He was Xianyan, the young master of one of the 8 prominent families in Dianbei. When had he ever been so ridiculed? Chapter 21. Nangong Shao arrives in Dianbei. Feng Ye, emulating the scene, also spat on the ground. Qin Luan, since your boyfriend is going to lick up my boyfriend's spittle, shouldn't you also clean up my spittle? Only then can you both be deemed truly compatible. At that moment her spirits soared. She had initially thought Qin Luan had latched onto some wealthy suitor, but it turned out to be just a pathetic loser trying to flaunt himself at a car dealership. Ha, Qin Luan, Jiang Tao is dead. Before me, you shall never lift your head again. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Gu Feng's eyes, and just as he was about to take action, a furious roar rang out. Unfilial son, what are you doing? Dad, what are you doing here? Xianyan was taken aback. Without offering an explanation, his father raised his hand and slapped him, exclaiming, unfilial son, kneel down. Xianyan, momentarily bewildered, responded, Dad, have I caused any trouble recently? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Oh Dad, rest assured, I've been cautious. This guy is just a pathetic loser. He just deceived me into believing he was Gu Feng. But thankfully, I was clever enough to see through his ruse. Don't joke around, Dad. Gu Feng is a man of immense wealth. Would he really be unable to afford a car worth a few million? I know you want me to be more restrained these days. However, this brat flaunted his authority and even slapped Ye. I must make him aware of my might today. Mr. Gu, my son is unruly and has offended you. I humbly apologize on his behalf. Please show mercy and do not harm my son. As he spoke, he bowed deeply 3 times, his forehead already oozing blood. On that day at the Emperor Tian Hotel, he witnessed Gu Feng kill the 2-star master Lu Hai with a single punch. He was acutely aware of the terror this demon instilled. Losing a game of chess could lead to the slaughter of the Lu father and son. If he did not sincerely express his apologies now, his son would surely meet a fate worse than death. The He family had only one heir, and he hoped for his precious son to carry on the family lineage. Gu Feng chuckled softly. Apologize? Does your son not possess a mouth of his own? At that moment, Xinyan had come to grasp the gravity of the situation. His father, always proud, would never have knelt and bowed unless fear had gripped him to the utmost. In a flurry, he complied, dropping to his knees and repeatedly bowing to Gu Feng. Mr. Gu, I sincerely apologize. I was blind to your greatness. Please spare me. Gu Feng spoke in a calm tone. Not enough. He observed as Xinyan continued to kneel on the ground, persistently knocking his head against the floor. The bloodstains beneath him multiplied, and his son's forehead was nearly battered to a pulp. Yet Gu Feng showed no inclination to halt the proceedings. Not enough, he reiterated, his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Xinyan's expression shifted in alarm. The thought of licking his own saliva was utterly repugnant. However, as he gazed up at Gu Feng, who towered over him with an air of authority, an inexplicable fear enveloped his heart. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and transitioned from kneeling to lying prostrate on the ground, extending his tongue to commence licking his own saliva. His once handsome visage pressed firmly against the vile substance. This scene left Nana in a state of shock and revulsion. She felt an overwhelming urge to vomit, but having undergone rigorous training, she fought against the impulse and managed to suppress it. At that moment, she heard Gu Feng's voice. Here is another card of mine. Take it and swipe it. Turning her head, she beheld Gu Feng extending a blood-red bank card towards her. What an eerie shade of crimson. Which bank would issue such a sinister-looking card? As Nana's mind raced with chaotic thoughts, she reached out to accept the card from Gu Feng's hand. In an instant, the moment unfolded. Gu Feng cast him a glance and inquired, What do you mean by that? Gu Feng smiled and said, you are quite perceptive, aren't you? Gu Feng said nothing further and departed with Qin Luan and Gu Qingning in their car. That night, at the Dianbei International Airport, a private jet landed with a thunderous roar. As the cabin door opened, a robust, middle-aged man descended, exuding a commanding presence. Following him were over 20 armed men clad in military attire, striding steadily in his wake. This spectacle captured the attention of many travelers waiting at the airport. Who is this? Such a grand entrance. Are they filming a movie? Guns are prohibited within the borders of Shenlong. How dare these men flaunt weapons here? They must be props. A voice chimed in from the crowd. You must be outsiders. You don't even know Nangong's second son, Nangong Shao. Ha! The Nangong family is the foremost among the 10 great families of Dianbei, akin to local emperors. Such a display is not surprising. Nangong Shao has been fighting abroad for years. How could he allow his subordinates to carry fake weapons? That would be utterly embarrassing. However, their usual demeanor is not so brazen. This time, they must be aiming for that demon, Gu Feng. Chapter 22. A decapitation sacrifice for mother. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, a graceful figure rushed forward, throwing herself into Nangong Zhao's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. It was LG. Nangong Zhao stood like a statue, allowing her to cry heart-wrenchingly. After a while, as her sobs subsided, he reassured her, do not worry, my dear. I shall not let your father-in-law and brother die in vain. I will capture Gu Feng alive, and then you may deal with him as you wish. LG choked out, one Gu Feng is not enough. I want all his relatives to accompany my father and brother in death. Very well, as you wish. Nangong Zhao commanded in a deep voice. Immediately spread the word among the 10 families of Dianbei. Anyone who provides information on Gu Feng's whereabouts will be rewarded with 80 million. Anyone who reveals the location of Gu Feng's family will receive the same. A scar-faced man queried, my lord, shall we disseminate this information throughout the city? Such an enticing reward will surely incite action from all the citizens of Dianbei, and that rogue Gu Feng will have nowhere to hide. Nangong Zhao waved his hand dismissively. No need. Making too much noise might scare Gu Feng into fleeing quietly, and that would ruin our plans. The subordinates received their orders and acted swiftly. LG nestled against Nangong Zhao. Darling, you said you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Why are you here tonight? Nangong Zhao stroked her hair gently. I had some matters to conclude, but your affairs took precedence. After a moment of silence, he gazed into the starless night sky. Gu Feng, it has been a long time since someone in Dianbei has compelled me to take action personally. I hope you can last a little longer in my grasp. Otherwise, it would be rather disappointing. 80 million is indeed a substantial temptation for the lesser-ranked families. For them, while killing Gu Feng might be challenging, merely tracking his whereabouts or those of his relatives would be a trivial task. This 80 million could be easily earned, and with a stroke of luck, they could even amass several fortunes. Furthermore, families such as the L family, ranked 3rd, the Zhang family 5th, and the Jiang family 7th, would not hesitate to pursue this endeavor, regardless of whether a bounty was offered. At that moment, at the He family estate, a son remarked, Father, Qin Luan is Gu Feng's girlfriend. Should we pay a visit to Nangong Zhao? Not only could we earn 80 million, but we could also exact some revenge. He Xian, sensing his father's serious demeanor, dismissed the thought. What are you afraid of? Feng Yeye emerged from her room, having eavesdropped on their conversation. Eagerly, she interjected, Nangong Zhao is formidable. I've heard he brought over 20 mercenaries to Dianbei. What makes you think he cannot kill Gu Feng? Do you wish to provoke Gu Feng? Do you want my son to die and our He family to perish? He Xian cautioned. Feng Yeye retorted, Father, trust me. He won't harm us. With a dismissive sound, she announced, I'm going out to buy some sanitary pads. My period has started. She then exited the room. Upon reaching downstairs, she hailed a taxi to the Nangong residence. Ah, Qin Luan, Gu Feng, let me savor this moment. I will not rest until this pair of scoundrels is brought to ruin. She had no concerns about her family discovering her betrayal. Rather, she anticipated praising herself for her audacity. The taxi soon arrived at the Nangong residence, and upon revealing her purpose, the staff promptly granted her entry. Feng Ye quickly relayed the information about Gu Feng's girlfriend. Excellent. Do you know where she lives? Yes. She resides in the Cangdong district. Good. Nan Gongxiao rose. Once I capture Qin Luan, the 80 million will be deposited into your account without a single penny missing. May I request one more thing? Feng Ye asked cautiously. Nan Gongxiao, his expression inscrutable, replied, It seems 80 million cannot satiate your appetite. Not at all. I merely wish to accompany you. I want to witness Qin Luan's death with my own eyes. Nan Gongxiao regarded her thoughtfully. You have piqued my interest. Time had passed midnight, marking the arrival of a new day. Today was the anniversary of Qin Luan's mother's passing. Since her mother had died in the early hours, the memorial was arranged for that same time. Gu Feng loaded the firecrackers, yellow paper, and offerings he had prepared in advance into the trunk of the car. Subsequently, the four of them settled into the vehicle with Gu Qingning at the wheel. Just as she was about to start the engine, Qin Luan suddenly slapped her forehead and exclaimed, Oh no! I've forgotten to bring tea leaves. Aunt Kai had always cherished her tea during her lifetime. When she resided with the Gu family, she would indulge in exquisite Tiguanian and Biluo chun, but after moving to the northern Yunnan region, she settled for more ordinary varieties. This marked the first year since their mother's passing, and regardless of the quality, tea was an essential offering. What should we do? Gu Qingning inquired softly. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Luan replied, I recall that the hot pot restaurant where you work has a 24-hour convenience store that sells tea leaves. I'll go and procure some. Gu Feng declared, I will accompany you. No need. Qin Luan waved her hand. You, Qingning, and my father go ahead up the mountain. I will join you shortly after I purchase the tea. Besides, you have bought me a car, so it won't take long. With that, she opened the car door and leapt out. Qin Luan rolled her eyes. You scold me, yet you are no different. Be careful. After retrieving the car keys from her room, she suddenly recalled something and slapped her forehead. She almost forgot to visit her mother's grave to pay her respects. How could she neglect that? While speaking, she rummaged under her bed and unearthed an object. It was the severed head of Kuang. At this point, the head had begun to emit a faint odor, but Qin Luan paid it no mind and tossed it into the trunk. Chapter 23. A special auction. Just then, the roar of engines mingled with the sound of approaching footsteps. Qin Luan's heart raced as she instinctively reached to close the trunk. Bayu! A silenced gun fired a fleeting spark. The bullet grazed Qin Luan's head before embedding itself in the wall of the courtyard. Dirt flew. Move again, and the bullet will find its mark in your head. Cold sweat poured down Qin Luan's back, her heart racing as she obediently raised her hands. No one desired death, herself included. Are you Qin Luan? A man clad in a military green coat approached her, towering over her with a menacing presence. Feng Ye immediately interjected, Indeed, she is Qin Luan, Gu Feng's girlfriend. Instinctively, Qin Luan retorted, Who told you I am Gu Feng's girlfriend? Feng Ye slapped Qin Luan across the face. What are you pretending for? This morning, you were strutting around under Gu Feng's protection, and now that trouble has arisen, you want to distance yourself? TSK. Qin Luan, you are truly the pinnacle of a gold digger, shattering my perceptions. That slap was quite satisfying, and Feng Ye was eager for another. Suddenly, she felt a chill and turned to meet Nan Gongxiao's icy gaze. At that moment, an underling retrieved Kuang's head from the trunk. Master, we have Xiao's head, he announced flatly. Nan Gongxiao's expression remained impassive. Excellent. Seems you indeed have a close relationship with Gu Feng. Take her away. As Qin Luan was ushered into the vehicle, Nan Gongxiao sent out invitations to the elite circles of Dianbei. Have you heard? In half an hour, Nan Gongxiao will host a special auction at the Zhengmao auction house, featuring only one item. An auction at this hour? I really do not want to attend, someone lamented. Decline? Do you dare ignore Nan Gongxiao's invitation? Do you wish to see your head displayed at the gates of Dianbei tomorrow? Exactly. Besides, with such a grand spectacle, it must have some connection to Gu Feng. It would be worthwhile to witness. In the deep of night, the once desolate streets of Dianbei were suddenly filled with luxury cars. Members of the 10 prominent families, alongside those of secondary status, all set out with a singular purpose, the Zhengmao auction house. Zhengmao auction house, the largest in Dianbei, belonged to the fourth most influential family, the Yun clan. At this moment it had been commandeered by Nan Gongxiao. The hall was brightly lit, and a considerable number of attendees had already taken their seats. Armed guards stood at attention on both sides, all loyal subordinates of Nan Gongxiao. As the crowd gathered, Nan Gongxiao pressed his hands down, silencing the assembly. In Dianbei, no one dares provoke the Nan Gong family, not even Gu Feng, regardless of whether he is a peak 2-star master or a 3-star master, nor even if he is the warden of Long Island prison. The audience erupted in applause, especially from the Zhang and Jiang families, whose cheers were the loudest. Zhang Jia's head, Zhang Haoguang, proclaimed, "So, young Master Nan Gong, you have summoned us at this late hour because you have captured the rogue Gu Feng?" Nan Gongxiao shook his head. "There is no rush. If I were to dispose of Gu Feng all at once, what would be the point?" He clapped his hands, and two subordinates brought Qin Luan forward. At that moment, Qin Luan was shackled by an iron chain, her clothing tightly wrinkled. Nan Gongxiao stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will methodically eliminate Gu Feng's loved ones, and he shall be the final target. Only in this manner can my heart's vengeance be quenched." He paused before adding, "Of course, I am aware that many of you harbor deep-seated grievances against Gu Feng. Thus, I have organized today's auction for you. Qin Luan is the sole item for sale. If you possess sufficient wealth, feel free to torment and desecrate Gu Feng's girlfriend's body." A murmur of shock spread through the crowd. After a moment, Jiang Jia's head, Jiang Shiqin, spoke up, "Young Master Nan Gong, can you not capture a few more? With just one Qin Luan, there is hardly enough to satisfy our anger." Nan Gongxiao chuckled. "Though she is but one, her body is comprised of many parts. I must clarify beforehand, you may not auction her head. I intend to reserve it for my wife's satisfaction. The other parts, however, are fair game. The human body is composed of many components, and sharing them out should suffice." A chill ran through the attendees. They had initially believed Nan Gongxiao would auction off Qin Luan in her entirety, only to discover he intended to auction off her individual body parts. How ruthless! It was evident that he was a man of the battlefield, capable of devising such a method. Qin Luan, already filled with trepidation, turned pale at the thought of her body being sold piece by piece. The prospect of such a fate was horrifying. She would rather die than endure that. Yet, bound tightly by iron chains, she found herself unable to take her own life. Soon, the auction commenced. The first item up for bid was Qin Luan's left hand. 500,000. 2 million. The attendees, all affluent, quickly escalated the bidding, and before long, Qin Luan's left hand was sold for 5 million. In a corner of the audience, Painan stared intently at Qin Luan and could not help but say, "Sister, should we bid on something for fun? After all, she is Gu Feng's girlfriend." Pei Hongtang replied, "I recall that after leaving the Emperor Hotel, you were too frightened to step outside, needing several subordinates to guard the door while you slept. What, now you are no longer afraid of Gu Feng?" Pei Nan retorted, "Afraid of what? With Nan Gongxiao here, Gu Feng won't last long." Pei Hongtang fell silent. Will Gu Feng truly fall at the hands of Nan Gongxiao? To be candid, since the very first encounter with Gu Feng, she has been repeatedly astonished. Each time, she anticipated Gu Feng's demise, yet he has consistently triumphed over his adversaries with undeniable prowess. A premonition lingers within her, suggesting that even Nan Gongxiao may not be able to best Gu Feng. She is even seized by an impulse to discreetly inform Gu Feng that Qin Luan has been captured and taken to the Zhengmao auction house. The tempestuous Gu Feng, who has recently arrived in northern Yunnan, stands against the second young master of the most illustrious family in the region, renowned for his battlefield experience. In a direct confrontation, who shall ultimately prevail? Gu Feng, will you surprise me once more this time? A hint of a smile graced her rosy lips as she took out her phone. Chapter 24. Having released Qin Luan, I can declare that nothing eventful shall transpire this night. Previously, she had conducted an investigation into Gu Feng, and thus possessed the means to contact him. Your girlfriend, Qin Luan, has been captured by Nan Gongxiao at the Zhengmao auction house. Hurry! Rather than making a call, she merely sent this succinct message. Indeed, she eagerly anticipated the ensuing confrontation. Gu Feng this time is markedly different from the Juanhao Hotel. Nan Gongxiao not only possesses greater strength but also holds a hostage in his grasp. In such a dire predicament, how will you turn the tide? Pei Hongtang is not particularly optimistic about Gu Feng's prospects. However, it matters little. If Gu Feng were to perish, so be it. Yet, if he manages to unearth a glimmer of hope amidst despair, she could leverage this information to solicit a favor from him. If Gu Feng were to perish, let it be as though nothing had occurred. Of course, there exists the possibility that Gu Feng may simply choose not to attend. An astute decision indeed. Meanwhile, Feng Yeye gazed at the pallid countenance of Qin Luan on stage and smirked with satisfaction before making her way to the restroom. There, she promptly dialed He Xinyan. Darling, haven't you received the news? Nangong Shao has summoned the elite of Dianbei to the Zhengmao auction house. Among the 10 clans of Dianbei, 9 have arrived, and it is only our He family that remains absent. From the other end of the line, He Xinyan's voice resounded. Has Gu Feng been captured? No. It is Qin Luan. Young Master Nangong stated he intends to torment Gu Feng slowly, beginning with his girlfriend today. Presently, multiple individuals are vying for Qin Luan's left hand. I've heard whispers that you led Nangong Shao to the capture? He Xinyan inquired. Indeed, Feng Yeye replied triumphantly. What do you think? Am I not impressive? Yet, before she could finish her sentence, He Xinyan interrupted. My father and I have gathered our belongings and are preparing to leave Dianbei to avoid the storm. You must fend for yourself. With that, the call ended abruptly with a series of beeps. If it weren't for the fact that Nangong Zhao's promised 80 million had yet to be deposited, she would have insisted on participating in the auction, relishing the opportunity to toy with Qin Luan's physical form. As time passed, the atmosphere of the auction intensified. All of Qin Luan's limbs had been auctioned off, along with several organs, each now belonging to a new owner. The most ruthless bidders were naturally from the Zhang and Jiang families. Zhang Haoguang expended 1 million to acquire Qin Luan's hands, while Jiang Shiqin secured one of her legs and 2 kidneys. If memory serves, there remains one final heart yet to be auctioned. I shall take that heart. Let none contest me. Should anyone dare, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Jiang Shiqin proclaimed after acquiring another piece. Nangong Shao raised a finger, shaking his head. No, no, no. Qin Luan's heart is reserved for my wife. Thus the auction concludes here. However, do not fret, for I have heard that Gu Feng has a sister. Tomorrow, I shall bring her forth. So those who have yet to satiate their desires today may continue the festivities. A chorus of cheers erupted from the audience. The first cut upon Qin Luan shall undoubtedly be made by my wife. Once she has vented her fury upon her visage, those who secured items may retrieve them from the stage. The prospect thrilled Jiang Shiqin and Zhang Haoguang. This signified they could personally sever Qin Luan's limbs. One had lost a son, while the other had a son languishing in a hospital, uncertain of his fate. Thus, inflicting pain upon Gu Feng's girlfriend represented a unique form of vengeance. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Nangong Shao beckoned to Lu Ji in the audience. My dear, come to the stage. A cruel smile danced upon Lu Ji's lips as she lifted the hem of her elegant gown and proceeded toward the stage. At that moment, a cold voice unexpectedly resonated from the entrance of the auction hall. I believe that is quite unnecessary. The previously boisterous hall fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, where Gu Feng strode confidently onto the stage. The formidable figure who had turned Dianbei upside down in recent days had arrived, unaccompanied to the gathering. He had already seen Gu Feng's photograph and recognized him at once. Gu Feng remarked, release Qin Luan, and I shall treat tonight's events as though they never transpired. Even with Nangong Zhao's extensive experience, he found himself momentarily taken aback upon hearing such words. Subsequently, he erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Everyone, did you hear what he just said? The distinguished guests in the hall joined in the merriment, their laughter filling the air. Has Gu Feng lost his senses? Were I not a native of Yunnan, I might be led to believe he is the heir of the foremost clan in the region. To utter such bold claims at this juncture? Truly, what a delusion. Were I in his position, I would have already knelt before young Master Nangong, pleading for forgiveness. Though death may be inevitable, perhaps my family could escape unscathed. Nangong Shao stifled his amusement, saying, Gu Feng, while it is not impossible for you to persuade me to release Qin Luan, I have but one condition: you must sever your own arms. As Gu Feng walked, He spoke with a faint tone. If I were to sever my own arms, would I not be destined for certain death? Nan Gongxiao replied, since you have come tonight, it is evident that you cannot leave alive. Yet, just as the head of the Zhang family mentioned earlier, while you may perish, your beloved can survive. I have no beloved. You have mistaken me. Gu Feng stepped forward. That is inconsequential. Nan Gongxiao shook his head. Your willingness to come here at least signifies that you cannot let her go, and that is sufficient. As he spoke, his figure flickered, and he had already positioned himself behind Qin Luan, pressing a sharp blade against her delicate neck. Moreover, should you dare to take another step forward, I shall not hesitate to end her life. Gu Feng furrowed his brow. Earlier, he had taken advantage of the conversation to inch closer to the stage. Just a few more steps would allow him to take action. Whether it meant capturing Nan Gongxiao on the spot or rescuing Qin Luan, the initiative lay firmly in his grasp. However, it was evident that Nan Gongxiao was no fool. What skill is it to threaten me with a woman? Gu Feng scoffed. Haha. Nan Gongxiao laughed heartily. Do you think I am afraid of you? Gu Feng, I concede that you are formidable, but in the face of Nan Gongxiao, you are insignificant. The reason I threaten you with Qin Luan is merely to ensure your compliance. I wouldn't want you to rashly approach me for a fight. I tend to strike without restraint, and should I accidentally kill you with a single blow, it would render the encounter rather dull, wouldn't it? Chapter 25. The disfigurement of Qin Luan. Gu Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, emanating an aura of icy intensity. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted by several degrees in an instant. Since you covet my hands so much, why not take them yourself? Commanded Nan Gongxiao. Tai Tower, seize Gu Feng's hands. From the shadows emerged a man nearly 2 meters tall. His physique as imposing as his moniker suggested, robust and solid as an iron tower. His muscular arms bulged with explosive power, as if a single punch could shatter the marble floor beneath them. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was said that Tai Tower had entered the ranks of the 3-star masters last year, rampaging across the battlefield with ferocity. Gu Feng appeared to be a 3-star master as well, yet there were distinctions even among 3-star masters. Given Gu Feng's slight frame, one could only surmise that he would be pulverized by a few of Tai Tower's blows. Amidst the whispers, Tai Tower advanced like a wall forged from steel, pushing forward with relentless force. The entire hall trembled, and the chandelier overhead swayed gently. In almost no time, this colossal figure was upon Gu Feng. With a sudden lunge, his muscular hand shot out, aiming to grasp Gu Feng's arm. In that fleeting moment, Gu Feng evaded the grip with a ghostly twist, his fingers converging into a fist that struck Tai Tower's chest. The impact resonated like a blow against a massive ancient bell, sending forth a cacophony that left everyone wincing in pain from the reverberations. Tai Tower's dark complexion was momentarily replaced by pallor, and in a fleeting lapse of awareness, Gu Feng seized the opportunity to strike his broad shoulder. What appeared to be an innocuous tap sent the towering figure crashing down, his legs buckling as he knelt upon the ground. The precious marble floor fractured beneath him, blood seeping from his knees and mingling with the cracks. Simultaneously, Gu Feng revealed a small knife, which had inexplicably materialized in his hand, now poised against Tai Tower's throat. The earlier murmurs had already reached his ears. South Palace Shao. Tai Tower is your right-hand man. I propose we exchange his life for Qin Luan's. What do you say? The crowd gasped in shock. What was happening? In merely 2 moves, the 3-star master Tai Tower had been subdued by Gu Feng, utterly defenseless. Just how formidable was Gu Feng's strength? Had he truly reached the pinnacle of the 3-star masters? He could not be much older than 20. How could he possess such overwhelming power? Gu Feng, you truly astound me. To ascend to the peak of the 3 stars at such a young age, when I was your age, I was still floundering in the realm of transformation. He twirled the knife in his hand, hissing as it carved a horrific gash across Qin Luan's delicate face. Blood spurted forth. Ah! Qin Luan's terrified screams echoed, her body, bound by chains, quaking violently, the chains rattling in response. Gu Feng, don't worry about me. Flee. Kuang is dead. My life has already been worth it. You cannot perish here. You still have a vendetta to settle. Qin Luan was gripped by fear, unwilling to embrace death. Yet, She understood that even if Gu Feng were to sever his own arms, Nangong Shao would not spare her. If that were to happen, not only would she perish, but Gu Feng would share her fate. It would be better for Gu Feng to decisively abandon her and escape for now, at least preserving the chance to avenge her. Moreover, if Gu Feng were to die here today, her father and Qingning would also fall victim to Nangong Zhao's clutches. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Shao laughed maniacally. How touching. Truly, your girlfriend's self-sacrificing spirit moves me deeply. He slashed at Qin Luan's face again. I simply couldn't resist another cut. By the way, why haven't you made a move yet? Hurry up. Give Tai Tower a couple of slashes too. That would be fair, wouldn't it? We agreed to act together. Gu Feng furrowed his brow and conceded. You have triumphed. With a swift motion, he kicked the back of the iron tower, which, towering at 2 meters, hurtled towards the stage like a cannonball. Nangong Shao let out a cold, mocking laugh. Gu Feng, I, Nangong Shao, have battled on the battlefield for many years, yet I find myself unable to grasp a mere brash youth like you. The Iron Tower, a master of the 3rd rank, is undoubtedly his most formidable asset, having assisted him for many years. He is, in every sense, a true right-hand man. He does not appear to be as indifferent to the well-being of the Iron Tower as he seems. Nangong Zhao's heart swelled with secret pride, when suddenly his expression changed dramatically. For Gu Feng, at some unknown moment, had appeared behind Lu Ji, a knife pressed against her throat. Damn! I've fallen into a trap. Just moments ago, Gu Feng appeared to concede, but in truth, he had cleverly used the Iron Tower's soaring body to conceal his own actions. The instant the Iron Tower descended, he had already taken Lu Ji hostage. Nangong Zhao's gaze darkened. He had initially thought Gu Feng was merely a somewhat competent fool, but now he realized the depth of his cunning. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Feng slashed his blade across Lu Ji's face, leaving 2 ghastly gashes on the visage of this renowned beauty from northern Yunnan. Her countenance was irrevocably marred. Nangong Shao, consumed by fury, exclaimed, Gu Feng, are you courting death? Do you not realize that with a mere command, you could be riddled with countless bullets, reduced to a mere sieve? Very well. Gu Feng retorted with a sinister grin, the blood-stained blade poised menacingly against Lu Ji's throat. Let us see whose weapon strikes true first. Your gun or my knife? Noticing Nangong Zhao's silence, Gu Feng continued, Nangong Shao, you have disfigured Qin Luan, and I shall reciprocate by ruining your wife's beauty. This is only fair. As I have stated, release Qin Luan, and I shall spare your wife. Furthermore, I can assure you that if you comply, I shall let tonight's events be forgotten. Forgotten? Nangong Zhao's eyes blazed with fury as he seethed. What are you, to dare utter such audacious threats? Sizzle. Gu Feng once again slashed a knife across Lu Ji's face. I have no desire to engage in trivial conversation with you. Should you continue to dawdle, I shall eliminate her without hesitation. Surely, you do not wish for your newborn son to be deprived of his mother. Do you? Arrogance. Utterly audacious. Gu Feng arrived here today seemingly destined for death. Yet who could have anticipated that he would seize the upper hand? You! Nangong Zhao's anger surged, veins bulging in his forehead, his piercing gaze now a vivid crimson. Despite his fury, his mind raced with thoughts of how to turn the tide. He certainly did not wish for his son to be born without a mother, yet allowing Gu Feng and Qin Luan to escape unscathed after disfiguring Lu Ji was simply unacceptable. Gu Feng offered Nangong Shao no respite. I shall grant you 1 minute to ponder. Should you refuse my proposal, I will promptly take your wife's life. This was, after all, Nangong Shao's territory. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Chapter 26. Lu Ji, perish. Nangong Shao's gaze darkened, wavering uncertainly. Gu Feng chuckled softly. Lu Ji, it appears that your husband does not love you as much as you imagined. Even now, he hesitates. Lu Ji felt a flicker of fear. Her beauty had been shattered by Gu Feng, and her heart brimmed with a seething hatred, wishing nothing more than to flay Gu Feng alive. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. She had to survive to exact her revenge. She could not die here. She was untroubled by the notion that Nangong Shao might abandon her, for their marriage had flourished over the years with deep affection. However, she could not dismiss the possibility that Nangong Shao might entertain some nefarious idea, preserving himself while capturing Gu Feng. She was unwilling to take such a risk. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly implored, "Husband, do not act impulsively. Gu Feng is a madman, capable of anything when driven to madness. You must agree to his terms. I cannot trade my life for Qin Luan's." Upon hearing this, Nangong Zhao's expression finally shifted. He sighed softly, "Very well, Gu Feng. Today you may have outmaneuvered me, but next time, fortune shall not favor you so easily. Now, instruct your subordinates to withdraw." Gu Feng was not foolish. With armed mercenaries surrounding him, even if he managed to exchange Qin Luan for himself, it would be exceedingly difficult to depart safely. "Everyone heed my command. Withdraw from the Zhengmao auction house," commanded Nangong Zhao, simultaneously snapping his fingers. Over 20 mercenaries moved briskly towards the exit, their gazes directed at Gu Feng, brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, Gu Feng keenly discerned a faint sound, the unmistakable echo of a bullet being discharged. Someone had set up a sniper in the shadows. The bullet aimed squarely at the back of his head. Instinctively, Gu Feng hurled Lu Ji behind him. With a thud, Lu Ji felt a sharp pain in her chest. She looked down in disbelief at the blood gushing from her wound. Had she met her demise? Her pupils dilated, and her body crumpled to the marble floor with a dull thud. No one anticipated this turn of events. All eyes turned to Lu Ji's lifeless form. Nangong Zhao's wife, dead? After a moment of stunned silence, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from Nangong Zhao's lips. "Jir, Jir." He rushed towards Lu Ji's body, desperately shaking her. Yet Lu Ji offered no response. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Long before Gu Feng had taken Lu Ji hostage, his sniper had retreated into the shadows, preparing his rifle. The snap of Gu Feng's fingers had been the signal for the sniper to engage. He had anticipated that the shot would eliminate Gu Feng outright. Little did he know, Gu Feng's reflexes were swifter than the bullet itself. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" he bellowed. In his lifetime he had never faced such a setback. "Gu Feng, you shall not leave here alive. Upon your demise, I will capture your sister and subject her to the most excruciating torment this world can offer." Bang! 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 With his command, over 20 guns discharged simultaneously, all aimed at Gu Feng. Yet, Gu Feng had already seized the opportunity to carry Qin Luan on his back. He darted and dodged, moving like a specter, evading the hail of bullets as he made his way towards the second floor. "Nangong Zhao, your audacity grows. How dare you bring such an arsenal into Dianbei? Do you seek insurrection?" Just as Gu Feng reached the corner of the second floor, a commanding female voice resonated from the entrance of the Zhengmao auction house. Following closely behind was a woman clad in military green, trailed by dozens of armed guards. Everyone was taken aback. Du Huakai had arrived. The governor of Dianbei, she presided over all affairs in the region. If the Nangong family were the local tyrants, Du Huakai was the true sovereign of Dianbei, commanding the real power. "Governor Du," Nangong Zhao exclaimed, his eyes reddened. "The fact that I brought firearms into the territory is my issue to resolve. Once I deal with Gu Feng, I shall personally visit the governor's mansion to apologize." "Preposterous," Du Huakai retorted sharply. "To commit such an act of violence before the governor? Do you take the governor's mansion for a mere trifle?"
Gouverneur du.
"My wife has been murdered. Am I not entitled to seek vengeance?" Nangong Zhao locked eyes with Du Huakai. Slowly speaking, "It is but a trivial matter. There is no need for the governor to concern herself. I can handle it myself." Du Huatsai's expression turned frigid. "Nangong Zhao, are you challenging my authority? I hereby command you to order your subordinates to lay down their arms immediately, or face annihilation." The crowd was momentarily stunned. Previously, the 10 great families acted with impunity, seldom facing serious repercussions from the governor's mansion unless their actions were excessively egregious. Typically, the authorities would turn a blind eye. Why had the governor suddenly decided to take action, particularly against the Nangong family? Since the governor wishes to intervene, I have nothing further to say. "Gu Feng, that fiend has taken his girlfriend and fled to the second floor," Nangong Zhao declared. Du Huakai instructed her aides, "Send 5 men to bring Gu Feng down." "That will not be necessary. I will surrender willingly," Gu Feng suddenly announced as he descended from the second floor. Qin Luan's face turned anxious. Was this not akin to walking into a lion's den? Although it appeared that Governor Du was righteous and would handle the case fairly, and that Lu Ji's death was not Gu Feng's doing, it was undeniable that Gu Feng had killed many in Dianbei before. He was more than capable of claiming numerous lives. Have you lost your mind? Gu Feng smiled faintly, remaining silent as he carried Qin Luan, striding purposefully towards Du Huakai. He had initially intended to escape with Qin Luan by jumping from the window of their second-floor room. However, an icy chill suddenly permeated his embrace. Reaching inside, he felt the Dragon God Order, which was chilling to the touch. His mentor had once mentioned that the Dragon God Order would react upon encountering his senior sister. Nan Gongxiao's piercing gaze bore into Gu Feng as if he intended to devour him whole. Governor Du, inform me on the day Gu Feng is executed, he declared before preparing to leave. Yet Du Huakai coldly retorted, have I permitted you to leave? Nan Gongxiao hesitated. Is there anything else, Governor Du?
Du Huakai replié.
This case pertains to you. You must accompany me to the governor's office to assist in the investigation. Without affording Nan Gongxiao an opportunity to respond, she ordered the confiscation of the mercenaries' weapons and led Nan Gongxiao, Gu Feng, and Qin Luan away from the Zhangmao auction house. Once they departed, the hall filled with affluent individuals from Dianbei erupted in speculation. What could possibly be happening? Governor Du rarely concerned herself with such trivial matters. Why was she involved today? Surely it was due to Gu Feng, who had recently stirred chaos throughout Dianbei. Given the gravity of the situation, the governor could no longer afford to remain passive. This reasoning seemed sound, yet why had Nan Gongxiao been taken as well? Hadn't the Nan Gong family historically maintained an ambiguous relationship with the governor's office? Chapter 27. Captain of the governor's guard, it was evident that this was merely a show. After all, Nan Gongxiao had entered the territory with an arsenal of weaponry, and with so many witnesses present, Governor Du had to maintain appearances. Many concurred with this sentiment, speculating that Governor Du would likely impose a symbolic punishment on Nan Gongxiao, while Gu Feng, it seemed, was destined for death. In that moment, whether they were mere onlookers or held deep-seated grudges against Gu Feng, everyone felt a twinge of sympathy. Pei Hongtang was no exception. Within just a few days, Gu Feng had unleashed a tempest of bloodshed across Dianbei, leaving the scions of the 10 great families either dead, wounded, or fearful. Even Nan Gongxiao, the first family's heir, had not fared well against Gu Feng. Gu Feng, with your talents, if only you were to act with a modicum of discretion and composure, your future would be boundless. What a pity. In the governor's prison of Dianbei, within a spacious cell, several inmates were fawning over a middle-aged man, offering massages and back rubs, their flattery ringing incessantly. Captain Rong, it is indeed our honor to share a cell with you. Thanks to your presence, our meals have greatly improved over the past month. You must eat first. We are unworthy of anything but your leftovers. Rong Chang was the captain of the governor's guard, confined for a minor infraction by Governor Du. Naturally, the inmates feared and sought to curry favor with him, especially given his status as a 2-star master. As Rong Chang reveled in their service while enjoying his meal, the cell door swung open, admitting 2 men. Upon recognizing one of them, Rong Chang was momentarily taken aback. He often received various valuable gifts from this individual. Thus his impression of Nan Gongxiao was quite favorable. Captain Rong, Nan Gongxiao began, I fear I shall not be able to join you for drinks at Zuexian Lu tomorrow. Rong Chang was initially stunned but quickly regained his wits. Brother Nan Gong, you wouldn't mean? Nan Gongxiao continued, someone has killed El Hai and El Kuang. As you know, my wife hails from the El family. Her father and brother are dead, and I must avenge her. The commotion drew Governor Du's attention. Hence, I have been summoned here to reflect. Rong Chang was taken aback. Who in their right mind would dare attack a member of the 3rd great family? If you had slain that scoundrel, I would ensure he deeply regretted ever being born. I yearn to personally eliminate that villain, but it seems Governor Du has arrived just in time. I have yet to act. Nonetheless, the governor has promised a fair resolution to this matter. That scoundrel 1T survive long. Rong Chang nodded, shifting his gaze from Nan Gongxiao to Gu Feng. Brother Nan Gong, is this your new subordinate? He possesses quite an imposing aura. His skills must be commendable, yes? In a low voice, Nan Gongxiao replied, This is Gu Feng. He has killed my father-in-law and brother-in-law, and tonight, he personally took my wife's life. What? Rong Chang gasped in shock, fixing his gaze intently on Gu Feng. Gu Feng let out a light laugh, saying, Nan Gong Shao, I take responsibility for my actions, yet your wife was clearly a victim of your own doing. What does that have to do with me? Do not cast all the blame upon my shoulders. Rong Chang, a man of worldly experience, immediately discerned the underlying implications in Nan Gong Xiao's words. He promptly patted Nan Gong Xiao on the shoulder, saying, Brother Nan Gong, if you find yourself unable to act, rest assured, I am here to assist you. Gu Feng is a man on the brink of death. Educating him poses no hindrance and could even render Nan Gong Xiao indebted to him. Why not seize the opportunity? As the words left his lips, he had already struck a palm towards Gu Feng, declaring, originally, you could have enjoyed a few more days of good fortune before your demise. But alas, you have crossed paths with me. This strike was as swift as lightning, imbued with immense force, and in an instant, it was already upon Gu Feng. Gu Feng gazed at him with indifference, extending his hand to firmly grasp Rong Cheng's wrist. If you wish to barter with me for favors, you have chosen the wrong person. Rong Cheng exerted force with his palm, attempting to break free from Gu Feng's grip, yet that hand was as unyielding as a vice. After struggling for an extended period, his efforts proved futile. How could this be? He was a two-star master. Rong Cheng felt a surge of both shock and fury, suddenly recalling that Gu Feng had slain El Hai, a fellow two-star master. His strength must surely surpass his own. You, a mere prisoner, dare obstruct me? Do you not realize that I am the captain of the governor's personal guard? Realizing he could not free his right hand, Rong Cheng resolved to strike with his left fist, launching a powerful blow aimed directly at Gu Feng's face. Gu Feng raised an eyebrow and delivered a powerful kick to Rong Cheng's chest. As a two-star master, Rong Cheng was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall of the prison with a resounding thud. Enraged, Rong Cheng seethed with fury. You insolent brat! How dare you strike the captain of the governor's personal guard? At that moment he felt utterly humiliated. Gu Feng remarked nonchalantly, were it not for your position as the captain of the governor's personal guard, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Nan Gong Xiao furrowed his brow. This Gu Feng was utterly unrestrained. Even he, the heir of the most prestigious family in northern Yunnan, had to tread carefully in this place. Yet Gu Feng appeared to hold no regard for anyone. Just then, two personal guards entered. Gu Feng, come with us. The governor wishes to see you. Gu Feng nodded slightly and turned to leave with his bodyguards. A glint of malice flashed in Rong Cheng's eyes as he shouted to the two bodyguards, I am going with you. The bodyguards wore expressions of reluctance. Captain Rong, the governor specifically requested to see only Gu Feng. Rong Cheng bellowed, are you too blind? That brat has already struck me. Of course, I must face the governor. He then turned to Nan Gong Xiao and assured him, Brother Nan Gong, rest assured, I still hold some weight in the governor's eyes. I will certainly advocate for you. Gu Feng's death sentence will be executed by you. Upon hearing this, Nan Gong Xiao was overjoyed. Thank you. If this comes to pass, Captain Rong will be my lifelong brother. He sneered at Gu Feng, you brought this upon yourself. You could have departed this world without a hint of suffering, but your arrogance has sealed your fate. As the executioner, I will make you understand what true cruelty is. Chapter 28. The reunion of siblings. Gu Feng, accompanied by two personal guards, departed from the prison cell. Upon entering the grand hall of the governor's mansion, Rong Cheng eagerly rushed forward, kneeling on one knee.
Gouverneur du.
The imposing Du Huakai, draped in a military green coat, regarded him with a gaze full of authority. If I am not mistaken, you are not to leave your cell until tomorrow, correct? Indeed. But, Rong Cheng pointed at Gu Feng. He provoked me the moment he entered the cell and even laid hands on me. I wish to request. Get out. Rong Cheng faltered, sensing the narrowing of Du Huatsai's eyes. A shiver ran through him. After years of service, he recognized that this gesture signaled her anger. He fell silent. I obey your orders. What is amiss with Governor Du today? As the two guards accompanied him out of the hall, they shut the heavy doors behind them. One remarked, Captain, Gu Feng has not only slain El Hai and El Kuang but also Li Xiang and Jiang Tao. His hands are stained with countless lives. and the governor is troubled by this matter. Now I understand. Rong Chung thought. Although Yunnan was chaotic, it had not witnessed such turmoil in many years. Surely, the governor was seething with rage, eager to personally deal with the scourge that is Gu Feng. This may work to my advantage. Once Governor Du has vented her frustrations on Gu Feng and her mood has improved, I could present my own requests. Surely, the governor would not mind allowing me to unleash my grievances upon Gu Feng. Within the hall, only Gu Feng and Du Huakai remained. Their eyes locked, and it was Du Huakai who broke the silence. Gu Feng, you possess quite the audacity to impersonate the warden of Long Island Prison. Gu Feng smiled and said, Senior sister, I am not impersonating anyone. Presumptuous, Du Huakai retorted. How dare you attempt to be familiar with me? Am I not aware that I have a junior brother? Gu Feng produced the Dragon God token, stating, in the absence of my senior sister from Dragon Island these past few years, there are undoubtedly many matters she is unaware of. This token serves as my evidence. As he spoke, the Dragon God token was cast towards Du Huakai. The moment she grasped it in her palm, she instantly recognized its authenticity. Having previously dripped her blood upon it, discerning its genuineness was a simple task. Nevertheless, her demeanor remained grave. Even if you possess the Dragon God token, it does not confirm your status as the warden of Dragon Island Prison. Who can ascertain whether this token was pilfered or acquired through some other means? Despite the presence of her master overseeing Dragon Island Prison, and the improbability of the Dragon God token falling into anyone else's hands by his volition, caution remained paramount. In truth, her considerable actions stemmed from the rumor that Gu Feng was the warden of Dragon Island Prison. Being of the lineage of the prison, she was acutely aware of who truly held dominion there. Should anyone dare impersonate the warden, she would naturally seek to interrogate them. Otherwise, the demise of a mere Gu Feng at the hands of Nangong Shao would scarcely warrant her concern. Gu Feng remained unperturbed as he retrieved several letters from his pocket, extracting one with the character Du inscribed upon its cover, which he handed to Du Huakai. His master had instructed him to present the letter upon encountering his senior sister. Du Huakai took the letter, her expression one of skepticism, and began to peruse its contents. Halfway through, a smile graced her lips, for the handwriting was unmistakably that of her master, Tang Wanner. The old man truly was a man of broken promises. Years ago, he had expelled them from Long Island Prison, vowing never again to take on disciples, yet he had secretly accepted a young apprentice behind their backs. She grasped Gu Feng's hand firmly and urged, Come, hurry and wash yourself. You are covered in blood, which is quite unbecoming. Ascending to the second floor, she pointed to her left and said, The bathroom is over there. Go wash up first while I find you some clothes. Gu Feng nodded in agreement, his body smeared with the blood of LG and Qin Luan, the sticky sensation rather unpleasant. However, upon entering the bathroom, he found himself utterly bewildered. The decor exuded an unmistakable feminine aura, with the tiles adorning the floor and walls in a soft pink hue. More notably, various pieces of women's intimate apparel hung within, creating a dizzying spectacle for the eyes. He took a few steps back, inquiring, Senior sister, are there any other bathrooms? None, she replied. I live alone in the governor's residence, and the servants reside outside. Why would I need so many bathrooms? What's the matter? Are you hesitant to use the one I've already utilized? Gu Feng quickly clarified, of course not, it's just. As a grown man, I find it rather peculiar to bathe in there. Moreover, senior sister, we have only just recognized each other, and this feels a bit too forward. Before he could finish, Du Huakai interjected, Then hurry up and wash. It has been a long time since I've heard any news about Long Island Prison, primarily because Master forbids inquiries. Once you're done, we shall have a proper discussion. Gu Feng, feeling helpless, could only muster the courage to step into the restroom. Gu Feng is a rare true dragon's sacred body. Indeed, such a singular statement in the letter stirred the heart and spirit of Du Huakai. The seven sisters had spent their entire lives in the Dragon Island Prison, and the reason for their master's expulsion was due to the calamities that each of them harbored. Previously, their master had attempted various means to no avail, ultimately sending them away to seek the true dragon's sacred body. For it is the celestial essence of the true dragon's sacred body that can resolve the calamities afflicting them. Ever since I ascended to the position of governor of Dianbei, I have been in relentless pursuit of the true dragon's sacred body. Alas, after years of searching, I had found no leads. Little did I expect that my junior apprentice would turn out to be the true dragon's sacred body. With my junior apprentice present, I need no longer worry daily about the calamities upon me. However, having just recognized my junior apprentice, would it be too presumptuous to request the celestial essence so soon? Her eyes darted thoughtfully, and a plan formed in her mind. She hurried to her bedroom, shedding her military coat, and rummaged through her wardrobe for appropriate attire. As Gu Feng neared the end of his shower, the doorknob of the bathroom suddenly began to rattle. Almost immediately, he heard the discontented voice of his senior sister.
Du hacker.
Junior brother, are you guarding against thieves in there? Why is the bathroom door locked? Senior sister, what's the matter? Gu Feng replied.
Du hacker continued.
What do you think? Hurry up and open the door. I've brought you a set of clothes. Just leave them outside. Come on. I'll just let you crack the door open a bit. You don't think I'm going to peek, do you? I'm a governor, after all, and have no interest in men. Besides, you are my junior brother. What's the harm in me taking a glance? All right, I've placed the clothes at the door, so remember to wear them. Do you really think I wouldn't put them on? Chapter 29. The Yellow Dragon's exploration technique. Once dressed, Gu Feng felt an invigorating sense of refreshment. However, when he caught sight of senior sister Du Huakai seated on the sofa, he was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she had donned a military coat, long trousers and boots, exuding an air of authority. Now, she wore only a delicate yellow skirt that barely reached her knees. Her flawless legs were elegantly crossed, with a portion of the skirt caught in between. Her exquisite collarbone was partially concealed by cascading black hair, subtly visible. The face, even more beautiful than Lu Ji's, bore a gentle smile. In just a few minutes, Du Huakai had transformed from the imposing governor into the gentle, approachable older sister figure. Junior brother, how long do you intend to stare at your senior sister? Du Huakai suddenly spoke, her tone soft and delicate. Do you think I enjoy wearing that unattractive and stifling military coat? But in my position, I must maintain an image in front of others. However, since you are my junior brother, I can dress more casually. She patted the sofa, beckoning him. Come here and tell me about the happenings on Dragon Island. Gu Feng settled beside Du Huakai, gathering his thoughts before recounting his journey, beginning with his imprisonment at Long Island Prison. In truth, there was little to elaborate upon. The majority of his time there was consumed by arduous training, with only fleeting moments dedicated to managing the other inmates. Within just a couple of hours, he had succinctly narrated the essence of his 5-year experience. He also shared the news of his master's passing 2 years prior with Du Huakai. Contrary to expectations, his senior sister did not display the anticipated sorrow. As she articulated, death is a universal fate for all beings. Moreover, the old man had lived for over a century, which she deemed a natural conclusion to a long life, a reason for celebration rather than mourning. Gu Feng was taken aback, astonished by the revelation of his master's age. He had never imagined that his master was over 100 years old. Could it be that his master's wife was at least in her 80s or 90s? That seemed implausible, for how could someone in their 80s or 90s appear to be a stunning beauty in her 30s? Suddenly, Du Huakai remarked, Junior brother, after 5 years of arduous cultivation, what level have you attained? To this, Gu Feng replied honestly, I am uncertain. However, my master's wife has mentioned that in this vast world, there are not many who can rival me. Du Huakai rose to her feet, saying, Come, allow me to assess your strength. Gu Feng hesitated. I fear I might hurt senior sister. Humph, do you think senior sister attained the position of governor of Dianbei by mere chance? She is the pinnacle of combat prowess in Dianbei. Now do not hold back. Show senior sister what you are truly capable of. Gu Feng had no choice but to rise to his feet. Du Huakai wasted no time with idle chatter. With a swift motion, she unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at Gu Feng's head. Gu Feng was taken aback when his senior sister launched an immediate attack without so much as a greeting. Momentarily stunned, he found her graceful leg nearing him. His gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he raised his arm, deftly grasping Du Huatsai's ankle with precision. With a gentle twist, her delicate figure spun through the air in a complete 360-degree rotation, her head tilting back as she fell. Impressive, Du Huakai remarked in admiration. Just as she seemed poised to hit the ground, her abdomen suddenly tensed, propelling her entire body upward in an instant, and she launched a punch toward Gu Feng. Although her fist was not large, it was imbued with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, her energy surged outward, sending the decorative items on the coffee table flying haphazardly, crashing onto the floor with a resounding clatter. Gu Feng met a punch head-on. He intended to clash directly with Du Huakai, yet he feared causing harm to his senior sister. In the blink of an eye, his fist shifted a few inches to the left. The next moment, Gu Feng felt as though his fist had struck a mound of cotton. Du Huakai was sent flying backward, her body crashing heavily onto the dining table behind her. The immense force caused the table to slide across the floor until it finally came to rest against the solid wall. Gu Feng's expression changed abruptly as he hurried over to assist his senior sister in rising. Du Huakai, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Junior brother, you could have been a bit gentler. Well, didn't you claim to be the pinnacle of strength in northern Yunnan? Hence, I exerted my full effort." In truth, fearing he might injure Du Huakai, Gu Feng had only utilized 50% of his strength. Given that his senior sister proclaimed herself to be the top combatant in northern Yunnan, he assumed that using half of his power would result in an even contest. Little did he know, this so-called top fighter of northern Yunnan could scarcely withstand even that. However, such a thought was best kept to himself, for voicing it would surely tarnish his senior sister's pride. "Humph, you truly lack an appreciation for delicate beauty," Du Huakai huffed, conveying her displeasure. Gu Feng awkwardly touched his nose. Fortunately, his senior sister only muttered that one sentence and did not linger on the topic. "Has your master taught you the Huanglong exploration technique?" Gu Feng declared, "I have mastered the art." The Huanglong exploration technique is a therapeutic massage method, and once perfected, it can effortlessly address most complex ailments in the world. Now that my senior sister has been injured by you, you must ensure I am healed.
Du haquet replié.
Of course. She took Gu Feng by the hand and led him into her bedroom, where she reclined on her back. "Proceed," she instructed. Observing his senior sister's voluptuous figure, Gu Feng felt a moment of awkwardness. "Senior sister, you can lie on your stomach." "Why should I lie on my stomach when I was injured on the front?" Du Huakai retorted with dissatisfaction. "Senior sister, your injury is internal. Lying on your stomach will suffice, and it will also make it more convenient for me to attend to you." Moreover, while she appeared quite disheveled from the encounter, he had only exerted 50% of his strength, so her injuries were not severe. To be fair, given her capabilities, a few days of recuperation would suffice for her recovery. However, since she requested his assistance in healing, he felt he could not decline. Reluctantly, Du Huakai turned over. Gu Feng approached, his hands resting upon Du Huatsai's short skirt. Even through the fabric, he could perceive the exquisite smoothness of her skin. It was a mystery how his senior sister maintained such a flawless complexion. A martial artist like her possessed skin even more radiant than that of an 18-year-old maiden. As he pondered this, his fingers began to move. With each motion, Du Huakai felt a warm current coursing through her, as if her internal organs were being bathed in a gentle spring. A glimmer of mischief flashed in her beautiful eyes as she deliberately let out a few soft sounds. Gu Feng found himself in a state of disarray. "Senior sister, could you please be a bit quieter? It is quite distracting for me," she replied. "But you seem to be enjoying it, senior brother. What can I do? Besides, I haven't made any peculiar noises, have I? What is there to distract you?" Despite her words, a faint smile played at the corners of her lips. "Junior brother, quickly surrender your yang essence. Once the calamity dissipates, I shall no longer be bound." Chapter 30. Regardless of the consequences, senior sister shall bear the burden for you. Gu Feng was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Du Huatsai's mind. His hands continued their rhythmic movements, as the Tianyan dragon god technique silently coursed within him. Soon, the tumultuous blood within him settled into tranquility, and his mastery of the yellow dragon exploration technique grew increasingly adept. Initially, Du Huakai awaited further actions from Gu Feng. However, her earlier words rang true. The yellow dragon exploration technique indeed brought her immense comfort, causing the myriad of chaotic thoughts in her mind to gradually fade into the background as she relished a fleeting moment of tranquility and ease. Her eyelids grew heavier, and by the time Gu Feng ceased his ministrations, Du Huakai had succumbed to a deep slumber. Her breathing became remarkably steady, and a gentle smile lingered at the corners of her rosy lips. Gu Feng gently tucked her in with a blanket and settled himself cross-legged on a chair, closing his eyes to silently cultivate his inner techniques. Meanwhile, Rong Chang had been waiting outside the hall for an entire night. In the latter part of the night, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he leaned against the wall for a brief moment of rest. However, upon awakening, he found the two doors of the hall still firmly shut. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of the guard stationed at the entrance, "Has Governor Do Not emerged after all this time?" Receiving a negative response, he pressed further, "What about Gu Feng? Has he come out?" It was inconceivable. Surely, Governor Du would not chastise Gu Feng for an entire night. The second floor of the governor's residence was exclusively for Governor Du's personal use. Although she had received guests before, she had never permitted anyone to linger there through the night, especially considering Gu Feng was a man. His mind raced, and suddenly, a dreadful thought struck him. He needed to rush inside. The two guards exchanged alarmed glances. "Captain Rong, you must not. Governor Du has decreed that no one may enter without her command." Rong Chang shouted urgently, "Step aside. Governor Du may be in grave danger." He realized this notion was somewhat ludicrous, for Governor Du had proven her exceptional strength by rising to the governorship of Yunnan. Yet, Gu Feng was no ordinary individual either. He had the power to kill a two-star master with a single blow and had escaped from countless gun barrels unscathed. Who could truly gauge his strength? It was utterly impossible for Governor Du to allow any man to stay the night within her residence. It was entirely plausible that she had already fallen victim to Gu Feng's lethal intentions. The guard stood momentarily stunned. "Surely not? There is nothing that cannot happen. Gu Feng is a madman. You know how many he has slain. He is capable of anything." The guards' expressions shifted dramatically, fearing their governor might indeed have perished silently. They hastily made way. Rong Chang charged inside, leading the way. Upon entering the hall and finding it deserted, a heavy dread settled within him as he hurried toward the second floor. The second floor's sitting room was in disarray. Cups and dishes lay shattered across the floor, creating a scene of utter chaos. Rong Chang's heart plummeted. "Governor, Governor," he called out, flinging open one door after another. Having never been to the second floor, he had no knowledge of which room belonged to Du Huakai, forcing him to search each chamber in turn. "Why are you calling for someone so early in the morning?" Suddenly, a cold voice emanated from the opposite room. Rong Chang turned to see Governor Du stepping out from the adjacent chamber. "Governor, you're unharmed." Thank heavens, I feared his words trailed off as he noticed something peculiar about her today. He scrutinized her closely, only to be taken aback. Governor Du was wearing a short skirt. What was happening? He had followed her for many years. She had always donned military attire. Was today a sign of an extraordinary change? Or perhaps, beneath her authoritative facade, lay a heart that yearned for youthful exuberance? What's wrong? At that moment, another voice emerged from Du Huatsai's room. Gu Feng stepped out. Rong Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. What was going on? Why was Gu Feng emerging from the governor's chamber? Had the two of them been together all night? Glancing at Governor Du's pale yellow skirt, a daring conjecture surged through his mind. Yet, how could this be possible? Du Huakai was the governor of Yunnan, unmatched in strength and influence, while Gu Feng was merely a prisoner. The thought of them together was utterly inconceivable. "Leave. No one is allowed to enter without my command," Du Huakai declared, fully aware of Rong Chang's concerns for her safety, yet choosing not to reprimand him severely. "Yes." Rong Chang dared not utter another word and swiftly turned to flee. Du Huakai, feeling somewhat vexed, retreated to the kitchen. How had she unwittingly fallen asleep yesterday? It was a tremendous opportunity wasted, yet there was no point in dwelling on it now. As she personally prepared breakfast for Gu Feng, she began discussing recent events in Yunnan. "Little master, you've certainly stirred quite a ruckus in Yunnan lately. Gu Feng chuckled helplessly. Had I known that my senior sister was the governor of Yunnan's northern region, I would have certainly exercised more restraint. Causing so many fatalities must have placed you in a difficult position, hasn't it? Haha, merely the 10 great families. I hardly regard them with any concern. In your domain, dear sister, you may act as you please. It is unnecessary to mention that you have only taken the lives of a few. Even if you were to eradicate all 10 families, what significance would it hold? Gu Feng remarked, I have yet to descend into madness to that extent, and my reasons for slaying those individuals are my own. If my senior sister wishes to hear them, I shall recount them. He had never been concerned with others' opinions, yet his senior sister held a distinct significance. To his surprise, Du Huakai gently placed her delicate finger upon his lips and softly declared, Junior brother, pursue whatever you desire. Regardless of the consequences, I shall bear them for you. Gu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Her words left him both astonished and flattered. Although their relationship was ostensibly that of senior and junior, they had only met for the first time the day prior. Du Huakai perceived his thoughts and continued, You are the sole male disciple of our master. With master now departed and mistress guarding Dragon Island, if we, your senior sisters, do not cherish you, who else will? After a brief pause, she inquired, Do you wish to personally eliminate Nangong Shao? Had I not arrived in time, I fear Qin Luan would have been torn apart by him. Du Huakai nodded and subsequently summoned Rong Cheng. Rong Cheng, henceforth, you shall assist Gu Feng in all his endeavors with unwavering support. Understood? Rong Cheng knelt on one knee and replied, I shall obey. The tasks left unfinished yesterday must be pursued with renewed vigor today. Chapter 31. Death to Nangong Shao. Gu Feng and Rong Cheng departed from the governor's office, once again making their way to the prison. You go and escort Nangong Shao to your office. I will fetch Qin Luan. Understood. Rong Cheng replied with a resounding voice, producing a walkie-talkie to instruct his subordinates to cooperate with Gu Feng's every action before heading off to find Nangong Shao. Nangong, come with me to my office, he called out. Nangong Shao, upon hearing this, was filled with joy, sensing that Rong Cheng had successfully accomplished his task. Upon arriving at the office, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the emptiness, which sparked a hint of confusion. Where was Gu Feng? Moments later, as expected, Gu Feng arrived alongside the disfigured Qin Luan. The sight of Qin Luan's shattered visage evoked memories of his deceased wife, Lu Ji. Before her untimely death, her beautiful face had been marred by 3 deep cuts inflicted by Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you shall pay dearly. Do you have any idea how much I adored my wife? Today, I will allow you to experience the torment of losing a beloved. With eyes ablaze with rage, Nangong Shao lunged toward Qin Luan, determined that this act would serve as a tribute to his tragically lost wife. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his abdomen, and he was sent flying back, crashing into the office desk, which collapsed under the impact, taking 2 computers down with it, their screens shattering into countless fragments. As Nangong Shao rose from the ground, his expression was as cold as ice. Gu Feng, since you prefer not to stand, I shall shatter your limbs, forcing you to lie and endure this despair. Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Do you possess the strength for that? Just now it was merely a sneak attack. I may not consider myself a match for Governor Du, but to subdue you is as effortless as a flick of the wrist. With the utterance of these words, a tremendous aura surged forth from Nangong Shao, ascending to the heavens. His flowing black hair danced as if stirred by an invisible breeze, resembling a deity of war descending upon the mortal realm. Rong Cheng was taken aback, exclaiming, Have you actually ascended to the ranks of a 5-star master? He recalled that merely half a year prior, Nangong Shao had only just reached the pinnacle of a 4-star master. Who could have anticipated that in such a brief span, his prowess had remarkably advanced? Nangong Shao offered no reply, striding forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, appearing before Gu Feng in an instant, poised to take action. Gu Feng had anticipated this moment, delivering a powerful punch with unwavering resolve. This strike resonated with an underlying dragon's roar. Boom! 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 The explosive force erupted violently against Nangong Zhao's chest. Waves of muscle rippled across his body, as his bones shattered inch by inch within. He was once again sent flying, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to rise again. Yet, he remained alive. Gu Feng approached and squatted before him. Nangong Shao, it is time for you to descend and reunite with your wife. Nangong Shao was engulfed in a mixture of terror and disbelief. Throughout his life of warfare, he had never encountered such a formidable adversary. How could Gu Feng possess such incredible strength? In a direct confrontation, he found himself unable to withstand even a single blow from his opponent. What manner of monster was this man? Regaining his composure, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and shouted, "Captain Rong, quickly summon help. This madman Gu Feng intends to kill me." Rong Chang took a deep breath, neither producing a walkie-talkie nor departing from the scene. Instead, he merely turned his head to gaze out the window, as if oblivious to the events unfolding within the office. Nangong Shao was no fool. He quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. A grim smile spread across his face. "Gu Feng, who exactly are you? A man audacious enough to commit murder before the captain of the governor's personal guard. One who even dares not lay a hand on Governor Du. What kind of extraordinary backing do you possess?" Acknowledging that his demise was inevitable, he nonetheless sought to understand the identity of the formidable figure he had offended. "You are not worthy to know," Gu Feng replied coolly, then called over Qin Luan, handing her a dagger. "You shall take action." Qin Luan was taken aback. "Me? You want me to do it? He has marred your appearance. Do you not wish for vengeance?" She glanced at Rong Chang, who remained seemingly oblivious, still staring out the window. A surge of determination welled up within her. With a swift motion, she plunged the knife into Nangong Zhao's face repeatedly, transforming his once handsome visage into a grotesque spectacle. Nangong Shao, a once revered master of the five-star sect and the second heir of the foremost family in northern Yunnan, was met with his end. "Captain Rong, I entrust the handling of the body to you," Gu Feng stated. Rong Chang promptly replied, "It is my duty. There is no need to speak of it as a burden." Gu Feng nodded slightly, no longer lingering, and departed the governor's mansion with Qin Luan. Along the way, Qin Luan appeared profoundly despondent, her head bowed and silent. Gu Feng inquired, "What, is slaying Nangong Shao not sufficient to quench your thirst for vengeance?" "It is not. It is merely my face, my face." Qin Luan could not continue, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Despite her desperate efforts to restrain herself, tears cascaded down her cheeks. As they flowed over the wounds on her face, the pain became almost unbearable. "Gu Feng, am I destined to bear this hideous visage for all eternity? I am so afraid." Gu Feng reassured, "Do not worry. I possess the ability to restore you. Is that truly the case?" Qin Luan queried, her skepticism evident. After all, Qing Ning was a living testament to such possibilities. The transformation she underwent was undeniable. The image of Gu Qingning's charming visage flashed involuntarily in Qin Luan's mind, instantly turning her tears into a smile. Surely, she too could regain her former beauty. Gu Feng called Li Ran, instructing him to promptly deliver some medicinal herbs to the Qin family. Gu Feng, tirelessly devoted, began to administer acupuncture and concoct medicine for Qin Luan. He remained occupied until nightfall, at which point he finally found a moment of respite. After imparting some prohibitions to Qin Luan, he ventured out to seek his senior sister. He made his way smoothly into the governor's mansion, where he encountered his senior sister, Du Huakai, in her official attire, exuding an air of authority. Once the attendants were dismissed, her eyes softened again, reminiscent of the tenderness from the previous night. "Xiao Feng, my dear junior, I would like to ask you for a favor. Would you be willing to assist me?" Gu Feng smiled and said, "The matters concerning my senior sister are inherently my own." Du Huakai pondered for a moment and replied, 2 days ago, the esteemed scholar Xiao Caiyue from the Divine Dragon Nation departed from the Neon Nation, landing at the international airport of the great nation. Having studied in the Neon Nation for 2 years, Xiao Caiyue has demonstrated exceptional aptitude across various domains, particularly in her profound research on lithography machines. The authorities of the Neon Nation had offered her a lucrative position, yet she steadfastly insisted on utilizing her talents to serve the Divine Dragon Nation. Given the proximity of the great nation to the northern regions of Dian, the local governor's office dispatched a contingent of adept individuals to covertly ensure the safety of Miss Xiao. Over the past 2 days, she has been subjected to 3 attempts on her life, all of which were thwarted by my subordinates. Tomorrow morning, Miss Xiao will cross the border from northern Dian, safely stepping onto the soil of her homeland. Gu Feng fell into a momentary silence. So, senior sister, what is it that I must do? Chapter 32. Beyond Borders. Du Huakai replied, the closer we approach the border, the more uneasy you seem, senior sister. Many of my subordinates have suffered losses, and I fear further unforeseen incidents that they may struggle to manage. Your strength surpasses that of any other, hence I hope you will venture beyond the border. With your discreet escort, Miss Xiao will undoubtedly reach the northern regions of Yunnan safely. Once she enters the territory of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, we need not worry about any interference from the people of Neon Country. Understood. I shall set forth at once. Gu Feng responded without further inquiry.
Du hacker en dead Gu Feng Faune.
This is Feng Chengshu, the vice-governor of northern Yunnan, my trusted confidant and the commander of this operation. You may contact him once you cross the border. She also tossed Gu Feng a set of keys. These are the keys to my vehicle. Your helicopter has been extracted from Tsangyu Mountain and is currently under repair, making it unavailable for use in the immediate future. Please make do with my car. Gu Feng accepted the key and turned to leave. Observing the silhouette of her junior disciple, Du Huakai let out a soft sigh. Originally, she had summoned Gu Feng to continue the matters from the previous night. However, earlier in the afternoon, a call from a high-ranking official had interrupted her plans, demanding a thorough investigation into the recent turmoil in northern Yunnan. The caller held significant power. Although she was unafraid, she realized that failing to feign compliance might lead to considerable trouble for her junior. Thus, she had no choice but to entrust this task to him, allowing him to gain some prestige, which would facilitate her later maneuvers. How infuriating that among the 10 clans of northern Yunnan, there existed connections to such elevated figures. Nevertheless, with their proximity to northern Yunnan, it was unlikely that the Neon Nation would take further action. And should they do so, her junior's skills would surely suffice to handle the situation. Gu Feng, driving his senior sister's Land Rover, crossed the border and called Feng Chengshu to confirm the location before continuing his reckless pursuit. At last, at 2 in the morning, he met several individuals at a barbecue restaurant on the Myanmar border. A group of burly men sat around, indulging in grilled meat, while a young woman in her 20s, appearing poised and demure, occupied the center seat. The Governor Feng had already received photographs of the group from his senior sister during the drive, allowing him to recognize them immediately upon entering the establishment. After exchanging greetings, he took a seat, but the boisterous men abruptly ceased their jovial banter, turning to gaze at him in icy silence. Gu Feng assumed they were unaware of his identity, and thus stated, Governor Du has dispatched me to assist you in accomplishing this mission. The governor has already communicated with me over the phone and shown me your photograph. Feng Chengshu chuckled and replied, So, who exactly are you to the governor? Not only did she allow you to join the task midway, but she also lent you her official vehicle. In Feng Chengshu's recollection, it was unprecedented for Governor Du to lend her car to an outsider. Gu Feng did not conceal the truth. I am her junior disciple.
No wonder.
Feng Chengshu suddenly understood. Come, let us eat. After we finish, we must continue our journey. Gu Feng was indeed hungry and did not decline the offer. However, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly desolate. Only Gu Feng and Feng Chengshu continued to eat, while the others refrained from picking up their chopsticks. The quiet young lady had initially intended to have a bite, but perhaps sensing the peculiar tension in the air, she took a couple of bites from a skewer of meat before silently setting it down. Gu Feng, perplexed, inquired, Why aren't you eating? Have you all had your fill? Suddenly, a wiry man slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Governor Feng, I refuse to accept this. His name was Zhong Yaoming, one of the foremost warriors in the governor's office. We were executing our mission quite well, so why must this brat intrude and take credit? In the end, we accomplished the task, and he expects to share in the accolades. I refuse to accept this. As others witnessed the breaking of the silence, they quickly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, when we embarked on this mission, there were 15 of us, and now only 5 remain. We have shed blood and sweat, Why should we share our achievements with some newcomer who appeared out of nowhere? The governor has shown undue favoritism this time. Enough! Governor Feng Qingshu bellowed. What gives you the audacity to question the governor's arrangements? If you believe yourselves so capable, why not call the governor directly instead of squabbling here with me? Upon hearing his furious retort, the group fell silent. Feng Qingshu then turned to Gu Feng and said, I apologize, Brother Gu. We have lost too many comrades in recent days, and my subordinates are understandably aggrieved. I hope you can comprehend their sentiments. Gu Feng was indifferent, assuring them, rest assured, I am merely here to assist you in completing the task. Accolades mean little to me. Indeed, such recognition held no significance for Gu Feng. Had it not been for his senior sister's request for help, he would not have come here. Assist? Zhong Yaoming retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Are you truly aware of your own capabilities? With your skills, assisting us is far-fetched. We would be grateful if you do not become a burden. Gu Feng's expression turned icy. Perhaps I should demonstrate my capabilities to you. Very well. Zhong Yaoming rolled up his sleeves, revealing his robust arms, declaring, just watch. I could crush you with a single hand. Enough. Zhong Yaoming, must you stir up trouble during our mission? Zhong Yaoming's face turned ashen with rage. Governor Feng, we are merely hours away from the border, and we have already eliminated all the neon adversaries along the way. The mission is effectively complete. I refuse to accept this. My brother lost his life during this mission. Why should an unrelated person join us midway? The honor and achievements that my brother earned with his life. How can it be that someone else simply reaps the rewards without sacrifice? Everyone, please, let us not quarrel. The quiet young lady, who had remained silent, stood up, stating, It is all my fault. Qianxue has caused trouble for everyone. So she was Xiao Qianxue. After disembarking in Taigua, she had traveled towards Mian country under the protection of several bodyguards, intending to enter northern Dian from the southern border of Mian. However, they encountered several assassination attempts before even leaving Taigua, resulting in the demise of all the bodyguards. Fortunately, those in northern Dian were prepared and managed to rescue Xiao Qianxue. Subsequently, as they journeyed, the group surrounded her vehicle, forming an impenetrable barrier. They reached the southern border of Mian country, now just a short distance from home, yet after traveling for so long, they had no choice but to stop for a bite to eat. Silence! Zhong Yaoming bellowed. It is because of you that so many of us have perished. I truly question your worth. Xiao Qianxue bowed her head, remaining silent. Suddenly, the roar of engines echoed from outside the establishment. A group of neon men with handlebar mustaches, wielding sabers, burst in. Ha ha ha, foolish denizens of Shenlong. Do you think you are safe at the border? Little do you realize, you will never set foot on Shenlong soil again. Chapter 33, Neon Men, Prepare to Perish. Feng Qingshu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the neon adversaries would refuse to relent. Zhong Yaoming, take Ms. Xiao out through the back door. We will handle this. He sensed that these neon men were not to be underestimated. If Xiao Qianxue remained here, they would be distracted from their defense. Without further ado, Zhong Yaoming scooped up Xiao Qianxue and sprinted towards the back door. Gu Feng hesitated momentarily before making his way toward the back door. The few individuals from the governor's office, witnessing his unexpected retreat, were immediately engulfed in frustration. Damn it, he spoke so boldly just moments ago. I genuinely believed he possessed some merit. Indeed, he merely sought to bask in our glory, and upon sensing the tide turning, he fled like a coward. How could such a person possibly be the student of Governor Du? Feng Qingshu growled, Enough of your chatter. His departure is for the best. At least he shall not become our burden. Prepare yourselves, and meet the enemy head-on with utmost resolve. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. Those lingering specters of the enemy shall meet their demise at my hands today. Zhong Yaoming, accompanied by Xiao Qianxue, boarded a vehicle and sped forward, intending to create a sufficient distance before contacting Governor Feng for updates. Just as the car rounded a corner onto another street, a black SUV barreled directly toward them. Zhong Yaoming's eyes widened in shock as he desperately wrenched the steering wheel, yet he could not evade the impending collision. The tires screeched in a deafening cacophony, sparks erupted, and the vehicle careened sideways, crashing violently against the wall of the street. Two individuals from the SUV emerged, their expressions brimming with arrogance. Zhong Yaoming, fueled by rage, shattered the windshield with a single punch and pulled Xiao Qianxue to safety. "Xiao, you must escape." Xiao Qianxue nodded and swiftly fled, fully aware of her own vulnerability. Remaining there would only serve to hinder him. Once she was a safe distance away, Zhong Yaoming exhaled in relief, turning his fierce gaze toward the two antagonists. "As long as the governor's office in Yunnan remains, you shall not harm a hair on her head." Their laughter echoed ominously as the two adversaries unleashed their formidable presence. Zhong Yaoming's countenance paled in disbelief. You are both three-star masters." He had barely reached the pinnacle of two-star master. How could he possibly contend against two three-star masters? One of the assailants declared, "Kneel and serve the Neon Nation, and I shall spare your life." Zhong Yaoming bellowed defiantly, "Foolish delusions! If I am to perish today, I shall take you down with me." Their laughter grew even louder. The governor's office in Yunnan is nothing more than a nest of chickens and dogs. Even if Governor Du himself were present, we would still possess the strength to fight. You, a mere two-star pinnacle, dare to speak so arrogantly? Killing you is as simple as slaughtering a chicken. The iron fist of the neon warrior descended like a thunderclap. Zhong Yaoming focused all his energy into his fist, prepared to fight to the death. Better to die in battle than to live in shame. Just at that moment, a hand silently emerged from behind him, seizing the iron fist of the neon warrior. The fingers of that hand clenched tightly, and in an instant, the warrior's right arm shattered, blood spraying forth. "Such insignificant island pests, my intervention suffices. There is no need to trouble my senior sister. When did she arrive at my side? How could she so effortlessly incapacitate a three-star master? You seek death." The neon warrior roared in fury, kicking out violently, while the other, witnessing his comrade's injury, charged forward wielding a katana. Gu Feng raised both hands, swiftly striking down upon the crowns of the two neon figures. Crack, crack, their skulls shattered into fragments. Gu Feng cast a fleeting glance at Zhong Yaoming, and in the blink of an eye, vanished into the night. Zhong Yaoming stood there, stunned, yet in an instant, he met his demise at Gu Feng's hands. In a foreign land, now separated from the officials of the Yunnan province, Xiao Qianxue felt like a rootless wanderer, uncertain of where to flee. All she could do was run towards the crowd. As she dashed into a bustling street, two cars roared towards her from afar. "Xiao Qianxue, you are now utterly alone. Why waste your energy?" The revelers inside the cars shouted boisterously, honking their horns with arrogance. Fear gripped her heart, yet her feet did not falter. She turned sharply and dashed into a nearby inn. She could not afford to die. If she perished here, those who sacrificed themselves for her would have done so in vain. Reaching the second floor of the inn, she flung open a window and leapt without hesitation. Thud! She landed on the solid ground below. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, she rose to flee again, but felt a sharp, stabbing pain in her ankle. Her foot was broken. "Hurry, hurry!" She leapt from that window. "Pursue her. Don't kill her outright. I've heard that women from the divine dragon nation are quite exquisite. Let us enjoy ourselves before we finish her off. Yes, we must record a video to post online. The people of the divine dragon nation will be infuriated upon seeing it." From the second-floor window came the unbearable sounds of their revelry. Xiao Qianxue's heart sank into despair. The revelers had set a trap around her. Tonight, she could hardly escape death. The cacophony faded, and footsteps approached from behind. Someone had jumped from the window, ready to strike her down. No longer hesitating, she drew a dagger from her waist and aimed for her delicate neck. Even in death, she would not allow herself to be sullied by the Neon Nation. It was the only act left to her. However, a strong and steady hand seized her slender wrist. No matter how she struggled, the dagger, perilously close to her neck, could not advance another inch. Xiao Qianxue fell into utter despair. She could not even achieve death. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "You beasts, vile neon people, may you meet a wretched end. Today, I Xiao Qianxue suffer humiliation. One day, the divine dragon nation will make you pay in blood for your crimes." Yet, the anticipated humiliation did not arrive. Her dagger was knocked away, and in the darkness, the figure carried her away from the alley. Xiao Qianxue felt a mix of confusion and suspicion as she peered closely. In the dim light outside the alley, she beheld a young and handsome face. Wasn't this the young man who had driven the Land Rover and joined the mission midway? Had all of the revelers been eliminated? After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Are they dead?" "Yes." "What's your name?" "Gu Feng." Xiao Qianxue etched the name into her memory. She did not know where Gu Feng intended to take her, but she refrained from asking. Leaning against his sturdy back, she felt a profound sense of security. The taut strings of her tension finally relaxed, and her head drooped as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 34. Oda Masanobu, dead. In a barbecue restaurant, a fierce battle raged, leaving the place in disarray. Boom! Oda Masanobu delivered another punch, crashing into Feng Qingshu's chest. Already battered and bruised, Feng Qingshu could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed into a pool of blood. "Feng Jun, your ability to last this long is truly commendable," Oda Masanobu remarked, stepping on Feng Qingshu's face. "Given your strength, I could have kept you under my command to serve the Neon Nation, but alas, your blood is tainted with that of the Divine Dragon Nation. Thus, I must bid you farewell." Feng Qingshu could not accept dying at the hands of the Neon people. However, facing a peak 5-star master, while he himself was merely at mid-5-star, he had only endured this long through sheer willpower. Oda Masanobu laughed heartily. "How pathetic, truly pathetic. Foolish people of the Divine Dragon Nation. Do you believe Xiao Qianxue can escape my grasp? Let me enlighten you. We have set an elaborate snare here. Besides us, there are 6 or 7 other powerful individuals from the Neon Nation. Though they are merely 2 or 3-star masters, it seems there is only one peak 2-star master escorting Xiao Qianxue. Tell me, how can she survive?" Feng Qingshu's eyes widened in fury. He had realized why Oda Masanobu had not split his forces to pursue Xiao Qianxue. It was all part of a premeditated plan. "Oda Masanobu, how dare you?" "Feng Jun, your fury is quite amusing. So do wait a moment before you die. I eagerly anticipate your reaction when Xiao Qianxue's corpse is laid before you." At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. Oda Masanobu looked up to see Gu Feng carrying Xiao Qianxue approaching him. He remembered this young man. Shortly after Xiao Qianxue had been taken, he had departed as well. "What has become of my subordinates?" Gu Feng declared. "I have slain him." Oda Masanobu was momentarily taken aback, yet instead of displaying anger, he revealed a smile. "Not bad, young man. When I first laid eyes upon you, I could hardly perceive that you possessed the prowess to vanquish a 2nd or 3rd-star master. Tell me, shall we strike a bargain? Hand over Xiao Qianxue to me, and I shall release Governor Feng." Feng Qingshu shouted, "Do not heed his words. Flee as far as you can." "Silence." Oda Masanobu forcefully pressed his foot down, distorting Feng Qingshu's face. "Very well," Gu Feng replied. "Come and take her." Oda Masanobu shook his head. "You shall bring her to me." Gu Feng nodded slightly and continued to approach him. Feng Qingshu shouted, "Gu Feng, how can you trust the words of the Neon people? They are inherently deceitful. If you hand over Ms. Xiao, not only will he not release me, but he will also kill you." "Enough of your rambling," Oda Masanobu thundered, crushing half of Feng Qingshu's head into the ground with a single stomp. He smiled at Gu Feng. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Furthermore, despite Governor Feng's current dire state, I have been careful. He has merely sustained superficial injuries." As he spoke, Gu Feng drew nearer. Oda Masanobu's fist, concealed within his voluminous sleeves, tightened. He was an exceedingly cautious individual. Regardless of whether Gu Feng intended to play tricks, should he step within 5 paces of him, he would unleash a ferocious strike. He was determined to prevent any unforeseen incidents. It was precisely this nature that had allowed him to escape death time and again, ultimately achieving the rank of 5-star master, with only a step remaining to attain 6-star master. Feng Qingshu wished to speak, but found himself unable to, only able to sigh inwardly, overwhelmed by an infinite sense of desolation. Gu Feng's ability to vanquish a 3-star master was beyond his expectations. However, he was still somewhat naive, unaware of the treacherous nature of the world. Little did he comprehend the cunning of the despicable Neon people. At last, Gu Feng had closed the distance to within 5 steps. A sinister grin flickered across Oda Masanobu's lips as his fist, concealed within his sleeve, shot out like a striking viper. Yet he was swift and Gu Feng was even swifter. Before Oda Masanobu could fully perceive the situation, a fist had enveloped his entire field of vision. The strike, it bore the weight of 1,000 forces. The heavens and earth seemed to shift. Boom! Oda Masanobu's brain splattered, and his headless corpse fell slowly to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's minds struggled to comprehend the scene before them. Oda Masanobu was a peak 5-star master. How could he perish from a single blow? Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds shattered the stillness. 8 silver needles, glimmering like stars, pierced through the foreheads of the remaining neon foes in the blink of an eye. Thus, the 12 neon assailants who had come to eliminate Ji Caiyue met their demise. Observing the lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground, Feng Qingshu, the vice-governor of Yunnan, found himself momentarily speechless. Was this truly Governor Du's disciple? A true hero of the age? Unbeknownst to him, Zhong Yaoming had hastened from a distance. He helped Feng Qingshu, whose head was half buried in the earth, yet dared not cast a glance at Gu Feng. He had witnessed from afar the moment Gu Feng obliterated Oda Masanobu's head. Now he felt a burning shame on his face. Were it not for Gu Feng, he feared he would not have survived the encounter with the 2 3-star masters. Had it not been for Gu Feng, Vice-Governor Feng might have also succumbed tonight. Not to mention Ji Caiyue, who would surely have been reduced to ashes by the neon assailants. Feng Qingshu rubbed his head and said to Zhong Yaoming, "Why do you stand there in a daze? Hurry and apologize to Brother Gu." Zhong Yaoming promptly bowed deeply to Gu Feng, stammering out words of gratitude. Gu Feng waved his hand. "You are all trusted aides of my senior sister. If you truly feel remorseful, then assist her diligently in the future, and refrain from questioning any of her decisions." Under the cover of night, the group boarded their vehicle and set off towards northern Yunnan. The few individuals remaining with Oda Masanobu had sustained considerable injuries. Yet fortunately, no further lives were lost. As they drew closer to northern Yunnan, the atmosphere grew increasingly jubilant. Finally, at 7 in the morning, the convoy arrived in northern Yunnan and, after another half-hour, came to a halt at the governor's mansion. He called Li Ran, instructing him to summon the 10 clans. If all went as expected, they would depart from northern Yunnan the following day, as he had one last matter to attend to. After awakening in the afternoon, he continued treating Qin Luan, and just as he was nearing completion, Li Ran's call came through. "Master, in the name of convening the 10 clans meeting, I have summoned the heads of the 10 clans to gather at the Zhangmao auction house tonight at 8. The Zhangmao auction house was ablaze with lights. All the heads of the 10 clans in northern Yunnan had assembled. Just 2 days prior, they had witnessed the confrontation between Gu Feng and Nangong Shao here, culminating in the capture of both men. It was evident that Gu Feng was destined for execution. However, 2 days had passed without news of Nangong Zhao's release. Chapter 35. Feng Ye. Death. As the crowd murmured in hushed tones, Li Ran ascended the stage. Head of the 7th clan, Jiang Shichin, spoke. "Li Ran, do you not know that the 10 clans meeting is not to be convened unless it is a matter of life and death?" Li Ran replied nonchalantly, "Clan leader Jiang, I have called this meeting precisely to preserve your lives." He continued, "My master has safely departed from the governor's mansion. He demands that all who bid on Lady Qin Luan at the auction must double their bids. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." A profound silence enveloped the room. It was an open secret that Li Ran served Gu Feng. During the auction's commencement, Nangong Shao had bound Li Ran to prevent him from leaking information. Several families, who harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Gu Feng, had intended to eliminate the Li family upon Nangong Zhao's release. Yet today, as the lowest of the 10 clans, Li Ran had the audacity to openly threaten them. What audacity could he possess without a backing? Could it be that Gu Feng had truly emerged from the governor's mansion? The absence of news regarding Nangong Shao for 2 days sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. "Li Ran, as one of the 10 clans, with your son brutally slain by Gu Feng, how can you still serve him? Do you have no shame?" Li Ran furrowed his brow and turned to face the speaker. It was Feng Ye. "Feng Ye, Why are you here? I called you to inform clan leader He to attend. This is a meeting of the 10 clans. A place you should not tread. Ha! Those 2 cowards have been silent since they sneaked away that night. Do you think I haven't tried to call? Feng Yeye could not reveal the truth but insisted. Both my husband and father-in-law are unwell, and I am here in their stead. As the future matron of the 8th clan, why should I not attend? She then shifted her tone. Li Ran, do you take us for fools? Gu Feng has been captured by Governor Du. There is no way he could step out of the prison. I suspect you are afraid of retaliation from the 10 clans. Thus you are attempting to swindle us out of money before fleeing. Upon hearing her accusations, the clan heads felt a sense of clarity. Indeed, such a possibility was not far-fetched. The hall erupted into chaos as voices raised in protest. Li Ran tried to intervene, but no one heeded him. Just then, a tall figure stepped into the hall, and the world fell into an instantaneous silence. Gu Feng has arrived. There is no need for words. His mere presence in the sight of the crowd, standing tall as the master of the 10 clans in northern Yunnan for many years, sends chills down their spines and raises the hairs on their bodies. At last, Gu Feng ascends the stage. Moments ago, I overheard snippets of conversation outside. It seems you are somewhat reluctant to part with your money. No matter, there are 8 of you present. If any among you are unwilling, feel free to raise your hand. I, Gu Feng, do not impose. Within the hall, the masters of the 10 clans are not only hesitant to raise their hands but even breathe cautiously. It is a jest. Raising a hand would mean escaping the financial burden, yet one's life would likely be the price to pay here. What perplexes the masters of the 10 clans is that, aside from Li Ran standing behind Gu Feng, there are clearly 9 individuals seated in the audience. Although the 3rd clan's master has perished, a proxy has been sent in his stead. Why then does Gu Feng claim only 8 are seated below? The formidable Gu Feng, who stirs the winds and clouds in northern Yunnan, surely cannot miscount. Could it be that he has not included Feng Yeye? That is plausible. Feng Yeye has yet to wed He Xinyan, and strictly speaking, she cannot be counted among the 10 clans. Li Ran interjects, my lord. I humbly remind you that Feng Yeye is here representing the 8th clan. Feng Yeye, biting her silver teeth, declares, Gu Feng, on that day, when Nangong Shao bid for Qin Luan, I did not make a bid myself. However, I can present 10 million as a representative of the 8th clan. At this moment, regret floods her mind. Had she known Gu Feng had truly emerged, she would not have uttered those words. No, she should never have come tonight. Now, she hopes that Gu Feng will spare her life in light of the 10 million. If that amount proves insufficient, she would willingly surrender herself to Gu Feng. Being favored by the young master of the 8th clan, her beauty is surely not comparable to that of ordinary girls. If she were to feign illness, as long as Gu Feng is a man, he would surely hesitate to take her life. However, Gu Feng seems utterly oblivious to her plea. With a swift motion of his hand, he strikes. In an instant, Feng Yeye's seat is left vacant. Only a thick mist of blood lingers in the air. Feng Yeye, which Feng Yeye? He inquires of Li Ran. Li Ran is taken aback. I was mistaken. There are indeed only 8 individuals seated. The masters of the 10 clans below are rendered pale with horror. No wonder Gu Feng only mentioned 8. From the moment he stepped into the hall, he had already regarded Feng Yeye as a corpse. Is this man truly not a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell? The voice of Gu Feng resounded once more. Are you not going to call someone to send money? Are you planning to take me along with you? The crowd suddenly became aware. The head of the 7th clan, Jiang Shichin, retrieved his mobile phone and immediately dialed a number, shouting, send 30 million to Zhengmao auction house. Quickly, quickly. The head of the 5th clan, Zhang Guohua, also took up his phone, bellowing, send 20 million to Zhengmao auction house. I want to see the money within 15 minutes. Don't ask questions. Just do as I say. In an instant, the sounds of phone calls filled the air. Gu Feng did not linger. He instructed Li Ran to deposit all the money received from everyone into a single bank card and to present it to him once completed, after which he departed. An hour later, Li Ran arrived at the Qin residence, respectfully delivering a black card into Gu Feng's hands. That night, beneath the luminous moon and scattered stars, 2 figures were seated upon the eaves of the Qin house, none other than the siblings, Gu Feng and his sister. Gu Qingning rested her petite head on Gu Feng's shoulder. Brother, do you remember when we were young? You used to take me to the rooftop of our home to gaze at the stars? I do. The stars tonight are just as beautiful as they used to be. Brother, are you really leaving tomorrow? Yes. I will be training day and night in Long Island prison, all to personally send Ji Caiyue into the depths of the underworld. Qingning, I should have taken you with me, but upon reflection it seems unwise. I do not wish to place any leverage in the hands of others. Gu Qingning nodded in understanding. I know, brother. However, I implore you, promise me that you will take me to climb the roof of the Gu family once more, and let me gaze upon the starlight of our childhood again. Gu Feng gently tousled his sister's hair and said, Very well, I give you my word. Gu Qingning gazed at the vast night sky. With a gentle breeze and a bright moon among a myriad of stars, she yearned for the day when she could reunite with her brother. Chapter 36. The splendor of Jiangling shared by 10 douches, yet Ji Caiyue alone claimed 8. The following day, at the Dianbei International Airport, Qin Luan, Qin Huaijiang, and Gu Qingning came to bid farewell. Gu Feng handed the bank card that Li Ran had delivered yesterday to his sister, Jiangling. This card contains 70 million. It is more than sufficient to ensure your comfort and security. You may choose to attend the classes at Shenhezhuang if you wish, but if you prefer not to, that is entirely acceptable as well. Gu Qingning, understanding her brother's good intentions, cautiously accepted the card before retrieving a small jade pendant from her pocket. Brother, this jade pendant is a gift for Lin Ruochu. Please deliver it to her. Lin Ruochu? A graceful figure emerged in Gu Feng's mind, the very best friend you had several years ago. Gu Qingning nodded thoughtfully. 5 years ago, during that massacre, it was her phone call that spared me from death. I had been residing in her home until Ji Caiyue came to take me away. Subsequently, Uncle Qin rescued me from Ji Caiyue. She had once dispatched assassins in search of my whereabouts. On several occasions, she had provided intelligence, and it was precisely for this reason that I am alive today. This jade pendant is not a precious item. It merely serves to inform Ruochu that I still exist. I understand now. Gu Feng tucked the pendant away as the clock struck 10:15, with only half an hour remaining until boarding. Gu Feng was about to bid farewell to a few individuals when, from a distance, a woman clad in a military green coat approached with measured strides. Behind her followed a contingent of armed guards, drawing the attention of many in the waiting hall. Upon seeing the other party approach her brother with determination, Gu Qingning could not help but feel a surge of anxiety, thinking that yet another twist was at hand. Junior disciple, you are eager to depart even before I have had the chance to bid you farewell? The person arriving was none other than Du Huakai. Gu Feng smiled and remarked, Senior sister, when I called you yesterday, you said you wouldn't come to see me off. Wasn't it because of your irritation? Du Huakai paused before Gu Feng, initially wishing for him to stay a few more days in northern Yunnan, yet he insisted on leaving in haste. Just as Gu Feng was about to speak, she waved her hand. Enough, I have discerned the reason for your urgency to head to Jiangling. Do not bring shame to your senior sister. Since you are determined to go, remember this. In this battle, victory is the only option. Defeat is not permissible. She then produced a ring. Additionally, I present this ring to you. It is a spatial ring. Though its capacity is modest, it can hold a considerable amount of items, proving quite convenient. Gu Feng had heard of this spatial ring from her, understanding that it could store all inanimate objects. Indeed, it was remarkably useful, yet exceedingly precious. This is far too valuable. Valuable? It was taken from the Nangong family. It is not mine, Du Huakai dismissed. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng accepted the ring and slipped it onto her finger. In truth, this was precisely why Gu Feng felt assured leaving her younger sister in the care of the northern Yunnan governor. With her senior sister overseeing, who would dare to bully his sister? I've reminded you countless times, are you not weary? Rest assured, if anything were to happen to Qingning in northern Yunnan, I would offer my head for you to kick as a ball. Is that satisfactory? Observing the amiable exchange between the two, Qin Luan could no longer contain her curiosity. Gu Feng, may I inquire who this is? Gu Feng remarked. The governor of Yunnan's northern region is my senior sister. Qin Luan's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! The governor of Yunnan's northern region is actually Gu Feng's senior sister. This explains why Gu Feng surrendered so easily that day and why the captain of the governor's personal guard obeyed his every command. In that moment, many of the previous confusions became crystal clear. Yet, the shock within her heart lingered, refusing to settle. It was not only her who was astounded. In the distance, Pei Hongtang gazed over, equally struck by the revelation. Last night, she had learned from Tianqing that Gu Feng was alive. Her information network quickly sprang into action, and she soon discovered that Gu Feng was scheduled to take a flight to Jiangling at 10:45 a.m. today. After much contemplation, she decided against calling Gu Feng and instead resolved to meet him in person. Having previously messaged Gu Feng, she believed this would endear her to him. While she no longer hoped for Gu Feng to join the red attire, securing a small favor from such an influential figure would still be advantageous. Perhaps it would prove crucial in the future. However, witnessing Gu Feng conversing amicably with Governor Du made her realize that she had underestimated him all along. The background of someone who could be personally escorted by Governor Du was simply unfathomable. Reflecting on her initial attempt to recruit Gu Feng through Tianqing, she couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Pei Hongtang, the leader of the largest underground force in Yunnan, sighed softly before turning to leave. Tianqing, standing nearby, remarked, "Boss, since you're here, why not pay him a visit?" Pei Hongtang chuckled wryly, "It's best to let it be. Someone of his stature is beyond our reach." A sense of disappointment welled up within her. Such a remarkable talent had never exchanged a single word with her. It was indeed a pity. Meanwhile, Gu Feng bid farewell to everyone and, after passing through security, moved away into the distance. Du Huakai watched Gu Feng's retreating figure, contemplating. She turned to exchange pleasantries with Gu Qingning, agreeing to dine together at Juanhao Hotel that evening before departing. Once in her Land Rover, she inquired of Feng Qingshu, "How did you fare with the task I assigned you last night?" Last night, she had instructed Feng Qingshu to designate Gu Feng as a prohibited term online and to erase all references to him from the Yunnan network. This decision was made after careful consideration. On one hand, it would provide an explanation to higher authorities, and on the other, Gu Feng's journey to Jiangling would surely invite scrutiny from various factions. The less information others had about her junior, the better it would be for him. Feng Qingshu nodded. There is no trace of Gu Feng on the Yunnan network. In Jiangling, Ji Caiyue reclined elegantly in a sandalwood chair, her delicate fingers toying with a white chess piece, poised but hesitant to place it.
Ji Caiyue,
renowned as Jiangling's most beautiful woman, had married Gu Renqing, the head of the Gu family, at the age of 25, who was then 50. This union sent ripples throughout Jiangling. 5 years after her marriage, the Gu family fell into disarray, their once illustrious name dissipating overnight. Jiangling was once the stronghold of the Gu family, which had ruled for 25 years since Gu Renqing's settlement there. That was the era of the Gu family. The prominent families of Jiangling faded into insignificance before their might. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that era came to a close. After the resounding collapse of the Gu family, the prominent clans of Jiangling began to shine in mutual brilliance, presenting a vivid tableau of fierce competition. Among them, the Ji family, having inherited a portion of the Gu family's legacy, has undoubtedly emerged as one of the most illustrious families in Jiangling. Over the past 5 years, Ji Caiyue has enjoyed a smooth and prosperous life, garnering considerable admiration among the populace. It has now been a full decade since she married into the Gu family. At 35, Ji Caiyue still possesses the youthful allure of one in her early 20s. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but her long-standing position of privilege emanates an undeniable air of nobility. The esteemed literary giant of Jiangling, Zhu Qiran, once remarked on Ji Caiyue, stating that among the 10 beauties of Jiangling, she singularly claims 8. As the chapter on Yunnan concludes, a new chapter on Jiangling begins. Dear readers, the curtain rises. Chapter 37. Nian Nu Jiao Ji Caiyue finally made her move on the chessboard, a decisive stroke. Her father, Ji Tian, casually tossed his black piece onto the board. Caiyue, your chess skills have grown increasingly refined. Ji Caiyue smiled gently. It is thanks to your excellent teaching, father. At that moment, an elderly gentleman stepped into the room. Madam, there is news from Yunnan. Although the Gu family has perished for many years, Ji Caiyue continues to present herself as the late wife of Gu Renqing. and thus the servants still refer to her as Madame. Ji Caiyue toyed with the chess piece in her hand, not sparing a glance at the old steward who had served the Ji family for many years. Then, the old steward inquired, "The investigation into the matter has not yet yielded results. Therefore, you cannot ascertain whether my son is truly dead or alive." Ji Caiyue narrowed her enchanting phoenix eyes. "Ah." The steward replied, "The distance from Dianbei to Jiangling is simply too vast, beyond our sphere of influence. To have uncovered this much is already the utmost limit. Furthermore, as far as I know, Nangong Shao is a 5-star master and has brought along numerous armed mercenaries. Gu Feng is undoubtedly doomed." Upon hearing this, Ji Caiyue let out a gentle sigh. "My poor son, though I am unaware of why he was taken to Long Island prison for execution all those years ago, he miraculously escaped death. However, it stands to reason that over the course of 5 years, having cultivated to the rank of a 2-star master, he must have endured considerable hardships." "Her father, Ji Tiandao," interjected Caiyue, "in just a few days, you are to be wed to the Jun family. There shall be no more references to her mother to avoid displeasing the young master of the Jun family. Besides, you are still in your early 30s and have not borne children. Do not age yourself with such titles." Ji Caiyue smiled lightly. "I merely reminisced about little Feng and the days gone by. It evokes a sense of nostalgia." She turned her phoenix gaze towards the steward, Zhuyuman. "In a few days, I shall visit Fengbo Pavilion to pay my respects to my late husband. Has the news been disseminated?" "Madam, everything has been arranged. Major media outlets have begun their coverage, and the streets of the city are adorned with banners in your honor. This marks the final year of your memorial for Gu Renqing, and it is only fitting that it be conducted with grandeur." Ji Tiandao's expression shifted. "Caiyue, are you preparing for another bloodbath? Are they not deserving of it for their presumptuous actions?" Ji Caiyue retorted. Ji Tiandao understood his daughter's intent. She had never ceased her search for Gu Qingning over the years. Initially, she had requested that any news regarding Gu Qingning be relayed to her immediately, so she could orchestrate the necessary actions. Ji Tiandao remarked, "They deserve punishment, but you must refrain from taking matters into your own hands. It is not good for you. Father, once I marry into the Jun family, I shall don a mask and live in disguise again. Please allow me this one time," Ji Caiyue pleaded with a pitiful expression. However, the immense fortune that his daughter brought to the Ji family made it difficult for him to refuse her modest request. Should he defy her wishes, and she chose not to marry into the Jun family, the Ji family would miss a significant opportunity for advancement. At that moment, Zhuyuman asked, "Madam, should I personally lead a team to Dianbei?" "There's no need. After the memorial, I shall visit Dianbei myself. It has been several years since I last saw my daughter, and I miss her dearly," Ji Caiyue responded, gracefully lifting the corner of her ornate garment as she proceeded towards the basement. Her exquisite face gradually faded into the shadows. Meanwhile, at Jiangling International Airport, as a passenger aircraft landed, travelers streamed out of the cabin, and Gu Feng was among them. Having just deactivated his flight mode, several messages popped up, sent by his senior sister, Du Huakai. "Junior brother, within the spatial ring, there lies a sword, a family heirloom of mine. It serves no purpose for me to keep it. You should take it. This sword is named Nian Nu Jiao. Additionally, Miss Xiao has gifted you a piece of jade, which is also placed within the spatial ring." As Gu Feng extended a strand of divine consciousness, he indeed beheld a sword within the spatial ring. The sword measured 2 feet and 4 inches in length, emanating a mysterious luminescence, its quality exceptional. Additionally, there lay a jade pendant, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. Gu Feng discerned at a glance that this exquisite piece was crafted from top-quality ice jadeite, valued at no less than several million. However, he found himself somewhat speechless upon noticing the several pairs of stockings and high heels piled next to Nian Nu Jiao. What is the meaning of this, senior sister? Upon stepping out of the international airport, he finally felt the genuine sensation of setting foot in Jiangling. 5 years had elapsed, and Jiangling had undergone a remarkable transformation. The airport had expanded to more than double its previous size, and the once barren exterior was now adorned with a massive electronic screen. At this moment, the screen was dominated by the visage of an extraordinarily beautiful woman, Ji Caiyue. Gu Feng's breathing was slightly hurried, and one of his hands unconsciously clenched into a fist. The moment he laid eyes on that face, hatred surged within him like an unrelenting tide crashing against his chest. The electronic screen shifted, beginning to narrate the life of Ji Caiyue. The enormous visage transformed into the graceful and elegant figure of a woman. This year marked the 5th anniversary of Mr. Gu's departure from this world. As Mr. Gu's wife, Ji Caiyue had held grand memorial ceremonies for him for 4 consecutive years. In a few days, the 5th memorial would commence as scheduled, allowing the citizens of Jiangling to pay their respects together. The narrator's voice was imbued with emotion, complemented by Ji Caiyue's attire of mourning, moving many onlookers to tears. Alas, Madame Ji was truly admirable. In today's society, which woman could emulate her dedication by annually visiting the grave of her deceased husband? Indeed, who among them did not seek new affection after their husband's death in the first year? Not to mention Madame Ji's ethereal beauty, attracting suitors in droves. I must say, she is rather foolish. Given Gu Renqing's tarnished reputation, maintaining her widowhood for him seems utterly unjustified. Were I to share a single enchanting night with Madame Ji, I would have no regrets in death. The faint murmurs of those around him reached Gu Feng's ears. Suddenly, a hand clapped upon his shoulder. "Brother, are you captivated by the beauty of this woman on the screen?" "Not at all," Gu Feng replied. The young man beside him remarked, "Still denying it? I've noticed you've been staring at the screen for several minutes. It must be your first time in Jiangling, right?" "To be honest, I was transferred here by my company around the same time last year, and it was here that I first laid eyes on Madame Ji." "Goodness, my reaction was just like yours." Chapter 38. Impolite fellow, Gu Feng inquired. "Has Madame Ji never remarried?" "No, Madame Ji harbors deep affections for Mr. Gu. I suspect she intends to remain a widow for life. In my opinion, there is no need for such a commitment. After 5 years, it should suffice." The young man paused briefly before exclaiming, "Goodness, your inquiry suggests that you might harbor feelings for Madame Ji. Doesn't he it? My friend, let me be candid with you. Abandon any hopes. Over the years, countless scions from prominent families in Jiangling have pursued Madame Ji, yet she has not deigned to glance at any of them. As for us ordinary folk, we are scarcely worthy of even carrying her shoes." Gu Feng smiled and remarked, "I have come to Jiangling to have her fetch my shoes." "Goodness, you certainly have a way with words," the young man replied. "However, my friend, such remarks are ill-advised. Only I have heard them. If they were to reach the ears of others, particularly those from affluent families, your life would be in jeopardy." Before the young man could continue, a girl approached, exclaiming, "Wang Hong, can't you wait for me? Why are you running off so fast? Come on, let's grab a bite. I've been on a plane for several hours and I'm famished." Wang Hong waved goodbye to Gu Feng and walked outside the airport with the girl. She inquired, "Who was that person just now?" "I don't know him well, just a casual chat," he replied. "But the allure of Jiangling's most beautiful woman is indeed remarkable." That young man seemed to be in his 20s, rather handsome, yet he too has fallen under Ji Caiyue's spell. He even boasted of wanting to conquer her, asking her to fetch his shoes. It is no wonder that Gu Feng, the most prominent young master of Jiangling, would commit such heinous acts as patricide and the extermination of his own clan for her sake. Gu Feng shook his head, indifferent to his reputation, and continued walking towards the airport exit. He intended to make a stop at the Lin family's residence to attend to matters entrusted by his sister. Lu Jiao looked at Song Cheng, who followed her, with disdain. "I told you not to come to pick me up, yet you insisted. It's utterly annoying." As the heir of the Song family, one of the 12 great families of Jiangling, Song Cheng had long grown accustomed to Lu Jiao's treatment and was unperturbed. With a forced smile, he replied, "I was just concerned that your journey might have been exhausting. Allow me to carry your suitcase." He took the suitcase from her, feeling somewhat awkward as he added, "Jiao, I've booked a private room at Feng Wu Jotian for dinner tonight. We've known each other for so long but have never dined together. Would it be possible?" "Absolutely not. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You simply wish to take me on a date." "Indeed, I do wish to take you on a date. However, consider this. I have secured a substantial contract worth 200 million for the Lin family in the resort project that the Shao family is investing in northern Jiangling. Jiao, I genuinely like you. Please grant me this one opportunity. Upon hearing this, Song Chang's head drooped, and his expression soured considerably. Luo Jiao observed his face, fearing that he might truly become angry. To be frank, that contract was of significant importance to the Lin family. Successfully executing the project would not only yield great profits but could also establish a connection with the Xiao family. Perhaps in the future, the Lin family could ascend to become one of the esteemed families of Jiangling, turning the 12 great families into 13. Considering this, she stated, "Dining together is out of the question. You may find a CAF tonight, and I could spare you 15 minutes for a date." Song Cheng's expression softened slightly, yet he persisted, "Coffee is fine, but 15 minutes is too brief. How about half an hour? Are you pushing your luck?" Luo Jiao retorted angrily. "Though I may not be as beautiful as Ji Caiyue, I am still one of Jiangling's finest beauties. Countless suitors pursue me, wishing to take me on dates. If I grant you 15 minutes, consider yourself fortunate." She understood the principle that the more easily obtainable something is, the less valuable it becomes. She would not allow Song Chang to gain her too easily. She intended to extract as much as she could from him, and if, in a few years, a better option presented itself, she would not hesitate to discard this infatuated admirer. If that were not the case, once the Lin family established itself among Jiangling's elite, her opportunities to mingle with high society would multiply. With her looks, she could certainly attract someone wealthier and more handsome. The Song family ranked 11th among Jiangling's 12 great families, the very bottom, and she held no interest in him. Noticing Song Cheng's hesitation, Luo Jiao's eyes darted, and she quickly approached a tall, handsome man, Gu Feng. "Hey, do you think I'm beautiful?" Gu Feng furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Luo Jiao felt a surge of pride. "See, I told you I am an exceptional beauty. This Na'vi youth has been completely entranced by my charm." However, as she tilted her head to gaze upon Gu Feng's handsome visage, her breath caught in her throat. How stunning! Initially, Luo Jiao intended to feign intimidation towards Song Chang, compelling him to concede. Yet now, she found herself genuinely captivated. Do you have time tonight? I would like to invite you for a cup of coffee," she proposed. Having such a dashing man by her side as a loyal companion would be quite delightful. Upon hearing her words, Song Chang grew flustered. "A Jiao, I agree to your request, but only for 15 minutes. Luo Jiao replied, "Consider yourself fortunate. However, I already have plans for today, so you will have to wait until tomorrow." "What?" Song Chang was at a loss for words. "What do you mean, what?" "This is a punishment for the threat you just made against me. If you are unwilling, then let's cancel tomorrow's date altogether." With that, Luo Jiao took out her phone. "Hey, take out your phone and add me as a contact." Gu Feng shook his head. "No, thank you." "Why?" Luo Jiao was taken aback. "I'm simply not interested." "What?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jiao erupted in fury. "Am I not worth your consideration? A girl as beautiful as I am invites you for coffee, and you have the audacity to decline?" Gu Feng, weary of her banter, retorted, "Get lost." How audacious of him to utter such words. Luo Jiao was infuriated beyond measure. "Tsk. What a rude and uncouth man. What misfortune to cross paths with someone so contemptible today. Did you truly believe that I, a lady of distinction, would entertain the notion of inviting you? You dare to bolster your own confidence and instruct me to depart? You must be jesting." Smack! Gu Feng delivered a swift strike with his backhand, sending Luo Jiao's 2 rows of teeth flying. Chapter 39. Gu Feng just call with her cheeks swollen. Luo Jiao lay on the ground, momentarily dazed from the blow. After a while, she regained her composure and thought, "How dare you strike me? Throughout my life, my parents have never laid a finger on me, yet you have the audacity to hit me." Seeing Gu Feng walk away, Luo Jiao instinctively wanted to pursue him, but the excruciating pain rendered her unable to rise. She could only shout at Song Chang, "Song Chang, why are you still standing there? Can't you see that I've been wronged?" Song Chang's expression darkened as he took several swift steps forward and seized Gu Feng by the collar. "Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on a Jiao?" Gu Feng cast a glance at him and said, "Song Chang, back in the day, you lacked even the courage to meet my gaze. Who would have thought that now you would audaciously speak to me in such a manner? Under the tranquil and profound gaze of Gu Feng, Song Chang felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. This person felt oddly familiar to him. Had they perhaps crossed paths before? Unbeknownst to him, his grip had already slackened. Gu Feng hailed a taxi and departed swiftly. Lu Jiao finally managed to rise, limping towards Song Chang, unleashing a flurry of punches against his chest. How can you be so useless? You are the young master of the 11th prominent family in Jiangling. Yet you were frightened into silence by a mere boy. Are you even a man? Feeling embarrassed, Song Chang hurried to explain. He just revealed my name. I suspect his identity is not simple. Lu Jiao inquired. Suspect? Haven't you attended numerous gatherings of the Jiangling elite? Have you ever encountered this person? No. 5 years had blurred many memories, especially since Song Chang was merely a teenager when Gu Feng reigned in Jiangling. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiao erupted in fury. Then why are you afraid? The Song family is one of the prominent clans in Jiangling. Isn't it natural for others to recognize you? I don't care. Lu Jiao won't swallow this indignation. You must quickly have someone deal with this lowly man. However, she soon appeared somewhat deflated. But we don't even know his name. How can we find him? Song Chang quickly responded. This is the airport. There are surveillance cameras. With my status, I can easily request the airport authorities to provide the footage. Once we obtain it, I'll have Master Hong mobilize his men to search. Lu Jiao's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed with delight, Excellent. Let's proceed with that plan. If you manage this splendidly, not only will I join you for dinner at Feng Wu Jiutian, but I will also accompany you to the movies. Upon hearing this, Song Chang felt invigorated, striding briskly towards the airport. Gu Qingning and Lin Ruochu share a profound friendship, which has led Gu Feng to grow closer to Lin Ruochu as he often accompanies his sister to the Lin residence. Consequently, he is well acquainted with the location of the Lin family's home. Soon, a familiar structure comes into view. However, the front door is tightly secured, revealing the absence of any occupants. A sense of foreboding surged within Gu Feng as the memory of a phone number used by Lin Ruochu 5 years ago resurfaced in his mind. Without hesitation, he dialed the number, astonished to find that it still connected after all these years. Hello, came a voice that sounded somewhat fragile on the other end. Is this Ruochu? Gu Feng inquired. There was a brief silence before the reply came. It is I. May I ask who is speaking? I am Gu Feng. Where are you now? I am at Lin's building materials. Gu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and instructed the driver to head to Lin's building materials. President Lin, have you made any considerations? A middle-aged man spoke in the presidential office of Lin's building materials. He was Lu Chun, the head of the Lu family. The Shao family is about to commence a resort project in the southern part of the city, with a staggering total investment of 30 billion. The Lu family has the fortune of securing a share, valued at 2 billion. This amount is certainly substantial. If the project is executed successfully, not only could they reap significant profits, but they may also gain the favor of the Shao family, soaring to new heights. This time, Lu Chun represented the Lu family to negotiate business with the Lin family. To successfully manage the project at hand, he requires a considerable quantity of building materials. Lin Ruochu's father, Lin Beishan, shook his head. Head of the Lu family, the purchase price you have offered is simply too low. If we sign the contract at this price, we will hardly make any profit. Lu Chun replied, President Lin, do not assume I am unaware. The price I have offered is still above your cost. Lin Beishan countered, but I still have to pay the employees' wages. After deducting the cost of the materials and labor, there truly is no profit to be made. Lu Chun chuckled. At the very least, you won't incur any losses, would you agree? That is unacceptable. If the head of the Lu family is willing to increase the price by 20%, I will sign the contract, Lin Beishan asserted. 20%? Are you out of your mind? Lu Chun retorted, visibly irritated. Lin Beishan responded, the Shao family's resort project is about to commence. The prices in the materials market are soaring due to high demand. Head of the Lu family, the price I have offered is already quite generous. Humph, Lu Chun scoffed. You are aware that my Lu family is currently very close to the Song family, one of the prominent families in Jiangling. I state this clearly. Your materials can only be sold to me. No one else will purchase from your company. With that, he strode away. Once he was out of earshot, Lin Ruochu entered. Dad, what should we do now? I have indeed heard that Lu Aijiao is very close to Song Cheng. If Song Cheng persuades the Song family to blacklist us, then she had already overheard the entire conversation outside. Although Lin Beishan felt a twinge of anxiety, he comforted her. Lu Aijiao has not yet officially become Song Cheng's girlfriend. Perhaps Song Cheng is merely toying with her. Ruochu, do not worry. The materials market is booming. Our products will not struggle to sell. He then shifted his gaze to his daughter with a look of concern. Ruochu, I have told you to rest at home. Why have you disobeyed and come to the company? Lin Ruochu smiled gently. I was merely idle at home. Dad, you know I cannot sit still. By the way, Dad, I just received a call from someone. Who? Brother Gu Feng. Gu Feng? He called too. Wait, you mean the Gu Feng? Lin Beishan abruptly sprang from his chair. It sounded somewhat like him, Lin Ruochu affirmed. Could this be some sort of prank? Lin Beishan questioned, bewildered. The people of Jiangling are all aware that 5 years ago, Gu Feng, the young master of the Gu family, was sent to Long Island prison for execution. Uncle Lin, Ruochu, it has been a long time. At that moment, Gu Feng walked in. After taking a taxi to Lin's building materials, he directly stated that he was looking for Lin Ruochu. Although the security guard at the entrance did not recognize him, he noted Gu Feng's extraordinary demeanor and did not stop him, instead providing directions to the presidential office. Both Lin Beishan and his daughter gazed at the suddenly appearing Gu Feng, filled with immense excitement. Chapter 40. Why have your 2 kidneys disappeared? The Lin family had no prior connections with the Gu family. When the Gu family exerted their dominance over Jiangling, Lin Beishan had only recently established his company. However, Gu Qingning and Lin Ruochu attended the same high school and shared mutual interests, thus strengthening their bond. With Gu Qingning's discreet assistance, the Gu family occasionally bestowed minor projects upon the Lin family, allowing them to rise rapidly. Though they did not ascend to the ranks of Jiangling's elite, they positioned themselves among the prominent second-tier families. Yet, with the sudden downfall of the Gu family, the Lin family faced repercussions. Their business significantly diminished, relegating them to the lower echelons of second-tier families. Nevertheless, Lin Beishan remained ever grateful for the Gu family's kindness. Without their support, in a Jiangling teeming with affluent clans, it was but a fanciful dream for the Lin family to aspire to even a third-tier status. Xiaofeng, is that really you? You're alive. This is simply wonderful, Lin Beishan exclaimed. Uncle Lin, Gu Feng replied. Lin Beishan grasped Gu Feng's hand, saying, What is this? You used to visit my home with your sister so frequently, and now that you've grown up, you've become too good for us? Gu Feng shook his head. I just visited the Lin family estate and found the main gate firmly locked. What about Auntie? With Aunt Kai's previous experience as a cautionary tale, Gu Feng remained vigilant. Not to mention, Ji Caiyue had sent people to hunt down my sister, and the Lin family had repeatedly leaked information. He feared that the Lin family might become embroiled in these troubles. She had set up a small vegetable garden not far from the Lin residence, tending to it daily, and there was no way to dissuade her. It was agreed that tonight we must dine at Uncle's house. Otherwise, he would surely be displeased. Gu Feng nodded in agreement. Lin Ruochu was equally delighted, exclaiming, I shall go buy some groceries. No, Lin Beishan interjected, directing her, I will call your mother to do the shopping. You mustn't become so exuberant at the sight of Gu Feng that you lose track of your responsibilities. Your niece is still at school. Lin Ruochu slapped her forehead in realization. I shall go pick her up right away. Her niece, who was in the senior class of kindergarten, was usually taken care of by her sister Lin Ruoma, who was often occupied with her own duties. Gu Feng was somewhat taken aback. Your sister is already married with children? The Lin family had 2 sisters. Initially, the Gu siblings were quite close to Lin Ruochu, but they had little interaction with Lin Ruome. Yes, but she is already divorced, and the child has been granted to my sister. The 3 of them arrived at the parking garage beneath the company. Just as Lin Ruochu opened the car door and was about to step inside, her legs suddenly gave way, causing her to slump to the ground. Her complexion turned ashen. Gu Feng hurriedly helped her to her feet. I'm fine. Just an old ailment. It will pass with a little patience. Lin Ruochu forced a smile. Gu Feng said, Allow me to take the wheel. You may sit in the passenger seat. All right? Very well. Feeling a profound sense of weakness, Lin Ruochu did not force herself to endure. Lin Beishan drove away in one vehicle, while Gu Feng steered another towards Jiangling kindergarten. As he drove, his peripheral vision frequently darted towards Lin Ruochu's face. Her delicate, doll-like visage, adorned with bright, twinkling eyes, was utterly charming. Clad in casual attire that hung slightly loose on her frame, it accentuated her petite figure even more. She remained as beautiful as ever. Yet, Gu Feng's eyes were slightly reddened. Why? Why was her lower abdomen so empty on both sides? Just moments ago, when Lin Ruochu stood up, Gu Feng had already sensed it. Lin Ruochu's 2 kidneys had mysteriously vanished. Was it the doing of Ji Caiyue? Was it her doing? Gu Feng found himself utterly unable to restrain his emotions, his teeth grinding audibly. Lin Ruochu sensed something amiss. Brother Gu Feng, what troubles you? Gu Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Ruochu, where have your kidneys gone? Lin Ruochu's expression changed abruptly. You! How do you know my kidneys are gone? Tell me who did this. Gu Feng's voice was hoarse. After a moment of silence, Lin Ruochu let out a slight sigh. It was my own illness. There was no alternative. The doctor had no choice but to remove both of my kidneys. In these past 2 years, I owe my survival to Dr. Wu, who has been using his secret methods to care for me. Otherwise, I fear I would have long since left this world and would never have the chance to see you again, Brother Gu Feng. Her eyes were already rimmed with red, and her body trembled slightly. Gu Feng said, I know this is not the truth. Tell me who did it. Was it Ji Caiyue?
No, no.
Lin Ruochu hurriedly denied it, yet she could not bring herself to meet Gu Feng's gaze. At that moment, the car had already stopped at the entrance of the kindergarten. I will go with you.
No.
No. Fearful that Gu Feng would bring up the matter of the kidney, Lin Ruochu hurriedly dashed into the kindergarten. Only when she saw that Gu Feng did not follow did she quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Upon reaching her niece's classroom, she found her niece was not there, leaving Lin Ruochu puzzled. Just then, Teacher Li approached. Ms. Lin, please come with me. Lu Xiaowan has hit someone. Lin Ruochu quickly followed Teacher Li to the office. At that moment, a little boy was reporting. Dad, she hit me. Look, I still have a handprint on my face. Lu Xiaowan protested in a childish voice. You bullied me first. You kick my butt every day and pull my hair. Today you even got glue on my chair, and my pants are ruined. You're talking nonsense. You wild child. Who would bother bullying you? Lu Xiaowan furiously retorted. You are the wild child. Your whole family is wild. The tall man standing behind the little boy unhesitatingly slapped Lu Xiaowan, sending her flying. How dare you insult my son, you uncouth thing. Lin Ruochu's eyes instantly turned red. She picked up Lu Xiaowan. Lu Jiang, how can you still be human, hitting a child? Lu Jiang smirked darkly. This little brat hit my son. I must teach her a lesson. Sickly wretch. Get out of here quickly, or I will hit you too. Teacher Li, witnessing the scene, quickly intervened. Mr. Lu, you are a man of stature. There is no need to lower yourself to hit a little girl. Smack. Lu Jiang retaliated with a slap that sent Teacher Li flying. What gives you the right to speak here? Seeing Lin Ruochu still holding Lu Xiaowan, Lu Jiang grabbed her hair. Lin Ruochu, I am not my father. He is a businessman who adheres to rules, but I am a man of the underworld. Anyone who dares to oppose the Lu family is opposing me, the leader of the Blood Alliance, and the entire alliance. With that, he exerted force. Bang! Lin Ruochu's forehead collided solidly with the edge of the desk, blood gushing forth. Chapter 41. Big brother, please help me teach the bad guy a lesson. Auntie, Lu Xiaowan exclaimed, rushing over to help Lin Ruochu. However, being only 4 years old, she lacked the strength. Lin Ruochu gasped for breath. You are here for the contract matter. Otherwise, this leader will ensure your Lin family faces turmoil. Otherwise, when the Lin family fails to earn money, it will be you, this sickly wretch, who will perish first. He spat a thick phlegm on Lin Ruochu's face and left. Lu Xiaowan, wiping her tears, attempted to clean Lin Ruochu's face of blood and dirt, her understanding nature heart-wrenching. At that moment, Teacher Li managed to rise from the ground. Ms. Lin, Let me take you to the hospital. She led Lu Xiaowan, unsteadily making her way toward the exit of the kindergarten, as if she might collapse at any moment. The blood on her forehead had yet to dry, her complexion even paler than before. Even if Gu Feng were a fool, he would still be aware that Lin Ruochu encountered some trouble at the kindergarten. The blood on your forehead. I merely had a minor fall. You are well aware of my frail health. Lin Ruochu hurriedly clarified, anxious that Gu Feng might worry about her. Auntie, who is this big brother? Lu Xiaowan asked in a sweet, childlike voice. Lin Ruochu opened the car door and lifted the little one into the back seat. He is Auntie's greatest friend from the past, and he was quite formidable. Back in the day, no one in Jiangling dared to provoke him. Lu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Big brother, are you really that impressive? Gu Feng gently stroked the adorable face of the little girl, saying, your aunt is indeed correct. In Jiangling, no one dares to confront your brother without bowing their head. Wow, that's impressive. Can the big brother teach those wicked villains a lesson? Just now, a terrible bully struck my aunt and even spat on her face. Lu Xiaowan, do not speak so recklessly. Lin Ruochu urgently interjected, then turned to Gu Feng. Do not take the child's nonsensical words to heart. Lu Xiaowan shouted, I am not speaking nonsense. I am not speaking nonsense. Tears streamed from her beautiful big eyes. Aunt was truly beaten badly just now. That villain is utterly despicable. Realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, Lin Ruochu sighed softly. It was Lu Chen's son, Lu Jiang, who came for a matter regarding a contract. However, rest assured, we can handle this situation. The little girl cried out, Big brother, you must teach that Lu Jiang a severe lesson. He said he would strike my aunt whenever he pleased. My aunt is already frail. If she gets beaten again, she will surely suffer greatly. Woo. All right. I promise you, brother will teach Lu Jiang a harsh lesson, ensuring he never dares to bully your aunt again. Is that acceptable? Gu Feng replied softly. Gu Feng nodded slightly and said, Uncle Lin, I shall step out for a while. Lin Ruochu immediately inquired with a hint of vigilance, Brother Gu Feng, where are you going? Upon exiting the Lin family mansion, Gu Feng hailed a taxi and asked the driver, do you know where the Lu family residence is? He was well acquainted with the various prestigious households in Jiangling, yet the Lu family was a name he had never heard before, let alone their location. Of course, recently the Lu family secured a significant project worth 2 billion from the Xiao family, and they are poised for great success. Many are eager to curry favor. I have driven several of them already, the driver replied. Meanwhile, at the Lu family estate, having just bid farewell to a group of guests, the family patriarch, Lu Chun, wore a beaming expression. It appears that the number of visitors has been steadily increasing. It seems everyone recognizes that our Lu family is on the brink of soaring to new heights. Just then, his son, Lu Jiang, chimed in, this is merely the beginning. In a few days, even more will come knocking. What do you mean, my son? Do you have more good news? Lu Chen inquired. Lu Jiang grinned. Father, today, Lord Hong has appointed me as one of the 8 masters of the Blood Alliance. Lu Chun was overjoyed. Wonderful. Today is a day of double celebration. Let us drink together. But that is not all, Lu Jiang continued. This afternoon, you called me about Lin Beishan's stubborn refusal to sign the contract, and I had a word with his daughter. Which daughter? Lin Ruomei or Lin Ruochu? Lu Jiang chuckled and recounted the events that transpired at the kindergarten. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen cautioned, Son, Lin Ruochu is frail. Be careful not to cause any harm. What does it matter? I am now a newly appointed master of the Blood Alliance. Lu Jiang scoffed. Ha. You have a point. Lu Chen laughed heartily. It seems fortune is finally smiling upon our Lu family. In time, we shall undoubtedly rise as the new elite of Jiangling. I will have someone fetch the wine. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. What splendid wine do you have in mind? I would like to taste it as well. A sudden voice interrupted. Lu Chen focused his gaze and saw a young man strolling in from outside. He frowned slightly. It is late. Our Lu family does not receive guests after dark. Please return tomorrow. Recently, the influx of visitors had been overwhelming, and he regarded this young man as just another seeker of favor. Gu Feng chuckled lightly. Since I have arrived today, I shall certainly partake in this wine. Impudence. Lu Chen's expression darkened. Guards. Expel this unruly and arrogant individual at once. Immediately, two figures surged forth from the shadows, attempting to drag Gu Feng away. Gu Feng let out a cold laugh as two silver needles shot forth, instantaneously embedding themselves into the bodies of the two individuals. Without even a scream, they silently collapsed into the darkness of the night. He commanded his servants to bring wine and poured 3 cups. Gu Feng inhaled deeply, savoring the exquisite aroma of the aged Tianxue Laojiao. Indeed, Lu Jiangdao, a Tianxue Laojiao aged for 4 decades, is a rarity in the market. The ability to discern the fragrance of Tianxue Laojiao suggests that you are undoubtedly a local from Jiangling. However, I am curious to know, from which esteemed family do you hail? Gu Feng leisurely sipped from his cup of wine, saying, I come from the Lin family. Chapter 42. Lu Jiang. Death. Lu Jiang was taken aback. Have you come to settle accounts with me regarding Lin Ruochu? I must say, your audacity is quite remarkable. Are you aware that I have become the leader of the Blood Alliance? Gu Feng took another sip of his wine and remarked, during my time in Jiangling, I never heard of the Blood Alliance. Is it formidable? Laughter erupted from Lu Jiang, his eyes glinting with malice. You dare to trouble me without even knowing what the Blood Alliance is. Bring forth this ignorant fool, sever his limbs, and cast him out to be fed to the dogs. In an instant, a dozen men surged forth from the courtyard, charging towards Gu Feng. Do you think these men can incapacitate me? Gu Feng retorted. Lu Jiang declared, these men are my family's elite assassins, and they can reduce you to mere pulp in an instant, brat. Before Lu Jiang could finish his threat, his pupils suddenly constricted in horror. Gu Feng had crushed his wine glass and casually hurled the shards behind him. Countless fragments soared through the air, embedding themselves in the throats of the oncoming assailants. Before they could even close the distance, the elite assassins, honed over years, had all met their demise. Lu Jiang's heart seemed to bleed at the sight. These assassins were at the pinnacle of their craft, each requiring an unimaginable sum to cultivate. Now all of them lay lifeless. Brat, you shall not take a single step out of the Lu manor today. Lu Jiang's eyes blazed with fury as he prepared to strike. Yet, as he lifted his hand, Gu Feng's iron fist had already descended upon his chest. With a thunderous crash, the stone chair beneath him disintegrated into ash. His chest caved in as he collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth. Lu Jiang gazed at Gu Feng in disbelief. How could this be? He was a master at the peak of his craft. How was it that he hadn't even had a chance to retaliate before Gu Feng? You are a grandmaster, Lu Jiang gasped, terror-stricken. You cannot kill me. I am the leader of the Blood Alliance. If you slay me, the Blood Alliance will not spare you. We are one of the 3 giants of Jiangling's underground. The head of our alliance is a 2-star grandmaster. Before he could finish, Gu Feng's hands shot out, ruthlessly crushing his jaw. He forced the remaining shards of the wine glass into Lu Jiang's mouth and twisted them violently. Lu Jiang's tongue was shattered, his mouth filled with blood. I heard you enjoy spitting. Let me see you do it again. Lu Jiang shook his head desperately, his eyes pleading. He had only just become the leader of the Blood Alliance. He was not ready to die. At that moment, Lu Chen rushed forward. Without hesitation, he fell to his knees, crying out, Please, spare my son. He recognizes his mistakes. He will never dare again. I beg you, grant him mercy. You recognize your mistakes? Gu Feng replied with a smile, observing Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang nodded fervently, keeping his head bowed low. Yet, his vengeful eyes lurked in the shadows. Curse it all! How dare you treat me this way? Just wait until I bring thousands of brothers from the Blood Alliance to the Lin family. I will make you wish for death. But his thoughts were abruptly cut short as Gu Feng crushed his skull underfoot. Lu Jiang, one of the 8 leaders of the Blood Alliance, was dead. Xiao Jiang. Lu Chen wailed, collapsing over his son's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. After crushing Lu Jiang's head, Gu Feng's gaze fell upon Lu Chen. Startled, Lu Chen quickly wiped away his tears, desperately trying to suppress his emotions. With a fawning expression, he pleaded, Do not kill me. I will not retaliate. I swear it. Gu Feng maintained a stoic expression. Is that so? The Lu family is on the brink of soaring to greatness. I will not act foolishly. Besides, I am still young and have the capacity to start anew. After a moment's reflection, he added, Do you not enjoy a fine drink? My cellar is stocked with a plethora of Tianshui Lao Jiao. Please wait here. I shall fetch some for you. Was he merely stalling for time? A cold smile graced Gu Feng's lips. Lu Chen's demeanor stiffened, and with an awkward smile, he replied, What are you saying? I do not comprehend. Gu Feng, I heard your earlier phone call. Just now, after he had slain a dozen of Lu's elite warriors, Lu Chun quietly retreated to a distance, contacting the Blood Alliance. Though far away, Gu Feng could hear everything with clarity. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Lu Chen's fierce countenance was laid bare as he gritted his teeth and spat, Beast, if you have the guts, stay here and wait for the Blood Alliance to arrive. Not only will I not remain here, but I shall also ensure your demise before I depart. Gu Feng replied with an air of indifference. You, a madman, are afraid? Lu Chen bellowed in fury. Lu Chun, in a fit of madness, cried out, You kill my son, and the Blood Alliance will merely seek vengeance against you. If you dare to kill me, it will not only be your fate that suffers. The Lin family will also bear the consequences. Gu Feng gradually exerted force in his hands, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he provocatively declared, Then let me see how the Blood Alliance intends to kill me. Ah, beast! You shall not die a good death. With a soft thud, silence enveloped the world. Lu Chen's neck had been ruthlessly snapped by Gu Feng. Lu Chen, the head of the Lu family, was dead. Gu Feng clapped his hands and turned, vanishing into the boundless night. Outside a room, 4 individuals, including Wang Xuemei, Lin Beishan, Lin Ruoma, and Lu Xiaowan, anxiously awaited. At last, the door swung open, and an elderly man emerged. How is my daughter? Lin Beishan inquired hastily. This elder was none other than the esteemed Dr. Wu, who had been treating Lin Ruochu. He sighed and shook his head, saying, I have done all within my power. Whether she awakens now rests solely upon Miss Lin's fate. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Oh, why must my life be so wretched? Just as I saw my daughter's illness on the verge of recovery, that scoundrel Lu Jiang inflicted such harm upon her, worsening her condition. I no longer wish to live. Meanwhile, the dining table was laden with an array of dishes, untouched. The Lin family sat in the living room, overwhelmed by despair. Yet Lin Ruochu was nowhere to be found. Uncle Lin, where is Ruochu? Gu Feng asked. How can you even ask that? It is all your doing, Wang Xuemei exclaimed, springing up from her seat. Gu Feng felt somewhat bewildered. What exactly had transpired? He had only been gone for a couple of hours.
Lin Beishan remarked, Xu Mei.
Do not speak in such a manner. It was clearly Lu Jiang who acted. It has nothing to do with Xiao Feng. Not long after Gu Feng departed from the Lin family, Lin Ruochu fell into a state of unconsciousness. Lin Beishan promptly contacted his elder daughter, Lin Ruomei. As she rushed home, she dialed the esteemed Dr. Wu. While Dr. Wu attended to Lin Ruochu, Lu Xiaowan recounted the entire incident that transpired at the kindergarten to everyone present. Wang Xuemei exclaimed, How can you not blame him? A grown man who cannot even protect a woman. What purpose does he serve? Chapter 43. Gu Feng, what are you doing? Lu Xiaowan replied, Grandma, it's not like that. Big brother wasn't even there at the time, and he has already promised to help me deal with that wicked man. What can he do? Do you think he is still the young master of the Gu family? Wang Xuemei retorted impatiently. Wang Xuemei, silence yourself. Lin Beishan slammed his palm onto the coffee table, causing the teacups to tremble. He sighed deeply. Xiaofeng, do not hold it against your Aunt Wang. She is merely. At this point, he found himself unable to continue. His throat choked, and his eyes reddened. For the past 6 months, since his daughter had undergone the removal of both kidneys, she had been living in torment, often awakened in the middle of the night by excruciating pain, unable to find solace in sleep. He witnessed it all. Yet, whenever his daughter faced them, she always wore a faint smile, presenting her best self to her family. She treated the world with kindness. But now, she was on the brink of death. Lin Beishan could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. A man in his 50s, overwhelmed with grief. I will go in and see Ruochu. Gu Feng inhaled deeply as he entered the room, where he beheld Lin Ruochu lying on the bed. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, and her complexion was pallid, devoid of any trace of color. He gently lifted the hem of her deep purple shirt a few inches, revealing a flat abdomen, unmarred by any excess flesh. His hands softly rested upon it, and as he felt the emptiness on either side of her abdomen, Gu Feng's breath became uncontrollably erratic. A tempestuous fury blazed within his chest. He immediately invoked the Tianyan dragon god technique to quell his tumultuous emotions. Spiritual energy surged at his fingertips, swiftly permeating her skin and delving deep into Lin Ruochu's body. One must commend Dr. Wu, a true master of his craft. In the absence of both kidneys, a person is typically faced with a dire fate. Yet, Dr. Wu, with his remarkable medical prowess and rare herbs, had managed to extend Lin Ruochu's life until this moment. However, today, Lu Jiang's brutal assault had completely extinguished the last flicker of life within her. It was only natural that Dr. Wu could do nothing to save her. One could assert that 99.9% of physicians would find themselves utterly helpless in the face of Lin Ruochu's condition. Fortunately, he was among that remaining 0.01%. Gu Feng's hands occasionally shifted their position, gliding over Lin Ruochu's delicate skin, while an exquisite stream of pure spiritual energy gently nourished every inch of her being. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from behind Gu Feng. "Gu Feng, what are you doing?" It was Lin Ruochu's mother, Wang Shuemei. Gu Feng confidently stated, "As I attend to Ruochu, my unparalleled medical skills will ensure her swift recovery." Wang Shuemei rushed over, abruptly pulling Gu Feng's hand away. "Treating her? Is this how you administer care? Where have your hands wandered?" After weeping outside for an extended period, she decided to check on Gu Feng, only to discover him inappropriately touching her daughter. This infuriated her immensely. At that moment, Lin Ruomo and Lin Beishan entered the room. Lin Beishan inquired, "Shuemei, why the commotion?" Wang Shuemei's face turned ashen with rage. "Am I making a fuss? Are you even aware of what Gu Feng is doing inside? Ruochu is in such a dire state, and he dares to take advantage of her." Lin Beishan looked at Gu Feng with confusion. His impression of Gu Feng was not of such character. In his memory, Gu Feng had always been courteous, even back when he was a young master.
Lin Ruo Montag chimed in.
"I believe I heard Gu Feng mention he was treating my sister." Understanding dawned on Lin Beishan. "I knew it. Xiao Feng is not that kind of person." Wang Shuemei scoffed repeatedly. "Is your reasoning clouded? Do you not realize who you are defending? The esteemed young master of Jiangling, Gu Feng, has never studied medicine. Do you believe everything he says? He claims Ruochu will awaken soon. Do you genuinely think she will?" Just then, Lin Ruochu's delicate eyelashes fluttered, and she gradually opened her eyes. What has happened to me?" Upon awakening, her head felt heavy, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Lin Ruomo exclaimed with excitement, "Ruochu, you're awake." Lin Beishan and Wang Shuemei were equally overjoyed, surrounding her with concern. Seeing that their daughter was no longer in critical condition, Lin Beishan addressed his wife, "You have misjudged Xiao Feng. He was not taking advantage of Ruochu. He has healed her."
Wang Shuemei was rendered speechless. Come.
"Xiao Feng, let us dine." Lin Beishan beckoned everyone to the dining table in the living room. However, upon seeing the dishes laid out, he felt a twinge of displeasure. "Shuemei, I told you when Xiao Feng visits for dinner, what on earth is this assortment of food? There's hardly any meat visible." Wang Shuemei retorted defiantly, "Do you have any idea how much we've spent on Ruochu's treatment over the years? Just one stalk of blood lotus costs over 100,000. Having this much food is already fortunate."
Lin Beishan replied.
"The Xiao family's resort project is about to commence. Our building materials will sell like hotcakes, and we will have money soon. Let us wait until we have money then." Wang Shuemei slammed the table, asserting, "This is all the food we have. Eat it or not."
Lin Beishan sighed.
"Xiao Feng, I apologize for the inconvenience." Gu Feng shook his head and replied, "It's all right. These dishes are quite satisfactory." Lin Beishan inquired, "Xiao Feng, you just mentioned that you dealt with Lu Jiang?" Earlier, when the little one was present, Gu Feng refrained from discussing anything too gruesome. Now he nodded and stated, I have eliminated him. What? Lin Beishan exclaimed in astonishment. I have heard that he is the newly appointed leader of the Blood Alliance, possessing formidable strength. How did you manage to accomplish that? As Gu Feng was about to speak, he heard Wang Shuimei scoff coldly. Lin Beishan, have you lost your mind? Do you believe everything he says? Why doesn't he claim he killed Lu Chun as well? I indeed killed Lu Chun, Gu Feng replied. Ha! Your arrogance knows no bounds. Had you made such a claim 5 years ago, I might have believed you. But now, ha! Lin Beishan interjected sharply. Shuimei, did you not just express skepticism regarding Xiao Feng's exceptional medical skills? Yet here is your daughter, perfectly well, seated right before you. Wang Shuimei's face flushed with embarrassment, and suddenly a thought struck her. Was it Gu Feng who healed her? It was clearly Dr. Wu who treated her. Do not forget, before Gu Feng arrived, Dr. Wu had already examined Ruochu. However, Lin Beishan hesitated at this point. The words Dr. Wu uttered before leaving were ambiguous. He did not assert that Lin Ruochu would certainly awaken. Moreover, he recalled that the former Gu Feng had indeed never studied medicine. His skills were mediocre at best. At this juncture, Lin Ruomo remarked, I believe Mother has a point. Mastering medicine is not something that can be achieved in a day or two. Gu Feng had no prior medical training. Even if he spent the last 5 years studying, he could not possibly surpass Dr. Wu's expertise. Chapter 44. The Blood Alliance of 500 Elite Warriors. Follow me to annihilate the Lin family. Gu Feng declared, I have not deceived you. For the past 5 years, I have resided in Long Island Prison, where I studied medicine and martial arts under the warden. I have transformed significantly, and while Dr. Wu is indeed deserving of his esteemed title, he pales in comparison to me. Moreover, I am currently the warden of Long Island Prison. Therefore, I wish to inquire as to who is responsible for Ruochu's current predicament. You have assisted Qingning on numerous occasions, and upon my return to Jiangling, I too desire to extend my help to you. As he spoke, he produced a token intricately carved with a dragon's head. The Dragon God Order. What nonsense! A warden of a prison that I have never even heard of. Gu Feng, I never realized you were one to usurp the merits of others. It was clearly Dr. Wu who healed Ruochu, yet you insist it was your doing. Are you afraid that I might cast you out, leaving you homeless? Rest assured Wang Shuimei, am not forgetful. The Gu family has aided the Lin family in the past, so I shall ensure you have your meals. However, heed my words. Keep your distance from my daughter. Wang Shuimei retorted with a caustic tone. Lin Ruoma interjected, Mother, perhaps you should temper your words. Gu Feng has faced hardships. Falling from Jiangling's most esteemed heir to an ordinary person is no small feat. His remarks stem from a desire not to be underestimated. Enough! Lin Beishan slammed the table. Let us not prolong this discussion. Are we here to eat or to bicker? At that moment, his phone rang, with a company wishing to procure building materials from him, offering a price substantially higher than that of Lu Qin. After a brief conversation, he addressed the group. I must step out for a moment. Keep your voices down and do not provoke Xiao Feng. Turning to Gu Feng, he added, Xiao Feng, make yourself at home. If Wang Auntie dares to criticize you again, inform me, and I shall deal with her. With that, he hurried toward Lin's building materials. Once he was out of earshot, Wang Shuimei forcefully slammed her bowl down. This household has become unbearable. After all these years of serving him diligently, he dares to strike at me. Lin Beishan, you better think twice before laying a hand on me, for I will not hesitate to seek a divorce. Gu Feng ignored her, addressing Lin Ruochu instead. Ruochu, do you trust me? Yes, Lin Ruochu nodded emphatically. Then tell me, who was responsible for the loss of your kidneys? I shall take vengeance on your behalf. Gu Feng stated coldly. Lin Ruochu replied, it wasn't Ji Caiyue. You mustn't provoke her, Gu Feng. Although she wields significant power in Jiangling, if you maintain a low profile, she shouldn't be able to find you. However, if you cross her path, your demise is inevitable. Lin Roma sighed. Gu Feng, let us not speak of Ji Caiyue now. Any prominent family in Jiangling is beyond your reach, so what purpose does it serve to tell you? Fast forward half an hour. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a striking woman clad in black leather and tall boots leaped from her car and strode into the Lu residence. Her name was Ning Yushi, the second in command of the Blood Alliance. Since its establishment 2 years ago, the Blood Alliance had rapidly expanded, becoming one of the 3 major powers in Jiangling's underground world. Ning Yuxi's ascension to this position as a woman speaks volumes of her exceptional prowess. Lu Jiang, you have just been appointed one of the 8 Hall Masters of the Blood Alliance. Why did you not answer my call regarding tonight's promotion ceremony? She queried as she continued to advance. Yet, there was no response, and she caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent. A sense of unease gripped Ning Yuxi as she hastened further inside. The stench of blood intensified with each step. Upon discovering the bodies of over a dozen corpses sprawled on the ground, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. How could this happen? Not only had the elite assassins raised by the Liu family perished, but even the father and son of the Liu family lay dead, their demise tragically gruesome. Without a moment's hesitation, she dialed the Blood Alliance. Lord Hong, there has been an incident. Before long, Lord Hong arrived with a contingent of men. His aged face bore a grim expression. I recall the Liu residence is under surveillance. Investigate immediately. Ning Yuxi wasted no time, swiftly organizing personnel to retrieve the surveillance footage. However, her hopes were low, as the perpetrator had clearly sought to eliminate any trace of the crime. Who would be foolish enough not to destroy the evidence? To her astonishment, the surveillance footage was intact. The cameras near the garden had captured everything with remarkable clarity, and the audio function recorded every word spoken. Excellent. You dare to murder a Hall Master of the Blood Alliance. Young man, your life is forfeit. Lord Hong snapped his fingers, promptly summoning 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance. Tonight, we shall annihilate the Lin family. Ning Yuxi hesitated. Lord Hong, this individual dispatched Lu Jiang, a peak master, with a mere gesture. He must be a formidable grandmaster. Hong Qi narrowed his eyes. Are you afraid?
No, Ning Yuxi Deniet.
I merely think it might be wiser to recruit him into our ranks as a Hall Master, thereby strengthening the Blood Alliance's power. Besides, Lu Jiang only attained his position through connections. I see no necessity. Lord Hong scoffed. Since you recognize Lu Jiang's rise was through favoritism, you should also know his sister is closely aligned with the Song family, one of Jiangling's elite clans. What do you think will happen if we recruit the murderer into the Blood Alliance? Ning Yuxi responded, the Blood Alliance may not necessarily be inferior to the Song family. Why must we fight? I could simply eliminate this young man. Hong Qi's voice turned icy. Present his head to the Song family. We avenge our Hall Master and obligate the Song family to us. What a splendid arrangement. But Ning Yuxi attempted to counter, only to be interrupted by Hong Qi. Do as I say.
Ning Yuxi acquiesced, understood.
Soon, 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance advanced toward the Lin family with great momentum. Passers-by hurriedly took cover at the site. It appeared the Blood Alliance was set to unleash another massacre that night. Ning Yuxi drove with furrowed brows. Finally, she opened her phone, locating a contact saved 6 years ago, labeled Young Master Gu Feng. Flee swiftly. The Blood Alliance, with 500 elite members and 7 Hall Masters, is heading straight for the Lin family. Escape as far as you can. Upon successfully sending the message, marked as read, she exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Master Gu Feng, I can assist you no further. At last, the formidable contingent of 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance halted outside the Lin family residence. Hong Qi turned to face the crowd, his aged visage radiating authority. Brothers of the Blood Alliance, today, our newly appointed Hall Master has met a tragic end within his home. Tell me, shall we not exact vengeance upon the murderer? Chapter 45. I shall handle it. Execution. 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 The resounding roars of the 500 elite members reverberated through the air, shaking the very earth beneath them. Nearby residents, terrified, hurriedly extinguished their lights and drew their curtains. The once brightly lit Luoping Street at 7:30 in the evening was suddenly engulfed in darkness. What is that sound? The thunderous uproar outside startled Wang Xuemei, who sat within the confines of her home.
Moments late, a furiós ballou a cua, ela hiena baixan.
How dare you send someone to slay our Hall Master? Come forth and face your demise. Wang Xuemei was suddenly reminded of Gu Feng's earlier words, her face a mask of disbelief. You truly killed Lu Jiang? This is it, we are utterly doomed. Gu Feng, your impulsiveness knows no bounds. Even if you have acquired some rudimentary skills over the years, your fists alone cannot contend with sheer numbers. Our Lin family will perish because of you. From the earlier uproar, it was evident that at least several hundred individuals had arrived. How could Gu Feng possibly stand against such odds? I fear he shall be reduced to mere pulp before our eyes. Next, it will be our family's turn. Lin Ruochu exclaimed. Mother, how can you say such things? Gu Feng sought vengeance on my behalf by confronting Lu Jiang. I care not for your reasons. With the blood alliance arriving in such numbers, our Lin family is irrevocably finished. She wept uncontrollably as she spoke. He rose and departed, and in the blink of an eye he was outside. Lin Ruochu had no opportunity to stop him. Outside, under the silvery moonlight, the 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance glared furiously at Gu Feng. Yet Gu Feng stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, facing them without the slightest hint of fear. Ning Yushi, observing Gu Feng from across the way, felt her heart racing uncontrollably, nearly bursting from her chest. It was hard to fathom that 6 years had passed and Master Gu Feng remained as charismatic as ever. Yet she understood that the era of the Gu family had come to a close. Once, others feared Gu Feng because of the Gu name. Such trepidation was no longer feasible. Her anxiety mounted. She had sent Gu Feng a message and he ought to have seen it. Why had he not fled? Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Hong Chi's voice, aged yet commanding, rang out. Young man, you possess quite the audacity. Upon hearing of my arrival, instead of fleeing, you chose to confront me directly. Gu Feng let out a light laugh. Why should I flee? Hong Chi burst into hearty laughter. At least you possess some self-awareness, knowing that having slain the leader of my blood alliance, there is no escape for you in this vast Jiangling. So, will you choose to end your own life? Or shall I, Hong Chi, escort you on your final journey? As Gu Feng was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Ning Yushi kneeling on the ground with a thud. Master Hong, Yushi has followed you faithfully for 2 years, and now I have a request. Hong Chi's wrinkled face revealed a hint of impatience. We shall discuss your matter after I have taken this scoundrel's head. Ning Yushi hurriedly replied, I am here to plead for him. 6 years ago he saved my life, and I hope, Master Hong, that you can grant him a reprieve considering my unwavering support over the past 2 years. Hong Chi squinted his eyes, remaining silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the words of the second-in-command of the Blood Alliance. Suddenly, the 6th Hall Master of the Blood Alliance exclaimed loudly, Master Hong, we cannot let this man go. I have recognized his identity. He is Gu Feng. Gu Feng? The name struck a chord, but Hong Chi could not recall where he had encountered it before. The 6th Hall Master continued, Master Hong, you have only been in Jiangling for 2 years, and may not be aware that Gu Feng is the eldest son of the Gu family, the foremost clan in Jiangling 5 years ago. He committed patricide and exterminated his own clan, making him the target of public vengeance. If we kill him, the Blood Alliance's reputation in Jiangling will soar, and we can present his head to Ji Caiyue. By allying with the Ji family, the most powerful clan in Jiangling, our Blood Alliance's unification of the underground world of Jiangling will be within reach. Upon hearing this, Hong Chi's expression brightened. Unifying Jiangling's underground had always been his fervent desire. Yushi, it seems your wishes cannot be fulfilled today. Ning Yushi cried out, No, young Master Gu is not a patricide or clan exterminator. For years, I have investigated the events of that time. Ji Caiyue is the true culprit. Hong Chi scoffed. I care not whether he truly committed such crimes. In the eyes of the people of Jiangling, he is a heinous villain, and that is sufficient. As for Ji Caiyue, if she is indeed the mastermind, she would not wish to see Gu Feng alive. Taking Gu Feng's head would be a significant accomplishment. Ning Yushi bowed her head fervently. Master Hong, I implore you, for my sake, spare young Master Gu's life. At that moment, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Since stepping into the martial world, she had not cried once. Immediately, 2 hall masters stepped forward to seize Ning Yushi. However, she swiftly rolled to the side, positioning herself in front of Gu Feng. Her long hair flowed gracefully as she declared firmly, Today, if anyone dares to kill young Master Gu, they must first step over my body. Master Gu Feng, 6 years ago you shielded me with your presence. Today, Yushi is prepared to shed her blood for you. It is no wonder that you have persistently obstructed me. You must have recognized Gu Feng while reviewing the surveillance. Hong Qi glanced at Ning Yushi and questioned the utility of her current position before Gu Feng. Are you not afraid of death, attempting to stand against such overwhelming force? Ning Yushi was acutely aware that she was no match for the individuals before her. Not to mention the 500 elite warriors, the 7 leaders of the Blood Alliance were all first-star masters, with Lord Hong having tread the path of a second-star master for countless years. She herself was merely at the pinnacle of a first-star master. Yet, for Master Gu Feng, Yushi would embrace death without regret. Her tone resonated with conviction, her expression resolute. Very well, then I, Hong Qi, shall grant your wish today. As his words fell, Hong Qi launched a powerful punch. Just as Ning Yushi prepared to intervene, Gu Feng swiftly positioned himself before her. Allow me to handle this. With those 4 words, Gu Feng unleashed a formidable punch. The collision of their fists sent Hong Qi's aged visage contorting as if crumpled like an old newspaper, his body hurtling back into the crowd, his arm bursting into a mist of crimson. A collective gasp echoed through the air. The leader of the Blood Alliance could not withstand a single blow from Gu Feng. Hong Qi bellowed, I underestimated my opponent. Bring forth the others. In a swift response, 3 among the 7 leaders reacted, launching 6 fists aimed at Gu Feng's vital points. With a casual wave of his hand, Gu Feng launched 3 silver needles that shot forth with lethal precision. In an instant, 3 of the 7 hall masters of the Blood Alliance fell lifeless to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene. He was a master of the 3rd star, and all of you must join forces against me. Unkiillable, disregarding the shock in his heart, bellowed orders with fervor. 500 elite warriors surged forward, united in their assault against Gu Feng. Each was a formidable expert, either at the mid or peak stage of the transformation realm. At this moment, the collective might of these 500 warriors seemed poised to rend the very heavens apart. What kind of powerful being could withstand such overwhelming force? Chapter 46. A roar to determine the universe. In Gu Feng's eyes flickered a tempestuous flame. With a resounding roar that echoed like spring thunder, he commanded, You insignificant wretches, kneel before me. An overwhelming aura of authority surged forth, accompanied by his fierce proclamation. The 500 elite members of the Blood Alliance found themselves powerless, bowing in submission. One shout could alter the cosmos. How could it be that such transcendent power existed in this world? Hong Qi, having roamed the martial realm for over a decade, had never encountered anything like it. At this moment he was filled with regret. If given another chance, he would heed Ning Yushi's counsel and spare Gu Feng. No, in fact, he wouldn't have come here at all tonight. But it was too late for such reflections. His spirit for battle extinguished, he feigned submission, gradually retreating towards the crowd. Regardless of the outcome, preserving his life took precedence. Alas, before he could take 2 steps back, Gu Feng appeared before him like a specter, his foot pressing down on Hong Qi's head against the cement floor. Where do you think you're running, Hong Qi? Hong Qi quickly donned a sycophantic smile. Master Gu, I was presumptuous tonight. I, Hong Qi, am willing to serve you, like a loyal hound, ready to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, without hesitation. Gu Feng revealed a sinister smirk. I have a task for you. What task? Hong Qi's heart momentarily eased. Go to the underworld and see what the king of hell looks like. Suddenly, Gu Feng exerted force beneath his feet. Hong Qi didn't even have time to scream before he was obliterated into a mist of blood. Hong Qi, the legendary figure who had parachuted into Jiangling 2 years prior, single-handedly establishing the Blood Alliance and transforming it into one of the 3 major underground forces in Jiangling in a mere 2 years, was dead. Watching Gu Feng from a distance, Ning Yushi's heart raced wildly. She had thought that without the Gu family, young Master Gu Feng would lose his former brilliance. Little did she anticipate that his splendor was even greater than before. Who in this world could rival him? It was no wonder that young Master Gu Feng had not departed upon seeing her message. With such formidable strength, why would he leave? She had truly worried needlessly. Her mind wandered back to the moment when Gu Feng had pulled her behind him, reminiscent of 6 years ago. Young Master Gu Feng. Ning Yushi couldn't help but murmur, her delicate form trembling. her heart swelling with emotion. Gu Feng turned his head and gazed at the remaining 4 hall masters. Terrified, they immediately prostrated themselves, proclaiming, "We are willing to serve you as our master, and will heed your every command, regardless of the peril." They were acutely aware that they stood no chance against Gu Feng, nor could they escape under his watchful gaze. Their only recourse was to pledge their loyalty. Whether they could preserve their lives depended solely on Gu Feng's disposition. Fortunately, Gu Feng had only come to crush the most vociferous of the 6 hall masters into a cloud of crimson mist before halting his actions. Henceforth, Ning Yushi would be the sovereign of the Blood Alliance. Have you comprehended this? The reason he spared these 500 elite warriors was to leave them for Ning Yushi. However, Ning Yushi kept her head bowed, lost in her thoughts, and he was disinclined to ponder further. He turned and entered the courtyard, calling out, "Auntie, Rushu, the matter has been resolved. You may come out now." As he spoke, he pushed open the door to the hall. The entire residence was devoid of inhabitants. Not even a trace of the little dumpling was present. The back door, however, stood ajar. Gu Feng let out a bitter laugh, fully aware that Wang Xuemei and the others did not believe him and had already fled when he stepped out to confront the enemy. With a helpless shake of his head, Gu Feng exited the room. Upon noticing that the members of the Blood Alliance were still kneeling in place, he found that Ning Yushi had not departed either. Curiosity overtook him as he inquired, "Are you not leaving?" At that moment, Ning Yushi had already regained her composure and replied, "Young Master Gu Feng, you are far more suited to be the leader. I can assist you." Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "I have no time to assume the role of a leader. You may take on that responsibility." Ning Yushi appeared somewhat flustered, responding, "I apologize for my presumption. Regardless of who you were in the past or who you are now, I find myself unable to assist in any meaningful way." He held little regard for this woman, yet moments ago, she had willingly offered her life for his sake. "You may lead for now. There may come a time when I require the Blood Alliance, so do not falter when that moment arrives." Upon hearing this, Ning Yushi's face brightened with delight. "I understand, Master Gu Feng. Rest assured, I shall diligently manage the Blood Alliance, transforming it into the sharpest weapon in your arsenal." With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Ning Yushi added, "There is already a ready-made set. Allow me to guide you there." Before long, Ning Yushi escorted Gu Feng to the luxurious Yujing mansion. 2 years prior, the Shao family had developed a villa community in this area, now a burgeoning affluent district in Jiangling, where Hongqi had also purchased a residence, albeit seldom occupied. As she introduced the property, Ning Yushi led Gu Feng to a villa sprawling over 500 square meters, unlocking the door with a key. "Master Gu Feng, you are covered in blood. Please take a seat while I fetch your clothes for washing." After she had washed his upper garment, she returned with a basin of warm water for his feet. "What are you doing?" Gu Feng inquired, puzzled. "I am here to wash your feet, my lord."
Ning Yushi replied.
"There is no need for that." Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Yushi had already removed his shoes and socks, gently placing his feet in the basin. The water was at a perfect temperature, evidently tested with care. Observing her delicate hands, Gu Feng contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to acquiesce. At that moment he was bare-chested, his sculpted muscles prominently displayed. Ning Yushi's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze averted, fearful of any untoward incidents that might ensue. "Young Master Gu Feng, 6 years have passed, and I, Ning Yushi, never imagined I would stand by your side. This is truly—" "By the way," Gu Feng suddenly inquired, "when did I ever save you?" "I have no recollection." Ning Yushi hurriedly replied, "Of course, you wouldn't remember. At that time, you were the most prominent young master in Jiangling, while I was merely the child of an ordinary family." At the age of 15, due to financial constraints, Ning Yushi took a part-time job at a bar, where she was demanded by a middle-aged man to spend the night with him. Ning Yushi resolutely refused and was brutally beaten by the man. At that moment, Gu Feng and his good friend Chu Yuanhe were present in the bar. Unable to bear the injustice, Chu Yuanhe intervened and taught the middle-aged man a lesson. Enraged, the man called upon the second-in-command of the Fateful Society, the most powerful underground organization in Jiangling at the time. However, upon seeing Gu Feng standing tall, they immediately knelt in submission. That scene is forever etched in Ning Yushi's memory. As she recounted the past to Gu Feng, the images from 6 years ago intertwined with the present night. The imposing silhouette of Gu Feng filled her entire mind. A pair of delicate hands, submerged in water, suddenly quivered gently, creating ripples that spread outward. Her slender figure trembled slightly, yet she could not resist any longer. Gu Feng noticed her breathing was somewhat erratic, her complexion unusually flushed, and her delicate hands were tightly gripping the arch of her foot. He couldn't help but inquire, "What's the matter?" Chapter 47. The Gathering of the Affluent. Ning Yushi's face turned as rosy as a ripe peach. It's nothing, young Master Gu. How is my technique?" The skill exhibited could only be described as quite mediocre, even somewhat clumsy. It was evident she had never washed someone else's feet before. "Quite good," Gu Feng replied, lowering his eyelids as he observed Ning Yushi's flowing black hair. "So, that trivial matter has lingered in your thoughts until today." Ning Yushi responded, "Perhaps for you, it is indeed a trifling matter, yet it holds immense significance in my life. Moreover, you further supported my education, and the esteemed steward Qin, recognizing my potential, even helped me to cultivate my meridians, setting me on the path of a martial artist." Gu Feng had no recollection of these matters whatsoever. "Then why did you abandon your studies? At your age, you should be pursuing your education at university." Ning Yushi replied somewhat bashfully, "I am not cut out for academics, and I do not wish to squander my time in school. I yearn to avenge the Gu family and seek justice for the young master. Unfortunately, despite my years of toil and diligent training, I still find myself vastly inferior to Ji Caiyue." Gu Feng could not help but ruffle her hair, saying, "You have already performed admirably. Now allow me to take over." Considering Ji Caiyue's current standing in Jiangling, Ning Yushi felt a wave of unease wash over her. She opened her mouth to speak, but recalling the events of the evening, she found solace once more. "Young Master Gu, regarding the Gu family fire, I have yet to uncover substantial information. However, over the past few years, Ji Caiyue has been stirring trouble in Jiangling, leaving behind traces of her deeds. I possess some evidence that I can present to you." Gu Feng smiled faintly and said, "There is no need for that. If you have some free time, could you help me investigate who removed Lin Ruochu's kidney?" From the conversation between Wang Xueme and Lin Ruome, it appears that this matter was not instigated by Ji Caiyue. "As for Lin Ruochu, I am aware that it was done by Tang Zi." Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Tang Zi? The 8th young master of the esteemed Tang family in Jiangling?" "Indeed." Ning Yushi nodded. "Tang Zi used to be your follower, but ever since the troubles befell the Gu family, he has frequently conspired against you, speaking ill of your name, which has drawn my particular attention to him. 2 months ago, during a gathering, he inadvertently revealed the scandal involving Lin Ruochu's double kidney extraction, and I was present at that moment. Witnessing the young master of the Tang family's reputation plummet day by day brought me a sense of secret delight. Alas, such a promising situation was short-lived. Within a few days, the trending topic was suppressed, and the discussions surrounding it vanished overnight." Gu Feng picked up a towel to dry his feet and redressed himself. "It seems I must pay a visit to an old friend." Ning Yushi remarked he should not be home at the moment. Gu Feng was somewhat surprised by this knowledge. Ning Yushi explained, "Today, the Blood Alliance was originally set to hold a promotion ceremony for Lu Jiang at Fengwu Jiutian. However, we received word that young Master Tang has reserved the entire venue for a party. Hence we had to change our location." "I see." Gu Feng stepped out and entered Ning Yushi's car. Ning Yushi, seated in the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator and sped towards Fengwu Jiutian. Outside Fengwu Jiutian, Lu Ajiao stood waiting. "Song Chang, you wouldn't be deceiving me into a date, would you? Is there really a gathering of wealthy heirs at Fengwu Jiutian today?" After parting ways with Song Chang in the afternoon, she had gone to play mahjong with a few friends. It was only half an hour ago that Song Chang informed her about the party, leaving her skeptical. "I must tell you, I won't agree to a date with you until that insignificant man at the airport is dealt with. If I discover you are tricking me, the consequences will be dire." Song Chang replied, "Ajiao, we've known each other for so long. When have I ever deceived you? In fact, Tang Zi called me this afternoon, but I was busy retrieving airport surveillance footage and couldn't answer. I only saw the news in the Jiangling wealthy circle half an hour ago. You've always wanted to attend a high society gathering, and today is a splendid opportunity. Lu Ajiao inquired. Has the surveillance footage been sent to Lord Hong? What did he say? After speaking, he led Lu Ajiao into Feng Wu Jiutian. The first floor was deserted, while the second floor was bustling with guests. Upon reaching the second floor, a young man approached them immediately. Song Chung, you're quite late. The party is already halfway through. A charming woman in his embrace remarked. Look, young Master Song has just come from the hotel. Did you not notice he brought Lu Ajiao with him? Lu Ajiao quickly clarified. Song Chung and I are merely friends. Please don't jump to conclusions. She spoke softly, unsure of the young couple's background. TSK, the young man clicked his tongue. Song Chung, what on earth are you doing? It's been so long, and you still haven't won her over. News of Song Cheng's pursuit of Lu Ajiao had long spread through Jiangling's upper circles, leading many wealthy heirs to mock him in private. Song Cheng's expression darkened. Mind your business. Do you think I, like you, can only think with my lower half upon seeing a woman? I seek a lifelong partner. If it were anyone else, Song Chung might not have been so assertive, but the other party was merely from the lowly Lu family, even less prestigious than the Song family. Yet they dared to chatter. In the hall, tables were divided by the power of noble families. The Song and Lu families naturally sat at the back, while those closer to the center were of more illustrious standing. At that moment, sitting in the central chair was Tang Zi. He clapped his hands, and the crowd fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, since everyone has arrived, let me introduce my newly acquainted friend, General Yu Aoshang. Applause erupted throughout the hall. Many young heirs were astonished that Tang Zi had made the acquaintance of a general. In a corner, a striking woman stood and nodded, her demeanor fierce, clearly someone who had faced battles. Once she took her seat, Tang Zi continued. The reason for today's gathering, beyond the frivolities, is to discuss an important matter. As you all know, the construction of the Shao family resort is about to commence, and I'm aware many of you have secured contracts from the Shao family. Our Tang family is involved in the building materials business, so when the project officially begins, I hope you will consider purchasing materials from us. Of course. Brother Tang, you and I are like family. I will surely have my father buy from you. One young heir chimed in. What does it matter where we buy from? Costs will be incurred regardless. It's best to purchase from acquaintances, especially since the Tang family's materials are renowned for their quality. On the surface, everyone smiled, but internally they grumbled. The Tang family's building materials were indeed renowned, but they were also notoriously overpriced and of inferior quality. Given a choice, no one would willingly buy from the Tang family. However, with the Tang family currently flourishing in Jiangling and having allied with a general, they had to consider their power before refusing. Chapter 48. Returning to Jiangling, the hall adorned with red sleeves. Observing the flattery from the crowd, a cunning smile crept across Tang Zi's lips. After saying a few more words, he exited the hall towards the restroom. The elders of several noble families, influenced by General Yu's presence, likely felt compelled to accept the business deal. Tang Zi remarked, regardless of one's position, those who understand how to leverage opportunities will endure longer. A middle-aged man replied, indeed, just as years ago when you were still alongside Gu Feng, capitalizing on the Gu family's influence. Later, when the Ji family rose, you tarnished Gu Feng's reputation to gain from them. Otherwise, how could the Tang family have ascended from the 8th to the 4th noble family in Jiangling? Tang Zi frowned. Let us not speak of Gu Feng. It brings bad luck. Suddenly he stumbled, nearly falling. Ahead, a girl's startled cry rang out, followed by the sound of shattered glass. Several drinks splattered onto Tang Zi's pants. Are you blind? Tang Zi glared at the fallen waitress. Her name was Wang Ru, a second-year student working part-time at Feng Wu Jiutian. As she struggled to rise, she repeatedly apologized. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. No need for apologies. Go buy me a pair of identical pants right now. Wang Ru hesitated. I'm truly sorry, but I don't have that much money. Could I buy a slightly cheaper pair? Smack! The middle-aged man slapped Wang Ru. A cheaper pair? My young master only wears Armani. Whether you borrow from your parents or take out a loan, I want to see those pants within half an hour or else. But it was his fault for bumping into me. I'm already willing to compensate, Wang Ru murmured. She had been carrying a tray to the kitchen when Tang Zi collided with her. Tang Zi narrowed his eyes. Are you implying it was my fault? Wang Ru summoned her courage. The facts speak for themselves. Does wealth grant the right to be unreasonable? Can money allow one to act without consequence? I don't have the money to compensate for your pants. I have work to do. With that, she turned to leave. The middle-aged man attempted to grab her, but Tang Zi stopped him. Young master, are we just going to let this slide? He inquired. Let it slide? No. Tomorrow, gather a few people and teach this girl a lesson. At her age, she should understand the harsh realities of society. If she doesn't grasp it, Tang Zi, will enlighten her. In the hall, Yu Aoshang sat at her place, drinking in silence. Her attendant, Jiangling, asked, Sister Shuang, you seem rather displeased. Displeased? Of course, I am. She had only come to Jiangling for business and intended to leave in 2 to 3 days. She was uncertain how Tang Zi had learned of her presence and sent an invitation for her to attend tonight's gathering. Initially reluctant, she agreed because Jiangling was eager to witness Jiangling's elite circle. Though they were superior and subordinate, they shared a sisterly bond, and she acquiesced. Little did she know, Tang Zi harbored ulterior motives. With her intellect, it was evident that Tang Zi was merely using her as a stepping stone. Despite their lack of familiarity, she found herself at a disadvantage. This sensation was quite displeasing. However, she couldn't be bothered to explain the convoluted details to Jiangling. Suddenly, Jiangling exclaimed, Sister Shuang, look who has arrived. Yu Aoshang lifted her gaze to see a tall figure with sharp brows and bright eyes striding confidently through the door. It was him. Earlier that afternoon, as she and Jiangling exited Jiangling International Airport, they had witnessed Gu Feng publicly confronting Lu Ajiao, leaving a lasting impression on her. Jiangling clenched her fists, declaring, I cannot abide men who strike women. I was caught off guard this afternoon, but now that I see him, I must teach him a lesson. Just as she prepared to rise, Yu Aoshang swiftly pulled her back down. At that moment, Lu Ajiao's voice rang out sharply. What an unfortunate coincidence. Gu Feng cast a glance at him, remaining silent, and continued his stride toward the center of the hall. The once boisterous atmosphere gradually fell into a profound hush upon his arrival, to the extent that one could hear a pin drop. At last, under the scrutiny of all, Gu Feng took his seat, which rightfully belonged to Tang Zi. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been many years. I hope you have all been well. The surroundings were eerily quiet, as the young scions of esteemed families regarded Gu Feng as if they had encountered a ghost. Only Lu Jiao, in a fit of exclamation, shouted, Hey, you down there, are you pretending to be someone you're not? Let me tell you, you're finished. How dare you sit in young Master Tang's seat? Just wait until he arrives. He won't hesitate to break your legs. Oh, Gu Feng replied with a smile. Do you believe I am unworthy of this position? Absolutely. If even Song Chang is unworthy, what makes you think you deserve to sit here? Gu Feng turned to Song Chang and inquired, Song Chang, do you think I am permitted to occupy the seat that Tang Zi is in? Song Chang gazed at Gu Feng, who occupied the most prominent position at the table, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine. At the airport, he had barely recognized Gu Feng. However, as Gu Feng sat in the center of the hall, the most conspicuous spot, his vague memories swiftly crystallized into sharp clarity. Years ago, it was this very man who always held court at the heart of any gathering. Countless young aristocrats from Jiangling, no matter how resplendent and dashing they appeared in public, faded into insignificance in his presence. At gatherings of the elite or at commercial galas, as long as he was present, no one dared to claim the principal seat, not for any other reason but simply because he is Gu Feng, the esteemed young Master Gu. During that time, Gu Feng was the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless young ladies of Jiangling. It remains unknown how many maidens flocked to the city gates, merely to catch a glimpse of Gu Feng. Riding back to Jiangling, the sight of fluttering red sleeves was a testament to the grandeur of that era. Thud. Song Chang, drenched in sweat, felt his legs weaken and sank to his knees. Young Master Gu, Chapter 49. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Now it is your turn to serve me. Gu Feng cast his gaze around the assembly of young aristocrats, inquiring, Do you believe I am worthy to occupy Tang Zi's position? The usually arrogant scions of noble families felt a chill race down their spines, scarcely daring to draw a breath. They could not even meet Gu Feng's penetrating gaze. Lu Jiao trembled, her face a mask of disbelief. Although Song Chang demeaned himself before her, he remained, in the eyes of others, the exalted heir of a prestigious family. Merely sitting there could compel Song Chang to kneel. Yet, within the room filled with young aristocrats, many bore even loftier titles than Song Chang. Yet before Gu Feng, they dared not utter a sound. Even she, despite her naivety, recognized that the man she referred to as beneath her was of no ordinary stature. Her voice quivered. Song Chang, who? Who exactly is he? He is Gu Feng, the esteemed heir of Jiangling. There is no need to mention my name. Even the former Tang Zi was merely fit to carry his briefcase and polish his shoes. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lu Jiao. As a local of Jiangling, though she had never laid eyes on Gu Feng, she had certainly heard numerous tales surrounding this illustrious young master. In the years when Gu Feng was active in Jiangling, which young master would dare to speak loudly in his presence? It is no wonder that these individuals were so frightened. However, she soon realized something was amiss and kicked Song Chang squarely in the rear. What on earth are you doing? So what if he is Gu Feng? The Gu family has long since vanished. Now he is merely a villain who has committed patricide and annihilated his clan, akin to a rat scurrying across the street, deserving of universal condemnation. What is there to fear? Her words struck like a thunderclap, awakening one from a dream. Without the Gu family, what is there left for Gu Feng to fear? Song Chang awkwardly touched his nose and scrambled to his feet. The once quiet hall erupted into a cacophony. I can hardly believe it. After 5 years, the illustrious young Master Gu still exudes charm, leading me to think that the Gu family remains at the pinnacle of Jiangling. What year is this? Wasn't Gu Feng supposed to be dead? Why has he returned from the grave? Amidst the murmurs, Lu Jiao could no longer contain herself and shouted furiously, Gu Feng, I have yet to settle the score for the slap you gave me. Gu Feng chuckled lightly, remarking that her restraint in not striking him down was her greatest act of mercy. She then turned her gaze towards Song Chang, stating that now was his moment to shine. If he were to incapacitate Gu Feng, she would accompany him to the movies the following day. Song Chang had long shed any fear. Addressing the assembly, he declared that due to his hurried arrival, he had come without his bodyguards and requested the use of theirs, promising substantial gratitude in the future. No one opposed him, for the young masters present had endured Gu Feng's dominance for far too long. They too yearned to witness the once mighty young master of Jiangling brought low. In an instant, over 20 bodyguards clad in black suits stepped forward. Song Chang shouted, Gu Feng, I nearly fell for your tricks just now. Come over immediately and apologize to A Jiao. By doing so, perhaps I might grant you, the once mighty young master of Jiangling, a modicum of dignity and respect. Gu Feng caressed the armrest of his chair, speaking softly, Do you dare to address me in such a manner, relying solely on these insignificant lackeys? Song Chang's heart quivered, a subtle sense of foreboding rising within him. Gu Feng's demeanor was strikingly calm. Lu Jiao, however, let out a cold laugh. Still putting on airs, are we? Who doesn't know that the young master of the Gu family has never trained in martial arts? These 20-odd bodyguards, though not the pinnacle of strength, have been meticulously nurtured by various noble families. They can easily turn you into a swollen mess. With her command, the bodyguards, eyes gleaming with menace, charged towards Gu Feng. In an instant, a flurry of attacks rained down upon him. Yet, in the next moment, the 20-plus men were sent sprawling like petals scattered by the wind. Thud after thud echoed as their bodies hit the ground, their eyes shut tight, oblivious to their fates. Lu Jiao was taken aback. She hadn't even seen how Gu Feng had struck. Just then, footsteps approached from outside. It was Ning Yushi, who had parked her car. As the second-in-command of the Blood Alliance, Ning Yushi was somewhat renowned in Jiangling, and many recognized her. Upon her entrance, Lu Jiao's eyes brightened. Ning Jie, you arrived just in time. Surely old Master Hong has received word and sent you here. What news? Ning Yushi inquired, her expression one of confusion. Lu Jiao pointed at Gu Feng. This underling struck me several times at the airport without cause. I have already informed old Master Hong to handle this matter. Ning Jie, quickly deal with this brat. and I will ensure that Song Chung pays you double for your troubles.
Understanding Tavnet on Ningyuchi.
With a swift motion, she struck Lu Ajiao, sending her flying. Lu Ajiao, bewildered, protested, "No, I asked you to deal with Gu Feng. Why are you attacking me?"
Ningyuchi replied coldly.
"From this day forth, the Blood Alliance will heed only the commands of young Master Gu. How dare you instruct me to strike him? How could this be? Was it possible that Old Master Hong and Gu Feng had a prior acquaintance? Or had the formidable Old Master Hong, who had stirred up trouble in Jiangling for 2 years, been vanquished by Gu Feng?" Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from outside. Tang Jiyi entered the room. Gu Feng said, "Shaoyi, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time."
Shaoyi?
"That is indeed a rather antiquated appellation," Tang Ziyi replied with a smile. "In comparison, I believe it more fitting for you to address me as Brother E. Therefore, considering the bond we once shared, I might allow you, Gu Feng, to serve as my loyal companion." "Ha ha ha!" Gu Feng erupted into hearty laughter, nearly brought to tears by amusement.
Shaoyi, oh Shaoyi.
"You truly defy expectations. 5 years ago, you were not the same in my presence." Tang Ziyi gazed at Gu Feng and remarked, 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. I, Tang Ziyi, have been your loyal servant for several years, and now, the tables have turned." Gu Feng lit a cigarette and spoke languidly. "Shaoyi, I have always regarded you as a brother. How many times has the Tang family encountered misfortune? And it was I who urged my father to extend a helping hand? Do not attempt to play the emotional card here. I detest such a facade. What if I assisted the Tang family? Do you think it was out of your magnanimity? No, everything was meticulously orchestrated by me. Moreover, I can reveal that several of the Tang family's predicaments were mere fabrications, simply to extract some benefit from you. The world may perceive the young master of Jiangling as exceptionally charming. Yet to me, you appear as foolish as a pig, easily manipulated by my subtle schemes." Tang Jiyi, with her hands in her pockets, retorted, "Thus, Gu Feng, you have not only lost to me now. Long before you were the esteemed young master of Jiangling, you had already succumbed to me." Gu Feng shrugged. "Indeed, I have lost. I should not have regarded you as human." He chuckled lightly. Tang Ziyi coldly retorted, "Uncle Pan, sever his tongue for me. Let him serve as my dog. No words are necessary, only the ability to bark." Chapter 50. A reunion between mother and son in the corner. Jiang Nian's large eyes darted around. "Sister Shuang, who do you think will triumph, Uncle Pan or Gu Feng?" Yu Shuang observed the unfolding scene in silence. Jiang Nian continued, "This Gu Feng is a brute who assaults women in the streets. A scoundrel indeed. And Tang Ziyi doesn't appear to be a paragon of virtue either. Alas, I find myself at a loss as to whom to support." After a pause, she added, however, "Uncle Pan exudes such formidable pressure. Gu Feng's fate may well be dire." Yu Shuang replied, "I find myself leaning toward Gu Feng. Why is that? It is merely a feeling." Jiang Nian laughed. "Then it seems, Sister Shuang, your intuition may be mistaken this time. Although Gu Feng can effortlessly overturn more than 20 bodyguards, he is still quite young. How high can his martial arts mastery truly be? Moreover, a genuine strongman would never deign to strike a woman. Therefore, he is destined to lose today. Shall we place a wager?" Yu Shuang suggested lightly. Jiang Nian clapped her thigh. "Absolutely. Last time I lost a bet, I ended up forfeiting all my holidays for the year. If I win this time, Sister Shuang, you must not only return all my holidays but also grant me a month off. Paid, of course. And if you lose? If I lose, I shall forfeit all holidays for the next year." Just as Jiang Nian finished speaking, Uncle Pan made his move. He floated forward and struck with a seemingly leisurely palm. But in the blink of an eye, he was already before Gu Feng. Jiang Nian exclaimed, "Oh my! Uncle Pan is actually a peak 2-star master. Sister Shuang, I have certainly won this time." Yet, to her astonishment, Gu Feng unleashed a thunderous palm strike in return. With a roar like that of a dragon and a tiger, a resounding crack echoed. Uncle Pan's head was crushed instantly. Jiang Nian's eyes nearly bulged out of her head.
Yu Shuang smiled, Agnon.
"It seems your holidays for next year are no more." Jiang Nian's expression turned to one of despair. "No. Can we declare the bet void?" Her demeanor shifted to seriousness. Sister Shuang, a life has been taken. Should we intervene? Yu Aoshuang pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Matters of Jiangling will be resolved by its own people. We have no authority to interfere. Gu Feng had already risen from his chair, advancing step by step towards Tang Zi. Tang Zi's face was ghastly pale. Gu Feng, do not approach me. The Tang family has ascended to become the fourth most powerful clan in Jiangling. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, the Tang family will ensure your utter demise. Gu Feng kicked him to the ground, exclaiming, after all this effort, you only secured fourth place? Your arrogance is astounding. I nearly believed you had transformed and usurped my position as the foremost young master of Jiangling. With that, he crouched down and patted Tang Zi's face, saying, Are you trying to extract benefits from me? Tang Zi, do you truly think I am oblivious to the little schemes swirling in your mind? I have merely chosen to overlook them, out of respect for our brotherhood. Yet, while I regard you as a brother, you insist on likening yourself to a dog. How base of you! Smack! With a swift motion, Gu Feng struck, shattering Tang Zi's set of teeth in an instant. Before Tang Zi could let out a scream, Gu Feng's fingers transformed into claws, reaching for his waist. In the next moment, a bloody kidney lay before Gu Feng. Gu Feng's expression was somber. This was not Lin Ruochu's kidney, for Tang Zi's kidney bore no scars from any surgical procedure. Gu Feng, undeterred, produced yet another kidney, which similarly did not belong to Lin Ruochu. What could be the reason behind this? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Tang Zi's lips. Ah! Brother Feng, please do not kill me. We are brothers, the closest of friends. Have you forgotten the days we shared in joyous revelry? The nights we spent conversing by candlelight? Have you truly forgotten? Gu Feng sneered. Isn't it a bit too late for such talk? Let me ask you, didn't you claim to have extracted Lin Ruochu's kidneys? Where are they? Why are they not with you? Tang Zi struggled to respond. It wasn't me who took them. Do you wish to die? Gu Feng's expression turned icy as he raised his hand to strike Tang Zi's crown. Terrified, she exclaimed, I'll tell you, I did take them, but my father took them away. He gave them to someone else and I don't know who that was. How about I call him and have him come over, and you can ask him directly, Brother Feng. All right, go ahead. Hastily, Tang Zi retrieved her phone and dialed her father's number. Dad, someone is looking for you, cough cough. At the second floor of Feng Wu Jiutian. Please come quickly. Cough cough. 20 minutes later, Tang Zi's father, Tang Jinlin, arrived at Feng Wu Jiutian, accompanied by 4 elderly men. Before Gu Feng could speak, Tang Zi erupted into frenzied laughter. Ha ha ha, Gu Feng, I told you you're as foolish as a pig. And indeed you are. When I called, my voice was so weak. Do you think my father couldn't tell? Even a fool would know something was amiss. If I were you, I would have acted the moment I heard that, instead of allowing any news to escape. Now it's too late for words, Gu Feng. The 4 esteemed masters of the Tang family are gathered here. You cannot escape. In a corner, Jiang Yan spoke again, Sister Shuang. Let us gamble once more. This time I'll wager my holidays for the next decade. I bet Gu Feng will lose. I won't gamble, replied Wan Aoshuang calmly. For 4-star masters, no matter how Gu Feng thought about it, he could not possibly be their match. To be able to crush a peak 2-star master with one blow at Gu Feng's age was already quite remarkable. Truth be told, she felt a slight admiration for his talent. Yet, this was Jiangling, and she was reluctant to wade into these murky waters. Tang Jinlin's furious roar suddenly echoed. You beast, Gu Feng! How dare you extract both of my son's kidneys? I will make you pay for this. I will see you dead. Tang Zi shouted, No, father, don't kill him. Coughing up blood, she looked at Gu Feng with a frenzied expression. Gu Feng, rest assured, I will not kill you. Instead, I will sever your limbs and imprison you. I want you to watch, to behold as I ascend step by step to the pinnacle of Jiangling. Gu Feng, look up to me. My future will shine brighter than your past. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, I will bloom amidst the massacre of 100 flowers. Gu Feng, I implore you to gaze upon me. Very well, as you wish, Ji, even your father bows to your will. Tang Jinlin gritted his teeth as he spoke. At that moment, A voice, cool and somewhat ethereal, resonated from outside. My son, who dares to lay a finger on him?
Inmokt Ji Caiyue, adaverned in splendid attire.
This woman, renowned for her beauty, the true steward of Jiangling's foremost family, had arrived. Chapter 51. My son is in his rebellious phase. What's wrong with a mother's intervention? Behind Ji Caiyue trailed over a dozen martial artists cloaked in black robes, exuding an aura that was nothing short of terrifying. Tang Jinlin, momentarily taken aback, regained composure and remarked, Madam Ji, I recognize your deep sense of loyalty. Despite your son's egregious crimes, you still wish to protect him out of old affection. He has slain my son's attendants and has even had his 2 kidneys brutally extracted. I take a deep breath. If this child remains, he will undoubtedly become a source of calamity in the future. As a person of great virtue, you must understand that my intent to eliminate Gu Feng tonight is not merely for revenge but also a necessity for the people. Ji Caiyue stepped before Tang Jinlin and said with a gentle smile, Tang Jinlin, it took your family 5 years to ascend from the 8th to the 4th rank among Jiangling's elite families. Surely, you wouldn't desire to see this hard-earned legacy crumble to dust overnight? Her tone, though soft, sent shivers through those present. A blatant threat. Ji Caiyue was prepared to go to war with the Tang family for Gu Feng. Why was this? Strictly speaking, there was no blood relation between them. Had Ji Caiyue truly come to regard Gu Feng as a son during her 5 years in the Gu family? Had maternal affection for this son steeped in blood guilt developed after 5 years? Tang Jinlin's expression darkened considerably.
Madame Ye.
Even now you wish to protect that beast Gu Feng, despite the wretched state my son is in? Slap. Ji Caiyue raised her delicate hand and struck Tang Jinlin across the face. You dare to call my son a beast? What does that make me? The mother of a beast? I grant you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight, or the Tang family shall be erased from Jiangling. Tang Jinlin, seething with rage, his eyes bulging, clenched his fists until they cracked. He was a 5-star master, while Ji Caiyue was but a seemingly defenseless woman. With a single punch, he could send her to the afterlife. Yet, fine, fine, fine. I shall remember this slap, Madam Ji. Tang Jinlin repeated the word fine thrice. Turning to leave with the injured Tang Ji, his sleeves swept dramatically. He could easily have dispatched Ji Caiyue, but the weight of her influence in Jiangling paralyzed him with fear. After their departure, Ji Caiyue, with a serene smile, clasped her hands behind her back and addressed the assembly, Gentlemen, I have much to discuss with my dear Feng after a long separation. I trust you would not wish to eavesdrop on our familial conversation? The young masters of the elite families, recognizing this as a dismissal, hurriedly exited. Once outside, the young lords of Jiangling, previously silenced by Ji Caiyue's presence, erupted in astonishment. What just transpired? Wasn't Gu Feng supposed to be a parricide? Why did Madame Ji, who has shown such deep affection for Gu Renqing, not seek his immediate demise upon seeing Gu Feng? I believe it is precisely because of her profound feelings for Gu Renqing that she seeks to protect Gu Feng. After all, despite his heinous actions, he is the only surviving kin of Gu Renqing. Considering this, it is indeed plausible. Alas, Madame Gu is incredibly gentle. I weep. When shall I find a wife as virtuous as she? Beautiful, kind, and willing to remain devoted despite the years. On the 2nd floor of Feng Wu Jiutian, apart from the 10 or so black-cloaked figures, only Gu Feng and Ji Caiyue remained. Ji Caiyue summoned the servers to bring in wine and delicacies, then gracefully settled into a chair, her exquisite garments trailing behind her. Xiao Feng, I truly did not expect you to still be alive. It must have been a challenging few years for you. In my memory, you have never looked so frail. Gu Feng's icy gaze fell upon her. Ji Caiyue, there are no outsiders here, so why must you put on an act? Your mother just saved your life. I do not expect your gratitude, but could you not even utter the word mother? In the past, you would never have addressed me so casually. As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Feng's figure flickered and appeared right before her. With a resounding slap, he struck Ji Caiyue's exquisite cheek without hesitation. She staggered and fell to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. You dare! The figure in the black cloak erupted in fury, ready to retaliate against Gu Feng, but Ji Caiyue raised her hand to stop them. With great effort she managed to rise, lifting the wine jug with her slender fingers and pouring 2 cups of wine. Gu Feng seized her delicate neck, soft as silk, grasping it firmly.
Ji Caiyue.
I advise you to refrain from addressing me as your son. Otherwise, I shall crush you right here and now. His grip tightened incrementally. Ji Caiyue's breathing grew increasingly labored, her fair cheeks flushed with an asphyxiated hue. Parting her crimson lips, she struggled to articulate, Xiao Feng, I understand that since my marriage into the Gu family, you have harbored considerable discontent and have been unwilling to recognize me as your mother. However, the fact remains that I was your father's wife for 5 years, a truth that cannot be altered. Even now, I am still the widow of your father. If I do not call you my son, what other title can I possibly use? Would you have me refer to you as brother or younger sibling? She then leaned closer to Gu Feng, whispering softly in his ear, moreover, should you end my life today, what a pity that would be. The day after tomorrow marks the anniversary of your father's death. Rather than perish in an unnoticed corner, would it not be more fitting for me to die in a public spectacle, before your father's gravestone? Surely, that is what you desire, is it not? Her warm breath brushed against Gu Feng's ear, yet it felt as chilling as the fangs of a serpent poised to strike. Gu Feng gazed at her, a sudden smile gracing his lips. He leaned closer to Ji Caiyue's ear and whispered, Indeed, Ji Caiyue, to kill you like this would be a travesty. You ought to perish before the public eye, at my father's gravestone. For 5 years, I have awaited this day. Ji Caiyue, your era is but 2 days from collapse. Cherish it while you can. His smile gradually morphed into a twisted grin as he struck Ji Caiyue's exquisite face twice with force before striding away. Ji Caiyue stood in a daze, watching Gu Feng's retreating figure, her brow gently furrowing. A figure cloaked in black spoke up, Madam, will you simply let him go? After all these years, he is the first to dare strike you. Madam, give the order, and I shall retrieve his head. Ji Caiyue replied with a serene smile, My son has reached his rebellious phase. What harm is there in him striking his mother? I have no objections, yet you seem to take issue? The group of black-clad figures fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Ji Caiyue extended her hands, gathering her slightly disheveled hair. As she walked towards the outside, she softly murmured, Xiao Feng, I have laid a web for you. How will you bring about my demise the day after tomorrow? The one who will meet death shall be you. Chapter 52. He did not kill me. Could he be developing feelings for me? The cold moonlight bathed the earth, casting 2 shadowy figures, Lu Ajiao and Song Cheng. With his head bowed, Song Cheng spoke dejectedly. Ajiao, I'm afraid I cannot assist you in avenging your grievances. With Ji Caiyue protecting Gu Feng, how many would dare to strike him in the vast Jiangling? Even the esteemed Tang family, ranked 4th among the powerful clans, could only suffer in silence before Ji Caiyue. What was the Song family, ranked 11th in comparison? No need, Lu Ajiao replied, do not burden yourself, Song Cheng. Upon reflection, it was I who erred in the afternoon, prompting Gu Feng to strike me. Moreover, for one as villainous as he, who takes lives at will, merely slapping me is an extraordinary act of mercy. Recollections of Gu Feng's infamous patricide and the tales of annihilating his clan flooded her mind, alongside the image of Uncle Pan, who had just met his end at Gu Feng's hand, and Tang Zi, who had been gruesomely disemboweled. A shiver ran down Lu Ajiao's spine, yet amidst her fear, a sense of pride lingered. Gu Feng is a ruthless villain. Yet when they were at the airport that afternoon, despite her abrasive demeanor and harsh tone, he merely slapped himself. Why was that? She pondered and then asked Song Chengdao, Do you think I am beautiful? Beautiful? Absolutely. In my eyes, you are the most stunning goddess of Jiangling, surpassing even Ji Caiyue. Lu Ajiao felt increasingly pleased with herself. So, do you think Gu Feng finds me beautiful too? Which is why he tolerated my impudent behavior and only slapped himself. Moreover, just now in the hall, he could have easily killed me but chose not to. Oh my, could it be that Gu Feng has taken a liking to me? Is he trying to attract my attention through this slap? What nonsense! Song Cheng was bewildered. He couldn't fathom how Lu Ajiao arrived at such a conclusion. Even if he has feelings for me, I certainly do not feel the same. A murderer like him is hardly my type. And let's not forget that the Gu family has long since faded into obscurity. he must be impoverished beyond belief. Indeed, he is no longer the wealthy young master of Jiangling. Compared to my Song family, he is like a mayfly gazing at the vast sky, Song Cheng quickly added. However, Lu Ajiao interjected, but Ji Caiyue is currently protecting him, treating him like a beloved son. Does that not imply that he has a stake in the Ji family's fortune? With Ji Caiyue's loyalty, it is entirely possible that he could become the future heir of the Ji family. If that were the case, in due time, he could reclaim the title of the most eligible bachelor of Jiangling. Wow! Commanding immense wealth and possessing formidable skills, he would truly be a Superman. Whoever marries him will surely enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Song Cheng's expression darkened. Ajiao, you can't possibly have feelings for Gu Feng, can you? Lu Ajiao was taken aback, quickly realizing she had said too much. Truthfully, if Gu Feng were to transform into that kind of person in the future, it would indeed be quite enticing, and it was plausible that he harbored feelings for her as well. It was a mutual pursuit. Yet, she was not naive. The situation was still unclear, and it was not time to dismiss Song Cheng just yet. How could that be? Do you take me for someone so frivolous? Lu Ajiao rolled her eyes. You've been pursuing me for so long, and I'm still evaluating you. Do you truly think I would fall for someone I've only known for a day? Song Cheng, do you view me as a woman of such loose morals? Song Cheng hurriedly apologized. I am sorry, Ajiao, that was not my intention. Internally, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, it would be too ironic if the goddess he had pursued for so long ended up falling for Gu Feng after just one slap. Suddenly, both of them quieted their steps, hearing a familiar voice. Tang Jinlin's voice. Who is Tang family head speaking with? Lu Ajiao couldn't help but inquire. Let's find out. Song Cheng replied, pulling Lu Ajiao close to the wall as they reached the corner and peered down another street. Not far away, Tang Jinlin was seated in a car, facing a shadowy figure standing before him. Zuyuman, what do you mean by this? I have already shown your family's matriarch respect by withdrawing from Fengwu Jiutian, yet you still block my way? Both Song Cheng and Lu Ajiao recognized the name Zuyuman, the steward of the Ji family.
Tang Jinlin Rito.
Even a clay figurine has its temper. Zuyuman. The Ji family may be powerful, but my Tang family has held its ground over the years and possesses some hidden cards. If you push me too far, I will ensure that I take a piece from the Ji family, even at the cost of my own family's demise. Zuyuman chuckled. Since you are aware of my matriarch's background, you should have no reason to be upset. Tang family head, today's arrangements were made by her for a purpose. Rest assured you will not be wronged for long. At most, in 2 days, Gu Feng will undoubtedly meet his end. Is this true? Tang Jinlin asked, half convinced. Zuyuman produced a small gift box and handed it over. This is a token of goodwill from the matriarch to you. I hope you accept it graciously. As Tang Jinlin opened it, he discovered a construction material procurement contract. The Ji family had secured the largest portion of the Xiaojia Resort project, an astounding contract of 15 billion. Now, the Ji family would be purchasing materials from the Tang family. The profits were unimaginable. Ha ha ha, excellent. As expected of the Ji matriarch, I shall await the upcoming spectacle. After accepting the gift, Tang Jinlin said no more and quickly drove off into the night. In the distance, having overheard everything, Song Cheng was ecstatic. Did you hear that? Ajiao? Gu Feng will die in a few days. Today's events were merely a farce. He was puzzled as to why Ji Caiyue had come to protect Gu Feng, yet planned to have him killed in a few days. However, that was irrelevant. All he needed to know was that Gu Feng would die the day after tomorrow, and that was sufficient. Just as Lu Ajiao was about to respond, her phone rang suddenly. It was the steward of the Lu family, and she answered hastily. The horrific news from within the estate left her dizzy. Not only had her father died, but her brother Lu Jiang had also perished. The old steward had already reviewed the surveillance footage and shared everything he knew. Song Cheng's face darkened ominously. This Gu Feng actually killed your father and brother. He deserves a fate worse than death. Lu Ajiao was sobbing uncontrollably, breathless from grief. Song Cheng gently stroked her head, pulling her into an embrace. Don't cry, Ajiao. I will help you take revenge. Chapter 53. Gu Feng is truly the warden of Long Island Prison. Revenge. How? that Gu Feng could easily crush a peak 2-star master. He is likely already at the level of a 3-star master. Your Song family has only one initial 3-star master and a few 2-star masters. How could you possibly contend with Gu Feng? Even if you could, it would come at a terrible cost. Perhaps it's better to let it go, she lamented. Song Cheng's heart warmed. It seemed that his prolonged pursuit of Ajiao had garnered him some significance in her heart. Even with such deep-seated enmity at hand, she was still considering the Song family's well-being. We do not need to confront Gu Feng directly. After all, Ji Caiyue intends for him to die the day after tomorrow. He will not survive beyond that. Then what did you mean by revenge earlier? Lu Ajiao asked, wiping her tears. Song Cheng's expression turned cold. Gu Feng targeted your father and brother because of Lin Ruochu from the Lin family, so we shall deal with the Lin family. Just wait. I will have someone capture all the members of the Lin family immediately. Don't! Lu Ajiao exclaimed. You should wait until after Gu Feng is dead to act. Or if he goes mad, the Song family will suffer consequences too. Song Chang considered this and agreed to postpone any action against the Lin family until after Gu Feng's demise. However, Ajiao had repeatedly thought of him since she received the dreadful news. If he did nothing, it would feel unjust. Not to mention, Lu Ajiao had been in tears since hearing the bad news. He resolved to allow her some emotional release. With this in mind, he said, let's first publicly accuse the Lin family of producing subpar construction materials, effectively blacklisting them throughout the city. They may escape physical suffering for now, but they will certainly endure psychological torment. Lu Ajiao did not oppose any further, gently pushing Song Chang away. You should go now, I need some time alone. Upon witnessing the heart-wrenching sorrow etched upon Ajiao's face, Song Chang initially intended to remain by her side. However, Ajiao's steadfast refusal compelled him to relent. After pursuing her for so long, it seemed this was the first moment of such intimate proximity. How perplexing it was that, despite the demise of Ajiao's father and elder brother, he felt a mix of anguish and inexplicable joy. In an attempt to dispel these conflicting emotions, Song Chang slapped his cheeks twice, dismissing the thoughts and humming a tune as he vanished into the night. Meanwhile, Ajiao continued to consume can after can of beer, tears still tracing her cheeks. Yet a smile had unexpectedly begun to grace her lips. Father, brother, Song Chang believes my tears are shed for your deaths, that I am devastated. Little does he know I am elated. How joyous I am. From now on, you can no longer threaten me. I shall never again see you alive. I, Ajiao, am free. She laughed heartily. She retrieved her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Ruochu. Almost simultaneously, in the Lin family residence, Lin Ruochu's phone illuminated beside her on the pillow. She had not taken her phone with her. Indeed, she could not, for she had been rendered unconscious by Wang Xueme. At that moment, in a dilapidated inn, Lin Ruome gazed at her unconscious sister lying on the bed. Uncertain as she spoke, Mother, is it truly acceptable to have brought Ruochu out like this after knocking her out? Wang Xueme scoffed. Do you think I wanted to do that? It was her stubbornness that insisted on staying, claiming she needed to confront those people. They are members of the Blood Alliance, cold-hearted killers who would never entertain reason. Lin Ruome sighed. I fear that when Ruochu awakens, she will resent you. Let her hate me. I did it for her own good. Besides, that Gu Feng claims to be the warden of Long Island Prison. Perhaps the Blood Alliance will flee at the mere mention of his name, Wang Xueme replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. At that moment, Lin Beishan's call unexpectedly came through. Wang Xueme quickly answered, and before she could speak, Lin Beishan inquired, Xueme, where are you and Xiaofeng? It's late. You haven't gone out for a late-night snack, have you? Wang Xueme thought, could it be that Gu Feng truly managed to pacify the Blood Alliance? Previously, her conversation with Lin Ruome seemed fanciful, yet now it felt increasingly plausible. Could it be that Gu Feng is genuinely the warden of Long Island Prison? It seemed likely. Historically, outlaws do not confront authority. Perhaps if Gu Feng revealed the Long Divine Order, the Blood Alliance would retreat in fear. Seeing that their home had not been breached, she felt a wave of relief. She briefly recounted the events of a few hours prior and her speculations to Lin Beishan. Lin Beishan responded, so you're suggesting that Gu Feng is indeed the warden of Long Island Prison? which frightened the Blood Alliance into retreating. Wang Xuemei nodded. That must be it. If the Blood Alliance had truly killed Gu Feng, they would have stormed our home in search of us. But there are no signs of a search. Lin Beishan exhaled in relief. As long as Gu Feng is alive, that's what matters. But why did you leave? You could have stayed home and waited for Xiaofeng to resolve the matter. Hey! Wang Xuemei exclaimed, slapping her thigh. How was I to know he was truly the warden of Long Island Prison? Lin Beishan sighed. Xiaofeng must have seen you fleeing with people and grew angry, deciding not to stay at home. You should call him tomorrow and apologize. He was only trying to help our family, yet you remain suspicious and sarcastic. Wang Xuemei interrupted him. If anyone needs to apologize, it's you. I want to do it. The following morning, as daylight broke, Wang Xuemei was jolted awake by a piercing scream. It was the voice of her eldest daughter, Lin Ruomei. Wang Xuemei hurriedly rushed out. What happened? What is going on? Lin Ruomei trembled, pointing toward the ground outside the courtyard. Mother, look. Wang Xuemei focused her gaze and was immediately overwhelmed by dizziness. Outside the courtyard lay a shocking expanse of dried blood, along with scattered pieces of human skin and bones. After Gu Feng and Ning Yushi departed, the Blood Alliance members began to clear away the bodies, though their efforts were far from thorough. Last night, amidst the pitch-black darkness, the bloodstains melded seamlessly into the inky night, remaining unnoticed by Wang Xuemei and the others. Chapter 54. Encounter with Xiao Qianxue. Soon, Lin Beishan arrived as well. Lin Ruoma trembled as she spoke. This. Could it be Gu Feng's blood? Is he dead? Smack! Lin Beishan delivered a sharp slap to Wang Xuemei's face. Why didn't you stop Xiaofeng last night? He provoked the Blood Alliance to defend our family. Wang Xuemei, clutching her face, was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. Lin Beishan, you struck me. For an irrelevant outsider, you dare to hit me? He went out seeking death on his own. What does that have to do with me? I want a divorce. I can no longer endure this life. Today, I shall divorce you. Lin Ruoma quickly interjected. Mom and Dad, please calm down. Right now, we have no evidence that Gu Feng is dead. We should try to contact him first. Lin Beishan nodded, but then realized he had no way to reach Gu Feng. He rushed into the room, attempting to wake his second daughter, Lin Ruochu. However, after shaking her for a while, she showed no response. If it weren't for the faint breath escaping her nostrils, she could have been mistaken for a corpse. Furious, Lin Beishan slapped Wang Xuemei again as he shouted, Look what you've done. Ruochu is already weak, and you knocked her out. This time, Wang Xuemei was silent, rushing over to push her daughter, desperately trying to rouse her. But it was futile. Ruochu will be fine. She must be fine. Wang Xuemei's face turned pale, and she quickly dialed the number for the physician, Master Wu. He had treated their daughter yesterday, and surely he could do so again. After anxiously waiting for half an hour, Master Wu finally arrived. He wasted no time, entering the bedroom to treat Lin Ruochu. Half an hour later, he emerged to find Lin Beishan, Wang Xuemei, and Lin Ruoma surrounding him. Wang Xuemei anxiously inquired, Master Wu, how is my daughter? Master Wu stroked his beard and replied, She is not in serious danger. She merely experienced strong emotional fluctuations and excessive fright, which caused her to faint. I have treated her, and I will prescribe a remedy for you to prepare. However, she is weak and may take a day or two to regain consciousness. Upon hearing this, they all let out a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, Master Wu spoke again. By the way, did someone treat Miss Lin yesterday? No, I don't think so. Wang Xuemei pondered aloud. That's impossible. Master Wu furrowed his brow thoughtfully. Miss Lin should have regained consciousness yesterday, and her condition was significantly improved compared to when I left. It is evident that someone with exceptional medical skills has treated her. Wang Xuemei was taken aback. Huh? My daughter did regain consciousness yesterday, but that was because you treated her, wasn't it? Master Wu replied, I lack such capability. Do you believe my words were mere exaggerations? You should realize that after my treatment, Miss Lin could only survive for a month at most. Yet now, she has gained 3 months of life. Boom! Master Wu's words struck like thunder in their ears. Lin Beishan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Yes, yes, my daughter's friend, Gu Feng, treated her, and not long after, she awakened. Master Wu looked astonished. Your daughter has such a friend? Why haven't I heard of him before? So, this Gu Feng is merely in his 20s? A sense of respect welled within Master Wu. A young man of such skill was truly remarkable. He then shifted his tone. Miss Lin is currently unharmed, but as I mentioned, she only has 3 months left. If you wish to extend her life, you must seek that Gu Feng again. After leaving a prescription, Master Wu departed without further delay. Lin Beishan's expression darkened. Gu Feng can save Ruochu, but what if? What if he? Unable to continue, his eyes turned red. At that moment, Wang Shuimei grasped the situation, collapsing to the ground in tears. Oh, why is my fate so cruel? Just when a miraculous physician appeared to treat my daughter, he ended up dead. My poor daughter. Lin Beishan kicked her behind. This is all your fault. If you had stopped Gu Feng yesterday and let him escape with you, he would be alive now. Just then, Lin Beishan's phone rang. Hello, Mr. He. Can we discuss this tomorrow? What? The contract signed last night is void? What? A ban. Quickly, Lin Beishan's arm fell limply, the phone slipping from his grasp unnoticed. Lin Ruoma, trembling with fear, asked, Dad, what happened? Taking a deep breath, Lin Beishan replied, The Song family from the Jiangling aristocracy has announced that the building materials we sold have issues, declaring a citywide ban on our Lin materials. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuimei cried even harder. Oh, that accursed Song family. They never bought materials from us, yet they claim we have problems. Before she could finish, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. The series of blows had rendered her unconscious. At noon, Gu Feng awoke leisurely from bed. After freshening up, he descended the stairs with Ning Yushi. There were several delightful restaurants near Yujing, and Ning Yushi planned to take Gu Feng to sample the cuisine. As they reached the ground floor and were about to exit the community, a voice filled with surprise suddenly called out, Is that Gu Feng? Quickly, a lively figure hurried over. Gu Feng recognized her but momentarily could not recall her name. The lively figure approached him, exclaiming, Xiao Qianxue. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Qianxue, who had crossed paths with Gu Feng abroad. Chapter 55. Fate-Yen Society. Xiao Qianxue seldom engaged in physical activity, and after a brief run, she found herself slightly out of breath, panting heavily. Gu Feng scrutinized her from head to toe. Today, Xiao Qianxue donned a delicate pale yellow dress, her long legs straight and graceful, complemented by a pair of white sneakers, exuding a refreshing charm tinged with a touch of allure. He recalled their last encounter, where she had appeared quite plain, her demeanor quietly studious, radiating an air of an old scholar despite being merely in her 20s. Now, however, she radiated a youthful vibrancy, reminiscent of a senior from a neighboring school, leaving a striking impression. Noticing Gu Feng's unwavering gaze, Xiao Qianxue felt a twinge of embarrassment and inquired, Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something dirty on me? No, Gu Feng replied. I simply think you look quite different from before. Oh, is it not appealing? She responded. It's because of my teacher. Upon learning that I had come to Jiangling, he flew over from Longdu to see me. He often remarked that my attire was too austere and lacked vitality, which is why I chose this outfit today. Gu Feng fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the simplicity of his previous attire. Indeed, this outfit is quite appealing. Is that so? Xiao Qianxue's cheeks flushed with a subtle hue. On one hand, she felt she had over-explained herself, losing her composure. On the other, the unexpected compliment from Gu Feng filled her heart with an inexplicable sweetness, as if it had been drizzled with honey, evoking a sudden wave of joy. Just as she was about to respond, a phone call interrupted her. Oh, you have arrived? All right, teacher. After ending the call, she apologized. I'm sorry. My teacher has brought a few friends and is already waiting for me in a private dining room at the restaurant. I must go, but let me treat you to a meal another day. With that, she hurriedly departed. Ning Yushi led Gu Feng into the Jin Fu, a newly opened restaurant just 2 weeks prior, located near the Yujing Haoting. Specializing in Chinese cuisine, the flavors were quite delightful. At that moment, being peak dining hours, the establishment was bustling with patrons. No worries, I'm not particularly fussy. Gu Feng casually waved his hand as he and Ning Yushi settled into a cozy corner by the window. As they awaited their dishes, Ning Yushi could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Young Master Gu, it seems you have quite a history with that young lady Xiao?" "I merely saved her life in Myanmar," he replied. "Myanmar? How did you come to be in Myanmar?" Gu Feng initially preferred to remain reticent, but he could not withstand Ning Yushi's relentless inquiries. Thus, while partaking of his meal, he recounted the events that had transpired in Myanmar in a succinct manner. Ning Yushi listened, her heart surging with emotion. In Jiangling, she had weathered numerous storms and had been no stranger to the bloody chaos of conflict. Yet, in comparison to Gu Feng's experiences, her trials seemed trivial. While she engaged in skirmishes on the streets, Gu Feng had immersed himself in the tides of national and worldly affairs. Just as Ning Yushi was about to speak, a young man approached, holding a wine glass. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed Ning of the Blood Alliance?" Ning Yushi furrowed her brows. "Do you know me?" The young man, brimming with excitement, replied, "Indeed, it is you. You may not recognize me, but I have navigated the underbelly of Jiangling for many years, and your name is renowned. To rise as the second in command of the Blood Alliance as a woman is nothing short of remarkable." "Let us get straight to the point," Ning Yushi interjected, cutting him off as he attempted to lavish her with further praise. The young man continued, "No, I merely wish to invite you for a drink. I apologize, but I am unavailable at the moment. Perhaps another time." Ning Yushi graciously declined. The young man, undeterred, turned and walked away. Gu Feng smiled gently. "It seems you have indeed made quite a name for yourself. I fear many in the underworld are keeping a close watch on you." Ning Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. "I have no interest in them." The two continued their conversation, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. The once bustling restaurant had gradually quieted down, and they prepared to settle the bill and depart. Just then, a voice unexpectedly rang out. "Luo, the head of the family, is right here." Ning Yu looked up and saw the young man who had just flirted with her, accompanied by Luo Xian, the second in command of the Flying Sky Society. Behind them was a throng of people. The restaurant that had felt somewhat deserted moments ago was now bursting at the seams, with many members of the Flying Sky Society forced to stand outside. A glance revealed a crowd numbering in the thousands. The Flying Sky Society, one of the three major underground powers in Jiangling. Ning Yu's expression darkened. The Flying Sky Society has truly become increasingly unreasonable. I merely declined a drink and now so many have come to confront me? The young man stepped forward, a triumphant grin on his face. "Did you truly believe I wanted to drink with you? I merely feared making a mistake and came to confirm your identity. The Flying Sky Society has placed a bounty of 10 million on your head." "Heh, that 10 million will be mine." Ning Yu chose to disregard the young man and turned her gaze to Luo Xian. "Luo, the head of the family, do you not fear retaliation from the Blood Alliance for placing a bounty on my head?" Luo Xian chuckled coldly. "Ning Yu, I have received news of Hong Chi's demise. Without Hong Chi, the Blood Alliance is merely a bunch of insignificant rabble. Today, the Flying Sky Society has them firmly in our grasp. Of course, I am not one who relishes bloodshed. If you choose to submit, I assure you no harm will come to you." Ning Yu toyed with the wine glass in her hand. "To wish to conquer the Blood Alliance without a single soldier raised. Your ambition is truly commendable." Luo Xian clasped his hands behind his back. "In any case, you have but two choices today. Surrender or perish." Ning Yu's delicate hand trembled imperceptibly, but upon seeing Gu Feng quietly seated beside her, her momentary panic dissipated entirely. With Master Gu Feng present, what was there to fear? Since you are aware of Hong Chi's death, you should also know that he was slain by Master Gu Feng. I can assure you, the true master of the Blood Alliance now is Gu Feng. Gu Feng rose to his feet, positioning himself in front of Ning Yushi. "Luo Xian, it appears we meet again." Luo Xian glanced at Gu Feng and then at the Ning Yushi behind him. An inexplicable sense of déjà vu washed over him. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. 6 years prior, he had led 1,000 men to trouble Ning Yushi, with Gu Feng standing tall in the same manner. Back then, he had been so terrified that he turned and fled. However, a booming laughter erupted from him. "Ha ha ha! Indeed, I have heard the rumors of Gu Feng delivering a fatal blow to Hong Chi. Yet do you truly believe that the Fate-Yin Society fears Hong Chi? The only reason Hong Chi could stir up chaos in Jiangling is due to his backing from the powerful forces of Zhonghai. now that Hongqi is deceased. The blood alliance is but a rootless weed, ripe for the taking. As for Gu Feng, he met Gu Feng's gaze with an air of calm, stating, "Your transformation is quite astonishing. However, I must speak frankly. The former you was weak and powerless, instilling fear in me, while the present you, possessing the prowess of a 3-star master, only elicits my laughter." Upon finishing his words, his demeanor shifted, an overwhelming pressure crashing forth like a tidal wave. This second-in-command of the Fateful Society had indeed ascended to the realm of a 4-star master. "Do you see? I am a 4-star master. Capturing someone like Gu Feng will be as easy as child's play. Moreover, I am ever cautious. Even if Gu Feng were on par with me as a 4-star master, the thousands of my associates shall surely drown him like a tide." Ning Yushi furrowed her brows. She had been completely unaware of Hongqi's connection to Zhonghai. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. She stepped forward, declaring, "Luoxian, you are clever and cautious, but all of that is meaningless in the face of absolute power. Allow me to enlighten you. Young Master Gu Feng is not a 3-star master or even a 4-star master, but a 6-star master. Heed my warning and leave while you can, or else, not just you, but the entire Fateful Society shall find no refuge." Previously, young Master Gu Feng had mentioned that he had killed Oda Masanobu, a pinnacle 5-star master, with a single punch abroad, which undoubtedly attests to his 6-star prowess. A young man who had approached earlier sneered, "Ning Yushi, even when death is imminent, you still put on airs. 6-star master? I see Gu Feng as nothing more than a 6-star frog. Ha 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 ha." Smack! Gu Feng struck with a swift backhand, landing a powerful blow upon the young man's face. The youth's body was propelled into the crowd, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, rendered unconscious and unaware of his fate. All members of the Flying Sky Society were taken aback, astonished that Gu Feng would act so brazenly amidst such overwhelming odds. Was this not akin to seeking death? Luo Xian's expression darkened considerably as he bellowed, "Gu Feng, do you think you are still the young master you once were? I had considered bringing you under my wing, recognizing the diligence you demonstrated in reaching the realm of a master in merely a few years. However, it seems." His words were abruptly interrupted by Gu Feng. "Luo Xian, do you know why you still have the privilege to converse with me?" Luo Xian raised an eyebrow, only to hear Gu Feng continue, "It is because I intend to merge the Flying Sky Society with the Blood Alliance." What? The members of the Flying Sky Society could hardly fathom the audacity of his claim. Did Gu Feng truly comprehend the implications of his words? It was the Flying Sky Society that sought to absorb the Blood Alliance, yet he proposed the reverse? It was utterly preposterous. After a lengthy silence, Luo Xian began to applaud. "Indeed, you are still the illustrious young master of Jiangling, your charisma undiminished. Yet I hope you can maintain such bravado for what is to come." Boom! Before he could finish, Gu Feng unleashed a punch. The sound of the impact reverberated. Luo Xian had no time to react before a searing pain radiated from his abdomen, engulfing his entire being. His body curled into a shrimp-like form, crashing into the crowd like a cannonball. The onlookers scrambled to assist him, but Luo Xian's face had turned ashen. Could it be that Gu Feng was truly a 6-star master? No, that was inconceivable. How could there be such a young 6-star master? It was simply unheard of. Moreover, he knew that Gu Feng had not even embarked on the path of martial arts 5 years ago. To reach 6-star master status in merely 5 years? What an international jest. Gu Feng, I must admit, I am impressed. However, I remain steadfast in my disbelief that you have attained the 6-star master realm. Today, you shall perish. Just as he was about to command the members of the Flying Sky Society to join forces against Gu Feng, a sudden voice pierced through the air. "Whoever dares to harm Gu Feng will have to answer to me, Xiao Qianxue, and the Xiao family." Moments later, a figure clad in a light yellow dress raced down from the upper floors, standing defiantly before Gu Feng. Luo Xian furrowed his brow. The Xiao family? The one that descended upon Jiangling 2 years ago to establish the Yujing mansion, and is now investing 30 billion to build a resort? Xiao Qianxue declared. "Indeed, I am Xiao Qianxue, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, and Gu Feng is my friend." Luo Xian erupted into laughter. "Ha! Keep spinning your tales. The Xiao family is formidable, but their eldest daughter has been studying abroad in Neon for years and has yet to return. Even if you wish to impersonate someone, you should at least do your research. He was utterly unconvinced, raising his hand to strike Xiao Qianxue. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on my student. An elderly man, dressed simply and wearing reading glasses, descended from above. Xiao Qianxue, filled with anxiety, pleaded, "Teacher, please don't come down." The elder shook his head dismissively and approached Xiao Qianxue, locking eyes with Luo Xian. His gaze was sharp and penetrating. Luo Xian, growing impatient, retorted, "Who the hell are you? Just an old fool. Don't come here to seek death." The elder replied calmly, "I am Huang Shuli, the chief academician of the Kyoto Academy of Sciences." Xiao Qianxue, fearing Luo Xian's ignorance, quickly added, "My teacher has led and perfected the 2nm chip technology, publishing numerous influential papers in esteemed international journals on fundamental physics. He is truly a man of unmatched merit." Huang Shuli continued, "Young man, violence is not the solution. You should." Before he could finish, Luo Xian retaliated with a slap that struck Huang Shuli's face. "What nonsense about chips and physics? What do you think you're talking about?" The blow was forceful, causing Huang Shuli to stagger back, nearly losing his balance. Yet Luo Xian was relentless, kicking towards Xiao Qianxue. "Physics? Huh? The Academy of Sciences, you say? A man of unmatched merit is..." A piercing scream suddenly erupted. Gu Feng had already unleashed a powerful strike. Luo Xian's leg was shattered upon impact. "Luo Xian, you have sealed your own fate." Gu Feng's demeanor was indifferent as he unleashed a formidable punch, imbued with an overwhelming force that astonished both mountains and seas. With a resounding crash, Luo Xian was obliterated into a mist of blood. Following a brief silence, over 1,000 members of the Flying Sky Society erupted in a chorus of furious cries. "Gu Feng, you shall pay for this." A throng of individuals surged forward, charging directly at Gu Feng. Gu Feng coldly instructed Ning Yushi, "Protect Miss Xiao and academician Huang." He then charged out, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Boom! 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 The air was filled with a crimson mist. The entire Jinshifu restaurant transformed into a realm of hellish chaos. Everyone stood in stunned silence. How could it be that over 1,000 people, united, could not withstand a single individual? Fear enveloped the remaining members of the Feitian Society like thick ink. No longer hesitating, they turned to flee. Did they think they could escape? Gu Feng's demeanor was cold and foreboding. His figure flickered as he swiftly pursued ahead, initially intending to retain the Flying Heaven Society to bolster the Blood Alliance. Such aspirations had now become redundant. Chapter 57. The mindless curse after yet another bout of carnage. A sudden exclamation from Xiao Qianxue pierced through the chaos. "Teacher, please don't frighten me. Teacher, wake up." Before her stood Huang Shuli, his eyes tightly shut, froth escaping his lips, his body exhibiting slight convulsions. In a state of panic, Xiao Qianxue inquired, "What has happened to my teacher?" After being struck across the face by Luo Xian, Huang Shuli had collapsed. Xiao Qianxue, already wrought with worry, had planned to take her teacher to the hospital once Gu Feng resolved the immediate crisis. Little did she anticipate this sudden turn of events. The thought of anything happening to her teacher sent a chill down her spine. "Let us head to my home," Gu Feng declared, lifting Huang Shuli and making his way towards the Yujing mansion. Ning Yushi contacted the Blood Alliance members to handle the aftermath at Jin Shifu, then departed with Xiao Qianxue and Gu Feng. Upon returning home, Gu Feng noticed that Xiao Qianxue was on the verge of tears and spoke soothingly, "Do not worry. With me here, your teacher will be fine." He then gently laid Huang Shuli on the bed and inserted 36 silver needles into various acupuncture points across his body. With his fingertips pulsating with spiritual energy, he delved deep into Huang Shuli's being. In less than a quarter of an hour, Huang Shuli ceased his convulsions and fell silent. Yet, in the next moment, his body began to tremble even more violently, his complexion darkening ominously. He was exhaling forcefully, yet could not draw in a breath. Gu Feng had no time to pay her any heed, and with a low growl commanded, "Wretched beast, come forth." An immense surge of spiritual energy converged within Huang Shuli's body, resembling a tumultuous sea. In an astonishing display, a moment later, an incredible scene unfolded before Gu Caiyue's incredulous eyes. The teacher's mouth suddenly gaped wide, and a black octopod creature erupted forth, transforming into a streak of luminous brilliance as it darted away into the distance. Gu Feng swiftly grasped the repugnant creature, securing it firmly in his grasp. Xiao Caiyue, gazing at the vile insect, trembled as she inquired, What is this? Why has it emerged from my teacher's mouth? Gu Feng remarked, This is the foolish insect. In its initial stage, it lies dormant within the human body, and upon reaching a certain size, it burrows into the brain, feasting upon the neural pathways. The consequences can range from mild intellectual impairment to complete cerebral death. Moreover, this pest resides within the body of my own mentor. Gu Feng nodded slightly, explaining that the reason your teacher had just been foaming at the mouth and convulsing was due to this malevolent parasite attempting to invade his mind. This insidious creature had been lying dormant within your teacher for a year and a half, initially requiring 6 more months to mature. However, upon sensing the host's weakened state, it chose to strike prematurely, for to this vile parasite, the host's brain was far more delectable than any other delicacy. After elucidating this, Gu Feng summoned his spiritual energy, and in an instant, the malevolent parasite was reduced to mere ashes. Xiao Caiyue was profoundly shaken. Her teacher held an esteemed position within the scientific community of Longdu, who, she wondered, possessed such audacity to extend their nefarious reach into his domain. It became clear that upon her teacher's awakening, she must certainly warn him. Taking a deep breath, she expressed her gratitude, saying, Gu Feng, I am immensely grateful to you. Had it not been for your intervention, Teacher Huang would have surely faced dire consequences. With that, she retrieved a bank card, intending to offer it to Gu Feng as a token of her appreciation. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for excessive courtesy. It is precisely because of me that your teacher endured that slap. Not at all, Xiao Caiyue retorted. Had you not discovered the hidden Gu worm within my teacher, the consequences would have been unimaginable once the worm matured. The White Eagle Empire has long imposed a technological blockade on the Divine Dragon Nation, tightly controlling advanced chip manufacturing technology. My teacher is currently spearheading research on 0.5 nanometers chip technology, and once results are achieved, surpassing the White Eagle Empire in the chip industry will be merely a matter of time. Therefore, do not think that you have merely saved my teacher. You have also salvaged the chip industry of the Divine Dragon Nation, enabling us to stand shoulder to shoulder with the White Eagle Empire in this domain. Gu Feng's lips twitched slightly. This was rather exaggerated. He had merely lent a hand to save someone. Noticing that Gu Feng showed no intention of accepting the card, Xiao Caiyue felt a twinge of disappointment. Are you not in need of money? However, I cannot think of any other worthy offerings at the moment. At that moment, Ning Yushi jested. If all else fails, Miss Xiao could offer herself in exchange. After all, young Master Gu is yet to have a girlfriend. Ah, this. A flush of crimson spread across Xiao Caiyue's fair face, leaving her flustered and at a loss for words. Gu Feng cast a sharp glance at Ning Yushi and said, Do not heed her nonsense. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, assist in taking care of Lin's building materials. Lin's building materials? Xiao Caiyue's large eyes were filled with confusion. Gu Feng remarked, Isn't your Xiao family involved in the resort project? The owner of Lin's building materials and I share an old acquaintance. Should you be able to assist, I would be grateful, but if not, there is no cause for concern. Half an hour later, Huang Shuli regained consciousness, and Xiao Caiyue took him away. As the sound of the door gently closing echoed, Ning Yushi said, Young master, your standards seem rather lofty. Miss Xiao is quite beautiful, and her background is undeniably impressive. The Xiao family, having relocated to Jiangling 2 years ago, stands on par with the Ji family in terms of strength. Her mentor is the unparalleled academician Huang. I believe you two are rather well matched. Moreover, Gu Feng has previously rescued Xiao Caiyue, and I am certain that, with more interaction, sparks of romance will undoubtedly fly between them. In truth, she harbored a secret affection for Gu Feng. Ever since he stood before her 6 years ago, she had felt her heart race. Nevertheless, she understood that she was unworthy of him. Yet, Finding herself beside Gu Feng and being able to contribute in any small way brought her immense satisfaction. Gu Feng casually remarked, "I have no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship." With a blood feud unresolved, how could he possibly divert his thoughts elsewhere? Ning Yushi interjected, "But just now, Miss Xiao expressed her desire to repay you. In truth, you could leverage the Xiao family and the influence of academician Huang to confront Ji Caiyue. With their assistance, there will come a day when we can bring Ji Caiyue to justice." Gu Feng smiled faintly, choosing silence as he lit a cigarette and gazed out of the window, lost in the vastness of the sky. Rely on others? No. To obliterate the Ji family, to capture Ji Caiyue, I alone am sufficient. Chapter 58. Lin Ruochu's kidney. In Ji Caiyue's possession within the Yujing Haoding community, Huang Shuli walked side by side with Xiao Qianxue. "Qianxue, what transpired after I lost consciousness?" Xiao Qianxue recounted the events, omitting the part about Gu Feng's violent actions, merely stating that they had driven the assailants away. According to Gu Feng, the parasitic insects had been introduced into their teacher's body a year and a half ago, making it a challenging matter to investigate, yet it required serious attention. Huang Shuli nodded, "I understand." After a brief silence, he added, "That young man, Gu Feng, is quite commendable. The teacher supports your association with him." "Really?" Xiao Qianxue was taken aback, questioning the relevance. Huang Shuli continued, "Don't think the teacher is oblivious. It's clear you have feelings for that young man." "Assenti it?" Xiao Qianxue hastily denied. "Teacher, please don't say such things." Huang Shuli chuckled, "You've always been timid. Just moments ago at Jin Shifu, witnessing Gu Feng in danger, you boldly rushed to confront so many. The teacher was young once, and I can certainly perceive those little thoughts in your heart. Moreover, during our meal in the private room, you mentioned Gu Feng no less than 10 times. You weren't even aware of it, were you?" "Did I?" Xiao Qianxue's heart raced at his revelation. Huang Shuli patted her shoulder. "The teacher has been concerned about your lifelong happiness, fearing you are too engrossed in your studies and wasting your youth. Now that you have someone you care for, I am relieved." Unable to restrain herself, Xiao Qianxue exclaimed, "You've only just met Gu Feng, and you're already comfortable with me marrying him? He's skilled in combat and possesses healing abilities. Is that not admirable? Besides, I trust my student's judgment." Huang Shuli laughed heartily, strolling leisurely towards the entrance of Yujing Haoding. Xiao Qianxue fiddled with the hem of her dress. "Could it be that I truly harbor feelings for Gu Feng? Shouldn't he be? How long have we even known each other?" Time swiftly passed, leading to the following day. As the citizens of Jiangling opened their doors, preparing to venture forth, they were astonished to find that a blanket of snow had fallen overnight, and it had yet to cease. This year's snowfall arrived rather prematurely. Speculations arose among the people, attributing the snow to the profound affection of Madame Ji for Gu Rencheng, believing it moved the heavens to grant such a flurry. Indeed, today marked the anniversary of Gu Rencheng's passing. The road leading to Fengbo Pavilion was thronged with people, all awaiting the funeral procession led by Ji Caiyue. Simultaneously, a short video began circulating wildly on Jiangling's social networks. The video depicted Gu Feng extracting the kidney of Tang Ziyi, followed by Ji Caiyue's emergence, culminating in Gu Feng striking her down. The video's popularity surged, quickly surpassing 1 million views, with comments flooding in. Among the crowd gathered along the road to Fengbo Pavilion, many were engrossed in watching the video. "SNT that Gu Feng? He was executed 5 years ago. How is he still alive? How dare this beast strike Madame Ji? She should not have been so sentimental and saved him. If it were me, I would have promptly turned him over to the Jiangling Su UNC for execution." The populace seethed with indignation towards Gu Feng, their voices rife with condemnation. In the Tang household, Tang Jinlin stared at the video that had surfaced that morning, realization dawning upon him. No wonder Ji Caiyue sought to rescue Gu Feng. It was all for the sake of her reputation. Lying weakly in bed, Tang Zi gritted her teeth. "I merely wish to know when Gu Feng will meet his end. Soon, I believe, after the memorial ceremony concludes, Ji Caiyue will dispatch someone to eliminate him." She deliberately released this video to elevate her own standing in Jiangling while exposing Gu Feng's vile nature to the public. Thus, when she finally kills him, the citizens will only applaud. In the Ji family, Ji Tian observed his daughter, now clad in white mourning attire, and inquired, Caiyue, will Gu Feng truly appear at the memorial ceremony today? Ji Caiyue smiled. He will come. Even if he hesitated before, how could he resist after seeing this morning's video? Furthermore, I have prepared another surprise for him. Ji Tian nodded. Everything is ready. But Gu Feng is only a mere third-rank master. Is it necessary to make such a grand show? Are you not overestimating him? Ji Caiyue replied with a smile. Being cautious is never a fault. Once I eliminate that little wind, I shall personally venture to Dianbei and take the head of Qingning, and everything will be settled. At that moment, the Ji family's steward, Zui Yumin, entered. Madam, the time has come. Ji Caiyue rose, lifting the portrait of Gu Runchang from the table, and proceeded towards the door. It is not that I wish to kill that little wind at your grave, dear husband. Rather, I must compel him to create a scene, making it easier for me to act. Smash! Ning Yushi slammed her phone onto the table, exclaiming, "Damn it, I knew Ji Caiyue had ulterior motives the other night. Now that this video has gone viral, surely the entire populace of Jiangling will view the young master as a villain." Her cheeks puffed with indignation, clearly infuriated. Gu Feng maintained a calm demeanor. Ning Yushi, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Young master, are you not angry? The public opinion is exceedingly unfavorable towards us. Even if we were to take revenge on Ji Caiyue, I fear that in the eyes of the people of Jiangling, you would merely acquire another charge of matricide." Gu Feng spoke languidly. "The gaze of the world is of no concern to me." Ning Yushi thought to herself, "Indeed, he is Gu Feng. I could never remain so composed." Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Ning Yushi rose to open the door, revealing the second hall master of the Blood Alliance. "What brings you here?" she inquired. The hall master presented an iron box, saying, "A mysterious figure in a black robe entrusted me with this for you." Upon opening it, Ning Yushi's expression changed dramatically. Gu Feng inquired, "What is the matter?" Ning Yushi retrieved a note from within. Upon inspection, it boldly proclaimed, "The 2 kidneys of Lin Ruochu reside within Ji Caiyue." Gu Feng smiled lightly. "Ji Caiyue, you have truly gone to great lengths to compel me." After speaking, he inquired, "Where is Ji Caiyue's team at present?" Ning Yushi glanced at her watch, which indicated it was 9 o'clock in the morning. By this time in previous years, Ji Caiyue would be nearing Fengguo Pavilion. Then I too must make my way there. Gu Feng rose and strode toward the exit. Ning Yushi was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard. "Young master, where are you going?" The voice of Gu Feng resonated from outside. "Go to the Fengguo Pavilion. Slay Ji Caiyue." Chapter 59. At the Fengguo Pavilion, the grand curtain gradually rises. Ning Yushi, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "Young master, this is clearly a trap set by Ji Caiyue. I fear the Fengguo Pavilion is now besieged from all sides. You must not go today. We can afford to take our time to deal with Ji Caiyue." With that, she turned and vanished into the swirling snow. Outside the Fengguo Pavilion, the crowd was still vehemently denouncing Gu Feng. Suddenly, fireworks erupted in the distance. Amidst the explosive sounds, Ji Caiyue, clad in mourning attire, approached the pavilion, cradling a portrait of Gu Runchang against her chest. Behind her followed 2 orderly lines of people, each bearing an array of offerings. This scene commanded the solemn respect of all present. Madame Ji, as ever, braved the heavy snowfall, steadfastly holding the burdensome portrait without assistance. A mark of red vermilion adorned her brow. Her long hair danced in the wind as she trudged through the snow. Witnessing this breathtaking figure, the onlookers felt a mixture of admiration and sorrow. How infuriating it was. This Gu Feng truly deserved condemnation. Madame Ji was the epitome of perfection in this world. How dare he strike her? He was nothing short of a beast. The slap that Gu Feng received from Ji Caiyue felt far more infuriating than if it had been delivered to their parents. A voice rang out amidst the crowd. "Madame Ji, we are aware of your kind heart. Even though Gu Feng's hands are stained with blood, you still wish to protect him for the sake of his lineage as the flesh and blood of Lord Gu. However, Gu Feng has descended to a state worse than that of beasts. He is utterly unworthy of your compassion. We implore you to extinguish any lingering pity you may have for him." Another voice cried out, "Madame Ji, Lord Gu was a remarkable figure of his generation, Yet he met his tragic end at the hands of his own son, Gu Feng. This is a sorrowful tale in our world. I believe that, in the afterlife, he would not wish to see you oppressed by that wretched creature. Therefore, you must take his life. Yes, today, take his life and offer his head as a tribute to the spirit of Lord Gu. The crowd echoed in fervor, yes, kill Gu Feng. Kill Gu Feng. Initially chaotic, their shouts grew unified, resonating like a tidal wave, deafening in its intensity. Ji Caiyue's lips curled slightly upward. Xiao Feng, the entire Jiangling is clamoring for your demise, and as a mother, I find myself powerless. However, it would be best if you caused a great uproar during the memorial, for only then would my act of killing you align with the will of the people. The funeral procession moved slowly, eventually reaching the Fengguo pavilion. Ji Caiyue stepped forward, her form disappearing into the depths of the pavilion. The Fengguo pavilion was not merely a structure but rather a private cemetery, erected 3 months after the death of Gu Ren. Funded by the Ji family, it was constructed with the finest materials available. The Gu family, comprising 100 members, has been relocated to rest here. Ordinarily, the entrance to the Fengguo pavilion is guarded by the loyalists of the Ji family, forbidding any unauthorized individuals from entering. It is only on the anniversary of their demise that the pavilion opens its doors to the public. The affluent gentry of Jiangling, needless to say, receive invitations from Ji Caiyue to attend the memorial. As for the common folk of Jiangling, due to the limited capacity of the cemetery, a small number of them are allowed entry through a lottery system each year. At this moment, within the Fengguo pavilion, beside a grove of peach trees, Tang Jinlin looked at his frail son and remarked, Ji, why have you come here? Would it not be better to stay quietly in the hospital? Tang Ji replied, since I cannot confine Gu Feng, I must witness his demise with my own eyes. Earlier that morning, Yunnan had paid them a visit, informing them that Gu Feng would perish within the Fengguo pavilion today. Tang Jinlin nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I have underestimated Madame Ji. With a mere video, she has manipulated the sentiments of the people of Jiangling. Listen to the thunderous outcry of the populace. If what Madame Ji claims is true and Gu Feng were to disrupt the memorial ceremony, her act of killing him would align with the will of the people. After today, I fear that Ji Caiyue's name will truly ascend to the pinnacle of Jiangling. He sighed softly, though Madame Ji may be a woman of delicate constitution. I find myself in awe of her prowess. Tang Ji, however, expressed his concerns. Will Gu Feng truly come to the Fengguo pavilion today? His father, Tang Jinlin, reassured him, if Madame Ji says he will come, then he shall, just as she asserts that Gu Feng will die today. He shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. At that moment, a young man approached, greeting, hello, Mr. Tang. Tang Jinlin glanced at him, unable to place him, and inquired, who are you? My name is Wang Hong, from Tianrui Tech Innovation. Last year, our company undertook a project for your family, and I was the project manager. We shared drinks at the celebration upon its completion, and you even commended me, Wang Hong explained, extending his business card. Ah, Tang Jinlin responded nonchalantly, accepting the card and casting a cursory glance. The card bore the logo of Tianrui Tech Innovation, with department manager printed beneath Wang Hong's name. Wang Hong continued, Mr. Tang, I would like to treat you to a meal sometime. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Before he could finish, Tang Jinlin casually discarded the business card to the ground, retorting, what use could I possibly have for a mere department manager? Bring me your card when you ascend to the position of president. Wang Hong's face flushed with embarrassment. I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Tang. He bent down to retrieve his card, letting out a small sigh. Yesterday, he had drawn the fortunate lot, allowing him to witness the memorial at the Fengguo pavilion, and he had been exhilarated throughout the evening. The memorial ceremony attracts many wealthy individuals from Jiangling, presenting a prime opportunity for networking. He did not seek the favor of a wealthy heiress. He merely hoped to meet influential figures who could potentially assist his career. Unfortunately, these prominent individuals seemed elusive. He had been turned away multiple times. Initially, he thought that knowing Tang Jinlin would grant him some presents, but instead, he had been humiliated. Dejected, he approached a table. Each year, the Ji family provides an array of food and beverages for the attendees of the memorial, as the ceremony lasts an entire day. Wang Hong picked up a slice of cantaloupe and mused to himself, expanding my network seems hopeless. I have only brought upon myself disgrace. However, I can still admire the graceful Madame Ji while I am here. That alone would be worthy of a lifetime of stories. As he contemplated, the roar of an engine suddenly pierced the air. He turned to see a car halting not far from him. The door swung open, and a tall man clad in a black trench coat stepped out. Wang Hong was taken aback, wondering who had the audacity to drive into the Fengguo pavilion. Was there not a prohibition against vehicles entering? As he focused his gaze, his astonishment deepened. The figure emerging from the vehicle was none other than the young man he had encountered at the airport 2 days prior. He hurriedly approached Gu Feng, exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, what a coincidence to see you again." Gu Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had a vague recollection of Wang Hong. They were meeting again. Wang Hong placed a hand on Gu Feng's shoulder and exclaimed, "My friend, you are indeed fortunate. Having just arrived in Jiangling, you have already secured a ticket to witness the ceremony at Fengguo Pavilion. However, you must swiftly drive your car out. Vehicles are not permitted inside." Gu Feng's expression remained calm as he replied, "It is of no consequence. Spare me your pretense." Wang Hongdao, although Lady Ji possesses a benevolent heart, she would not tolerate your antics indefinitely. If you are expelled, you will have squandered this opportunity to witness the event. No sooner had he spoken than 2 of the Ji family's sworn protectors, stationed at the Fengguo Pavilion, rushed over. "Hey, who authorized you to drive your vehicle in here?" they exclaimed, reaching out to seize Gu Feng. Slap! Slap! Gu Feng executed a swift counterattack with both hands, and in an instant, 2 of the Ji family's assassins were reduced to mere dust, as if they had never graced this world. Chapter 60. Today, I shall exterminate the Ji family, and any who stand in my way shall perish. Wang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. What just transpired? Did I just imagine that? What happened to those 2 individuals? Are they truly dead? Or is there something else at play? You. What exactly are you here for? Gu Feng smiled silently and then, taking a bold step forward, he bellowed with a resounding roar, "Ji Caiyue, I, Gu Feng, have arrived." Wang Hong was taken aback, hastily retreating several paces to distance himself from Gu Feng, fearful of being mistaken as his accomplice. At that moment, Ji Caiyue knelt before the tombstone of Gu Runcheng. Upon hearing the voice, she turned to face Gu Feng from the hillside. "Xiao Feng, since you have come, you ought to bow before your father and acknowledge the grievous sins you committed years ago. If you sincerely repent, I shall forsake my reputation for your sake, and it may preserve your life." "Ah!" Gu Feng laughed heartily, declaring, "Today, on my father's memorial day, I shall claim your head as a blood offering." At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. How could such a heartless villain exist in this world? Ji Caiyue's expression hardened. "Xiao Feng is merely jesting with you all. Do not take it to heart. Come. Seize Xiao Feng and bring him forth to bow and express his contrition before the master's tomb." In an instant, a dozen of the Ji family's elite warriors surged from the shadows, charging towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng unleashed a barrage of punches from afar. Boom! 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 Dozens of Ji family assassins were obliterated into a mist of crimson. A chill ran down everyone's spine. This Gu Feng truly dared to take lives. Today marks the day of mourning for the Gu family. Ji Caiyue shouted fiercely, "Unfilial son. 5 years ago you incinerated over 100 members of the Gu clan. Today, as I pay tribute to your father, you still dare to unleash a massacre." Gu Feng sneered, "I shall inquire of you, how is it that, despite my incinerating so many, you alone have survived?" Ji Caiyue remained silent, her gaze steadfast upon Gu Feng. Unable to respond? As he spoke, Gu Feng strode purposefully up the hillside. An elder clad in gray robes rose abruptly from his seat, exclaiming, "Do you even have the audacity to ask that question? It is precisely your covetous desire for Madame Ji's beauty that drove you to commit the heinous acts of patricide and genocide. The fact that Madame Ji still lives is simply due to your wish to take her away and flee." He continued, his demeanor transforming, a formidable pressure emanating from his 4-star pinnacle cultivation. "Madame Ji, 3 years ago, you saved me. If you cannot bear to act, then allow me, an old man, to discipline this wretched creature on your behalf. The oppressive force of his 4-star pinnacle cultivation rendered the onlookers breathless, and at that moment, they regarded Gu Feng as if he were already a corpse. Wretched creature, meet your end. The gray-robed elder unleashed a devastating punch. The roar of a tiger and the cry of a dragon echoed forth. Gu Feng raised his hand and struck with a palm. With a resounding clap, the skull of the gray-robed elder was shattered, yet his body continued to surge forward. Moments later, with a thud, his headless corpse collapsed onto the ground. Gu Feng clasped his hands behind his back and bellowed, "I shall state this once. Today, I will annihilate the Ji family, yet any who dare obstruct me shall meet their demise." How laughable, a mere youth daring to utter such brazen words against the Ji family. A middle-aged man in a gray robe rose, declaring, "You wretched spawn, you cannot even pass my test." In the next instant, his aura surged dramatically, exuding the presence of a dragon striding through a tiger's den, as he charged directly at Gu Feng. "Oh no, it's Chang Baogua. Gu Feng is doomed," exclaimed Song Chang from a corner of the Wind Wave Pavilion, excitement evident in his voice. As one of the 12 prominent families of Jiangling, he certainly had the right to attend the ceremony at the Wind Wave Pavilion. In previous years, he would have scorned mingling in such trivialities. But sensing that this year's memorial ceremony would be anything but peaceful, he brought along Lu Ajiao. Lu Ajiao inquired, "Who is this Chang Baogua?" Song Chang replied, "He is an elder of the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance, reputed to have reached the mid-stage of the 5-star realm years ago. Now, he is likely at the pinnacle of the 5-star realm, perhaps even on the brink of the 6-star master level. Furthermore, he possesses immense combat experience, claiming to be invincible among his peers. If he strikes, Gu Feng is undoubtedly doomed." As they conversed, Chang Baogua had already closed the distance to Gu Feng. "A mere 5-star master, with my lightning 8-chain whip. One strike is all it takes for you to depart this world." He unleashed a sweeping kick towards Gu Feng, fierce and unyielding, accompanied by a thunderous sound of air being split. "Before me, you shall not even manage a single strike." Gu Feng casually reached out, firmly grasping the sweeping leg. Then, with a swift motion, he closed his fingers, producing a chilling sound of shattering bones. Chang Baogua's right leg was utterly crushed. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the Wind Wave Pavilion, but in the next moment, it abruptly ceased. For Gu Feng had delivered a powerful punch. Chang Baogua's bones shattered completely, his body soaring like a kite with severed strings, landing lifelessly on a peach tree branch 100 meters away. His form had turned to a mere heap of flesh, akin to a torn sack. Chang Baogua, elder of the Jiangling Martial Artists Alliance, once heralded as invincible beneath the 6-star masters, was vanquished today by a single blow from Gu Feng. Song Chang stood agape, his mouth wide open in disbelief. Gu Feng actually killed Chang Baogua. How could this be possible? Even Ji Tian, who stood behind Ji Caiyue, displayed a subtle change in expression. He blurted out, "You are not a 3-star master." A voice echoed from outside. "He is certainly not a 3-star master. He is a 6-star master." At that moment, a formidable middle-aged man strode in, accompanied by a grand entourage. The leader of the Flying Sky Society had arrived. Chapter 61. The warden is here to conduct an investigation. Take your people and leave. What? Gu Feng is actually a 6-star master? Just 5 years ago, he had yet to embark on the path of a martial artist. And in such a brief span, he has ascended to the rank of a 6-star master? What extraordinary stroke of fortune has he encountered? Regardless of the miraculous circumstances, his visit to the Windwave Pavilion today is merely a march towards his demise. Ha, the youthful and arrogant one, having achieved a modicum of success, now struts about with his head held high, oblivious to the fact that there are always those more formidable beyond the horizon. The leader of the Flying Sky Society is a mid-level 6-star expert. What can Gu Feng possibly contend with? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the leader of the Flying Sky Society, Luo Zhen, thundered, "Gu Feng, who gave you the audacity to slay my brother?" Boom! The oppressive aura of a 6-star master surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. The storm and snow abruptly ceased. Gu Feng cast a cold glance at him. "Is Luo Xian your brother?" "Indeed," Luo Zhen replied, his hands clasped behind his back, a crimson robe billowing in the wind. Come forth, kneel, and accept your fate. Behind him, 800 elite members of the Flying Heaven Society roared in unison. Kneel, accept your demise. The sound reverberated like thunder. Within the wind and wave pavilion, countless snowflakes fell from the branches of the peach trees, shaken loose by the commotion. Gu Feng smiled coldly. Luozhen, who gave you the audacity to seek revenge for your brother? To the astonishment of the crowd, Gu Feng not only refused to kneel, but also launched a punch with fierce determination. How audacious! How utterly audacious! Luozhen's eyes glinted with malice. You seek your own demise. His fist, imbued with the fury of wind and snow, hurtled toward Gu Feng. A resounding crash echoed as Luozhen was sent flying, crashing into the crowd behind him. He survived, but not without taking down several dark energy martial artists, creating a mist of blood. The members of the Flying Sky Society stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that their leader could not withstand a single blow from Gu Feng. Is the disparity between two six-star masters truly so vast? Charge! Charge! Luozhen bellowed, springing back to his feet, his energy surging as he rushed once more towards Gu Feng. The elite members of the Flying Sky Society quickly regained their composure and surged forward to attack Gu Feng. On the hillside, Ji Caiyue stroked his chin thoughtfully. While the 800 elite of the Flying Sky Society consisted mainly of low-level dark energy and transformation martial artists, their numbers were overwhelming, especially with Luozhen leading them. Even if Gu Feng had reached the pinnacle of six-star mastery, he would be ground into a pulp. Ji Caiyue sighed softly. Xiao Feng, a year from today, at Fengbo Pavilion, I shall erect a monument for you in memory of your mother. As she spoke, the snowstorm intensified, and small hailstones began to fall from the sky. Yet, Gu Feng, undeterred by the throng charging towards him, advanced instead. Boom! His punch was so swift it defied belief. Just as Luozhen was barreling forward, he suddenly found Gu Feng before him. A sharp pain pierced his chest, and as he looked down, his pupils constricted in horror. A single arm of Gu Feng pierced through his entire chest. This astonishing blow struck him with overwhelming force. You! Before the words could fully escape, Gu Feng had already withdrawn his arm. Boom! Luozhen's body erupted into a mist of blood. The elite members of the Flying Sky Society were left in shock, rooted to the spot. Over a decade ago, Luozhen arrived in Jiangling and single-handedly founded the Flying Sky Society. Unlike Hong Qi, who had the backing of the Zhonghai forces, Luozhen had forged his empire solely through his own efforts. After 10 years of relentless struggle, he established the Flying Sky Society as one of the three giants of the underground world in Jiangling. Throughout this period, the society faced countless crises, and Luozhen had narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions. Yet each time he transformed peril into safety. In the eyes of the members of the Flying Sky Society, Luozhen was a deity. He could be knocked down but never defeated. Each fall marked the beginning of his ascent to greater strength. However, today, Luozhen was annihilated by Gu Feng's 2 punches. With the demise of their leader, the dream of unifying Jiangling's underground realm crumbled. Their faith shattered. It was over. Everything was over. Their morale wavered. Yet Gu Feng offered them no respite, his figure darting forward, fists striking simultaneously. With each step, a life was claimed. With every advance, a soul was sought. Boom! 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 The sky was engulfed in a shower of blood mist. Wails echoed throughout the land. The pristine white snow was stained a blinding red. Gu Feng was drenched in blood, resembling a malevolent spirit clawing its way out of the depths of hell. His voice rumbled like distant thunder, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Just as Ji Caiyue was about to speak, a sudden bellow echoed from outside the pavilion. Brazen fool! How dare you wreak havoc during the solemn ritual, committing heinous acts of murder? Immediately clasp your hands atop your head, or face immediate execution. With that command, a middle-aged man clad in garments adorned with a blackbird motif strode in with purpose, followed by over 100 armed officers from the jurisdictional division. As they entered, they encircled Gu Feng entirely. The crowd, upon witnessing his arrival, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Gu Feng was truly terrifying. With hundreds at his disposal, One could only speculate that his intentions extended beyond merely targeting Madame Ji. None among us would escape unscathed. Yet, with the jurisdictional division intervening, Gu Feng found himself with two choices. Either submit and face judgment, leading to his execution, or resist and be riddled with bullets. Indeed, it appeared that Gu Feng had reached the level of a 7-star master, but in the end he remained but a mortal. A volley of bullets would swiftly transform him into a mere cullender. Gu Feng gazed at the middle-aged man adorned in the garb bearing the pattern of the Shen bird. "Wen Yan, I remember you. When I departed from Jiangling, you were merely a squad leader in the Jiangling patrol division, and you even served me tea. Who would have thought that after 5 years, you have ascended to the position of chief of the patrol division? Only the chief is entitled to don the Shen bird attire." Wen Yan strode a few steps closer to Gu Feng. "Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. Place your hands upon your head, or else." Smack! Gu Feng executed a swift backhand strike, sending Wen Yan hurtling backwards for several meters. The onlookers were left utterly speechless by this spectacle. Gu Feng had clearly lost his mind, daring to assault even the chief of the patrol domain. The members of the patrol domain, in unison, raised their weapons, bullets chambered, aimed squarely at Gu Feng. Ji Caiyue shook her head. At this moment, with a mere command from Wen Yan, how could Gu Feng possibly escape death? Yet, in the face of 100 guns, Gu Feng remained unfazed. He simply produced an object and tossed it to the ground. The tremendous force created a deep crater in the snow, and then the object rebounded into Wen Yan's palm. "I am the warden of Long Island Prison. Today, this prison is conducting an investigation. Take your people and leave." Wen Yan's hand was mangled and bloodied, but his pupils trembled uncontrollably. This was actually the Dragon God order. A spirited female officer shouted, "What nonsense, warden! Spare us your—" Smack! Gu Feng unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending her flying. "You dare to defy the warden? Should this happen again, there will be no mercy." Silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 62. The Leader of the Dragons. The young officer struck by Gu Feng's blow was named Wei Xiaoan. In her 20s, she had already risen to the position of team leader within the patrol division. Not only was she skilled, but she was also exceptionally beautiful. In the patrol division, where female officers were a rarity, Wei Xiaoan's combination of talent and beauty made her the object of admiration for countless male officers. At that moment, witnessing her being struck, several young and impetuous male officers were consumed with rage, their fingers instinctively reaching for their triggers. In the next instant, a thunderous command echoed, "Stand down." It was Wen Yan who then turned and strode away. All the officers exchanged incredulous glances. "How did you receive the notification without even answering your phone?" This excuse is hardly convincing. Despite their dissatisfaction, the command of the division chief was not to be disobeyed. Reluctantly, they lowered their weapons and followed Wen Yan out. Once outside the tumultuous pavilion, Wen Yan sighed and remarked, "No need to inquire further. Just know that the title warden of Long Island Prison carries immense weight. That alone suffices." He added that even he had only learned of Long Island Prison's existence during a high-level meeting after becoming the chief of the patrol division. Many were aware that the warden of Long Island Prison was not an ordinary figure. However, the true extent of his power was known only to the upper echelons of the patrol division. The warden governed the patrol divisions across the realm, standing as the leader of all. Within the pavilion, Lu Ajiao gazed at Gu Feng, who stood resolutely against the wind, her breath quickening and her cheeks flushed. Biting her red lip, she thought, "So handsome." With a mere utterance, he had quelled the Jiangling patrol division. Such charisma, how many could achieve it in this world? Song Chung, noticing Lu Ajiao's unusual demeanor, inquired, "Ajiao, what troubles you?" She countered, "Song Chung, who exactly is this warden? Why does one, the division chief, not dare to utter a word before Gu Feng? Not daring to speak? That's merely using a knife to kill," Song Chung explained. "While the warden's rank may not be high, he is still a part of the circle." Song Chung's reasoning seemed sound to Lu Ajiao, yet it left her feeling disheartened. "Are you saying Gu Feng will perish here today? Do you think otherwise? The Ji family has become the foremost aristocracy. If Gu Feng is to die today, you seem rather displeased about it." Lu Ajiao's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly forced a smile. How could that be? He killed my father and brother. The more tragic his demise, the more at ease I shall feel. As her words fell, Ji Tianlang from the hillside called out, Gu Feng, it seems you have indeed made significant gains over the years, not only mastering martial arts but also rising to the status of a warden. Gu Feng sneered, so, Ji Tian, why not sever your daughter's head? In doing so, this prison can grant you a complete corpse. What a joke! Ji Tian, filled with rage, retorted that a mere prison dared to speak so arrogantly. If when Si Zhu did not act, it was merely to allow him to strike. Everyone, do not hold back. Attack. Boom! 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 The overwhelming aura of 6 formidable figures surged skyward. 6 peak 6-star masters charged towards Gu Feng from 6 different directions.
Simultaneously, Yitian Belovet.
Zuyuman, why are you still dawdling? Join the fray. Yes, my lord. Zuyuman stepped forward, emanating the formidable presence of a 7-star master, dominating the scene. The blustery snowstorm momentarily halted. Wait, at that moment, a delicate voice interjected. Clad in a long gown, Xiao Qianxue emerged from the pavilion, holding an umbrella, followed by an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Ji Tian did not recognize Xiao Qianxue, but he was familiar with the elderly man. You are Li Gaoming, the esteemed patron of the Xiao family. Indeed, the elder nodded, exuding a languid aura. This is my esteemed lady, Xiao Qianxue. The memorial ceremony for Ji Caiyue was being held, and Xiao Qianxue's father had attended last year. This year, due to pressing matters, he sent Xiao Qianxue to represent him, allowing her to make acquaintances with the local affluent of Jiangling. Initially, Xiao Qianxue intended to decline, but upon hearing her father's praise of Ji Caiyue's unparalleled beauty, she felt it would be a lifelong regret not to witness her in person. With little else to occupy her time, she consented. She had planned to arrive by 8 o'clock, but recalling Gu Feng's words from the previous day, she delayed her departure. Consequently, upon her arrival, she was greeted by an exceedingly terrifying scene. Gu Feng stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, surrounded by 6 6-star masters and 1 7-star master, intent on executing him. She understood that Gu Feng, merely a 6-star master, could scarcely escape death under such relentless assault. Xiao Qianxue stepped forward, addressing Ji uncle. Gu Feng is my friend. Might you grant the Xiao family a favor and spare him? Ji's expression shifted abruptly. Curse it. How had Gu Feng become entangled with the Xiao family? At that moment, Ji Caiyue interjected. Miss Xiao, do I not wish for Xiao Feng's survival? Yet today, during my memorial for my late father, he dared to commit fratricide. My own demise is of little consequence, but he has already slaughtered countless innocents. How then, could I possibly let him go? Her words struck Xiao Qianxue with profound shock, leaving her staring incredulously at Gu Feng. In the days since her return, she had heard whispers of the intrigue surrounding Jiangling, including tales of Ji Caiyue's stepson, a man notorious for patricide and the annihilation of his clan. Yet, she had never anticipated. Gu Feng is unexpectedly the stepson of Ji Caiyue. Gu Feng, are you the Gu Feng who committed patricide and annihilated his clan 5 years ago? Xiao Qianxue gazed at Gu Feng, her expression a tapestry of complexity. As Gu Feng was about to speak, Ji Tian interjected sharply. Miss Xiao, it appears that although you are acquainted with Gu Feng, he has concealed much from you. I am aware of your pure nature and Gu Feng's cunning disposition. It is entirely normal for you to have been deceived by him. After a brief pause, he continued, however, now that you have learned the truth, do not entangle yourself further with this fiend. The Xiao family has a distinguished literary heritage, and you, as a woman of remarkable intellect and talent, should not associate too closely with Gu Feng, for it will only tarnish your reputation and that of the Xiao family. Xiao Qianxue's expression shifted, her heart clouded with uncertainty. Without a word, Li Gaoming grasped Xiao Qianxue's hand and urged her outside. Meanwhile, Ji Tian bellowed, Attack! Chapter 63, Beiyuan Qijiang, Perish. The 6 6-star masters surged forth once more, accompanied by a 7th-star master, Zuyuman. Together, they charged at Gu Feng from 7 directions. Yet, Gu Feng stood resolutely in the center, unyielding. Tang Jinlin's eyes sparkled with astonishment. 10 years ago, If anyone had claimed that the Ji family could muster 6 six-star masters and 1 7-star master, they would have been met with derision. Tang Zi nodded in agreement. Indeed, a decade ago, the Ji family was merely an obscure clan. Yet through the singular efforts of Madame Ji, they have risen to become the preeminent family in Jiangling. Gu Feng, oh Gu Feng, why do you remain motionless in the face of the combined assault of 7? Are you so terrified that you have lost your wits? Ha ha ha, surely, you never anticipated that the Ji family would possess such a plethora of formidable warriors. He could almost envision Gu Feng being reduced to a mist of blood by their united force, prompting a hearty laugh from him. But the exertion tugged at his wounds, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianxue suddenly cried out, "Uncle Li, let go of me." She bit down on Li Gaoming's arm. Though he was unafraid, he still released her, asking, "Miss, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Qianxue replied, "You must help Gu Feng. I believe he is not the kind to commit patricide or annihilate his clan. There must be more to this story. Miss, do not act recklessly. The snow is stained red, indicating this boy's. I beg you, Uncle Li. I have never asked anything of you in my life, but this once, trust me." Xiao Qianxue's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. The mere thought that Gu Feng might perish in the next moment filled her with dread. At that moment, she could think of nothing else. Her family's reputation, her own honor? Those concerns could wait. "Very well, since you insist, I shall intervene today." Li Gaoming's energy surged forth, unmistakably revealing his prowess as a 7-star master. However, I can only shield him from Zui Yumin. With that, he moved like lightning, appearing before Zui Yumin in an instant, delivering a powerful palm strike that seemed capable of toppling mountains. Zui Yumin retaliated with a punch. Their strikes clashed. Li Gaoming's right sleeve burst into tatters, disintegrating into ash. He was sent flying backward for several meters, his palm searing with pain. When he looked down, he was horrified to see his flesh mangled. Li Gaoming exclaimed in shock, "You have reached the mid-stage of 7 stars. How is this possible? You were clearly at the pinnacle of 6 stars just half a year ago." Zui Yumin chuckled. "Li Gaoming, come, let us battle once more." "Battle? Spare me, miss. I have intervened, but alas, I am no match for Zui Yumin. Let us depart." If Xiao Qianxue were in danger, he would risk his life to save her. Yet, he had no familial bond with Gu Feng, who had a notorious reputation in Jiangling. Out of respect for the young lady, he had already done more than enough. Absolutely not. Xiao Qianxue firmly refused, but before she could utter another word, she was struck unconscious by Li Gaoming's palm, who then carried her away. As he watched Li Gaoming's retreating figure, Zui Yumin's lips curled into a cold smile. "Gu Feng, even Xiao Qianxue has abandoned you? Are you prepared to meet your end? Zui Yumin, the only one destined to die is you." Suddenly, a low sigh reached Zui Yumin's ears. He turned to see Gu Feng's face, his handsome visage almost touching his own. By the heavens! His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the distant scene, and his pupils constricted violently. The 6 six-star masters, whom the Ji family had invested untold efforts and resources to cultivate, were now decapitated. What in the world was happening? He had exchanged but a single blow with Li Gaoming, and Gu Feng had already slain 6 six-star masters? What kind of monstrous being was he? Zui Yumin had confidence in defeating 6 six-star masters, but it was never supposed to be this effortless. Could it be that he... His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Gu Feng's fist came crashing toward him. Zui Yumin dared not underestimate the attack. He raised his left arm to block it while simultaneously striking with his right hand aimed at Gu Feng's crown. In a fleeting moment, he defended while attacking. Most of his energy concentrated in his left arm. If he could withstand Gu Feng's punch, his right palm strike would surely injure him gravely, even if it did not result in death. The next moment, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed. Zui Yumin's left arm shattered, and he flew through the air like a discarded ragdoll, crashing into a hillside, creating a deep crater. "Zui Yumin, I will take your life as easily as one would a chicken." Gu Feng's spirit soared as he dashed toward Zui Yumin's landing spot. Zui Yumin was filled with dread. Disregarding his injuries, he scrambled from the crater and fled. At the same time, he shouted, "Two of you, reveal yourselves and assist me in slaying this fiend." 2 men clad in kimonos, each wielding a katana, emerged from the peach grove, their powerful presence unmistakably at the mid-stage of 7 stars. Zhuyu, you have truly failed, to be bested by a mere brat with a single punch, one of the younger men from Neon remarked. Zhuyu, now halted, let out a bitter laugh. Mr. Hinata Hanya, do not underestimate him. Gu Feng is likely at the pinnacle of 7 stars. Only by unleashing our full strength can we hope to defeat him. Ha ha ha. Do you know what kind of existence I am in my homeland? Hinata Hanya laughed heartily. The other Neon man, Kitahara Chihiro, chimed in. Hanyakuen became a mid-stage 7-star master at only 25, recognized as the greatest talent of Hokkaido. A true prodigy. How could a mere Jiangling compare to our Hokkaido? This Gu Feng is at most a mid-stage 7-star master. Your failure to defeat him is merely due to your old age and decline. Zhuyu anger flared. Chihiro Kitahara, if you believe that, then go and slay Gu Feng yourself, and we shall see who is truly past their prime. Chihiro Kitahara unsheathed his katana. Then I shall show you, old man, the might of us Neon warriors. With that, he sprang forth, dashing toward Gu Feng. Today, Chihiro Kitahara, will demonstrate that even among mid-stage 7 stars, there exists a disparity. Prepare to die. At that moment, Gu Feng had arrived at the hilltop, observing the charging Chihiro Kitahara with a cold smile. He then kicked a nearby tombstone. Boom! The heavy tombstone was uprooted, propelled by the force of the wind and snow, hurtling toward Chihiro Kitahara. Chihiro Kitahara's expression changed drastically as he attempted to evade, but the tombstone's speed was simply too great. Ah! The next moment, a chilling scream resonated throughout the windstorm pavilion, only to be abruptly silenced. Chihiro Kitahara had been crushed into a pulp, dead. Chapter 64. Hinata Hanya. Dead. Even having surmised that Gu Feng was at the pinnacle of 7 stars, Zhuyu heart trembled violently. One kick had sent the tombstone soaring. With that, he drew his blade and charged at Gu Feng. Zhuyu was infuriated, his feet stomping in frustration. Yet, it seemed that Hinata Hanya had not heard his words. Moving with unrelenting speed and without a moment's pause, with a swift kick, Gu Feng propelled 2 tombstones from the ground, sending them spiraling toward Hinata Kagaya. The latter let out a fierce shout, springing 3 meters into the air with a deft push of his toes. His katana gripped firmly in hand as he unleashed a flurry of over a dozen strikes. In an instant, the air was filled with dazzling flashes of blade light, accompanied by an almost ethereal dragon's roar. Zhuyu stared in astonishment, initially believing that Hinata Kagaya would meet a fate akin to that of Kitahara Chijiro. However, to his shock, as those strikes were executed, the massive tombstones were shattered into countless fragments. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What manner of blade is this? To slice through tombstones weighing over 1,000 pounds is as effortless as cutting through tofu." Hinata Kagaya, wearing a smug expression, responded, "This blade is named Wanlong, forged by the foremost swordsmith of Hokkaido, Temiku Ayakawa-ryu, using a century-old fine iron, meticulously crafted over 49 days. It cleaves through iron as though it were mud, severing waves with a single stroke." Zhuyu's eyes brightened. With such a sword, vanquishing Gu Feng would be but a trivial task. Although Gu Feng is formidable, he remains unarmed. No matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife is still a source of fear. Moreover, what Hinata Hanya wields is no ordinary kitchen knife, but a true divine weapon. Alas, it is regrettable that you will never have the chance to witness it. As he spoke, Hinata Hanya suddenly swung his katana, Duanling, which flew from his grasp and instantly pierced through Zhuyu chest. Blood gushed forth. Zhuyu felt a sharp pain in his heart, and his breath became labored. In disbelief, he gazed at Hinata Hanya, who approached him step by step, struggling to utter, "WH. Why?" Hinata Hanya sneered repeatedly. "You, a despicable citizen of the divine dragon nation, dare to insult me as a pig. If you do not perish, where would the dignity of my Neon nation lie?" With a swift motion, he withdrew the katana, and Zhuyu fell straight to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Hinata Hanya turned, and with a flick of his wrist, Duanling whirled in a dazzling display of blade artistry, utterly magnificent. "Gu Feng, you may slay a mid-stage master of the 7 stars with a single strike, but I, Hinata Hanya, can do the same. Moreover, today, you shall also become a soul beneath my blade." With that, he dashed forward, leaping 3 meters into the air, and delivered a fierce downward slash aimed directly at Gu Feng's crown. "Gu Feng, prepare to meet your end." Clang! The resonating sound of metal colliding erupted suddenly. Upon Gu Feng's hand, a sword had inexplicably materialized, poised above him. The clash of blades reverberated. A tremendous force surged from the sword's body into Hinata Hanya's being. He was propelled backward. His right hand, which gripped the sword, now bore a gaping wound, blood streaming profusely. "Where did your sword come from?" Hinata Hanya's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, demanding an answer. Just moments ago, Gu Feng had been unarmed. Yet in the blink of an eye, a sword had appeared. How was this accomplished? A trick of illusion? "What concern is it of yours, a mere corpse?" Gu Feng replied coldly, clutching the Nian Nu Jiao. Indeed, the sword that had suddenly emerged was the Nian Nu Jiao, a gift from his senior sister, Du Huakai. When Hinata Hanya had struck with his blade, Gu Feng had summoned the sword with his spiritual awareness. It was not that without this sword, Gu Feng would be no match for Hinata Hanya. Rather, having heard the latter boast so grandly about Duanlang, he wished to ascertain which was superior, Duanlang or Nian Nu Jiao. After all, his senior sister had declared that Nian Nu Jiao was a treasured heirloom of her family. Hinata Hanya sneered. "Such arrogance. Do you think that by conjuring a sword, I cannot slay you? In the face of Duanlang, all weapons are but scrap metal. Is that so? Then allow me to see how many strikes your katana can withstand." Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, his figure blurring into a series of afterimages, moving with terrifying speed, and in an instant, he was before Hinata Hanya, raising his sword to strike. Hinata Hanya was not slow to react. His katana sliced through the air in retaliation. Blades crossed. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Moments later, Duanlang emitted a mournful cry. "Shatating in be-in." The momentum of Nian Nu Jiao remained undiminished as it cleaved into Hinata Hanya's arm, severing it entirely, which fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. How is this possible? A tempest of disbelief surged within Hinata Hanya, momentarily overshadowing his pain. This was Duanlang. How could it fail to withstand even a single strike from Nian Nu Jiao? In the midst of his astonishment, Gu Feng's indifferent voice reached his ears. "Neon dog, you may now perish." It was only then that Hinata Hanya remembered he was at death's door, and he cried out in terror, "You cannot kill me." "Oh, and why is that?" Gu Feng inquired. "My mother is Hinata Jie, the president of the Jie Merchants Association. If you kill me, she will not let you go." Gu Feng furrowed his brows, puzzled by the mention of the butterfly robe chamber of commerce, which he had never heard of before. To Rixiang Huanyi, this expression was interpreted as fear. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief. "Gu Feng, you are wise to recognize your situation. The butterfly robe chamber of commerce spans across Jiangling, Zhonghai, and Jingchuan, being the largest commercial association in Jiangnan province, with countless elites and heroes under its banner. Surely, you would not dare to confront me. Here is my proposition. Relinquish your sword to me and sever your own arm, and I may spare your life." His gaze fixated hungrily on the sword in Gu Feng's hand. This blade, capable of shattering waves with a single strike, was undoubtedly a treasure of unparalleled worth. If he were to possess such a sword, the destruction of the waves would hold no lament. Lost in his reverie, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat. Looking down, he was shocked to find that the Nian Nu Jiao had been driven into his neck. You dare to?" With a flick of his hand, Gu Feng witnessed Nian Nu Jiao twist around the neck of Rixiang Huanyi, instantly shattering his throat.
Rixiang Huanyi,
renowned as the foremost prodigy of Hokkaido, wielded the famed blade Duanlang. Today he meets his demise. Within Feng Bo Pavilion, a chorus of gasps echoed through the air. The onlookers regarded Gu Feng with eyes filled with terror, as if gazing upon a demon. Gu Feng's prowess surpassed everyone's imagination. Moreover, his audacity was truly remarkable. He dared to take the lives of anyone, despite being fully aware that Hinata Hanya was the young master of the Jie Chamber of Commerce. He still ruthlessly executed him without hesitation. As if that were not enough, The crux of the matter lies in the fact that while he was committing murder, he chose to do so with the gravestone of the Gu family. Those buried beneath it are none other than his own kin. Is this not enough of an atrocity, patricide and the annihilation of his clan? Is he now preparing to desecrate graves and defile corpses? A fiend. He is nothing short of a fiend. Gu Feng kicked the lifeless body of Ri Xiong Huanyi aside and, wielding a long sword, advanced step by step towards Ji Caiyue. With a tranquil expression, Ji Caiyue remarked, "Xiao Feng, it appears that you are determined to kill me today. Indeed, today. It seems you must meet your demise." Gu Feng's visage twisted in rage as he lunged towards Ji Caiyue. Chapter 65. Thunder Fighter. Ji Tian, without a moment's hesitation, took Ji Caiyue and retreated. At that instant, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. The crowd looked up, only to witness a private helicopter descending from the sky. Ultimately, the helicopter landed beside Ji Caiyue, and a man dressed in a white suit, possessing an unremarkable appearance, emerged from the cabin. Despite his ordinary looks, an extraordinary aura accompanied his every gesture, revealing a status far from simple. "Caiyue, I apologize for my tardiness," the man said softly as he approached Ji Caiyue. "I hope I did not startle you." He could have arrived punctually for the memorial ceremony, but the inclement weather in Jiangling had necessitated a reduction in the aircraft's speed, resulting in his delay. In the distance, Lu Ajiao raised an eyebrow. "Song Chong, this person exudes authority. He actually flew in by helicopter to attend a memorial." Song Chong replied, "Of course, after all, he is the third young master of the Jun family in Zhonghai Jun Wuxia." Lu Ajiao inquired with curiosity, "The Jun family? Are they formidable?" Formidable is an understatement. It is said that the head of the Jun family is a retired war god.
Moreover, Yun Wuxi possesses astonishing martial talent.
At merely 23 years of age, he has already reached the pinnacle of the seven-star master, a true scion of martial lineage. Lu Ajiao scoffed dismissively, "So what if he is a seven-star master?" Gu Feng could easily dispatch him with a single sword strike. Her tone dripped with a trace of arrogance.
Tian,
noticing that no one else had descended besides Jun Wuxia, felt a twinge of anxiety. "Wuxia, are you the only one who came?" Jun Wuxia smiled, countering, "Isn't one of me sufficient to deal with Gu Feng?" Ji Tian was acutely aware that his prospective son-in-law had indeed attained the pinnacle of seven-star master. However, Gu Feng also stood at the same peak, having claimed the lives of Bei Yuanchenzi and Hinata Huanai. The sword in Gu Feng's possession was equally formidable, having shattered the famed blade, Broken Wave, with a single strike. As Jun Wuxia surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that the wind and wave pavilion had already been stained with a copious amount of blood. Yet, instead of displaying shock or panic, a devilish smile curled upon his lips. "If my prowess alone cannot vanquish Gu Feng, then perhaps with this addition it will suffice." He pointed skyward, prompting the crowd to look up. Their pupils constricted in unison. No wonder the helicopter had already landed, yet the roar persisted. Another aircraft hovered above. It was likely that it contained the warriors of the Jun family. Jun Wuxia gazed at Gu Feng, truly impressive. "Gu Feng, I vividly recall our meeting 6 years ago in Zhonghai. At that time, I had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, while you had yet to embark on your martial journey. 6 years have flown by, and I find it astonishing that your level has matched mine, and you wield an extraordinary sword. 6 years prior, Gu Feng's father had received an invitation from the head of the Jun family to attend the retirement ceremony of the old war god in Zhonghai. Gu Rencheng eagerly set off, bringing his family along to Zhonghai. It was during this time that Gu Feng had the opportunity to meet Jun Wuxia. Gu Feng spoke coolly, "Enough of the nonsense, either leave or perish." A sudden burst of laughter echoed, not from Jun Wuxia but from the distance, where Tang Zi stood. "Gu Feng, you are utterly oblivious to your own peril. Do you understand what hangs in the sky? That is a Thunderbolt fighter jet. Upon the retirement of the Jun family's patriarch, this fighter was gifted to him in recognition of his years of exceptional service. This aircraft is armed with 3 GUA 16mm Gatling guns, capable of an astonishing firing rate of 1,000 rounds per minute. No matter how formidable you may be, what hope do you have when 4 Gatling guns fire simultaneously? You will be reduced to nothing but ashes." Jun Wuxie glanced at Tang Zi in surprise. You seem to know quite a bit. Tang Zi quickly replied, I have long admired your father, which makes me more aware than most of the Jun families might. Very well, if the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to my father. Jun Wuxie smiled. Tang Zi was elated. Meeting the head of the Jun family was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Tang family. Thank you, young Master Jun. Jun Wuxie turned his gaze towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng, your martial talent is commendable. Yet alas, you stand alone. I, Jun Wuxie, have the formidable Jun family behind me. In a one-on-one confrontation, the outcome may be uncertain, but I need not lift a finger. With a mere command, you will be obliterated. As he spoke, the crowd in the Fenghua pavilion erupted in a frenzy. What in the world is happening? They've deployed a fighter jet. No matter how impressive Gu Feng is, he will be turned into a sieve. Truly, the Jun family of Zhonghai does not hold back. But wait, doesn't it strike you as odd? Jun Wuxie came to attend a memorial service, and it's understandable to bring some martial artists, but why bring a fighter jet? Did he foresee some disruption today? Who knows? Just showing off. If I had a fighter jet at home, I'd be flying it around every day. Among the crowd, there were those who were astonished, excited, and horrified. Jun Wuxie whispered, Caiyue, how did I perform? You asked me to bring martial artists, and I simply borrowed my father's fighter jet. He awaited praise from Ji Caiyue, yet her beautiful gaze was fixed on Gu Feng not far away. At this moment, she had arrived on the other side of the hill, while Gu Feng stood by the tombstone of Gu Rencheng. Xiao Feng, your mother truly does not wish to take your life on this day, nor does she desire for you to die before your grandfather's grave. Yet, your actions have profoundly disappointed me. Now kneel and bow 3 times to your father in sincere repentance. Thus, although you must still meet your end today, I can grant you the honor of being buried beside him. Gu Feng maintained a calm demeanor. Jun Wuxie, for the sake of a mere smile from a beauty, you dared to pilfer your family's fighter jet. Alas, it seems your efforts will ultimately result in nothing but an empty endeavor. Though Jun Wuxie had spoken softly, his words did not escape Gu Feng's keen ears. What empty endeavor? Allow me to enlighten you, Gu Feng. I am about to become engaged to Caiyue. Unfortunately for you, you will not live to witness my wedding night with her. Otherwise, you would have to address me as father. Of course, you could do so now if you wish. I might reluctantly allow you to keep your corpse intact. From the moment Gu Feng stepped into the tumultuous pavilion, Ji Caiyue's expression had remained unchanged. However, at this moment, a slight shift occurred. Enough, she commanded. Tsk, Caiyue is a vision of beauty. Any man would find it hard to resist her, especially in the presence of your father's grave. The sensation is utterly exhilarating. Just thinking about it ignites a fire within me. But no! With a swift motion, Ji Caiyue delivered a sharp slap to Jun Wuxie's face. What nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 66. Listen to the dragon's roar. Jun Wuxie wilted under her gaze, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. I apologize, Caiyue. I merely wished to provoke Gu Feng, who feigned composure in the face of death. Ji Caiyue trembled with anger and turned to the others, declaring, Ladies and gentlemen, Master Jun has had a bit too much to drink and spoken thoughtlessly. You need not take his words to heart. He and I are merely friends. Suppressing her fury, she leaned closer to Jun Wuxie and whispered, After you deal with Gu Feng, leave at once. We must not see each other for a year. A year apart?
Jun Wuxie's heart jolted.
But, Caiyue, we had agreed to be engaged next month and consummate our union in 3 months. Ji Caiyue replied coldly, Is this not the mess you have created? Had you remained silent today, you would have been my savior, and our engagement would have been only natural. But now, I must first manage the public opinion in Jiangling. There are far too many people present today, and it will drain my energy. In short, heed my words. Once the turmoil subsides and public sentiment shifts, we can discuss our engagement again. I refuse.
Jun Wuxie suddenly shouted.
We have been in love for a year. Why hide it? Caiyue, I can no longer endure this. I cannot wait another year. I cannot even wait 3 months. I yearn to marry you immediately. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, who had previously held lingering doubts. Their gazes shifted towards Ji Caiyue, astonished. Wait, They have been in love for a year? So Jun Wuxie's words were true? He and Madame Ji truly. How dare you slander my goddess, Jun Wuxie? You think you deserve to tarnish the reputation of our esteemed Madame Ji? With a swift motion, Jun Wuxie struck the enraged citizen of Jiangling, obliterating him in a cloud of blood. Who else dares to claim I am unworthy of Ji Caiyue? Step forward. The crowd fell silent, paralyzed by fear. What madness is this? Ji Caiyue's expression turned icy. She had numerous means to quell public dissent, but Jun Wuxie's violent actions only solidified the accusations he had faced. She was genuinely furious. Jun Wuxie, she began, 6 years ago, you attended my father's retirement ceremony with Gu Feng. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was struck by your brilliance. At the banquet following the ceremony, he had been invited to perform swordplay, receiving applause from many, including Ji Caiyue, whose smile was like a blooming flower. From that moment, Jun Wuxie had vowed to claim Ji Caiyue as his own. After 6 long years, he was on the verge of achieving his desire, yet she asked him to wait another year? I cannot, not even 3 months. I long to marry you this very instant. Ji Caiyue's face turned pale. The situation had spiraled beyond her control. She had spent 5 years cultivating her reputation as the esteemed Madame Ji, relishing the respect and admiration from the world. Today, after eliminating Gu Feng, her status would soar to new heights. Yet now, everything had been ruined by Jun Wuxie's reckless actions. Even if she insisted that nothing untoward had occurred between them, no one would believe her. As this realization washed over her, tears welled in her beautiful eyes, trailing down her cheeks. Jun Wuxie was taken aback and panicked. Caiyue, please do not cry. I was wrong. I should not have said those things. I deserve punishment. He struck himself in remorse. Turning to the assembled crowd, he declared, what I said earlier was all a fabrication, merely to provoke Gu Feng. Do you all understand? The crowd nodded vigorously, fearful of another blow from him. If anyone dares to share even a word of what I said today on Jiangling's internet, I will. At that moment, Jun Wuxie halted and broke into a grin. I know you commoners cannot keep your mouths shut. Since you have made my Caiyue cry, then you shall all perish. With that thought, he immediately grabbed a walkie-talkie. Thunderbolt Squadron, heed my command. Eliminate everyone present. Leave no one alive. Booms echoed as the Thunderbolt fighter jets roared overhead, deploying 3 Gatling guns. They began to rain bullets down upon the gathering. In an instant, chaos erupted as dozens fell into pools of blood, the sound of gunfire overwhelming the cries of the wounded. Run! Everyone, run! Countless people scrambled to escape the pavilion, but the rate of fire was relentless, 1,000 rounds per minute from each of the 3 mounted guns. In mere moments, the ground was littered with bodies. The pavilion had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Ji Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Jun Wuxie, what are you doing? You have killed so many. How will you explain this to the higher-ups? Jun Wuxie cackled maniacally. Father-in-law, you are mistaken. It is not I who has committed these acts. These deaths are all at the hands of that fiend. Gu Feng. Ji Tian replied, are you suggesting we shift the blame onto Gu Feng? Indeed. Jun Wuxie's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Gu Feng is indeed a monster. It is not surprising he would slay so many civilians. After all, he is destined to die here today. His actions will not only absolve us of blame, but will also elevate us to the status of heroes among the people of Jiangling. All the victims died from gunfire. How can anyone link this to me? A fire consumed everything. At this point, Jun Wuxie suddenly changed his expression and turned his head. To his astonishment, Gu Feng had appeared behind him without his notice. You! As the words left his mouth, Gu Feng had already struck with his sword. The blade radiated a formidable brilliance, an unstoppable force. With a sharp crack, Jun Wuxie's arm was ruthlessly severed. His countenance shifted dramatically. He and Gu Feng were both at the pinnacle of the 7-star sect. Yet, Gu Feng had approached him unnoticed, and now his arm lay severed. Enduring the excruciating pain, Jun Wuxie seized Ji Caiyue and swiftly created a distance of several dozen meters between them and Gu Feng. He shouted into the intercom, eliminate Gu Feng, quickly. The Thunderbolt fighter jet, initially positioned at the entrance of the Windwave Pavilion, immediately turned its body upon receiving the command, with 3 machine guns trained simultaneously on Gu Feng. Gu Feng, how dare you sever my arm? Once you meet your demise, I shall indulge in a delightful game with Ji Caiyue before your lifeless body. Gu Feng exclaimed, do you think this fighter jet can take my life? Who do you think you are, a deity? Even when death looms, you still put on a facade. The sound of gunfire erupted, as 3 machine guns unleashed a torrential barrage. Flames cascaded like a tempest, weaving a vast net aimed at Gu Feng, drawing ever closer to ensnare him. Gu Feng vanished once more from the scene. Jun Wuxia, heed the dragon's roar. The voice echoed again behind Jun Wuxia. He turned to behold Gu Feng raising his right hand high. Then, the sword Nian Nujio was released. The dragon's roar resounded. This blade, akin to an eagle soaring through the sky, the swirling snow transformed the landscape in an instant. Chapter 67. A sword cast into the galaxy. Now, let us rewind a few minutes. When Jun Wuxia commanded the assault, Song Chang promptly surged forth with Lue Jiao towards the pavilion's entrance. However, they found themselves too distant from the entrance, and before long, it was besieged to the point of impenetrability. The 3 machine guns of the Thunder Fighter unleashed a relentless barrage upon that very spot. In the midst of their confusion, Lue Jiao had a sudden inspiration. Song Chang, let us take refuge within the peach grove. Upon entering the grove, she urged Song Chang to relocate a nearby corpse and use it as cover to shield themselves from the bullets that could rain upon them at any moment. After executing this plan, Song Chang felt a slight sense of relief. He couldn't help but praise. Jiao, you are truly clever. Where did you acquire such wisdom? Behind Jun Wuxia, he severed one of Jun Wuxia's arms. Song Chang pointed, and Lue Jiao followed his gesture, witnessing Jun Wuxia fleeing swiftly with Ji Caiyue. While the Thunder Fighter sped towards Gu Feng, its machine guns trained upon his position. In that instant, her heart raced to her throat. As the words left her lips, the 3 machine guns unleashed a torrent of crimson fire, hurtling towards Gu Feng. The figure of Gu Feng vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Jun Wuxia, and then raised his sword high. Lu Ajiao gasped, such swift movements. But why is he raising his sword? Does he intend to shoot down a Thunder Fighter with it? Song Chang chuckled, Ajiao, your imagination is quite vivid. That SA fighter jet, not a paper plane. His words abruptly ceased. At that moment, Nian Nujio slipped from his grasp, transforming into a streak of light, soaring straight towards the Thunder Fighter. In the blink of an eye, the sword pierced the fuel tank. A single strike sent the stars tumbling. Boom, boom, boom. The Thunder Fighter faltered in the sky like a wounded eagle, swaying uncontrollably. Ultimately, it careened downwards at an angle. Crash! The tremendous impact stirred a cloud of dust, shattering a copious number of peach trees. Song Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? This must be a joke. That was a Thunder Fighter. It was actually felled by a single sword strike? Lu Ajiao's lips parted in astonishment, her breath erratic. She couldn't help but exclaim, this is simply too impressive. Meanwhile, Ji Caiyue stared vacantly at the billowing smoke of the fighter jet, her heart tumultuous. Even though Gu Feng had displayed remarkable prowess earlier, she had remained unfazed, as everything was within her control. But now, if he could even take down a Thunder Fighter, what could he not accomplish? No wonder he dared to attend the meeting alone with just a sword. All her preparations now seemed like mere jest. She longed to inquire about what Gu Feng had experienced over the past 5 years. How had he grown to such an extent in such a short time? Little Feng, it seems that today Mother truly must die here. Ji Caiyue gazed at Gu Feng's profile, softly speaking. No, as long as I am here, you shall never perish. Jun Wuxia roared in defiance, slamming a white pill into his mouth. In that moment, the momentum within him surged dramatically. He leaped from the pinnacle of a 7-star master to the realm of a 1-star grandmaster. Is that the explosive flame pill? Ji Tian's expression brightened. Indeed, after consuming this explosive flame pill, I shall maintain the 1-star grandmaster state for half an hour. Gu Feng spoke indifferently. Do you believe that relying on elixirs to forcibly elevate your realm will enable you to slay me? Though I have lost an arm, it will be quite sufficient to hinder you. Jun Wuxia then turned to Ji Tian and said, you take Caiyue and leave in the helicopter. I shall hold off Gu Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Tian scooped up Ji Caiyue and fled toward the direction of the helicopter. As they drew ever closer to the cabin, Ji Caiyue turned her head, offering a smile that could enchant the world. Xiao Feng, as mother and son, we shall meet again. Next time, I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust. Gu Feng gazed upon her exquisite visage. Do you truly believe that Jun Wuxie can thwart me? Gu Feng, you ought to temper your arrogance. You no longer possess that formidable sword. Not only can I obstruct you, but I can also vanquish you. Jun Wuxie unleashed a surge of potent energy from his right hand, channeling the might of a stellar grandmaster as he hurled a fist towards Gu Feng. The roar of the tiger echoed through the mountains. Gu Feng's expression was indifferent as he unleashed a punch of his own. The two fists collided, resulting in a deafening explosion. Boom! Jun Wuxie's body was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, hurtling away into the distance. A tempest of emotions churned within Jun Wuxie's heart. The explosion-burning elixir was his ultimate treasure. He had refrained from consuming it earlier due to its formidable side effects. Not only would it cause a drop in his cultivation level, but regaining his former prowess thereafter would be an endeavor as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Who could have anticipated that he would be sent flying by Gu Feng's punch? Gu Feng leapt in front of Jun Wuxie, placing a foot upon his head. Have you composed your final words? He taunted. Jun Wuxie laughed heartily. Gu Feng, if you possess the courage, then slay me. The wrath of the Jun family will make you regret ever being born into this world. Boom! With a forceful stomp, Gu Feng reduced Jun Wuxie to a cloud of crimson mist, leaving no trace of his remains. The third son of the Jun family, Jun Wuxie, is no more. The agonizing scream of Jun Wuxie in his final moments sent shivers down Ji Tian's spine. The devil Gu Feng has even slain Jun Wuxie. Fortunately, they were merely a few steps away from the helicopter. With a swift motion, he propelled Ji Caiyue into the cabin and turned to pull the door shut. Just as the door was about to close, a hand suddenly thrust in. Ji Tian, where do you think you're going? The voice was as chilling as eternal ice, seemingly drifting from the depths of hell. To hell with you. Die. Ji Tian, possessing only the strength of a 4-star master, was acutely aware that he stood no chance against Gu Feng. In a sudden move, he drew a handgun from his waist. Bang, 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 bang. He fired 5 shots in quick succession, aiming directly at Gu Feng's face. As Gu Feng raised his other hand, Nian Nujio instantly positioned herself in front of him. He unleashed a flurry of sword blooms, causing 5 bullets to swirl continuously in tandem with the elegant arcs of his blade. Ji Tian's pupils constricted sharply. This Gu Feng had actually extracted that sword from the fighter jet before pursuing him. Not only that, but he could also manipulate bullets with his sword. What terrifying prowess was this? Xiao Feng, you must still refer to me as Grandpa. Considering. Damn you, Grandpa! Gu Feng bellowed, and with a swift motion of Nian Nujio's sword, the 5 bullets were immediately thrust into Ji Tian's body. Ji Tian staggered violently and fell straight to the ground. The head of the Ji family, Ji Tian, dead. Gu Feng swung the hatch wide open and leaped forth. With a casual kick, he sent Ji Tian's lifeless body tumbling away, then advanced step by step toward Ji Caiyue. At that moment, Ji Caiyue's exquisitely beautiful face was drained of color. Little Feng. For mother. Before she could finish her words, Gu Feng thrust a sword into her side. The tip of the blade pierced through her left kidney. It hurts. Mother, it hurts so much. Blood stained Ji Caiyue's white mourning garments a blinding crimson. Her countenance, which could only be described as a celestial beauty, was marred by an overwhelming agony. Her delicate brows were knitted tightly in anguish. Gu Feng was about to thrust his sword into her other side, when Ji Caiyue hurriedly exclaimed, Xiao Feng, do not strike. Lin Ruochu's kidney is not located within my body. I merely sought to provoke you to come closer. Gu Feng hesitated only briefly before his long sword pierced through the white mourning attire, entering Ji Caiyue's body. Chapter 68. Is Gu Feng home? Another kidney was extracted. Inside the cabin, a scene of deep crimson unfolded. Gu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. These 2 kidneys did not appear to be transplanted. He crouched down again, extending his hand to probe gently at either side of Ji Caiyue's waist. There were no visible scars from previous surgeries. However, His actions were akin to pouring salt on Ji Caiyue's wounds. Her body trembled incessantly from the pain, and she emitted a pained moan. Xiao Feng, how cruel you are. Why do you not believe? In the words of your mother. Gu Feng struck her face with a resounding slap and demanded, Speak. Where is Lin Ruochu's kidney? Who else was involved in the massacre of the Gu family back then? The Gu family, once at the zenith of its power, could not have been annihilated solely by the Ji family. Ji Caiyue forced a faint smile, yet remained silent. Are you waiting for death? Gu Feng inquired.
Ji Caiyue replied.
Xiao Feng, I can tell you anything, but I have but one request as a mother. Could you allow me to die in peace? I have toiled for 5 long years to become the beloved Madame Ji of the people, and I wish for that legacy to endure in the hearts of the citizens of Jiangling. Gu Feng remained silent. Ji Caiyue softly said, Xiao Feng, if one were to count, we have been mother and son for a decade. For 10 years, the bond of mother and son has flourished. I have but one request. If you agree to it, I shall divulge everything to you. Gu Feng let out a cold laugh. Ji Caiyue, do you truly believe that your silence will shield you from my inquiry? Ji Caiyue's expression turned frigid. Then go ahead and kill me. I once thought you were merely putting on a facade, but now I realize how deeply you cherish your reputation. Death pales in comparison to it. Originally, you were destined to perish today, but I have changed my mind. Since you obliterated everything I held dear, I shall not allow you to escape so easily. Not only will I spare your life, but I will also grant you an additional month to live. During this time, all those who participated in the annihilation of the Gu family shall meet their demise. The citizens of Jiangling will come to know the true nature of Ji Caiyue. The esteemed Madame Ji will perish, while the Ji Caiyue, reviled by many, will be etched into the annals of Jiangling's history.
Ji Caiyue.
I want you to witness all of this, and then succumb to an endless torment. You. Ji Caiyue's face turned a ghastly shade, trembling with rage.
Moments later.
A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from her lips. As if struck by a sudden thought, she reached for her waist. Gu Feng, you shall not succeed. Regardless of my fate, I shall not hear the voices that curse me. In a moment of resolute defiance, she attempted to take her own life. From the moment you stepped into Jiangling, your life and death have been firmly in my grasp. Gu Feng struck her heart with a powerful palm, infusing her body with overwhelming spiritual energy. Ji Caiyue's eyes rolled back, and she fell into a complete unconsciousness. Gu Feng piloted the helicopter skyward, heading towards the Yujing mansion. Meanwhile, a plane descended at the Zhonghai International Airport, from which emerged 2 women. One exuded an air of confidence and strength, while the other appeared modest yet efficient. They were Yu Aoshuang and Jiang Yan. Yu Aoshuang lightly tapped her forehead, reminding, we are here to attend to serious matters. Leisure is merely a secondary pursuit. I heard from Jiangling that today marks the annual memorial ceremony, which is said to be quite a spectacle. If we are to leave, must we not wait until the ceremony concludes? The night I encountered Madame Ji was utterly breathtaking. I had hoped to see her again at the ceremony. By the way, do you believe that Gu Feng is truly Ji Caiyue's son? They seem to be of similar age, especially you. I have already earmarked a spot for you. Are you not going to intensify your training? Do you intend to embarrass me at the military arms conference? Jiang Yan, looking distressed, responded, all right, training it is. I shall strike down 10 Gu Fengs with a single punch. Suddenly, Xiao Qianxue awoke with a start. She found herself surrounded by a familiar environment. Blue wallpaper, a pink wardrobe, and a dazzling crystal chandelier. This was her boudoir. Qianxue, you're awake. A sweet voice chimed. Come, have some warm porridge. Turning her head, Xiao Qianxue was taken aback to see her university classmate and dear friend, Huang Yuruo, sitting at the bedside. I intended to inform you once I was settled, Xiao Qianxue said. Why did you suddenly lose consciousness? I asked Uncle Li, but he wouldn't tell me, Huang Yuruo inquired. As Xiao Qianxue, still disoriented from her recent awakening, absorbed this question, a flood of memories rushed back to her mind. Gu Feng remains at the Windstorm Pavilion. She was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of urgency and quickly summoned Li Gaoming. Uncle Li, what is the situation at the Windstorm Pavilion? Li Gaoming's expression was grave as he replied, The situation is dire. I have heard that many lives have been lost, and there are resounding explosions emanating from that direction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianxue became even more distressed. What about Gu Feng? I do not know. She is likely dead. Li Gaoming candidly expressed his conjecture. After all, if even he could not withstand Zui Yumin, how could Gu Feng? Moreover, it is rumored that members of the Jun family have also arrived. How could Gu Feng possibly perish? Xiao Qianxue felt a sharp pang in her heart as she rushed outside. No, Gu Feng would absolutely not die. Li Gaoming quickly grasped her arm, saying, Miss, the Fengbo Pavilion is extremely dangerous at the moment, and it has been cordoned off. Please do not act impulsively. Xiao Qianxue shouted back, I will not go to the Fengbo Pavilion. I will merely stroll around the Yujing mansion. She knew where Gu Feng resided and wished to check there, hoping against hope that he might be at home.
Observing Xiao Qianxue's emotional turmoil, Li Gaoming,
reassured that she would not head to the Fengbo Pavilion, ceased his attempts to detain her and merely followed behind. Huang Yuru also hurried after her, intrigued by what could provoke such a response from her dear friend, a situation that had never occurred before. Xiao Qianxue ran at times briskly until she finally arrived at Gu Feng's villa. The door was ajar, yet at that moment, she hesitated to enter. What if Gu Feng was not inside? What if something had indeed happened to him? Oh, Miss Xiao, what brings you here? Ning Yushi, carrying a bowl of rice from the kitchen, passed through the living room and caught sight of Xiao Qianxue. With a touch of anxiety, Xiao Qianxue asked, Is Gu Feng at home? Please, come in and sit. Ning Yushi warmly beckoned her. Summoning her courage, Xiao Qianxue stepped inside. The dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, yet it was devoid of any company. The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited within her was suddenly shattered, leaving her heart feeling as though a piece was missing, and silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. In the end, Gu Feng did not emerge from the storm pavilion, did he? Ning Yushi suddenly panicked. Miss Xiao, please do not weep, Gu Feng. But before she could finish her sentence, a voice resonated from the upper floor. Miss Xiao, there is no need to worry about me. I am quite well. Gu Feng descended from the upper floor, freshly emerged from his bath, the remnants of blood washed away. He had yet to don his garments, leaving his robust chest and perfectly sculpted muscles exposed. Droplets of water clung to his skin, glistening in the light. Upon noticing him, Xiao Qianxue abruptly lifted her gaze to meet Gu Feng's smiling approach. A surge of excitement, exhilaration, and joy flooded her mind, and without a moment's hesitation, she threw herself into his embrace. I thought you were dead. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Xiao Qianxue's sudden embrace. At that moment, he found it inappropriate to push her away, allowing her scalding tears to cascade onto his chest. Meanwhile, outside the door, Huang Yuro stood with her mouth agape, as if she could fit 2 duck eggs inside. Good heavens! Qianxue is truly in love. Could it be that this is still the dear friend he once knew? During their university days, Qianxue was renowned as both a top scholar and a campus beauty, a paragon of talent and grace, with suitors flocking to her like swarming locusts. Yet she never cast a glance their way. This was not due to a belief that they were unworthy. Rather, her heart was wholly devoted to her studies, with no interest whatsoever in romance. Yet now, Xiao Qianxue had thrown herself into a man's embrace. What a sensational revelation! After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Huang Yuro quickly retrieved her phone, snapping a flurry of pictures of Gu Feng and Xiao Qianxue. The shutter clicked incessantly. Remembering her earlier indiscretion, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and shame. Yuro, what on earth are you doing? Oh, the delightful scent of love must be documented, Huang Yuro exclaimed, putting away her phone and playfully patting Gu Feng on the shoulder. What sort of enchantment have you cast upon our Qianxue to make the once aloof goddess so utterly devoted to you? Gu Feng smiled and said, The meal is ready. Why not sit down and enjoy it together? We can chat while we eat. Huang Yuru, gazing at the table laden with delectable dishes, couldn't help but salivate. Having skipped breakfast in her rush to catch her flight, her stomach grumbled with hunger, prompting her to eagerly nod in agreement. Sounds great, she exclaimed. Not only would she enjoy a complimentary meal, but she would also indulge in some gossip. Huang Yuru was absolutely delighted. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "No way, is this really happening? Are we forsaking loyalty for temptation?" However, Xiao Qianxue had no time to explain, pushing her towards the door. "I'll make it up to you later." Although she was brimming with questions for Gu Feng, the topics were rather sensitive. She wished to spare her friend from viewing Gu Feng through a biased lens. Gu Feng inquired, "Do you believe in me?" Without hesitation, Xiao Qianxue emphatically nodded. "As long as you say it, I shall believe." Upon hearing this, a profound sense of relief washed over Xiao Qianxue. She had always known that the Gu Feng she recognized was far from the infamous demon rumored to have slain his father and annihilated his clan. Yet, her heart soon grew heavy with an overwhelming weight. Ji Caiyue had obliterated all that Gu Feng held dear, subjecting him to 5 years of unspeakable disgrace. It was truly unfathomable how he had endured such trials over the past 5 years. What troubled her even more was the thought that Gu Feng's recent tumult at Fengbo Pavilion would likely incite even more vicious gossip. Gu Feng will truly become the murderous villain in the hearts of the people. She empathized with the situation and found it difficult to endure such overwhelming abuse. "Gu Feng, are you mentally prepared for the forthcoming slander that may be highly detrimental to you?" A moment of silence ensued. Gu Feng turned his head and gazed at the sporadic snowflakes outside the window, chuckling softly. "A little bit of wind and frost is hardly worth mentioning." Xiao Qianxue observed his profile, momentarily at a loss for words. During the meal, Xiao Qianxue silently finished her food. As she departed from Gu Feng's residence, her footsteps felt unusually heavy. "Wow, you finally emerged." Huang Yuro suddenly sprang out from around a corner, startling her. "It seems that fellow has captivated you to such an extent. He must be quite remarkable. Tell me, which university did he graduate from, what degree does he hold, and in what field does he conduct research?" Xiao Qianxue pondered seriously. 5 years ago, Gu Feng was merely 20 years old. He likely hadn't even graduated from university. "What?" Huang Yuro exclaimed dramatically, leaping 3 feet in the air. Xiao Qianxue rubbed her forehead. "Sister, you are exaggerating." "No." Huang Yuro gesticulated animatedly. "Is it me who is exaggerating, or you? You, at the tender age of 22, obtained dual doctoral degrees and pursued further studies at a top institution in Japan, engaging in research on lithography machines. You are poised to become the youngest female academician in the Dragon Nation. And now you tell me you are dating someone who hasn't even graduated from university?" Xiao Qianxue replied, "I am not in a relationship with him. We have only recently met, and he saved my life." Huang Yuro paused. "I see. I knew it. A talent like you should not lower your standards to date someone who hasn't graduated. Qianxue, you must consider your lifelong matters carefully. Do not mistake gratitude for love." Xiao Qianxue lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, her eyes revealing an unusual brilliance. "I hadn't thought it through before, but now I realize I have genuinely developed feelings for him." "What?" Huang Yuro screeched again, jumping 3 feet high once more. Xiao Qianxue ignored her best friend and hurried home. The excellence of an individual need not be validated solely by academic credentials. From Myanmar to northern Yunnan, from northern Yunnan to Jiangling, from Jinshifu to Fengboding, although she had known Gu Feng for a brief time, it felt as though they had shared a lifetime of experiences. Contemplating the burdens Gu Feng had borne alone over the past 5 years, as well as the challenges that lay ahead, she was overcome with a surge of emotion. "Gu Feng, you have carried this alone for so long. Now I, Xiao Qianxue, shall stand by your side in battle." Chapter 70. Clues to the Gu family massacre case. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Xiao Qianxue immediately instructed Li Gaoming, "Uncle Li, everything that transpired at Fengboding today must be suppressed using the resources of the Xiao family." This Li Gaoming hesitated. There were simply too many prominent figures at Fengboding today. Suppressing everything is nearly impossible. Xiao Qianxue asserted firmly, "I do not want excuses. I want results. Understand clearly. Spare no effort to silence all public opinion. As for Fengboding, suppress as much as you can for as long as you can." Li Gaoming found the young lady before him somewhat unfamiliar. She would have never spoken to him with such a commanding tone before. "Miss, are you perhaps trying to cover up Gu Feng's crimes?" Xiao Qianxue's expression hardened. "You need only follow my orders, not question my intentions." She was acutely aware that merely silencing public opinion would not suffice. Only by presenting concrete evidence could Gu Feng's name be cleared. Understood. Li Gaoming ceased further inquiries and set about executing Xiao Qianyue's directives. Just as he was about to leave, she called him back. By the way, the groundbreaking ceremony for our Xiao family resort project will take place the day after tomorrow. Send an invitation to Lin's building materials and ensure they attend, making them our special partner for the project. All resort-related purchases must be prioritized from Lin's building materials. Li Gaoming accepted the task and departed. Before long, news regarding fengboating was swiftly eradicated from Jiangling's online platforms. Meanwhile, Gu Feng remained oblivious to the Xiao family's maneuvers. Shortly after Xiao Qianyue left, he ascended to the upper floor. At that moment, Ji Caiyue, covered in blood, lay unconscious on the bed. He extended his hand to check beneath her delicate nose. Though her breathing was faint, she was not in immediate danger. For precaution, he pressed his palm against her chest, channeling a surge of spiritual energy to seal her wounds. In truth, Gu Feng possessed numerous methods to expedite Ji Caiyue's recovery, but he deemed it unnecessary. He merely needed her to remain alive. A single breath was sufficient. After some contemplation, he instructed Ning Yushi, bind Ji Caiyue's limbs with chains to prevent her from taking her own life. Also, summon a few members from the Blood Alliance to take turns guarding her. After a pause, he added, additionally, have the Blood Alliance search for the whereabouts of Biluoko. I require it. Biluoko was intended for Lin Ruochu. In the absence of any leads on Lin Ruochu's kidneys, he could only rely on medicinal herbs to prolong her life. Once his instructions were completed, he drove alone to the Inspection Domain Bureau. Since a thorough investigation of the Gu family massacre case was required, the resources of the Inspection Domain Bureau would also prove invaluable. As evening descended, Lin Ruochu, who had been unconscious for an extended period, finally stirred awake. Upon regaining consciousness, she heard the sound of muffled crying emanating from the hall. Struggling to support her frail body, she ventured outside, only to find her mother, Wang Shuime, sitting on the sofa, tears streaming down her face, her eyes swollen and red. Lin Beishan and Lin Ruoma, though not in tears, could not suppress their sighs of despair. Wang Shuime had lost count of how many times she had cried over the past 2 days. Due to Lin's building materials being blacklisted, Lin Beishan faced a myriad of problems at work and had spent 2 sleepless nights at the company. Returning home only recently, yet he was far from being able to rest. With so many worries plaguing him, how could he find sleep? Meanwhile, Lin Ruoma had taken leave from work, as the 2 patients at home relied solely on her for care. Mom Lin Ruochu called gently, filled with confusion. The family immediately turned to her, and Wang Shuime burst into another round of sobs. Oh, Ruochu, you're finally awake. Our family has been waiting and hoping for this moment. At that moment, Lin Ruochu recalled everything that had transpired that fateful night, and her heart was filled with anger and concern for Gu Feng's safety. Yet, seeing her mother in such distress, she could only inquire about what had happened at home. Lin Ruoma quickly recounted the events to her. The news of Gu Feng's demise and the company's ban struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Lin Ruochu nearly unsteady enough to fall to the ground. She stood in a daze for a moment before rushing into her bedroom and retrieving her phone. Initially intending to call Gu Feng, she was instead greeted by a message from him upon unlocking her device. She hurried out of the bedroom, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad, you must have misunderstood. Gu Feng is not dead at all." Wang Shuime, who had been weeping uncontrollably, halted her tears, exclaiming, "That can't be true." She then glanced at the phone screen, where the message from Gu Feng awaited. "Why not give him a call?" Lin Beishan urged, his voice tinged with urgency. Without hesitation, Lin Ruochu complied, and soon the call was connected. "Ruochu." The voice of Gu Feng resonated through the air, and in that moment, Lin Beishan, Lin Ruome, and Wang Shuime were all overwhelmed with joy. Hearing Gu Feng's voice was akin to listening to celestial music. Lin Beishan felt elated that Gu Feng was alive, while Wang Shuime rejoiced at the prospect of her daughter being saved. At that moment, Lin Ruochu was at a loss for words, exchanging only a few casual remarks before hanging up the phone. "Wang Shuime, let us invite Gu Feng to dinner," Lin Beishan suddenly proposed. "You should extend a proper apology to him." Wang Shuimei wiped away a tear, saying, "But he is not dead. Why should I apologize?" Just as Lin Beishan was about to respond, Lin Ruomei interjected, "Mother, you ought to apologize to Gu Feng. Our previous demeanor towards him was indeed rather unkind. Gu Feng has not visited our home these past few days, likely out of anger towards you. Moreover, Ruochu's illness still relies on Gu Feng for treatment. What if he refuses to help her if you do not apologize?" Recalling the events of the past, Wang Shuimei felt a flush of embarrassment and awkwardly admitted, "Yes, I should apologize. It is entirely my fault. I misunderstood Xiao Feng." Regardless of the circumstances, the Lin family finally had some good news, and their spirits lifted slightly. Lin Beishan promptly made reservations at a hotel and instructed Lin Ruochu to call Gu Feng. At 6 o'clock that evening, the four of them arrived at Fengwu Jiutian. Initially, due to financial constraints, Lin Beishan intended to sit in the lobby, but Wang Shuimei unexpectedly took a different approach. "What do you mean sitting in the lobby? Let us go to a private room and order some fine dishes." Lin Beishan was taken aback. He knew Wang Shuimei's frugal nature, especially since their family had fallen on hard times. She would have preferred to stretch a single penny. Now, she wanted to book a private room at Fengwu Jiutian. It was worth noting that the minimum expenditure for a private room there was 20,000 yuan. Seeing his astonishment, Wang Shuimei pursed her lips and said, "Xiao Feng has helped us so much, resolving our troubles with the Lu family, assisting Ruochu with her illness, and repelling the blood alliance. If we are inviting him to dinner, we cannot skimp on it." Simultaneously, she mused to herself, "Given that Xiao Feng is now the warden with remarkable medical skills, how wonderful it would be if he could become my son-in-law. Not only would Ruochu find a splendid match, but I too would gain prestige." With these thoughts, she turned to her younger daughter, "Ruochu, please call Gu Feng again and let him know we have arrived. Tell him to hurry over." Lin Ruochu responded with an "Oh. Hello, Gu Feng, we have booked a private room at Fengwu Jiutian. How much longer until you arrive?" "I will be there shortly." At that moment, Gu Feng was in the archives of the Patrol Domain Bureau, where the bureau chief, Wen Yan, was attentively pouring tea for him. Gu Feng placed his phone on the table. Since noon, he had been at the Bureau of Domain Patrol. Initially, he had come to seek Wen Yan's assistance in investigating a case, but unexpectedly, Wen Yan revealed to him an astonishing piece of information. The previous head of the bureau had deemed the massacre of the Gu family suspicious and had ordered a covert investigation. Indeed, many clues had surfaced from this inquiry. According to the documents Gu Feng had perused throughout the afternoon, the former head had already acquired incriminating evidence against Ji Caiyue, and another name had emerged in the files, Su Anhua from the Su family, though not part of the elite of Jiangling. The Su family was a prominent clan with deep roots, having thrived for hundreds of years, while the current affluent families had only risen to prominence in the last few decades. Unfortunately, due to a failure to seize modern opportunities, these old families had declined. Yet, even in their diminished state, they remained incomparable to the average affluent families of Jiangling. After all, a lineage that has endured for centuries possesses a wealth of heritage. Su Anhua was the head of the Su family. As Gu Feng scrutinized the densely packed text in the documents, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. There were 4 major families in Jiangling, and it was likely that more than just the Su family had conspired with Ji Caiyue back in the day. Why had the former head not pursued the investigation further? When Yan respectfully replied, the former head, upon completing his inquiries, met with an inexplicable demise. It is precisely because of this that I have managed, through years of effort, to ascend to the current position of head of the Bureau of Domain Patrol in Jiangling. Did you rise through hard work or through flattery towards the Ji family or other clans? Gu Feng suddenly inquired. At that moment, when Yan felt an icy chill envelop him, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, pleading, "Please spare me, Master Gu. I had no other choice." It took Gu Feng a full 10 seconds before he said coolly, "Rise." He was indifferent to how Wen Yan had ascended. 5 years ago, Wen Yan had merely been a lowly captain, presumably uninvolved in the Gu family massacre. Moreover, he still required the Bureau for his purposes. He resolved to restart the investigation into the Gu family massacre. Wen Yan nodded vigorously in agreement, yet a hint of anxiety crept into his voice. "Master Gu, the events of that year are deeply entangled, and those families have extensive connections with the Jiangling marquis. Are you truly confident? He spoke before turning to leave. Chapter 71. Su Jiaming, disregard this young master, perish. At this moment, 5 or 6 young men with dyed hair were lurking mischievously on the street where the Bureau of Domain Patrol was located. Hey, Li Zian, we've been squatting here for half an hour. Aren't you going to make a move? The young man named Li Zian wore a troubled expression. Earlier, they had been at a bar drinking and playing truth or dare. He lost, and his friends, in a bid to prank him, dared him to commit robbery at the Bureau of Domain Patrol. Are you kidding me? Robbing at the Bureau? That's like dancing on the head of a tiger. One misstep and I'd end up behind bars. Yet, for the sake of his pride, he had forced himself to come. However, after being there for half an hour, he hadn't dared to make a move. At that moment, he spotted a man in a trench coat exiting the Bureau. An idea struck him. Well, although it's robbery, it doesn't specify what I have to steal, right? Someone inquired, what do you plan to rob? Li Zian fixed his gaze on the coat-wearing youth, grinning mischievously. I think that trench coat looks quite nice. I'll take it. With that, he strode over to the young man. Hey brother, where did you buy that trench coat? It looks quite stylish. How about letting me try it on? Gu Feng furrowed his brow, poised to speak, when suddenly he halted his motion. His gaze fixed upon the figure approaching from ahead, head bowed as it drew nearer. Just as the person was about to brush past him, Gu Feng suddenly spoke. Su Jiaming, upon seeing me, you do not even offer a greeting?
Su Jiaming,
the esteemed heir of the Su family, the son of Su Anhua. Today, the Windstorm Pavilion is in turmoil, and the Su family has secretly received news. Rumors abound that the long-missing young master of Jiangling has returned, wreaking havoc at the Windstorm Pavilion, injuring and killing countless individuals. However, the reports have been suppressed by an invisible hand, leaving them with scant information. Consequently, Su Jiaming volunteered to visit the Domain Patrol office, having heard that they had also been to the Windstorm Pavilion today. Surely, he could obtain valuable information from the Domain Patrol office. To maintain a low profile, he had come alone. Yet, as he approached the entrance of the Domain Patrol office, he unexpectedly encountered Gu Feng. It seems the rumors hold truth. After all, the Gu family massacre case involved the Su family as well. He pretended not to hear and continued forward, intending to slip by unnoticed. But Gu Feng's hand was already pressing down on his shoulder. Su Jiaming, treating me as insignificant will lead to your demise. Just as he began to utter a word, an explosion erupted. Gu Feng had already unleashed a powerful punch, piercing directly through Su Jiaming's chest. Su Jiaming gazed at Gu Feng in disbelief, but the light in his eyes quickly faded, and his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Li Zian, who had been resting his hand on Gu Feng's shoulder, stared blankly at Su Jiaming's corpse. Gu Feng crouched down, twisting Su Jiaming's head to the side before turning his gaze towards Li Zian. Did you just express a desire for my trench coat? No, no, no. Absolutely not. Under Gu Feng's intense stare, Li Zian's legs weakened, causing him to plummet to the ground. Goodness, to strike someone so effortlessly, and right at the entrance of the Xuanyu division. This man is undoubtedly a demon, and yet, I had the audacity to covet the demon's trench coat. He wished to plead for mercy, but he lacked even the courage to utter a word. Su Jiaming was merely the beginning. Every individual involved in the annihilation of the Gu family must perish. However, at this moment, he prioritized dining at Fengwu Jutian. After deliberating for an extended period outside, the Lin family finally ordered their dishes and proceeded towards their private room. Suddenly, an ill-timed voice pierced the air. Oh, is that not Shui Mei? What wind has blown you to Fengwu Jutian? Upon hearing the voice, Wang Shui Mei's heart sank. This voice was all too familiar. Ji Caiyue, her high school classmate. Recollecting the past, they were once the two shining blossoms of their school, both excelling academically, frequently compared by fellow students, each secretly competing against the other. Later on, Wang Shui Mei married Lin Beishan while Ji Caiyue wed Zhou Shunan. Although the Lin family thrived under the protection of the Gu family, the Zhou family was already a prominent name in Jiangling. Since marrying, Wang Shui Mei had been relentlessly overshadowed by Ji Caiyue, who would often make snide remarks at reunions. leaving Wang Shuemei feeling humiliated. Eventually, she ceased attending such gatherings, deeming them mere competitions of comparison. She had hoped that with the Gu family's support, the Lin family would eventually surpass the Zhou family, allowing her to bask in glory. However, before witnessing the rise of the Lin family, the Gu family collapsed first. Since then, the Lin family's fortunes had declined, and Wang Shuemei had lost all motivation, avoiding encounters with Ji Caiyue at all costs. At present, Wang Shuemei had no intention of engaging with Ji Caiyue, pretending not to hear and quickening her pace. Yet, Ji Caiyue was relentless, swiftly catching up. Wang Shuemei, are you lost? The restroom is that way.
Wang Shuemei retorted impatiently. Ji Caiyue.
Are you out of your mind? Who said I was heading to the restroom? I'm going to the private room to dine. Is that so? Dining in a private room?
Ji Caiyue scoffed.
Given the current state of your Lin family, do I even need to expose it? On the brink of bankruptcy. Yet you dare to dine in Fengwu Jiutian's private room? Oh, so you're going to the bronze room? Well, that's no surprise. Even a pauper can afford it with some effort. You're certainly suited for such a humble establishment. You.
Wang Shuemei fumed,
her teeth grinding in frustration as she struggled to find a retort. She had Ji Caiyue's WeChat and often succumbed to the temptation of peeking at her moments. Just then, Lin Ruochu interjected unexpectedly. Ji Caiyue, where we choose to dine seems to have nothing to do with you. Little girl, how dare you speak to your elder like that? I'm of the same generation as your mother. Can't you even address me as aunt?
Ji Caiyue replied indignantly.
Lin Ruochu stated firmly, I do not respect those who lack respect for my mother.
HMPH. Ji Caiyue sneered coldly.
Such a lack of upbringing. No wonder you got your kidney harvested. If it weren't for your frail condition, I'd have given you a couple of slaps to teach you some manners. Suddenly, Ji Caiyue was sent flying backward. Her teeth shattered in an instant. Picking herself up from the ground, she shouted furiously, Who dares to strike me? Before her stood a tall young man. His cold gaze fixed upon her, sending shivers down her spine. You are Gu Feng? After a moment of stunned silence, she stammered out those words. Indeed,
Wang Shuemei exclaimed.
This is Gu Feng. Though he may no longer be the young master of Jiangling, he has become the chief warden of a prison. It would be a breeze for him to deal with you. Now vanish from my sight, or I shall have my son-in-law make you regret it. Ji Caiyue said nothing further and turned to flee. It wasn't fear of the warden's title, but rather the tales she had heard over the years of Gu Feng's ruthless deeds. He was a true monster, unflinching in the face of murder. Staying even a moment longer could result in her neck being snapped. Watching Ji Caiyue retreat in disgrace, Wang Shuemei burst into laughter. What a relief. Thank you, Xiao Feng. I've long wished to teach that Ji Caiyue a lesson. As they entered the private room, Wang Shuemei apologized to Gu Feng for her earlier behavior. Xiao Feng, my attitude towards you was less than favorable before. I hope you can understand. So much has transpired over the years. As she spoke, tears began to flow. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuemei felt a slight relief, yet she still raised a toast to Gu Feng. Xiao Feng, I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall treat you sincerely from now on. After a while, Lin Ruomei suddenly remarked, Gu Feng, it seems that Fengguo Pavilion is not at peace today. I noticed a flurry of posts online, although they were swiftly deleted. It appears someone has stormed into Fengguo Pavilion. Upon hearing the mention, Gu Feng briefly recounted his visit to Fengguo Pavilion today. Just as he was becoming engrossed in the conversation, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Ning Yushi calling. Young master, there is news regarding the Biluo grass. After exchanging a few words with Ning Yushi, Gu Feng rose from his seat. Uncle, Aunt, Ruochu, Roma, let us call it a day. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. By the way, you need not worry about the Lin family's construction materials being blacklisted. I have already spoken to the Xiao family, and they have agreed to assist. As he was about to depart, he suddenly remembered something and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a jade pendant. Ruochu, this is a jade pendant that Qingning sent for you. Lin Ruochu was momentarily taken aback before bursting with joy. Qingning is still alive? Nodding, Gu Feng turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Shuemei found herself increasingly enamored and whispered to Lin Ruochu, Ruochu, you must make an effort. What? Lin Ruochu was perplexed. Wang Xuemei replied, Gu Feng is quite remarkable. A perfect fit to be our son-in-law. You should strive to win him over. But how could I ever be worthy of him? Lin Ruochu protested. Wang Xuemei rolled her eyes. What do you mean unworthy? Gu Feng has been so helpful to us and is especially kind to you. Perhaps he harbors some feelings for you. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a thin veil. If you put in some effort, how could you not win Gu Feng over? Then, she mused aloud, oh, if Xiao Feng could become our family's son-in-law, it would not only revive the former glory of the Gu family but also surpass the Zhou family effortlessly. Humph, Qi Gui Feng. After all these years of you overshadowing me, it is time for Wang Xuemei to take the upper hand. At that moment, Lin Ruoma's phone rang. Is it Zhong Dingxian, the one who pursued you 5 years ago? Wang Xuemei asked in astonishment. Zhong Dingxian, the young master of the Zhong family. The Zhong family ranks second among the prominent families in Jiangling. Indeed, Lin Ruoma nodded. In fact, we have been chatting online for 3 months, and last month we established a romantic relationship. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Wang Xuemei was filled with both surprise and joy. Good heavens! After enduring for over 20 years, is this finally my breakthrough? Gu Feng as the husband of his youngest daughter, and Zhong Dingxian as the husband of his eldest daughter. How could the Lin family not soar to great heights? Lin Ruomei's cheeks flushed slightly. Can I deceive you? He said he would come over shortly. The group waited in the private room for half an hour, yet Zhong Dingxian still had not arrived. Just after Lin Ruochu and Lin Beishan, father and daughter, departed, Zhong Dingxian finally appeared. Dingxian, it's been ages. Ruomei, it's been a while. You're becoming increasingly beautiful, Zhong Dingxian said gently. He continued, I saw your sister outside earlier. We chatted a bit, and it seems you are involved with Gu Feng? After he slaughtered his father and clan 5 years ago, you still dare to associate with him? Wang Xuemei remarked. Very few in Jiangling know the truth about the past. Now that Ji Caiyue has been taken down by Gu Feng, it's not a secret anymore. He is merely a victim, taking the fall for Ji Caiyue. Lin Ruomei added, indeed, and Gu Feng has transformed tremendously since then. Before she could finish, Zhong Dingxian interrupted, who told you Ji Caiyue was taken down by Gu Feng? Wang Xuemei replied, Gu Feng. Auntie, do you believe everything Gu Feng says? You are far too naive, Zhong Dingxian retorted. Wang Xuemei looked perplexed. Isn't that the case? Ha! You are from a small family, so it's normal not to know certain things. Although I have been away from Jiangling for many years, my Zhong family is the second most prestigious clan there, and I have access to more information than you. Let me tell you, from what I gather, there was indeed a disturbance at Fengbo Pavilion today, but it was instigated by the third young master of the Jun family. He has long harbored feelings for Ji Caiyue and chose the day of mourning to confess. When Ji Caiyue rejected him and slapped him, he became furious, killing many at Fengbo Pavilion and taking Ji Caiyue away. Is that true? This is completely different from what Gu Feng said. Lin Ruomei blinked her beautiful eyes. Zhong Dingxian, with a serious expression, stated, Could I deceive you? Think about it. How formidable the Ji family is. As far as I know, they have several 6-star masters and even a 7-star master. You are aware that Gu Feng was not a martial artist 5 years ago. Even if he has had countless fortuitous encounters in the past 5 years, do you believe he alone could challenge the powerful Ji family? If the Ji family could be so easily destroyed, how could they still be considered Jiangling's foremost clan? After this, Wang Xuemei and Lin Ruomei exchanged glances, somewhat convinced by Zhong Dingxuan's words. Gu Feng is deceiving us? After a moment of disbelief, Wang Xuemei finally spoke, so the notion of giving the Xiao family a heads-up was just nonsense? What heads-up? Zhong Dingxian inquired. Lin Ruomei hurriedly recounted how the Lin family's construction business had been blacklisted. Ha ha ha, you truly believe Gu Feng's nonsense? If this were 5 years ago, I might have considered believing him, but now he is nothing. Why would the Xiao family heed his words? Besides, the Xiao family only arrived in Jiangling 2 years ago, and Gu Feng has no connection whatsoever with them. What should we do now? Wang Xuemei stammered. Zhong Dingxian smiled. Auntie, don't panic. I am here. Although I have been abroad for many years, my Zhong family is still a solid second-tier family in Jiangling. Let me call someone from the Xiao family. I am sure they will give me this courtesy. As he spoke, he took out his phone and called Li Gaoming from the Xiao family. Hello, is this Elder Li? Who is this? I am Zhong Dingxian, the young master of the Zhong family. I have something to discuss. The Lin construction business has recently been blacklisted. Before he could finish, Li Gaoming responded, Oh, I understand. I will arrange it right away. Zhong Dingxian was taken aback. Was his influence truly this substantial? He had barely begun when Li Gaoming readily agreed. After verifying the address, Li Gaoming hung up. From noon to night, he had been busy dealing with the news blockade concerning Fengguo Pavilion, completely forgetting about the Lin construction business mentioned by the young lady. He then instructed a nearby servant, prepare an invitation and send it to Fengwu Jiutian. No, I shall go personally. After 20 minutes, Li Gaoming delivered the invitation to Zhong Dingxian, stating, according to the young lady's instructions, at the groundbreaking ceremony the day after tomorrow, we will announce that the Lin construction business has become a special partner of our Xiao family's resort. All cooperating units will prioritize sourcing from Lin construction. Please ensure your attendance. After Li Gaoming left, Wang Xuemei and Lin Ruomei remained in a daze. Even Zhong Dingxian found it hard to believe. I merely made a phone call, and the Xiao family is so accommodating? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Ruomei had already thrown herself into his embrace. Dingxian, thank you so much. Wang Xuemei chimed in. Yes, Dingxian, without you, I truly do not know how our Lin family would navigate this crisis. With soft warmth in his arms, Zhong Dingxian felt no inclination to ponder further. He chuckled, It's nothing, really. Ruomei, why didn't you tell me sooner about the troubles facing the Lin family? I could have helped you. Lin Ruomei whispered. We have only been dating for a short while, so I felt embarrassed to ask. From now on, share any difficulties with me, Zhong Dingxian declared emphatically. At that moment, Wang Xuemei suddenly slammed the table, her anger boiling over. Reflecting on it now, it truly feels off. He even boasted about taking down a plane with a sword. Not even movies dare to depict such absurdity. That despicable Gu Feng with his fabrications, 11 lies in every 10 statements. I can't believe I trusted him earlier and even considered him as a potential son-in-law. No, I must call Ruochu and advise her to keep her distance from Gu Feng. Beyond medical matters, there should be no further contact. Chapter 73. At the banks of the Qinhuai River, in the Drunken Flower Tower, Lin Ruomei said, Mom, there is no need to blame Gu Feng too harshly. He might just be saving face, and at least there is one truth in his words. He is indeed a warden, a position worthy of Ruochu. If Gu Feng were not a warden, it would be inexplicable how he survived the blood alliance that day. A warden? What good is that? Zhong Dingxian scoffed. It sounds impressive, but the monthly salary is merely a few thousand. Wang Xuemei seemed doubtful. That can't be true. Can it? Zhong Dingxian replied, Earlier I encountered Ruochu, and she mentioned that the jade pendant around her neck was a gift from Gu Feng. As you know, my Zhong family is rooted in the jade business. That pendant is clearly worthless, just a cheap trinket worth a few hundred. If he is so impoverished as to gift something like that, how much do you think he earns monthly? Auntie, now that the Lin family is linked with the Xiao family, once the resort project commences, the Lin family will surely soar to new heights. By then, Ruochu can find a much better man instead of settling for a down-and-out young master from Jiangling. Yes, indeed, you are right. Ruochu certainly deserves someone better. Wang Xuemei, in agreement, turned and said, Let us first inform Ruochu and the old man about the invitation from the Xiao family to attend the groundbreaking ceremony. They will undoubtedly be thrilled upon hearing this. Just as she was about to take out her phone to make the call, she was stopped by Lin Ruomei. Mom, let's not. You know well what Dad and my sister think of Gu Feng. They will unconditionally trust him. If we tell them, it will only lead to a hair-pulling quarrel, disturbing the peace of our home. Wang Xuemei found this reasoning quite sensible and nodded in assent. What about the old man? She inquired. Lin Ruochu replied, Dad hasn't slept for over 2 days and has already fallen asleep. Wang Xuemei held back her frustration but ultimately could not restrain herself. Ruochu, when Mom was joking with you in the private room, you should regard Gu Feng as just an ordinary friend. As Lin Ruomei prepared to take the little one for a bath, Lin Ruochu unexpectedly asked in the restroom, Sister, did Zhong Dingxian speak ill of brother Gu Feng? If it weren't for Zhong Dingxuan's disparaging remarks, How could mother's attitude toward brother Gu Feng have shifted so drastically? She had previously suggested that I pursue Gu Feng, yet now she wants me to keep my distance. Contemplating this, Lin Ruochu said earnestly, Sister, you should understand why Zhong Dingxian targets brother Gu Feng. I advise you not to believe his words. 5 years ago, Zhong Dingxian relentlessly pursued Lin Ruomei, but she had no affection for him. In his desperation to win her over, he resorted to force, dragging her into a hotel. It was Gu Feng who intervened, not only rescuing Lin Ruomei but also giving Zhong Dingxian a severe beating, ultimately exposing his disgraceful act online. Consequently, Zhong Dingxuan's reputation plummeted overnight in Jiangling. Lin Ruomei stated, It has been 5 years. People can change. Dingxian has already apologized to me regarding that incident. You believe his words? Lin Ruochu retorted, somewhat angered. Sister, you must break up with Zhong Dingxian immediately. He is not a good person and being with him will only bring you harm. Enough! Lin Ruomei suddenly shouted with reddened eyes. I will not allow you to speak ill of Dingxian. You should focus on your own matters. Mine do not require your concern. With that, she slammed the restroom door shut. Lin Ruochu sighed lightly, feeling a sense of frustration. Had that incident not occurred, her sister's family would likely have remained intact, and she would not be entangled with someone like Zhong Dingxian. At the same time, she felt a pang of guilt, as just a short while ago, their mother had urged them to treat Gu Feng sincerely, and yet so soon, she had been swayed by the words of others. Meanwhile, Gu Feng, oblivious to the turmoil that had unfolded in his absence, donned a dark trench coat and strode purposefully towards the exit of Yujing Haoding. Ning Yushi followed closely behind him. Young master, may I accompany you? She asked. According to reports from the Blood Alliance, an auction would be held tonight at the Zuehua building, where Biluo grass, the crucial medicinal herb for treating Lin Ruochu, would be present. No need, Gu Feng replied coolly. Stay at home and call me if anything unusual arises. After all, Ji Caiyue was still at home, and leaving Ning Yushi behind would alleviate some of his concerns. Understood. Though reluctant, Ning Yushi nodded in agreement. Gu Feng stepped into the carriage, traversing the winding paths, until he arrived at Qinhuai Lake. It is often said that the 800 miles of Qinhuai Lake is a tender haven for the people of Jiangling, a sentiment that holds true. Before him, the shimmering surface of the lake was adorned with countless boats of varying sizes. These vessels, steeped in antiquity, hosted a chorus of lively voices upon their decks, reveling in the boundless beauty of spring. Indeed, this locale stands as Jiangling's most renowned site of romance and revelry. Each boat serves as a portal to a world of ephemeral delights. Alighting from the carriage, Gu Feng stood by the banks of Qinhuai Lake, his hands clasped behind his back. In the past, he often graced this place, though he solely frequented the Zuehua Tower. As nostalgia washed over him, his gaze settled upon the grandest vessel at the center of the lake. This magnificent boat outshone all others, its body draped in rich brocade, adorned with countless exquisite flowers, illuminated by enchanting lights that painted a scene of vibrant hues. This was none other than the Zuehua Tower. Among the myriad establishments along Qinhuai Lake, where ephemeral beauty and charm vied for attention, only Zuehua Tower offered the finest wines, the most melodious tunes, and the most captivating courtesans. Gu Feng summoned a boatman and, seated in the small vessel, drifted leisurely towards the Drunken Flower Pavilion. The boatman scrutinized Gu Feng for a while before finally inquiring, You seem remarkably familiar, dear guest. Is that so? Gu Feng replied with a smile. The boatman continued, 5 or 6 years ago, the young master of Jiangling often took boat rides to the Drunken Flower Pavilion at night. I ferried him on several occasions and always thought you bore a striking resemblance to him. He sighed deeply, adding, Were it not for the knowledge that he had passed away 5 years ago, I might have truly mistaken you for him. Gu Feng did not respond to this remark, instead asking, Is the Qini girl still at the Zuehua Tower? It turned out that you were seeking the Qini girl to share a delightful evening. 5 or 6 years ago, the Qini girl was indeed easy to approach, but now she has ascended to become the foremost courtesan on the Qinhuai River, the very pinnacle of beauty among courtesans. Only individuals of considerable status can indulge in a drink with her. Alas, dear guest, it seems your journey may be in vain. However, the Zuehua Tower is home to many lovely maidens, and it need not be the Qini girl alone that one seeks. Once the lights are dimmed. Olariqua lianchanting. Ah. During their conversation, they had already arrived at the Zuehua Tower. The vessel of the Zuehua Tower has been uniquely designed and modified, featuring a dedicated spiral staircase for the passengers to board. As Gu Feng stepped aboard, he was intercepted by two individuals. This evening, the Zuehua Tower is hosting a grand auction. An entry is permitted solely to those in possession of an invitation. Gu Feng chuckled. When did I ever need an invitation to visit the Drunken Flower Pavilion? The two were momentarily taken aback, then began to scrutinize Gu Feng from head to toe. One of the veteran employees, who had worked at the Drunken Flower Pavilion for a decade, suddenly exclaimed, "Why, you are young Master Gu?" Gu Feng clasped his hands behind his back, stating, "Now that you are aware of my identity, you should understand that, regardless of the time with this countenance of mine, I can enter and exit the Zuehua Lu at will." Ha! Suddenly, the veteran employee let out a cold laugh. Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you hold any significance? In the past, you indeed squandered wealth at Zuehua Lu, yet now, this is no longer a place where you may tread. Slap! Gu Feng swiftly struck with a backhand, sending his adversary hurtling through the air. Enraged, the new employee bellowed, "How dare you? You have the audacity to strike someone from Zuehua Tower? Do you not realize that even a mere dog from Zuehua Tower is beyond your reach?" With a commanding voice, he summoned his allies, and immediately, over 20 formidable and menacing figures surged forth from the surroundings. Among them, even masters of exceptional prowess. Gu Feng let out a cold laugh, remarking, "It appears I have been away from Jiangling for far too long. A mere gaggle of rustic clods at the Drunken Flower Pavilion dares to act insolently before me." At this moment, he was consumed by murderous intent. The new employee shouted, "You, no matter your identity, should not wreak havoc at the Drunken Flower Pavilion." As his words fell, burly men charged towards Gu Feng. Yet, at that instant, a melodious voice rang out. "As long as I, Qingyi, am present, who dares to lay a finger on young Master Gu?" A figure clad in a flowing red dress swiftly navigated through the crowd. Adorned with a golden hairpin and wielding a delicate round fan, she gracefully donned lotus blossom shoes, a striking beauty, the renowned courtesan Qingyi. The new employee, filled with indignation, replied, "Miss Qingyi, this man has no invitation. We cannot allow him entry, yet he resorts to violence." Qingyi retorted coldly, "Young Master Gu has long been a lifetime black gold member of the Drunken Flower Pavilion. What need has he for an invitation? All of you, be gone." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. A lifetime black gold membership at the Drunken Flower Pavilion was not something just anyone could obtain, requiring at least 10 million in expenditure. The onlookers quickly dispersed, lacking the courage to provoke Gu Feng further. Meanwhile, Qingyi offered a slight bow to Gu Feng, saying, "Young Master Gu, it has been many years. I hope you have fared well." Gu Feng chuckled softly. "Qingyi, upon my arrival, I heard tales of your ascent to the most renowned courtesan upon the Qinhuai River. Were it not for your esteemed patronage in years past, I would not have achieved my current standing." Qingyi delicately adjusted the loose strands of hair framing her face. "Young Master Gu, would you care to visit my chamber? The wine I have prepared surpasses that of 5 years ago in its intoxicating allure, and my skills on the guqin have also seen considerable refinement." Standing beside Qingyi, the maid Xiao Chui felt a tempest of emotion surge within her upon hearing Qingyi's words. Having served Qingyi for 3 years, she had never witnessed her address herself so humbly in the presence of other guests. Such a self-referential term was typically reserved for women of the lower echelons of the brothel. Yet, Qingyi had long since become the most esteemed courtesan along the Qinhuai River. No matter how distinguished the individual, she had never deigned to use such a servile term. Who, then, was this man before her? "No need for that," Gu Feng replied, waving his hand. "I've heard there is an auction taking place at the Zuehua building today, and I am eager to acquire a few items. I can listen to your guqin performance after the auction concludes." "Very well," Qingyi said, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, smiling gently. "Allow me to escort you." The auction was held on the 2nd floor. The expansive hall, spanning several thousand square meters, was filled to capacity. The host was in the midst of opening the event. However, Gu Feng found himself puzzled by the sight before him. All attendees wore masks. He had previously attended auctions at the Zuihua building but had never encountered such a phenomenon. Noticing his confusion, Qing explained, "In recent years, the auctions at Zuihua building have grown increasingly grand, attracting visitors from afar, and the quality of the items has also risen. On several occasions after the auctions concluded, there were unfortunate incidents that tarnished the reputation of the Zuihua building and jeopardized the safety of our guests. Thus, the establishment has implemented these masks. Since their introduction, the instances of items being snatched post-auction have significantly decreased, as the identities of those who have bid remain unknown, making it impossible to seize what was won. Master Gu, as you are to attend the auction, it would be prudent to don the mask for your safety. Furthermore, bearing the weight of infamy, it is certainly unwise to reveal your true visage." Yet, this thought remained unspoken by Qing. She merely retrieved a fearsome mask, intending to personally adorn Gu Feng. However, Gu Feng evaded her approach. There is no need for such precautions. It is the weak who conceal their identities. True strength does not necessitate such measures. Here I sit. Who would dare to challenge me? Qing smiled gently, as expected of Master Gu. Your charisma remains as captivating as ever. Then she addressed Xiaocui, please inform those over there that all of Master Gu's expenditures tonight shall be charged to my account. Ah? Xiaocui was taken aback. In the Zuihua Tower, it has always been men who lavished money upon Qing. Never before had she spent on a man. Gu Feng declared, I am wealthy. The servant acknowledged this, yet it was her own intention. Qing remarked, urging Xiaocui to hasten. Subsequently, she ascended to the third floor. The second floor of the Drunken Flower Pavilion lacked a ceiling, merging seamlessly with the third, allowing a clear view of the second floor's happenings from the corridor above. Qing, who is this man? Why do you treat him with such kindness? It is the first time I have seen you spend money on a man, Xiaocui inquired, her curiosity piqued during a moment of respite. A hint of a smile graced Qing Yi's rosy lips as she replied, he is the former young master of Jiangling. Before I attained fame, he frequented me often. Oh, what? He is Gu Feng, the young master of Jiangling? Xiaocui's initial nods transformed into a startled gasp as realization struck her. Qing, this man is infamous for patricide and the annihilation of his clan. How can you dare to be so close to him? Be wary, lest he take offense and eliminate you as well.
Sigink, Vinki responded.
The people of Jiangling speak thus, yet having interacted with young Master Gu extensively, I am convinced he is not of that ilk. Alas, here on the Qinhuai River, I find it challenging to govern my own fate, let alone assist him in any meaningful way.
Xiaocui nodded doubtfully.
While she did not know Gu Feng, her trust in Qing was unwavering. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she teased, Qing, he must be quite remarkable, for you have cherished thoughts of him for so long. Huh? I am not privy to that, Xiaocui confessed. What did young Master Gu seek from you back then? Chess, wine, engaging conversations, and occasionally listening to me play the pipa. Qing replied with a gentle smile. Her skills in chess were commendable, and she never deliberately let Gu Feng win. Their matches were often fierce, accompanied by lively discussions, interspersed with her musical performances. Those days were filled with joy. Despite being in the Drunken Flower Pavilion, her clientele was sparse, with Gu Feng being a frequent visitor who generously rewarded her, allowing her to live freely. In contrast to her current existence, where she had become the singular courtesan of the Qinhuai River, bound by circumstance and reduced to a mere instrument of profit for the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Reflecting on this, she cautioned Xiaocui after the auction, I wish to invite young Master Gu for a couple of drinks. Please, do not disclose my fallen state. As their conversation unfolded, the auction on the second floor commenced. The first item was a significant one, an exquisite piece of Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Though it bore some surface cracks, it was said to have graced the residence of the esteemed Yen Song for over a decade. The starting bid was set at 3 million, and after a spirited bidding war, it was eventually sold for 10 million. Following this, the second and third items were introduced. Gu Feng remained with his eyes closed, immersed in contemplation, until the auction reached its midpoint, at which point an extraordinary item was presented. Encased within a glass dome was a peculiar insect, measuring approximately 3 centimeters in length, adorned in a splendid array of colors. The host proclaimed, "This insect is known as the joyous Gu. Once introduced into the human body, it can render an individual unable to seek death. Any thoughts of self-harm or suicide will result in excruciating pain, as if a multitude of ants were gnawing at one's bones." Some members of the audience expressed their confusion. "This insect seems to have nothing to do with joy. I cannot even fathom its purpose." The host offered a knowing smile and replied, "Ah, dear sir, consider the pleasures of the boudoir. With this Gu, you may indulge in delightful encounters with any young lady. Even if she harbors no affection for you, she will be compelled to feign joy. You need not worry about her inflicting harm upon herself in your absence, nor fear for her life." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in a chorus of sinister laughter. Those present were all affluent individuals, many of whom had engaged in the abduction of women for their own desires. Yet, there were always fierce women who, when caught off guard, chose to end their lives or disfigure themselves in desperation, thus dampening the mood. However, with this Gu, even the most headstrong of women would have to submit to their whims. It was no wonder this Gu was aptly named Joyous. The host continued, "The starting bid for the Joyous Gu is 500,000. Let the bidding commence. 600,000. 1,000,000. 1,500,000. The voices of the bidders rose and fell like waves. Just as many were poised to raise their bids further, a sudden voice broke through, declaring 20 million. A hush fell over the entire hall, as if a pin could be heard dropping. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, where a young man reclined nonchalantly in his chair. "No way, this Joyous Gu is worth at most 2 million. How could he possibly bid 20 million? This is madness. Even the wealthy wouldn't spend money so recklessly." Who was this audacious individual, so confident as to appear without a mask? He bore a striking resemblance to the once revered young master of Jiangling. Indeed, it was Gu Feng who had placed the bid for the Joyous Gu. However, his intention was not to satisfy some twisted desire, but rather to offer it to Ji Caiyue. With this insect, he would no longer need to worry about her resorting to desperate measures. Ji Caiyue's life and death must remain firmly within his grasp. Although those present were affluent, their wealth was not easily acquired. They were unlikely to spend such a fortune on a mere Joyous Gu. Gu Feng achieved his goal and successfully obtained the Joyous Gu. Meanwhile, not far from him, 2 masked men were gazing in his direction. If the masks were removed, Gu Feng would instantly recognize them. They were none other than Tang Jinlin and his son, Tang Ziyi. When Jun Wuxia commanded the attack, Tang Jinlin was the first to rush out with his son. As a 5-star master, he effortlessly eliminated the civilians in his path with a single strike. Upon emerging, he learned that there was a rare bidwa herb available for bidding at the Drunken Flower Pavilion that night. He immediately brought his son along, for his son's 2 kidneys had already been lost. Renowned physician Wu had informed him that obtaining the bidwa herb could extend Tang Zi's life by 6 months. Damn it, how could Gu Feng be here? He managed to escape as well. Tang Jinlin clenched his fists, disbelief evident in his voice. However, considering the chaotic circumstances at the time, it was understandable. Given Gu Feng's abilities, it was not difficult for him to slip away amidst the turmoil. Tang Ziyi, filled with dread, urged, "Father, we must leave quickly. If Gu Feng discovers me, he will surely kill me." He could never forget the malevolent gaze Gu Feng had when he had his kidneys extracted that fateful night. Tang Jinlin reassured him, "Do not panic. We are wearing masks, and Gu Feng will not recognize us." Another item was presented for auction, the bidwa herb. After a brief introduction to its properties, the host announced the bidding would commence. The starting price for the bidwa herb was set at 1 million. The crowd began calling out bids, and the price soared to 4 million before the number of bidders noticeably dwindled. Although the bidwa herb was a rare medicinal ingredient, it was only worth up to 5 million at most. Seeing that the time was ripe, Tang Jinlin prepared to bid 8 million to secure the herb. As the life of his son was at stake, a few extra million meant nothing to him. However, before he could utter a word, Gu Feng unexpectedly spoke up, 50 million. Instantly, a wave of gasps echoed from the audience below. This isn't a game among brothers. Do you really think you can demand 1 million for something worth 10,000? Or 50 million for something worth 5 million? Who would play along with you? No one dared to raise the bid any further. Tang Jinlin, concealed beneath his mask, wore a grim expression. Just as the host was about to bring down the gavel, he could no longer hold back and gritted his teeth, shouting, 60 million. He was willing to spend any amount to save his son's life. And 60 million was certainly within reach for him, the head of Jiangling's fourth largest family. However, as soon as he announced his bid, Gu Feng swiftly countered 100 million. At that moment, Tang Jinlin felt a pair of frigid eyes scrutinizing him from above and below. Who else could it be but Gu Feng? Tang Zi felt a chill run down her spine and, in a state of sheer panic, exclaimed, Dad, don't bid anymore. We've been discovered. We must leave quickly. I don't want to die, yet. Without this Biluoko, your life would be short-lived as well. Before Tang Jinlin could voice this thought, Tang Zi interjected. There is no need for us to compete with Gu Feng for this. Let us find President.Chen. He is on the ship right now. Once he intervenes, not only will the Biluoko be ours, but Gu Feng will also meet his end. Tang Jinlin's eyes brightened, and he promptly ceased bidding against Gu Feng, urging Tang Zi to hasten their departure. Chapter 76. The storm approaches. The atmosphere in the hall was increasingly filled with whistles of disbelief. 100 million for a mere Biluoko. Is this some kind of joke? Wealthy attendees who had traveled from afar to participate in the auction scrutinized Gu Feng, speculating about the origins of this ostentatious young man. Meanwhile, witnessing Gu Feng's moment of glory at the auction, Xiao Chui felt an almost explosive fury building within her. This foolish Gu Feng truly does not value others' money. You may be basking in the limelight, but what about Sister Qingyi? She works herself to the bone at this Zuihua Tower, and hasn't he saved nearly that much? Enraged, she declared, Sister Qingyi, I believe it's unnecessary for us to spend any more on this Gu Feng. He treats you as a fool while you consider him a friend. Initially, due to Qingyi's fondness for Gu Feng, she harbored some affection for him, but that had now turned to disdain. If it weren't for Sister Qingyi's intervention, he would have likely been tossed into the Qinhuai River to feed the fish by now. Not only is he ungrateful, but he also uses Sister Qingyi as an ATM to flaunt his wealth. How infuriating. Let him show off now. I'll relish the moment he can't pay and becomes the subject of ridicule. However, to her surprise, Qingyi simply pulled out a card from her pocket and instructed Xiao Chui. Please settle the bill for young Master Gu. Xiao Chui clenched her fists. But, Sister Qingyi, do you have that much money? He has spent over 100 million. Qingyi replied calmly, that should suffice. Over the years, many young masters have gifted me antiques and paintings, which I have sold. 100 million should be about right. But, what if he continues to bid? Xiao Kui pressed. After a moment's thought, Qingyi stated, then you tell the auction house that I will pay the remaining amount gradually. Even if he spends another 100 million with my current reputation, I should be able to repay it through diligent work in 3 to 5 years. As she walked toward the auction house, Xiao Chui felt as though her heart was bleeding. Watching Qingyi spend money on a man who only cared about showboating was more painful than death itself. Yet, since it was not her money, she could only comply while cursing Gu Feng in her heart. Just as she departed, another maid approached from the depths of the second floor. Miss Qingyi, the vice president of the Jie Chamber of Commerce wishes to see you. Qingyi cast a deep glance at Gu Feng below before turning to leave with the maid. Gu Feng, seated on the second floor, sensed something and turned to see only the silhouette of Qingyi, dismissing the thought. Having unexpectedly acquired the joyous Gu, he lingered after securing the Biluoko, hoping to discover other treasures. However, the subsequent items presented did not stir any desire within him. Once the auction concluded, he proceeded to settle his bill. The card given to him by his master was said to contain pocket money, but Gu Feng knew it held at least several hundred billion. Although Qingyi insisted all expenses were on her tab, why would he resort to using her money when he had wealth of his own? In Qingyi's boudoir, an elderly gentleman in a kimono with white hair had finished the cup of tea Qingyi poured for him. He leered at her with a wicked smile. Ah, Miss Qingyi, you are truly the most renowned courtesan on the Qinhuai River. Every time I see you, my heart races uncontrollably. Tonight, allow me to be served by you. Qingyi smiled gracefully. Mr. Inoue, I am not accepting clients today. As the top courtesan on the Qinhuai River, Qingyi enjoyed certain liberties. She was required to entertain clients at least once every 3 days but could choose whom to entertain. This was a privilege granted to her by the owner of Zuehua Tower. Why not? I can offer you a substantial sum, 200,000 for just one night. Inoue's expression turned icy. Standing beside, Xiao Chui retorted, yes, you're just a foreigner. Our sister Qingyi would never entertain you. Xiao Kui. Qingyi was about to admonish her and explain to Inoue when a loud slap echoed through the room. Inoue had struck Xiao Chui across the face. Who do you think you are to speak so insolently before the president? The blow seemed light, yet it sent Xiao Chui sprawling backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Qingyi's fury surged, but mindful of his status, she could only suppress her anger and say, Inoue, Xiao Chui spoke out of turn, and I have no quarrel with you for that. However, I must ask you to leave now. Leave? Inoue sneered, revealing his crooked teeth. I haven't had my way with you yet. How could I possibly leave? Miss Qingyi, let us be honest here. As the vice president of the Jie Chamber of Commerce, it is an honor for you to entertain me. What you should do is not resist but rather submit to my desires. Qingyi replied coldly, as the vice president of the Jiangling branch. You should know that Zuehua Tower is the property of the Jiangling Marquis, and I, Qingyi, am a favored companion of the Marquis. Should you continue this nonsense, I will have no choice but to call for help. Don't say I didn't give you any face. Inoue burst into laughter. Go ahead. Shout for help. Let us see if anyone will heed your call. Qingyi, not one to be easily intimidated, decided to indeed call for help, knowing that Inoue had broken the rules first. If it escalated to the Jiangling Marquis, she had nothing to fear. However, when she called out 7 or 8 times, there was no response from outside. Realization dawned on her, and she shouted angrily, Inoue, how dare you lay hands on the guards of Zuehua Tower? I'm afraid of the Jiangling Marquis. Yoshinobu Inoue waved a finger repeatedly, insisting, no, I did not lay a hand on those aboard the ship. It is merely that they lacked the courage to enter. After a pause, he continued with a hint of intrigue, today, I made a special visit to the Jiangling Marquis, presenting him with a grand gift. The Marquis was quite pleased and agreed to allow you, the courtesan of Qinhuai Lake, to accompany me for the night. Tell me, if the Marquis has granted this favor, how could his subordinates dare to defy? You are deceiving me. Qingyi could hardly believe Inoue's words. The Jiangling Marquis promised me that I could freely choose my guests, and as long as I was unwilling, I need not entertain anyone. Inoue then produced an object from his bosom. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. See what this is. Upon receiving it, Qingyi's expression turned to one of shock. It was indeed the edict of the Jiangling Marquis. Stunned, she questioned how this could be, for the Marquis had assured her of her freedom to choose her guests and had vowed never to force her to spend the night with a neon. Why did he suddenly go back on his word? Suddenly, she screamed, No, I refuse to sleep with a neon. I refuse, and turned to flee the room. A cold glint flashed in Inoue's eyes as he struck her with a swift palm. Qingyi stumbled and fell to the ground. You ungrateful wretch! Seeking to maintain a facade while indulging in debauchery? Do you think that us neons are inferior to the diminutive citizens of the divine dragon kingdom? Just wait. I will soon show you the might of the neon. As he spoke, he lunged at her like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Chapter 77. Yoshinobu Inoue. Death. Qingyi hastily grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at Inoue. Without flinching, he retaliated with a punch. Boom! The finely crafted chair shattered into splinters upon impact. Before Qingyi could think further, Inoue had her pinned beneath him. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as Qingyi's red gown was ripped apart, exposing her delicate shoulders in a moment of exquisite sensuality. Inoue gulped heavily, captivated by her alluring figure and tearful expression. A scene he had longed for countless times. Ah, Kanji. How exhilarating this is. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I desired to possess this beautiful blossom and ravage it at will. Alas, you have never entertained a neon, making me exert great effort to persuade the Jiangling Marquis. A lewd grin spread across his face, his features etched with layers of wrinkles. But this is fortuitous. I shall be the first neon to toy with you. How thrilling! Though I may be marred, I shall not engage in disgraceful acts with a neon dog. In a fit of rage, Qingyi withdrew a golden hairpin from her lustrous black hair and aimed it at her delicate neck. Although Inoue appeared aged, his strength was evident as he shattered the chair with a single blow. Qingyi, doubting her ability to kill him, resolved to take her own life instead. Yet, just as the pin was about to pierce her neck, a resounding slap echoed as Inoue struck her face. The force of the blow disoriented Qingyi, causing blood to spill from her lips and rendering her arms weak. The hairpin flew from her grasp. Cursed wretch! Do you know the price I paid to gain the Marquis's favor? I did not endure so much just to toy with a lifeless body. I wish to see your brows furrowed, to hear your melodious cries. Tears streamed down Qingyi's cheeks as despair filled her beautiful eyes. At that moment, she felt utterly powerless, resigned to the whims of the filthy neon. Laugh all you want. Your weeping, like a pear blossom drenched in rain, excites me to the point that my very soul trembles. The lowly women of the divine dragon kingdom deserve to be ruthlessly toyed with by the noble neons. Just as Inoue prepared to make his next move, the door was violently kicked open. Gu Feng strode in with great confidence. Jiangling was taken aback and looked up, exclaiming, "Who is this ruffian? Get lost. This evening, the young lady in green has already been reserved by me." Gu Feng's figure flickered, and with a swift motion, he delivered a powerful strike. Jiangling barely had time to raise his hand in defense before being sent flying by the blow, blood gushing forth. Rising from the ground, Jiangling, consumed by rage, exclaimed, "You insolent brat! How dare you thwart my plans? Do you have any idea who I am?" Gu Feng removed his dark cloak and draped it over the figure clad in blue, then spoke coldly. "No matter who you are, your time has come. The ignorant youth, what are you to dare declare my demise?" As he spoke, the overwhelming force of the pinnacle of the seven-star master surged forth from Inoue Gichi. He then unleashed a punch aimed at Gu Feng. Dragon country pig, perish. The speed of this strike was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet he was fast. Gu Feng was even faster. In a flash, his fist thundered toward Inoue Gichi's chest. Boom! It resonated like a hammer striking an ancient bell. With a muffled thud, Inoue Gichi was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a steel-reinforced wall that crumbled under the impact, embedding his entire body within it. Impossible, this cannot be. Inoue Gichi's countenance changed in terror. Moments ago, he believed he had been cast aside by Gu Feng due to his lack of vigilance. Little did he know. Even in a direct confrontation, he was still no match for Gu Feng's might. Gu Feng approached him with an icy demeanor, his hands gripping his throat tightly. Jiangling, you may as well perish. Jiangling felt an overwhelming dryness in his mouth, the terror of death enveloping him at that moment. Why you can't kill me? I am. A reckless daredevil's voice thundered from outside the door. Release Vice President Jiangling immediately, or you shall be left with nothing but your bones. Gu Feng turned his head and beheld several figures standing outside the door. Most of these individuals were adorned in traditional kimonos, unmistakably of Japanese descent. Gu Feng's gaze swept over the crowd, searching further back. Tang Zi, stop hiding. I have already spotted you. With a hearty laugh, Tang Zi slowly emerged from the throng, meeting Gu Feng's eyes. Gu Feng, I must admit, I never anticipated this. I thought you would perish at the Wind Wave Pavilion, yet here you are, having escaped. Gu Feng's words were intriguing. Who told you that I escaped? Tang Zi was momentarily taken aback. Then her laughter grew even louder. Do you mean to say that not only did you evade the hail of bullets from the Thunderbolt fighter, but you also managed to slay Jun Wuxia and emerged unscathed? Gu Feng spoke indifferently. Not only did I slay Jun Wuxia, but I also struck down a thunder fighter with a single sword. After a brief silence, an uproarious laughter erupted at the entrance. It was not just Tang Zi who laughed. Even the neon people joined in. What absurd nonsense was this Dragon Kingdom fool spouting? A single sword bringing down a fighter jet? I could just as easily claim to have obliterated an aircraft carrier with a mere punch. It was well known that the people of the Divine Dragon Kingdom had a penchant for grandiloquence, yet this was an exaggeration of epic proportions. Amidst the mockery, the leading neon individual, a man in his 50s, raised his hand to silence the crowd. Instantly, all voices fell silent. The leader of the neon spoke, Young man, I am Chen Yaochuan, president of the Jiangling branch of the Day Chamber of Commerce. You have just harmed Vice President Inoue. I hope you understand the gravity of this situation. Release Inoue at once. Although you cannot escape the punishment for your crimes, your life may yet be spared. Upon hearing this, Tang Jinlin immediately grew anxious. President Caiyue, we agreed beforehand that my Tang family would share half of our assets with you in exchange for eliminating Gu Feng. Silence. Caiyue bellowed in fury, striking Tang Jinlin across the face. This is not your place to speak. Suddenly, Inoue Gichi, embedded in the wall, chuckled with arrogance. Now, do you comprehend the magnitude of the enemies you have made? Rest assured, President Caiyue is not like you despicable divine dragon citizens. He is a man of his word. If you release me, he will not take your life. However, young man, I want you to stand before me and witness what I shall do to Miss Qingyi. His voice trailed off into a murmur, for Gu Feng had ruthlessly crushed his throat. Blood spurted forth. Inoue Gichi's eyes widened in shock. He could never have imagined that, despite being encircled, Gu Feng would dare to strike him down. You! Caiyue roared in rage. You despicable divine dragon citizen. You deserve to die. Chapter 78. The storm ceases with a punch. Boom! 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 5 or 6 overwhelmingly powerful auras surged into the sky. Among this group, there were unexpectedly 5 or 6 peak masters of the 7 Stars sect. Ha ha ha! Tang Zi laughed maniacally. Gu Feng, your good fortune ends here. The madman will face divine retribution. Having offended the Day Chamber of Commerce, your demise is assured. I can tell you that aside from the 5 or 6 peak masters, President Caiyue is also a Grand Master of the 1st Star. Today, you shall have no place to rest in death. He then grinned at Gu Feng. Ha! In light of your impending demise, let me share one more detail. When I harvested Lin Ruochu's kidneys, I did it without anesthesia. Ha ha ha! How does that make you feel? Do you wish to tear me into pieces? Alas, you shall never have that opportunity. In an instant, Gu Feng's expression transformed into that of an unparalleled and fearsome blade. He was enraged. How excruciating must it have been for Lin Ruochu to have her kidney ruthlessly extracted? Why treat Ruochu in such a manner? Gu Feng's voice was tinged with hoarseness. Why? Tang Zi let out a cold laugh. Because she is close to you. To speak candidly, when that influential figure entrusted me with the task of procuring a kidney, I had several viable matches. Yet I deliberately chose Lin Ruochu's. Witnessing her in immense agony felt akin to seeing you in torment. Upon reflection, it brings me a certain twisted delight. Gu Feng gazed at him, articulating each word with intensity. Tang Zi, I shall ensure your survival. I intend for you to endure every torment this world has to offer. Caiyue retorted sharply. You wretched creature from Long Country. Do you truly underestimate my power? Today, in this very place, do you believe you can leave the Zuihua Tower alive? Yet, scarcely had his words faded when Qingyi collapsed to her knees with a thud. President Caiyue, I beseech you to spare Gu Feng. If you grant this, I am willing to give you everything. Tang Zi scoffed, what are you even worth? You, a vile harlot of Qinhuai Lake. Do you think President Caiyue would ever take notice of you? Qingyi trembled, her body quaking, her face stinging as if struck by several slaps. In truth, she had long grown accustomed to insults. However, with Gu Feng standing beside her, she was most distressed at the thought of him discovering her fall from grace. At least, not in such a direct manner. Yet, it was for her sake that Gu Feng had found himself in this dire situation. How could she remain indifferent? Bowing her head, she declared, President Caiyue, I am the foremost courtesan of Qinhuai Lake. Although I may not grace the upper echelons of society, many regard me as a treasure. I have never consorted with the people of Neon. If you grant Gu Feng his freedom, I shall host you whenever you visit Qinhuai Lake. Surprisingly, Caiyue found himself somewhat swayed. It was known that Qingyi was the most expensive courtesan of Qinhuai Lake and had never associated with the people of Neon. Previously, the vice president had gained the favor of the Marquis of Jiangling by delivering invaluable intelligence regarding the Neon Kingdom. Such opportunities may not arise again. Yet now, if he were to release Gu Feng, Qingyi would effectively become his own possession. This thought stirred the lustful imagination of Caiyue. Tang Zi, observing the scene, shouted urgently, President Caiyue, the vice president, met his demise at Gu Feng's hands. Did I not just inform you that the young master of the Jie chamber? Slap! Caiyue Yixiong struck Tang Zi across the face, silencing her. He then turned his penetrating gaze toward Qingyi. If you are truly willing, I shall spare Gu Feng's life. After all, he is merely a dog, far less significant than you, Qingyi. Tang Zi, enraged, spat blood and could not restrain her vitriolic retort. Foolish neon wretch, so easily distracted by a woman, while your own kin lie slain. Bang! Caiyue Yixiong kicked out, sending Tang Zi hurtling backward. Had it not been for Tang Jinlin's swift reflexes in catching her, she might have met a fatal end. However, just as Caiyue Yixiong prepared to take Qingyi's hand, Gu Feng, however, pulled Qingyi back, drawing her behind him. Qingyi was taken aback. Young Master Gu, you.
Gu Feng spoke coolly, Vinki.
There is no need for you to concern yourself on my behalf. I, Gu Feng, do not require the protection of a woman. He then cast a sweeping glance at all those gathered outside the door. Today, everyone shall meet their demise. He chuckled darkly as Caiyue Yixiong sneered. Foolish pig from the Dragon Kingdom, you once had a final chance to preserve your life, yet you failed to cherish it. To kill me? You are not worthy. Gu Feng's expression remained impassive, surprisingly advancing rather than retreating, wielding his iron fists amidst the crowd. Seeking death, Caiyue Yixiong bellowed, unleashing a punch imbued with the might of a grandmaster, ruthlessly directed at Gu Feng. The roar of the tiger and the chant of the dragon echoed. Gu Feng's iron fist showed no signs of retreat. The moment their fists collided, a thunderous roar erupted, and to everyone's astonishment, Caiyue Yixiong was sent flying. A wave of shock washed over the crowd. How could this be? Their president was a one-star grandmaster, yet he could not withstand even a single blow from Gu Feng? What are you still standing there for? Join me at once. A storm of turmoil surged within Caiyue Yixiong. This was utterly outrageous. It had taken him a full 40 years to reach the level of one-star grandmaster. And this young man before him, how old could he be? 23? 25? What made him so formidable? Unfortunately, time for contemplation was running short. For in Gu Feng's hand, a sword had mysteriously appeared, Nian Nu Jiao. With a leap into the air, Gu Feng unleashed a torrent of sword light that descended like a tempest. The sound of dragon chants filled the air, and to the onlookers' horror, those peak 7-star grandmasters were vanquished by mere sword strikes, their cries echoing in despair. In the blink of an eye, casualties were mounting. Caiyue Yixiong's face turned pale with dread. He realized he was no match for Gu Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Tang Zi, witnessing his escape, quickly clung to his leg. President Caiyue, take me with you. I cannot be captured by Gu Feng. Get lost, you pig from Longua. Caiyue Yixiong retaliated with a backhand, sending him flying. After that, he continued his frantic escape. However, in his haste, he inadvertently collided with a solid chest. Looking up, he found himself face to face with none other than Gu Feng. You! Caiyue Yixiong gasped in shock, exclaiming, I am the president of the Jiangling branch of the Jie Chamber of Commerce. You cannot kill me. Gu Feng's expression was icy. Is there anyone in this world whom I, Gu Feng, cannot vanquish? With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a devastating punch, infused with the might of 1,000 forces. One strike, and the storm subsided.
Yin Ye Yi Vyong, perish.
Chapter 79. The melodious sound of the pipa, strummed for the wind and moon at this moment. The third floor was drenched in crimson blood. With a swift kick, Gu Feng sent Caiyue Yixiong's lifeless body aside, navigating through the scattered remnants of limbs, and paused at the corner of the third floor. Beneath his feet lay the unconscious form of Tang Jiyi, who had just been struck down by Caiyue Yixiong's powerful blow. In Gu Feng's eyes, a fierce light surged as he deftly thrust 7 silver needles into his own body. Tang Zi's eyelids flickered twice before slowly opening. Within less than a second, his face contorted in extreme agony. The 7 silver needles coursed through his veins, each moment feeling as though countless needles were piercing through every blood vessel within him. Ah, Brother Feng, I was merely jesting. Spare my life, and I shall faithfully serve you henceforth. Tang Zi cried out in torment. Gu Feng reached out and gently patted his cheek, his tone laden with significance. Do not worry, we are brothers. How could I bear to let you perish? As he spoke, another 14 silver needles were thrust into his body. Instantly, a wave of agony, far more intense than before, engulfed Tang Ziyi. The torment was 100-fold more excruciating than the time Gu Feng had brutally extracted his kidneys just days prior. At that moment, he felt as if his insides were twisted with regret. Why did he foolishly reveal that matter? He would rather be struck dead than endure such inhuman suffering. Amidst the ultimate anguish, a thought flickered in his mind. Brother Feng, I can tell you who took Lin Ruochu's kidneys. I only ask for a swift end. Tang Ziyi had initially believed Gu Feng would acquiesce. However, Gu Feng replied, Why should I have you tell me, when I can investigate myself? As for Lin Ruochu, I am not concerned. On one hand, I can use Biluoko to prolong her life. On the other, even if I cannot immediately locate her kidneys, I can find a suitable match through proper channels. He gazed at Tang Ziyi and continued, As I have said before, I intend to make your existence a torment, a struggle between life and death. You shall experience every conceivable torture in this world. Gu Feng's voice was faint, yet to Tang Ziyi's ears, it resonated like the whispers of a demon. With the last glimmer of hope extinguished, Tang Ziyi's eyes brimmed with resentment as she bellowed, Gu Feng, you devil, may you suffer a wretched fate. I have aided that influential figure. He owes me a favor. Just wait, he will not spare you, for he is a force you cannot afford to offend. After all, he is Jiang. Bang! At that very moment, Tang Ziyi's body was torn asunder. He was dead. Gu Feng slightly raised his brows. Amidst a mass of flesh, he discerned a gu worm. Alas, the worm had already been torn asunder. It appeared that someone had implanted a gu within Tang Ziyi's body. The moment he was about to utter the name of the perpetrator, the worm would detonate. As he whispered, he thoughtfully stroked his chin. It seemed that the individual who had extracted Lin Ruochu's kidneys was indeed formidable. At that moment, a frantic cry emerged from the chamber of the Chini. Sister Chini, what is wrong? Please do not frighten me. Gu Feng suppressed the tumultuous thoughts within his heart and rose to make his way toward the chamber of Qingyi. Along the path, he encountered the lifeless body of Tang Jinlin, who had fallen victim to his blade during the recent melee. Upon entering the boudoir, he beheld Qingyi lying on the floor, already in a state of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Xiao Cui, in a flurry of activity, struggled to lift Qingyi onto the bed, but her feeble strength rendered her efforts futile. Gu Feng approached, stating, Allow me to handle this. Xiao Cui nodded repeatedly, Very well, I shall fetch the doctor. There is no need for that, Gu Feng replied as he deftly produced 12 silver needles, skillfully placing them on various acupoints of the figure clad in blue. Witnessing his seamless and fluid technique, Xiao Cui could not help but exclaim, Young master, I had no idea you were skilled in medicine. She then turned, her expression tinged with concern, and inquired, What about Sister Qingyi? Gu Feng spoke languidly, There is no need for concern. Qingyi has sustained a couple of slaps and suffered minor internal injuries, but it is nothing serious. Having just witnessed Gu Feng's extraordinary martial prowess, Xiao Cui believed his words implicitly. She sighed in relief and went outside to summon assistance for clearing away the corpses and bloodstains on the ground. Half an hour later, the third floor of the cabin was spotless, devoid of even a trace of the sanguine odor. Having completed her tasks, she chanced upon Gu Feng emerging from a room and inquired, Has Sister Qingyi awoken? Not yet, but soon, Gu Feng replied, retrieving his phone from his coat. He had been preoccupied with tending to Qingyi's injuries and had overlooked a call from Ning Yuxi. What's the matter? He asked. Ning Yuxi's voice came through. Young master, Ji Caiyue has regained consciousness. And then, she attempted to bite her tongue to end her life. Although I managed to stop her, she lost a considerable amount of blood and has now fainted. The situation is dire. Inside the room, Qingyi had indeed awakened. Upon seeing Xiao Cui enter, she asked, Where is young Master Gu? He has stepped outside. He treated you for half an hour and must be a bit fatigued. He needed to take a breath of fresh air. Xiao Cui continued, Sister Qingyi, it's no wonder you are so infatuated with young Master Gu. He is extraordinarily skilled, both in medicine and martial arts. If I were you, I would be captivated too. Enough of that, Qing replied with a smile. 5 years ago, young Master Gu was not as accomplished. That certainly implies he has undergone many experiences over the years. He must have countless stories to tell. Xiao Chui exclaimed, rubbing her hands together with excitement and anticipation. When young Master Gu comes back, you must inquire about them. I want to hear all the gossip. Otherwise, shall I play the pipa while he narrates? Qing teased, feeling a flicker of interest. In the past, he used to adore listening to her play the pipa. Absolutely, Xiao Chui exclaimed, raising her hands in agreement. However, after a lengthy conversation, Gu Feng still had not entered. Qing, feeling puzzled, remarked, it's been over 10 minutes. Why hasn't young Master Gu returned? Xiao Chui, please go and check. Understood. Xiao Chui responded promptly and departed. After a while, Xiao Chui returned and stated, I heard from the guards that young Master Gu has already left. A brief silence enveloped the room. Finally, Xiao Chui expressed her dissatisfaction. How rude. He didn't even say goodbye before leaving. He had mentioned wanting to hear you play the pipa after the auction. After a moment, Qing seemed to grasp the situation, letting out a bitter laugh. I have become a courtesan on the banks of Qinhuai, easily available to all. I fear young Master Gu has lost interest in listening to me. The willingness to heal my wounds was merely a nod to our past friendship. Xiao Chui, please fetch my pipa. Xiao Chui replied, but he has already left. Who will you play for? Qing gazed out the window and sighed. If no one listens, then I shall play for the wind and the moon. Hey, young man, how is it? Did you meet the Lady Qing tonight? Called out the old boatman who had ferried him to the Drunken Flower Pavilion. I did, Gu Feng replied succinctly before hastily boarding his car. With a roar of the engine, he sped towards Yujing Mansion. Ji Caiyue, it is not yet your time to die. The old boatman shook his head as he watched the vehicle disappear into the night. These young people are so prideful. Lady Qing is the most renowned courtesan on the Qinhuai. She is not someone you can simply meet. Moreover, if you truly met her, would you leave so early without a fight until dawn? At that moment, a gentle sound of pipa music wafted from the Qinhuai. The melody was soft and plaintive, akin to a lament. The old boatman reclined on his boat, gazing at the bright full moon above, murmuring, It has been a long time since I last heard Lady Qing's pipa. It is still as enchanting as ever. It seems tonight there will be a fortunate listener. Yet, he wondered which guest would be privileged to sit in Lady Qing's chamber, watching her delicate fingers plucking the strings, her red sleeves adding a touch of fragrance to the air. Chapter 80. Wielding the sword under the moonlight, striking the Gu worm rushing at full speed, Gu Feng finally arrived at Yujing Mansion. However, as he exited the vehicle, he suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something important. What had he intended to do when visiting Qing? Unable to recall, he had no time to ponder it further. He dashed into the villa and made his way swiftly to Ji Caiyue's room. At that moment, Ji Caiyue had already been laid on the bed, and the floor was still stained with blood that had not yet been cleaned. The young master had instructed her to remain at home to ensure Ji Caiyue's safety, yet such an oversight had occurred. Upon seeing Gu Feng enter, she bit her lip and said, Young master, I am sorry There is no need for apologies. Please step outside. I need to assess Ji Caiyue's condition. Once Ning Yushi had exited, Gu Feng immediately reached out to check Ji Caiyue's pulse. It was weaker than he had anticipated. The situation was precarious. Gu Feng's expression was cold and sinister as he gazed intently at Ji Caiyue's exquisite face. Ji Caiyue, if I choose not to let you perish, by what right do you claim death? 18 silver needles materialized in an instant, piercing into Ji Caiyue's body. The needles pulsated, and spiritual energy surged forth. An overwhelming stream of spiritual essence flowed from Gu Feng's fingertips, through the needles, gradually entering Ji Caiyue's being. Time ticked inexorably onward. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, a faint blush finally graced Ji Caiyue's once pallid visage. On Gu Feng's forehead, an uncommon sight, beads of sweat emerged. Originally, if it were merely a matter of biting one's tongue to end one's life, it would not have reached such an extent. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Ji Caiyue had already undergone the removal of both her kidneys, leaving her with but a single breath remaining. At this moment, Gu Feng's actions were akin to snatching souls from the hands of the king of the underworld. Regardless of the circumstances, Ji Caiyue's life had been preserved. Just as Gu Feng pulled up a chair, intending to rest for a while, Ji Caiyue gradually awakened. Upon seeing the familiar room and the equally familiar face beside her, she comprehended that she was still alive. Casting a somewhat irritated glance at Gu Feng, she soon broke into a light laugh, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Ah, little Feng, you truly are a devoted son, to the point of sweating for my rescue." Gu Feng said lightly, "Ji Caiyue, there is no need for you to engage in verbal sparring. Your laughter now may soon turn to tears. Is that so?" A cold glint flashed in Ji Caiyue's beautiful eyes. "I see your demeanor. You may have saved your mother once, but you certainly cannot save her a second time." As soon as the words left her lips, her pearly teeth fiercely bit down on her own tongue once more. "However, Ji Caiyue, I have warned you that since the moment I stepped into Jiangling, your life and death have been entirely in my hands." His hand, unbeknownst to him, had already seized Ji Caiyue's chin with a fierce grip. Ji Caiyue's crimson lips were forced apart, rendering her unable to bite down. Gu Feng grasped a piece of cloth with one hand and forcefully stuffed it into her mouth. Following that, he delivered a sharp slap to her face. Ji Caiyue let out a muffled groan and fainted once more. After procuring a length of rope, Gu Feng bound Ji Caiyue securely, then seated himself on a chair and began to meditate with closed eyes. In the blink of an eye, dawn arrived. After sharing a meal with Ning Yushi, Gu Feng once again entered Ji Caiyue's chamber. In a fleeting thought, the sword Nian Nu Jiao was firmly in his grasp. The tip of the blade rested just beneath Ji Caiyue's delicate neck, and with a subtle twist, her collar disintegrated into dust, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Gu Feng's expression remained unchanged as the tip of his sword descended. In an instant, a streak of crimson stained Ji Caiyue's chest. He had, astonishingly, pierced her skin with the blade. With a mere thought, the joyful Gu was now grasped in his hand. He pinched the joyful Gu between his fingers and placed it upon the wound. The joyful Gu, as if sensing the allure of sustenance, writhed incessantly, desperately burrowing inward. Within a mere 2 or 3 seconds, the joyful Gu vanished, completely merging with Ji Caiyue's being. Gu Feng planted the joy bug within Ji Caiyue. However, the joy bug had only just entered her body and was not yet stable. It might potentially escape through the wound. Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as the yellow dragon probe technique was quietly initiated. After approximately half an hour, the wound had completely vanished, leaving not even a trace of a scar. When Gu Feng finally lifted his gaze, he discovered that Ji Caiyue had awakened, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him with a resentful glare. Her exquisite face was flushed with a deep crimson hue. Gu Feng noticed her desire to speak, and at that moment, the joyful curse had already been planted. He removed the cloth that had been obstructing her mouth. Initially, Gu Feng anticipated that Ji Caiyue would scold him once more. To his surprise, after a few dry coughs, Ji Caiyue spoke softly, saying, "Xiao Feng, I once believed that you coveted my beauty, a mere rumor I spread. Now it appears that this is not entirely the case. Since I have fallen into your hands, there is little left to say. If you desire, I shall oblige, but as an exchange you must not tarnish my reputation." On Ji Caiyue's exquisite face, there was a profound sorrow, her delicate form tightly bound by ropes, her slightly disordered breaths causing the folds of her garments to rise and fall. Moreover, at this moment, the vermilion on her brow, her slightly parted cherry lips, and her partially exposed bosom only added to the scene's intensity. She was the unrivaled beauty of Jiangling, captivating countless men, including the young master of the Jun family, who was utterly infatuated with her. Yet here she lay, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. What man could resist such a sight? However, Gu Feng merely regarded her with cold indifference before suddenly bursting into laughter, tears almost streaming down his face. Then, he reached out and lifted Ji Caiyue's tender chin, enunciating each word deliberately. "Ji Caiyue, do you think you are something significant? In the eyes of others, you are the illustrious Madame Ji, overshadowing the beauty of Jiangling. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a lowly woman attempting to entice me." Ji Caiyue, filled with both shame and anger, glared at him, her beautiful eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Gu Feng Yu remarked, "Ji Caiyue, rest assured, I shall ensure you become infamous in Jiangling. Moreover, the indiscretions you engaged in with Jun Wuxie at Fengguo Pavilion shall be revealed to all the people of Jiangling. Ji Caiyue exclaimed, I did not. That was merely Jun Wuxie's fabrication, intended to provoke you. Although I desire to marry Jun Wuxie, throughout our year of courtship, I have not even allowed him to touch my hand. Chapter 81. You are both an observer and a participant in the drama. Gu Feng gazed at her with indifference. Do you truly believe I would be convinced? Upon hearing this, Ji Caiyue, who was usually composed and dignified, grew increasingly anxious. What I say is the truth. During my relationship with Jun Wuxie, I once declared that I would only surrender myself to him when we were wed. That is why he is so fervently eager to marry me, even to the point of becoming frantic upon learning that our wedding date would be postponed by a year. Gu Feng remarked enigmatically, so, you are indeed loyal to my father? Ji Caiyue pondered for a moment before replying, at least until my remarriage. I shall remain the esteemed Madame Ji in the eyes of the world. Engaging in illicit affairs with Jun Wuxie would be perilous for me, should any incriminating evidence come to light. Thus, during this past year of acquaintance with him, our encounters have been rather infrequent. Moreover, there exists a second reason. That which is too easily obtained is seldom cherished. If Jun Wuxie were to acquire me without effort, I would merely become a subordinate of the Jun family, even if I were to gain their assistance. My ambition, however, is to gain complete control over Jun Wuxie. I aim to compel the Jun family to serve me, rather than be treated as a mere plaything. Ji Caiyue understood that expressing her deep affection for Gu Runcheng at this juncture would only provoke Gu Feng's ire. It would be more prudent to articulate her true sentiments. By taking an unconventional approach, perhaps she might elicit a modicum of goodwill. Gu Feng spoke with a playful tone. Impressive, Ji Caiyue. Not only have you managed to manipulate my father, but now you intend to create chaos for the Jun family in Zhonghai. In any case, you are aware that nothing has transpired between Jun Wuxie and me. Ji Caiyue remained unfazed by Gu Feng's mockery. Deceiving the Gu family and then the Jun family was simply her forte. Rather than feeling shame, she took pride in her prowess. Though I may appear delicate, with just a flick of my wrist, I could effortlessly toy with even the most illustrious of families. With this thought, she couldn't help but raise her chin, resembling a proud swan. However, Gu Feng's smile grew increasingly profound. He remarked, yet, the essence of the matter is often inconsequential. What truly matters is the truth that I present to others. As long as the people of Jiangling believe that you are entangled with Jun Wuxie, then that is the reality. You, Ji Caiyue's phoenix eyes widened, nearly ablaze with fury. Her delicate form struggled against her restraints. It appeared that had she not been bound, she would have lunged at Gu Feng in a fit of rage. Is it necessary to be so infuriated? Is this not precisely what you did to me 5 years ago? Gu Feng observed Ji Caiyue with a cold gaze, enunciating each word deliberately. Gradually, Ji Caiyue fell silent. Indeed, 5 years ago it was through her machinations that this all began. Gu Feng has become the true culprit behind the annihilation of the Gu family, bearing an immense infamy. For 5 years, whenever the people of Jiangling mention Gu Feng, they spit on the ground and curse her as a scoundrel. Now, the time for retribution has come. She too shall bear a name that is not rightfully hers. After a moment, she glared at Gu Feng with venomous resentment. Xiao Feng, your days are numbered. Those who were complicit in the Gu family's demise were all prominent families. I merely took a portion of the Gu family's wealth. Yet the Ji family rose to become the foremost family in Jiangling. Those individuals possess far greater and richer inheritances than I ever did. They are now even more powerful than 5 years ago, and in this moment you are in the light while they lurk in the shadows. Just wait, they will stop at nothing to obliterate you. Ha, you may allow me to live, but I shall witness how you are reduced to mere pulp. Do you truly believe the enemy is concealed while you stand in the light? Gu Feng drew a cigarette, leisurely igniting it. Among those who participated in the Gu family's annihilation was also the Su family of Jiangling. Am I not correct? Ji Caiyue was taken aback. It had barely been a day since Gu Feng caused an uproar at the Fengguo Pavilion. How could he have moved so swiftly to uncover the Su family's involvement? Ji Caiyue, the show has only just begun. Do not be hasty. You are both an observer and a participant in this drama. Since you enjoy theatrics so much, a month from now, a new Gu family mausoleum will rise, and at that time, I will require you to carry my father's coffin. When that day arrives, in front of all the people of Jiangling, remember to feign a pitiful demeanor and shed a few tears. Ji Caiyue's expression changed dramatically. She had always been most concerned about her reputation. Gu Feng not only intended to ruin it but also to thrust her back into the public eye. If that day truly came, she feared she would be drowned in the spittle of all Jiangling citizens. The mere thought of being the target of 1,000 loathsome glances sent shivers down her spine. This was, in fact, more torturous than being executed by 1,000 cuts. No, Gu Feng, you shall never witness that day. Absolutely not. As she raged like a shrew in her room, she eventually made her way to the living room, where Gu Feng made a call to Lin Ruochu. Ruochu, are you at home? Yes, why? Stay at home and wait for me. I will be there shortly. Gu Feng arrived at the Lin residence with a collection of medicinal herbs, including the precious biluoco. Upon seeing him, the little one rushed forward, nuzzling against Gu Feng's side, exclaiming, "Big brother, you have come." Gu Feng gently ruffled her little head and inquired, "Why didn't you go to school today, little darling?" "Today is the weekend," Lin Ruochu replied as she emerged from her room. Gu Feng cast a glance around, perplexed, and inquired, "Where are uncle and aunt? Are they not home?" "They went hiking with my sister," Lin Ruochu replied, deliberately omitting any mention of Zhong Dingxian. She feared that if Gu Feng were to discover the relationship between her sister and Zhong, he would undoubtedly be quite upset. "Did you not go with them?" Gu Feng asked. Lin Ruochu casually responded, "I am rather frail and cannot manage the hike. The little one is quite considerate. Initially, my sister intended to take her along, but she worried that I would feel too lonely at home by myself, so she decided to stay and keep me company." The speaker was unaware, yet the listener was attentive. Gu Feng's heart was sharply tugged. Her pair of kidneys had been brutally extracted. "By the way, Gu Feng, dear brother, what brings you here today?" Gu Feng inhaled deeply and spoke gently. "I am here to treat your ailment. The previous treatment granted you an additional 3 months of life, and this time I can extend your lifespan even further." Lin Ruochu's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, brother Gu Feng. I am grateful for your concern regarding my condition." "Silly girl, there is no need for such formalities between us," he replied. The potency of the entire biluocaos was too intense for Lin Ruochu's frail constitution to endure, necessitating a divided treatment approach, one today and the other tomorrow. Half an hour later, Gu Feng emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of brown medicinal soup. The little one, engrossed in her homework in the living room, noticed the beads of sweat adorning his brow and remarked, "Big brother, you must be exhausted. Let me fetch you a drink. What would you like?" In truth, the droplets were merely condensation from the steam, but seeing the little one's eagerness, Gu Feng nodded, "Just grab whatever you find." The little one dashed to the refrigerator, only to discover that it was completely devoid of any beverages. "Big brother, there are no drinks in the fridge. I will go outside to buy some for you." With that, she skipped out the door. Chapter 82. The ceremony of the Shao family's construction. Gu Feng entered the room, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, and first urged Lin Ruochu to drink it. Subsequently, he skillfully inserted silver needles into various acupoints across her body. The potent properties of the biluoco herb were maximally stimulated by the needles. Lin Ruochu felt a warm current surging within her, bringing immense comfort. However, after merely 7 or 8 minutes, a wave of drowsiness enveloped her. She closed her eyes and drifted into slumber, a serene smile gracing her lips. An hour later, Gu Feng emerged from Lin Ruochu's room. The treatment had proceeded exceptionally well, and it would not be long before she awakened. "Big brother, come quickly." Suddenly, the little one waved at Gu Feng. Gu Feng lifted his gaze and discovered that the table in the living room was adorned not only with beverages, but also an array of delightful snacks. "Little Tuanzi, did you purchase all of this for me?" Gu Feng inquired with a smile. "Indeed, I did," little Tuanzi replied. "Big brother, you not only helped me deal with the villains but also assisted Auntie with her illness. You are a good person, and little Tuanzi adores you. How wonderful it would be if you were little Tuanzi's father." Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then reassured, "Do not worry. Your mother is remarkable and will surely find you a wonderful father." However, the little one expressed her discontent, saying, "But I do not like this new father that Mama is currently dating." Has Lin Ruoma already found a boyfriend? He pondered. Just then, the little one continued, "Today, when he came to take my mother hiking, I met him. It was evident he is not a good person. I absolutely refused to go hiking with him. Moreover, last night, my aunt also mentioned that he is a bad man and advised Mama not to be with him. Mama became very angry and had a fierce argument with Aunt, nearly damaging the bathroom door. A cloud of suspicion suddenly enveloped Gu Feng's heart. What is the name of the person your mother is involved with? Xiao Tuanzi pondered for a moment before responding, Zhong Dingxian. Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhong Dingxian, the young master of the second prestigious family of Jiangling, who had once forcibly pursued Lin Ruoma 5 years ago. What could have prompted Lin Ruoma to suddenly entangle herself with him? At that moment, the little one chimed in, "Big brother, you are so formidable. Why not teach that Zhong Dingxian a lesson and drive this scoundrel away from my mother?" Gu Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "Big brother can help you investigate whether this Zhong Dingxian is truly a villain. What do you think?" "All right." Little Tuanzi nodded vigorously. Time swiftly passed, and the following day arrived. Today marked the groundbreaking ceremony for the Xiao family's resort, Feng Wu Jiu Tian, which had been entirely booked by the Xiao family. Luxury cars lined the entrance, with numerous prominent figures from Jiangling invited to witness the event. Among them, those who had secured contracts for the Xiao family's resort project were particularly elated, having climbed the metaphorical tree of the Xiao family, their fortunes destined to soar.
Mr. Ji,
I heard you've secured a 1 billion contract with the Xiao family. Congratulations. Oh, it's just a mere billion. It's hardly worth mentioning. Mr. Qi feigned modesty, but who could deny the Xiao family's current momentum? In just 2 years since their arrival in Jiangling, they had expanded to their present scale. Given a few more years, it was entirely plausible for them to surpass the Ji family and become the leading aristocracy in Jiangling. While a billion may seem trivial should this project succeed, who knows what future projects the Xiao family might offer? Perhaps 5 or even 10 billion next time. Hearing such flattery, Qi Guifeng's face glowed with pride, brimming with self-satisfaction. Once we enter Feng Wu Jiutian, I must take some splendid photos to send directly to Wang Xuemei via WeChat. Wouldn't he that infuriate that old witch? Lost in her jubilant thoughts, her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. Oh, Wang Xuemei, what brings you here? Upon noticing Qi Guifeng, Wang Xuemei lifted her chin and retorted arrogantly, "What? Are you the only one who can come? I can't?" Qi Guifeng shot back sarcastically, "Wang Xuemei, are you not aware that today Feng Wu Jiutian is fully booked by the Xiao family? Surely, you are not planning to drag your family into the poor section of Feng Wu Jiutian for a meal, are you? To be frank, you don't even have the qualifications to enter today." Lin Ruochu, standing beside Wang Xuemei, glared at Qi Guifeng. "Qi Guifeng, are you looking for trouble again? Fixing that broken tooth must have cost you a fortune." Recalling the incident 2 days prior when Gu Feng had sent her flying with a single slap, Qi Guifeng felt a flicker of fear. However, it quickly transformed into anger and mockery. "You're right. I'm in the mood for a fight today. Wang Xuemei, isn't your son-in-law quite the fighter? Why don't you call him out so I can teach him a lesson today?" As soon as she finished speaking, 4 burly men emerged behind her, all masters in their own right. Since her defeat 2 days ago, Qi Guifeng had learned to bring bodyguards wherever she went. Wang Xuemei shouted, "What son-in-law? I don't understand what you're saying." Just 2 days ago you claimed Gu Feng was your son-in-law. Are you trying to distance yourself from him so quickly? At that moment, a voice interjected, "If Gu Feng wishes to be my mother-in-law's son-in-law, he must first be worthy of her approval." Qi Guifeng looked up, momentarily stunned, for standing beside Wang Xuemei was none other than the young master of Jiangling's second aristocracy, Zhong Dingxian. Seeing her astonished expression, Wang Xuemei couldn't help but smile triumphantly. "Indeed, while Gu Feng dreams of being my son-in-law, I have no interest in him. Dingxian is my true son-in-law." After a brief pause, she continued, "Now you understand why I am at Feng Wu Jiutian. Let me tell you, my Lin family is about to soar. My son-in-law has already made arrangements with the Xiao family, making us the exclusive partner for this resort project. All companies must prioritize purchasing from us, including you, Ji Caiyue. Her words caused an uproar at the entrance of Feng Wu Jiutian. Many turned to Wang Xuemei with envious gazes. The Shao family had actually made the Lin family an exclusive partner. This was a clear elevation of status for the Lin family. Upon hearing these remarks, Wang Xuemei's spirit soared, her face radiant. She held her head high, resembling a regal swan. Chapter 83. I haven't even given Gu Feng a sip of water. Ji Caiyue's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Witnessing Wang Xuemei bask in the limelight was more unbearable than death. Suddenly, she shouted, Wang Xuemei, stop lying here. The Zhong family might have been Jiangling's second aristocracy, but for years their business has shifted overseas. The Zhong family no longer holds much power in Jiangling. The so-called second aristocracy is merely a facade. Zhong Dingxian doesn't have the clout to secure such privileges from the Shao family. Wang Xuemei scoffed and nonchalantly retrieved a golden invitation from her pocket. Gu Feng, open your eyes and see what this is. Ji Caiyue focused intently, gasping in shock as she beheld the golden invitation. The Shao family issued invitations of varying ranks. Black, red, white, and the golden invitation, which represented the highest honor. Receiving such an invitation was tantamount to being a distinguished guest of the Shao family. Among the countless wealthy families in Jiangling, Ji Caiyue knew that no more than a handful had received the golden invitation. But how was this possible? Why would Wang Xuemei receive such a prestigious invitation when she herself had only received the second-to-last red one? Before she could contemplate further, numerous affluent individuals from Jiangling rushed over to curry favor with Wang Xuemei. Among them were even members of the Lu family. The young master of the Lu family presented a jade pendant to Wang Xuemei. Aunt Wang, this is a jade pendant I won from the largest gambling stone venue in Shannan. It is a genuine emerald. Please accept it. Oh my, how could I accept this? Wang Xuemei was taken aback. A small jade pendant like this was valued at no less than $1 million, and the Lu family was a genuinely wealthy aristocracy. The young master insisted, Aunt Wang, please don't refuse. This pendant suits you perfectly, you must accept it. Without giving her a chance to decline, he personally draped the pendant around her neck. Wang Xuemei beamed with joy. In the past, she had not even had the right to speak with Jiangling's aristocracy, yet now, a young master was personally adorning her with a jade pendant. I, Wang Xuemei, have finally made it. As those thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze fell upon Ji Caiyue, and she declared haughtily, Ji Caiyue, from now on, when you see me, be polite. If you ever cross me, you won't know what hit you. Ji Caiyue forced a smile. Oh, Xuemei, what are you saying? Haven't we always been good friends? When we see the head of the Shao family later, you must say a good word for me. Humph. Wang Xuemei scoffed. Whoever said we were good friends? Get lost. With that, she strode confidently into Feng Wu Jiutian. At that moment, Lin Ruochu's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Early that morning, her mother, Wang Xuemei, had urged her to dress beautifully, claiming the family was attending an important ceremony. Initially puzzled, she now fully understood. Mom, how could you not tell us earlier that the Shao family made our Lin family an exclusive partner? Moreover, it was clearly Gu Feng who contacted the Shao family. Why did you say it was Zhong Dingxian? What Gu Feng? He is just a mere jailer. What could he possibly discuss with the Shao family? Wang Xuemei expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, Girl, I understand your infatuation with Gu Feng, but he is no longer the young master of Jiangling that he once was. It's time to face reality. In an instant, Wang Xuemei became furious. Ruochu, how can you speak like that? Without Dingxian, our Lin family would be on the brink of bankruptcy. What kind of attitude is this? Apologize to Dingxian immediately. However, Zhong Dingxian interjected, Auntie, I have indeed made some mistakes in the past, and it's normal for Ruochu to have a bias against me. But if I show her this, she will surely understand. The video contained a complete record of Li Gaoming delivering the invitation. After the video concluded, Lin Ruomei spoke up, Ruochu, the reason we kept this from you was to avoid conflict. Now that you see the truth, you should understand that Gu Feng is merely all talk. You are too naive and easily trust him. To truly gauge a person's capabilities, observe their actions rather than their words. Yet, after watching the video, Lin Ruochu merely shook her head. There must be some misunderstanding here. Just think about it. Enough! Wang Shuimei suddenly shouted. You keep calling him Brother Gu Feng. I truly don't understand what is so great about him. What kind of spell has he cast on you? The facts are right before you, and you still want to defend him. Lin Beishan, with a stern expression, replied, Why are you yelling at Ruochu? I also believe there is a misunderstanding here. You too. Wang Shuimei gritted her teeth. Are you trying to drive me mad? Forget it. At that moment, Zhong Dingxian stepped in to mediate. Auntie, if Ruochu and uncle don't believe me, that's fine. If they insist that the credit belongs to Gu Feng, then I will concede it to him. It's not a big deal. Wang Shuimei sighed. Dingxian, you are so understanding. Rest assured, since you have worked hard for the Lin family, I will arrange for you to marry Ruomei once the groundbreaking ceremony is over. Humph. Gu Feng thinks he can steal your credit? Not a chance. Upon hearing this, Zhong Dingshuan's lips curved into a broad grin. Ha ha ha, Gu Feng, 5 years ago you tried every means to target me. Now it's my turn to stand above you. He assured. Rest assured, we will settle our scores slowly. And as for Lin Ruochu, this gullible fool, she trusts you so much, doesn't she? Just wait until I take control of the Lin family. I will mold this girl into my desired shape. The more he thought, the more entranced he became. The Lin sisters were indeed a sight to behold. Engaging in a double affair would be utterly exhilarating. Just as he was lost in thought, a commotion arose in the crowd. A graceful figure emerged from the Fengwu Jiutian, and it was Xiao Qianxue. Xiao Qianxue looked around and waved towards Wang Shuimei. Is it Aunt Wang? Come here. Come here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wow. The young lady of the Xiao family actually came out personally to welcome the Lin family. How impressive is the Lin family now? The distinguished gentleman of Jiangling cast envious glances at Wang Shuimei and the others upon witnessing this scene. Wang Shuimei was taken aback and quickly said, Dingxian, why didn't you tell me that Miss Xiao would personally come to greet us? I'm completely at a loss for words. Zhong Dingxian furrowed his brow. Since when have I been so esteemed? You must know that Xiao Qianxue is not only the daughter of the Xiao family but also a pillar of the nation. For her to come out and personally welcome us. Could it be that I am so handsome that Miss Xiao has developed feelings for me? He believed this to be the case, for he was quite confident in his looks. Lin Ruochu interrupted, Why can't we mention it? Are you afraid of revealing your theft of Gu Feng's credit? Zhong Dingxian replied, What kind of international joke is this? I'm only thinking of the Lin family. Regardless of whether Gu Feng has committed wrongdoings, his reputation is already in tatters. Miss Xiao is a top-tier scientific talent, a true pillar of the nation. Do you think someone like her can tolerate sand in her eyes? What if she learns of your connection to Gu Feng and refuses to cooperate with the Lin family anymore? As they spoke, they had already reached Xiao Qianxue, and everyone respectfully greeted her. Wang Shuimei was about to nod when she suddenly recalled Zhong Dingshuan's reminder and quickly added, No, we are not familiar with Gu Feng. Xiao Qianxue paused for a moment before responding, But I heard that you had a good relationship with the Gu family in the past. Just as Lin Ruochu was about to speak, Zhong Dingxian interjected, That was a long time ago. Gu Feng is a parricide and has committed countless heinous acts. The Lin family has long severed ties with him. Xiao Qianxue's expression changed, and she looked at Wang Shuimei, her tone icy. Is that so? Chapter 84. I, Xiao Qianxue, am destined to be Gu Feng's bride. After a long silence, Xiao Qianxue uttered 2 words. Very well. This simple statement felt like a bucket of cold water splashed onto Wang Shuimei's head. She immediately became anxious. Miss Xiao, I assure you, I have never given Gu Feng a drop of water. As she spoke, she rushed towards Xiao Qianxue, hoping to explain herself. However, the Xiao family's guards firmly blocked her. Zhong Dingxian raised an eyebrow. Miss Xiao, please clarify your statement. It took me a tremendous effort to obtain this invitation. Now, you suddenly say you wish to cancel the cooperation. Surely we deserve a reason? Xiao Qianxue looked at him and finally replied coolly. This invitation was given to the Lin family on account of Gu Feng. When did it become something you obtained? You, a mere young master of a wealthy family, are worthy of the Xiao family presenting a golden invitation? Do you think too highly of yourself? Zhong Dingxian stood in shock, unable to believe his ears. This invitation was given because of Gu Feng? How could that be possible? He took a deep breath. Miss Xiao, If I have done anything wrong, you can tell me directly. Why must you use Gu Feng to humiliate me? I, a young master of Jiangling's second wealthy family, if I cannot secure your invitation, then how could a once-fallen young master like Gu Feng earn the Shao family's favor? If others misunderstand your association with Gu Feng, it would be a devastating blow to your reputation and future. Xiao Qianshua's chest heaved violently as she stepped closer to Zhong Dingxian, her delicate face frosty as she enunciated each word. Zhong Dingxian, listen carefully. Not only will I not sever ties with Gu Feng, but I will also be with him. I, Xiao Qianshue, will eventually become Gu Feng's bride. I will bear the infamy together with him. Although her voice was not loud, it struck Zhong Dingxian like a clap of thunder, echoing in the ears of all the distinguished gentlemen at the Fengwu Jiutian entrance. Amidst the clamor, a deathly silence fell. No one expected that the nation's pillar, Xiao Qianshue, would utter such words. However, Xiao Qianshue showed no intention of lingering. She coldly commanded, "Throw them out, especially this Zhong Dingxian who has insulted and slandered my beloved. You all know what to do." After saying this, she turned and entered the Fengwu Jiutian. Soon, Wang Xueme and Lin Ruome were unceremoniously thrown out, while Zhong Dingxian was beaten severely, leaving him with no unscathed skin on his body. As for Lin Ruochu and Lin Beishan, they fled swiftly, evading capture by the assassins of the Shao family. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were fixated on Zhong Dingxian, Lin Ruoma, and Wang Xueme, their expressions laced with intrigue and mockery. Wang Xueme, who had been thrown into disarray, appeared as pale as death. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, she longed to find a crevice in the ground to hide within. At that moment, an inopportune voice broke through the tension. "Oh, is that not Wang Xueme? Just a moment ago you seemed to be basking in glory, and now look at you, cast aside." The speaker was none other than Ji Caiyue. Wang Xueme felt as if her face had been slapped hard, the sting palpable. With a forced bravado, she retorted, "Ji Caiyue, cease your mockery. My son-in-law is Gu Feng. If you provoke me, you shall not fare well." Ji Caiyue erupted into laughter. "You amuse me. Just moments ago, you looked down on Gu Feng. Now he is your son-in-law? Wang Xueme, do not delude yourself. The illustrious Xiao Qianshue would be with Gu Feng if he possesses any sense. Do you honestly believe your two daughters are worthy of his attention?" Her words rendered Wang Xueme speechless. At that juncture, a young master from the Lu family rushed over, attempting to seize the jade pendant from Wang Xueme's neck. "Do not take the pendant. It was promised to me," she cried out. The young master sneered. "You, an old hag, do not deserve to wear my pendant. I would sooner adorn a dog with it than allow you to wear it." With the pendant snatched away, Wang Xueme felt the pressure tighten around her neck, causing her pain, while Ji Caiyue seized the opportunity to deliver 2 kicks. Witnessing her humiliation, the crowd erupted in laughter. The derisive laughter pierced Wang Xueme's heart like a dagger. In an instant, her gaze dimmed, all vitality seemingly drained from her being. She collapsed to the ground, disheveled, weeping inconsolably. Why did she not believe Gu Feng's words and instead trust Zhong Dingxian? If only she had brought Gu Feng along today or had called him to clarify beforehand. Then she would have basked in glory rather than being stripped of the opportunity to collaborate with the Shao family, becoming a laughingstock for all. At that moment, her insides twisted with regret. But alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Chapter 85. At this moment, I command you to kneel. Within the luxurious confines of Yu Jinghao Court, Ning Yushi had just finished preparing lunch. As she was about to call Gu Feng downstairs to eat, her attention was suddenly captured by the content on the television. To her astonishment, the daughter of the Shao family openly declared her admiration for Gu Feng, the young master who had once committed patricide and annihilated a clan. What transpired? Let us connect with our station's reporter for a detailed account, including precious footage captured by our team. Ning Yushi hurriedly shouted, "Young master, come down quickly. A major incident has occurred." As Gu Feng descended, he chanced upon a video playing on the television. Xiao Qianshue stood at the entrance of the Fengwu Jiutian, locking eyes with Zhong Dingxian, and declared, word by word, that she not only aspired to become Gu Feng's bride, but also to bear the immense reproach alongside him. Truly, her grace was unparalleled. "Young master, It appears your charm has not waned with the years. Once, countless women of Jiangling were enraptured by you, and now, even a lady like Xiao, who embodies both beauty and intellect, has succumbed to your captivating presence. Gu Feng stroked his chin and remarked, "It's merely pleasantries. There's no need to take it seriously." Ning Yushi replied, "Are you suggesting that Miss Xiao disapproves of Zhong Dingxian appropriating your accomplishments and has spoken ill of you? Perhaps to preserve your dignity. She has chosen to speak in such a manner? That seems to be the case," he conceded. After all, he had only known Xiao Caiyue for a brief period. He found it hard to believe that someone as elite as Xiao Caiyue would develop feelings for someone so quickly. During their meal, when Yan unexpectedly called, "Governor Gu, the investigation into Zhong Dingxian has yielded some promising leads. I will send you the information shortly. Unfortunately, due to the limited time frame, this is all that I have for now. I shall continue my efforts to uncover all of Zhong Dingxian's secrets in the shortest time possible." Once the call ended, Gu Feng began to peruse the materials, his brow furrowing with each revelation. After finishing the meal and reviewing all the documents, Gu Feng called Lin Ruochu and learned that the family was at the hospital, prompting him to head there. Presently, Ji Caiyue, having been afflicted with a joy curse, was rendered incapable of self-harm. Thus Ning Yushi accompanied him as well. At this moment, the Lin family gathered in a hospital room. Zhong Dingxian had sustained serious injuries requiring treatment, while Wang Xuemei, though only slightly injured, was resting on the bed receiving an 4 drip due to her age. The television broadcasted a live feed of the Xiao family's groundbreaking ceremony. Observing the jubilant gentry of Jiangling at the event, Wang Xuemei trembled with indignation. She glanced at Zhong Dingxian and sarcastically remarked, "Zhong Dingxian, did you not say you would take me to the Xiao family's ceremony? How is it that I am now not only absent from the event but also lying here in the hospital?" Zhong Dingxian clenched his fist under the covers. Damned Gu Feng. Not only had he caused him to be publicly humiliated by the Xiao family, but he had also left him unable to hold his head high before Wang Xuemei. How infuriating! Gu Feng is undoubtedly a scoundrel, infamously reviled by all in Jiangling. What? Then, does Xiao Caiyue hold him in such high regard? Even I dare not harbor any improper thoughts towards Xiao Caiyue. What enchantment has this worthless wretch cast upon her? Wang Xuemei exclaimed vehemently, "Nonsense! Gu Feng is a paragon among men, capable of bringing down a fighter jet with a single sword strike. It is entirely natural for Xiao Caiyue to be fond of him. Yet you, despite everything, still refuse to acknowledge that Gu Feng surpasses you, nor admit that you have usurped his accomplishments." Zhong Dingxian scoffed, "I've already stated that bringing down a fighter jet with a sword is sheer folly." "All right, Dingxian, spare us your words," Lin Ruoma interrupted, addressing Wang Xuemei. "Mother, do not blame Dingxian. His intentions are good. He means to assist the Lin family, and he has been injured today." Wang Xuemei huffed in response, "Turn off the television. Out of sight, out of mind." As Lin Ruoma rose to act on her mother's request, Zhong Dingxian suddenly seized her arm. "Wait, it seems the head of the Xiao family has something to say." At that moment, Xiao Ran, the head of the Xiao family, stood on the first floor of Feng Wu Jiutian, addressing the numerous dignitaries of Jiangling and the cameras. "Ladies and gentlemen, surely you have heard my daughter's earlier comments at the hotel entrance. I wish to clarify that you all should understand. Caiyue has always been devoted to her studies, remaining ignorant of matters of the heart. It is thus that she was deceived by Gu Feng's sweet talk, leading her to utter those nonsensical words. Rest assured, I have reprimanded her, and she now fully recognizes her error. I can also assure you all that I, Xiao Ran, would never allow my daughter to marry the notorious Gu Feng." Within the hospital room, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. After an indeterminate time, a thunderous laughter erupted from Zhong Dingxian. "Ha ha ha, did I not say so? Auntie, you see it now. Xiao Caiyue was deceived, which is why she spoke such absurdities. Humph. With Gu Feng as that rubbish, as long as Xiao Caiyue's eyes are not blind, she could never possibly harbor affection for him." In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. His laughter grew more unrestrained, even to the point of tears. Yet, at that instant, a cold voice interrupted. "Zhong Dingxian, what is it that amuses you so? Why not share it with me?" The crowd turned to see Gu Feng and Ning Yushi entering from outside. Regrettably, while Xiao Qianxue may be naive, the head of the Xiao family is not so easily deceived. He approached Gu Feng. Now that you no longer have the support of the Xiao family, it is time we settled our accounts. 5 years ago, you tarnished my reputation and forced me to leave Jiangling. Today, I hope to see you kneel before me. Perhaps then, I might consider sparing your wretched life. Gu Feng gazed at Zhong Dingxian with great interest. You want me to kneel? Indeed. Zhong Dingshuan's eyes were fierce. At this moment, I command you to kneel. Chapter 86. Mother, the big brother is not lying. Gu Feng was just about to deliver a fatal blow to the arrogant Zhong Dingxian when, suddenly, a resounding clap interrupted him. Wang Shuimei rushed forward, striking Zhong Dingxian across the face. How dare you speak to Gu Feng in such a manner? Who do you think you are to demand that he kneel before you? Zhong Dingxian stared at Wang Shuimei in disbelief. Aunt, have you lost your mind? You saw the live broadcast earlier, did you not? Gu Feng deceived Xiao Qianxue with his sweet words. Wang Shuimei shouted back. If he could con Xiao Qianxue with mere flattery, then why don't you try to do the same? Show me if you have the capacity to trick anyone. You can't. All you will earn is a beating from Xiao Qianxue. Let me make this clear. Zhong Dingxian. The Xiao family's decision to abandon Gu Feng is their loss. And you insignificant creature, are worth less than a single hair on his head. Zhong Dingshuan's forehead throbbed with veins, his rage nearly overwhelming him. He found it incomprehensible why Wang Shuimei, usually so composed, was defending Gu Feng so fiercely. Fine. Zhong Dingxian took a deep breath. Since the Lin family is so protective of you, I shall overlook the grievances of the past. Let us consider our enmity resolved. With that, he stormed out in a fit of anger. But Gu Feng firmly grasped his shoulder. Did I permit you to leave? With a sudden and forceful motion, Gu Feng pressed down with his large hand. Boom! Zhong Dingshuan's knees crashed violently against the ground. The floor cracked. Blood flowed freely. Zhong Dingshuan's agonizing screams reverberated throughout the entire ward. Lin Ruoma's pupils constricted sharply as she rushed frantically to Zhong Dingshuan's side. Gu Feng, have you lost your mind? Ning Yushi retorted sharply. He was so arrogant before, demanding the young master to kneel. Now the young master is merely repaying him in kind. Tears glistened in Lin Ruoma's eyes as she shouted in fury. But Gu Feng didn't actually make him kneel. Besides, even if he were to make Dingxian kneel, must it be so ruthless? His knees are shattered. Gu Feng spoke lightly. Lin Ruoma, I have come today to reveal the true nature of Zhong Dingxian to you. As he spoke, he instructed Ning Yushi to retrieve her phone and display the information that Wen Yan had uncovered. When Lin Ruochu, Lin Ruoma, and others gathered to examine the data, Ning Yushi said, the Jiangling Zhong family began their operations in the White Eagle Empire 4 years ago, with substantial asset transfers. 2 years ago, Zhong Dingxian married the daughter of a magnate in the White Eagle Empire, and they have yet to divorce. Lin Ruoma's eyes widened in disbelief. No, this cannot be. This information must be fabricated by you, Gu Feng, to deceive me. Gu Feng said, Lin Ruoma, I do not wish to speak harshly, but you must realize that you are divorced and have a child. What reason does Zhong Dingxian, a scion of a wealthy family, have to be with you? It is highly likely that he is merely toying with your affections. You ought to come to your senses. He was about to continue when Lin Ruoma suddenly shouted, Gu Feng, I understand that you are upset because Zhong Dingxian has taken credit for your work, but it was not done with malice. He had the interests of the Lin family at heart. As a grown man, must you be so petty? Moreover, he has already faced repercussions for his actions. Why must you resort to breaking his kneecaps? Why tarnish his reputation in such a manner? With a swift motion, Wang Shuimei struck Lin Ruoma across the face, exclaiming, What Gu Feng says is true. You must cease any association with Zhong Dingxian. This man is married and yet still seeks to entice you. You must part ways immediately. Mom, Big Brother is not a liar, piped up the little one in a soft voice. I asked Big Brother to investigate. Lu Xiaowan, when did you learn to tell lies? Lin Ruoma admonished sharply, her expression filled with fury. The little one shrank back, feeling wronged and refraining from further speech. Gu Feng cast a cold gaze upon Lin Ruoma, stating, I am only reminding you out of consideration for your sister, Lin Ruochu. Since you choose not to heed my warning, I shall refrain from further discourse. Ultimately, it is you who will be toyed with, not I." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Ning Yushi shot a glance at Lin Ruoma, remarking, "What a foolish romantic. Don't let it come to pass that you are sold out by someone surnamed Zhong," only to smile while counting the coins. At that moment, Lin Ruochu rushed out, saying, "Brother Gu Feng, rest assured, I will certainly counsel my sister and ensure she does not associate with Zhong Dingxian." Wang Xuemei added, "Indeed, if that man surnamed Zhong dares to harass my daughter again, I shall confront him every single time." Lin Ruochu blinked her large, watery eyes and inquired, "Mom, why do I feel that you are acting particularly strange today?" Wang Xuemei responded with confusion, "Am I?" Lin Ruochu contemplated for a moment, then said, "You seem to be unusually supportive of Brother Gu Feng today. You believe everything he says. If this were in the past." Wang Xuemei interrupted her, "In the past I was indeed muddled. Ultimately, it is Zhong Dingshuan's fault. I had already placed my trust in Gu Feng during the Feng Wu Jotian incident." At this point, Wang Xuemei had come to a clear understanding. Previously, when Gu Feng claimed to possess medical skills, she was skeptical, only to find even Dr. Wu singing his praises. When Gu Feng asserted he was the warden, she doubted him, yet the blood alliance fled upon seeing Gu Feng. When he mentioned having made arrangements with the Xiao family, she was unconvinced. But Xiao Qianxue personally came out to welcome him, even uttering such words. If she continued to doubt Gu Feng, she would be no different from someone with a severe cognitive impairment. Gu Feng was oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Wang Xuemei's mind at that moment. Having already arrived, he proceeded to administer a second treatment to Lin Ruochu. The 2 sessions collectively extended Lin Ruochu's lifespan by 6 months, adding to the initial 3 months, allowing her to now live for 9 months in total. Not only that, but her health had significantly improved compared to before. In the direction of the Su family estate, a large group of individuals sat together, their expressions grave. Su Anhua, the head of the Su family, stated, "As you all have heard, Xiao Qianxue's declaration at the entrance of Fengwu Jotian proves, regardless of her motives, that Gu Feng is indeed alive." His brother, Su Changyue, interjected, "Whether he is alive is secondary. What matters is the extent of his involvement in the Fengguo Pavilion incident. We must ascertain his true strength to devise a comprehensive response." He continued with irritation, "In recent days we have dispatched several individuals to the, yet they remain tight-lipped, revealing nothing." Su Anhua replied, "Moreover, my son Su Jiangling went to the N has yet to return. When I requested the surveillance footage, they offered excuse after excuse, claiming they were either busy or that the equipment was malfunctioning." Su Anhua's third brother, Su Boliu, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "That has grown increasingly dismissive of our Su family. Have we been too low-key, leading the people of Jiangling to nearly forget our formidable presence?" The others in the hall shared a sense of unease. Something felt amiss. They had always been wary of the prominent families of Jiangling. Their sudden evasiveness suggested the influence of a more powerful figure behind the scenes commanding the. Just as he finished speaking, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the door. "Is it possible that the fears the Su family of Jiangling yet harbors a greater fear of me, Gu Feng?" All eyes turned to the entrance, where a strikingly handsome young man confidently strode into the hall. Who else could it be but Gu Feng? Whispers of laughter rippled through the room. If 5 years ago they had feared Gu Feng, that could be understood. However, in this changed world, what was Gu Feng standing now? Su Anhua rapped his knuckles on the table, beckoning silence before addressing Gu Feng coolly. "The rumors hold true. The once illustrious young master of Jiangling still walks among us. Yet, I wonder what brings you to the Su family estate today." "I have come to deliver something to you," Gu Feng replied with a sinister grin. With a flick of his wrist, an object hurtled through the air, crashing heavily onto the ornate sandalwood table beside Su Anhua. With a resounding crash, the sturdy table collapsed, blood spilling forth as a severed head rolled into Su Anhua's view. A head that belonged to none other than the unblinking Su Jiangling. Before arriving at the Su estate, Gu Feng had diverted to procure Su Jiangling's head. Upon seeing it, Su Anhua's eyes nearly bulged with fury. "Jiangling!" His forehead throbbed with veins, and after a long moment, He fixed a seething gaze upon Gu Feng. You killed my son. Why did you murder him? Why? Gu Feng clasped his hands behind his back, his voice icy as he spoke. You feign ignorance, Su Anhua. I must inquire regarding the massacre of the Gu family. Apart from the Ji family and your Su family, who else was involved? If you confess, I may spare your life. Otherwise, not only shall you perish today, but the rest of the Su family shall not escape either. Su Caiyue rose abruptly. Gu Feng, you speak with audacity. Do you truly believe that having acquired a mere smattering of skills grants you the liberty to act as you wish? Today, I shall show you what it means to be outclassed and outmatched. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Caiyue. Su Anhua's expression brightened. Brother, you have entered the ranks of a first-star grandmaster. Why did you not inform me sooner? A mere first-star grandmaster is insignificant, Su Caiyue declared with pride. It is the realm of the extraordinary master that I aspire to attain. Gu Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. The initial stage of a one-star grandmaster is the pinnacle of your existence. What do you amount to, you ignorant child, to dare proclaim my future?
Su Caiyue,
consumed by rage, unleashed a fierce punch towards Gu Feng, exclaiming, Die! Yet, at the very moment he struck, 3 silver needles, infused with a tempestuous force, shot forth. In an instant, they pierced through Su Caiyue's forehead. Despite this, Su Caiyue did not halt his advance. He continued to charge at Gu Feng, albeit with an ever-diminishing speed. By the time he reached Gu Feng, he came to a complete stop. Gu Feng gently patted his cheek, declaring, I am not presuming to dictate your future. Rather, I am asserting your very existence. If I were to decree your demise today, how could you possibly see the dawn of tomorrow? As his words echoed, 3 jets of crimson erupted from Su Caiyue's forehead. Su Caiyue, the second master of the Su family, had just ascended to the realm of a first-tier grandmaster, foolishly aspiring to one day transcend into the extraordinary. In this moment he met his end. His lifeless body thudded to the ground, producing a dull sound. The hall of the Su family fell into a profound silence. Who could have imagined that a dignified first-tier grandmaster could perish in an instant beneath Gu Feng's 3 silver needles? At this juncture, Su Anhua's younger brother, Su Bullied, was consumed by rage, his eyes burning with fury as he bellowed, Gu Feng, do you take this place for a mere playground? Slaying my nephew was not enough. Now you have also slain my second brother. Speak, how do you wish to meet your end? Gu Feng paid him no heed and turned to Su Anhua. Su Anhua, my words still stand. Tell me everything about the events of 5 years ago, or I shall grant you a complete corpse. Su Anhua revealed a sinister smile. Gu Feng, a prestigious family must not be insulted. Even back then, when your father, Gu Runcheng, wielded immense power in Jiangling, he dared not recklessly invade my Su family to commit murder. If you wish to uncover the truth from 5 years past, you may descend to hell and personally inquire of your father. He suddenly pointed at Gu Feng, bellowing, Summon everyone. Use all your strength to crush this fiend into dust. I will use his ashes to comfort my son's spirit in the afterlife. Boom, boom, boom. Over 20 masters surged into the hall. 13 were 5-star masters, 6 were 6-star masters, and 3 were 7-star masters. Each of the 7-star masters had reached their peak. Moreover, 2 venerable elders emerged. Both esteemed guardians of the Su family, one a first-star grandmaster in the early stage, the other in the mid-stage. Gu Feng, we prestigious families have grown weary of accompanying Ji Caiyue in her performances year after year, which is why we did not go to Fengbo Pavilion. Had we attended back then, how could you possibly have survived to this day? But it matters not. You are far too arrogant, daring to invade a den of dragons and tigers. Today, I shall unleash the full might of the Su family, and you shall surely meet your end. With Su Anhua's furious roar, everyone moved in unison, charging towards Gu Feng. The onslaught of over 20 high-star masters unleashed their lethal techniques. Who could withstand such might? The overwhelming murderous aura emanating from these individuals could crush low-star masters into fine dust. At this moment, those of the Su family in the hall regarded Gu Feng as if he were already a corpse. However, ha ha ha, a bunch of useless drunks. I shall slay you as one would a chicken. After a hearty laugh, Gu Feng's figure abruptly vanished. The next instant, he appeared behind the crowd, his iron fists striking fiercely. His punches were like dragons. A sonic boom erupted. Boom! Boom! The body of a 5-star master exploded, showering the air with a mist of blood. Then came the second, the third. Within mere seconds, the air was filled with blooming flowers of blood. The pervasive blood mist made it difficult to open one's eyes, while Gu Feng's silhouette flickered within, resembling a formidable azura. At that moment, the two Su family guardians seized their chance, advancing towards Gu Feng in a coordinated attack. The force from his iron fists tore through the blood mist. "You wretched being, your time is up," they shouted as their fists closed in on Gu Feng. Seeking death, Gu Feng flicked his wrist, sending 3 silver needles piercing into the neck of the guardian before him, then swiftly turned to deliver a palm strike to the other guardian's crown. With a resounding crack, the crown was shattered into dust. Amidst the blood mist, 2 dull thuds echoed, the sound of the 2 Su family guardians collapsing to the ground. The noise was not loud, yet it sent chills down the spines of the Su family members. How is this possible? With so many powerful masters attacking Gu Feng, how could so many fall in an instant? They wondered. This includes 2 first-star grandmasters, each with years of experience far exceeding that of Ji Caiyue, who has only recently stepped into the first-star grandmaster realm. Why has Gu Feng become so formidable in just 5 short years? As the crowd remained in shock, Gu Feng stepped forth from the blood mist, advancing towards Su Anhua. At that moment, Su Anhua was filled with terror and turned to flee. "Stop Gu Feng! Everyone, stop him!" he screamed, dashing towards the hall. Just then, he collided with a lean young man. "Father, why are you running so hurriedly? What has happened?" the young man inquired. Upon hearing this, a surge of battle intent filled his eyes. "Is that so? I have just broken through and would like to see if Gu Feng can withstand even a single move from me." Boom! Su Caiyue exuded an overwhelming pressure. He was indeed a peak first-star grandmaster. "With my strength, I shall elevate the Su family. With me, Su Caiyue, guarding the Su family, a mere Gu Feng is but a flick of my finger away from annihilation." Su Anhua was elated. Among his sons, Su Caiyue was the one he took the most pride in. His martial talent was exceptional. At merely 27 or 28 years of age, he had already reached the mid-stage of a first-star grandmaster and had recently secluded himself for training. He had not expected to emerge at the peak of a first-star grandmaster. However, a hint of anxiety crept in as he cautioned, "Caiyue, perhaps it's best to retreat to the secret chamber and wait for reinforcements. Gu Feng's strength is truly formidable. He may have also reached the peak of a first-star grandmaster."
Su Caiyue scoffed dismissing.
"Father, have you forgotten? Not only am I at the peak of a first-star grandmaster, but I also possess innate divine strength. I need only one hand to crush Gu Feng." With that, he strode into the hall, unleashing a thunderous roar. "Gu Feng, how dare you commit murder in my Su family? You deserve to die. And who shall die?" Gu Feng inquired with a smile. "The one who dies will be you." Su Caiyue moved swiftly to a corner of the hall. As he clapped his hands, a massive cauldron resonated with a low hum. He grasped the edge of the cauldron and lifted it effortlessly. "Gu Feng, this dragon beard and phoenix tail cauldron is my Su family's treasure. Today, dying beneath this cauldron shall be your honor." Gasps filled the room. The 3,000 gene cauldron appeared as a mere toy in Su Caiyue's grasp. Even if Gu Feng were not crushed by the cauldron, it would be nearly impossible for him to survive Su Caiyue's onslaught. In the next moment, Su Caiyue's muscles bulged, energy surged, and he released the cauldron. "Gu Feng, perish." Boom! The cauldron, imbued with terrifying force, hurtled towards Gu Feng. Yet, instead of evading, Gu Feng kicked out just as the cauldron approached. Clang! A resounding and elongated echo reverberated in everyone's ears, causing their eardrums to ache. The dragon beard and phoenix tail cauldron flew back at an alarming speed. Su Caiyue's expression shifted drastically as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Boom! His body was slammed into the wall. The wall cracked like a tortoise shell, and the 3,000 gene cauldron became firmly embedded within. Blood dripped onto the floor as Su Caiyue stared down at his body, crushed and broken. He could scarcely believe what had transpired. "I am the pride of the Su family. Why am I unable to withstand even a single move from Gu Feng? His thoughts abruptly halted, and in mere seconds, the light in his eyes faded entirely. Su Qingyun, the pride of the Su family, had reached the peak of a first-star grandmaster by the age of 28 and possessed innate divine strength. Given time, he would have become an unparalleled asset for the Su family in expanding their influence in Jiangling. Yet today, he was dead. Gu Feng's gaze did not linger on Su Qingyun, but instead drifted towards the depths of the hall. At that moment, Su Anhua had vanished without a trace. He raised an eyebrow and casually seized a younger member of the Su family. "What is your name?" The young member of the Su family trembled with fear, his legs turning to jelly. I am Su Lin. I have no desire to waste time searching for Su Anhua. You must know where he is hiding. Lead the way." Su Lin dared not defy Gu Feng's command and quickly obliged, guiding him onward. As Gu Feng raised his hand, he unleashed 30 silver needles, striking the bodies of 10 young members of the Su family within the arena. "Stay right here, otherwise you shall perish," he declared before following Su Lin deeper into the hall. Once he departed, the 10 young members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation. "Should we not flee while this fiend is absent?" One suggested. "Did you not hear him say that fleeing would mean death?" Another retorted. "Pa, do you believe everything he says? He is merely trying to intimidate us. If you want to run, I certainly will." In the midst of this conversation, one young member of the Su family bolted towards the exit. As he neared the threshold, his peers were momentarily tempted to follow suit. However, just as he set one foot outside, a resounding bang echoed, and his body disintegrated into a mist of blood. Gu Feng's mastery of the yin-yang divine needle possesses the duality to both save and take lives. The other 9 younger members of the Su family, witnessing this scene, collectively gasped in astonishment, their courage to flee utterly extinguished. Within the confines of the Su family's secret chamber, Su Anhua and Su Boliu exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of fear in the other's eyes. "This Gu Feng is truly monstrous." Su Boliu inhaled deeply and spoke. "Indeed, he is terrifying." Su Anhua replied, "Fear not. Qingyun is outside to protect us. Our immediate priority is to seek assistance from the other families and request their aid in subduing Gu Feng." Su Boliu nodded in agreement. "What you say is absolutely correct, brother. Gu Feng is too formidable. While Qingyun may be powerful, he might only be able to restrain Gu Feng, and killing him will prove quite challenging." As he spoke, he reached for his phone. At that moment, the door of the secret chamber creaked open, and a voice called out, "Father! Father!" The speaker was none other than Su Lin. Su Anhua breathed a sigh of relief. His second son, Su Lin, naturally knew the password to this chamber. "What is the situation outside?" Su Lin swallowed hard, struggling to find his words. "Eldest brother. He is dead." "What?" Su Anhua's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Su Qingyun was the Su family's trump card. How could he have perished at Gu Feng's hands in such a short span of time? This is inconceivable. "Su Lin, do not jest with me. If Qingyun were truly dead, Gu Feng would surely have followed after us."
Su Anhua exclaimed.
"How do you know that I did not come?" A voice resonated from behind Su Lin. Gu Feng stepped out leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, standing before Su Anhua. "Now, will you enlighten me about everything concerning the Gu family from 5 years ago?" Chapter 89. The harvest of this journey I shall tell you. 5 years ago. A sinister smile suddenly spread across Su Anhua's face as he retreated, bellowing, "What are you waiting for? Su Lin!" Bang! 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 The sound of 5 gunshots erupted almost simultaneously with Su Anhua's furious shout, instantly threatening Gu Feng's vulnerable back.
Su Anhua loget hertitili. Gu Feng.
"You are still too inexperienced to challenge me. With just a glance, my son knows precisely what to do. Do you wish to uncover the truth from 5 years past? Go to hell and ask your dear father. Is that so?" Gu Feng replied coldly. As the Nian Nu Jiao swiftly gripped in his palm, he reversed it, aiming it behind him. Clang, 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 clang. 5 bullets struck the Nian Nu Jiao, sending sparks flying. With a sudden strike of his sword, Gu Feng sent 5 bullets hurtling back, piercing through Su Lin's body in an instant. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. Su Lin fell into a pool of blood without uttering a single sound, utterly lifeless. Su Anhua gazed at Gu Feng in terror. How could this be? How had that sword appeared so suddenly in his hand? How could his reaction be so astonishingly swift? Su Lin had stood right behind Gu Feng, poised to strike, and yet, within less than a second of the bullets being fired, Gu Feng had managed to counter. What manner of creature was this? But soon, an overwhelming tide of grief and fury engulfed him, and he bellowed, "Gu Feng, you beast! All 3 of my sons have perished at your hands. Even in death, I shall not spare you." Gu Feng's expression was calm and composed. "Su Anhua, from the moment I entered, I urged you to confess honestly, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Su Caiyue, Su Qingyun, Su Lin, they did not perish by my hand, but rather succumbed to your own arrogance and hubris." Su Anhua opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. A wave of regret flooded through him, enveloping him entirely. Why had he not heeded Gu Feng's words from the very beginning and revealed the truth of that fateful day? Had he done so, perhaps his brother, his son, and the esteemed masters nurtured by the Su family over the years might have been spared from their tragic fates. At that moment, Gu Feng's voice resonated once more. "Su Anhua, disclose everything regarding the massacre of the Gu family that occurred 5 years ago. If your revelations satisfy me, I may consider releasing the younger members of the Su family confined within this hall." Su Anhua fell silent for a moment, a fleeting shade of malice crossing his face. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck his own crown with great force. A resounding crack echoed as blood erupted forth. His eyes, filled with venomous hatred, bore into Gu Feng. "Gu Feng, you have obliterated the century-old legacy of the Su family, yet you dare seek the truth from me? Very well, I shall tell you, but you must descend to hell to ask me. Ha ha ha!" His laughter was sharp and jarring, his demeanor resembling that of a madman. A few seconds later, his laughter ceased, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. He was dead. Gu Feng furrowed his brow. Even he had not anticipated that Su Anhua would disregard the lives of his kin and choose to take his own life. He turned his gaze towards Su Boliu and, in an instant, 7 silver needles were thrust into the latter's body. "Reveal the truth of that year, or I shall render your existence a torment you cannot escape." The excruciating pain contorted Su Boliu's face. After half an hour of relentless torment, Gu Feng confirmed that Su Boliu indeed possessed no further knowledge. "If that is the case, you must now reunite with your brethren." Realizing he could elicit no more information, Gu Feng prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Su Boliu. In a desperate cry, Su Boliu exclaimed, "Gu Shao, I do not wish to die. I beseech you to spare me. Why should I grant you mercy?" Gu Feng inquired coolly. Su Boliu pointed behind him, stating, "Gu Shao, behold this secret chamber. It houses numerous medicinal herbs. If you release me, I shall bestow upon you all of these treasures." This chamber was specifically designed for the storage of various rare and precious materials. From the moment he entered, Gu Feng had already taken note of the considerable quantity of herbs, which filled nearly half of the chamber. Gu Feng gazed at Su Boliu, a hint of enigmatic amusement gracing his lips. "Do you truly believe that by killing you, I would be unable to acquire these medicinal herbs?" Su Boliu, momentarily stunned, quickly retorted, "I can serve you, young Master Gu, as a devoted servant. With both my elder and second brothers deceased, it is only rightful that I inherit the position of family head. The Su family possesses numerous enterprises in Jiangling, with several companies generating substantial profits annually. I am willing to share half of these profits with you, young Master Gu." In a desperate bid for survival, Su Boliu laid all his cards on the table. Gu Feng, lost in thought, stroked his chin contemplatively. After a while, a plan began to form in his mind. "Su Buliang, I hope you can be a loyal hound." With that said, he allowed Su Buliang to exit the secret chamber first. Then, with a grand gesture, he gathered all the medicinal herbs from the chamber into his spatial ring. Upon arriving in the main hall, he found Su Buliang already there, accompanied by the remaining younger members of the Su family, waiting to greet Gu Feng. Gu Feng addressed Su Boliu, stating, "Since you have chosen to serve as my subordinate, I shall assign you your inaugural task. Obey your master. Su Boliu responded with vigor. Reconstruct the Gu family residence, and furthermore, establish a mausoleum atop Maishan. I wish to lay to rest the spirits of the Gu family. Subsequently, he implanted 3 silver needles into Su Boliu and the younger members of the Su family, warning them, do not resort to treachery. Should you fulfill your duties well, I may spare your lives. However, if you dare to flee Jiangling, only death awaits you. Having completed these matters, Gu Feng approached the wall, grasping the ears of the dragon beard and colorful phoenix cauldron. With bulging muscles, he extracted the 3,000-pound cauldron from the wall. Holding it aloft, he strode away from the Su residence. Upon reaching his vehicle, he summoned his thoughts and stored the massive cauldron within his spatial ring. This visit to the Su family yielded substantial rewards. The principal culprit, Su Anhua, had been vanquished. Although he had not uncovered the entirety of the truth from 5 years ago, at least he had acquired valuable leads. The Sun family in Jiangling would become his next target. The dragon beard and colorful phoenix cauldron was a treasured heirloom of the Su family, yet they lacked the knowledge to utilize it, treating it merely as an antique to be admired in the hall. In reality, this cauldron was an excellent choice for alchemy. He also cleared out the medicinal herbs accumulated over a century in the Su family's secret chamber. As for the surviving members of the Su family, he had no intention of exterminating them all during this visit. These individuals would share the same fate as Ji Caiyue. As they were to bear the coffin for the spirits of the Gu family at the memorial ceremony, he would preside over in a month's time. Upon returning to Yujing Mansion, Gu Feng briefly recounted his visit to the Su family to Ningyushi. Curiously, she inquired, "Young master, why have you chosen to locate the new mausoleum of the Gu family on Maishan?" Gu Feng intertwined his fingers and spoke solemnly. "My father has a fondness for the ambience there. On the eve of the calamity that befell the Gu family, Father Gu took Gu Feng to Maishan, declaring it to be the site of his next grand project, a vast summer resort. He expressed his desire to frequently visit this place in the future. Since it was his father's wish, Gu Feng resolved to have him buried atop Maishan, forever accompanied by the verdant mountains and flowing waters." Chapter 90. The thunderous offensive arrives unannounced. In the Shao family villa, Xiao Qianxue incessantly knocked on her door. "Father, you have confined me since noon. How long do you intend to keep me locked away?" The door swung open to reveal Xiao Ran, his expression one of cold indifference. "If you promise me never to associate with that Gu Feng again, I shall release you," he stated firmly. "That is impossible," Xiao Qianxue retorted without a second thought. "You?" Xiao Ran's forehead throbbed with veins. "Do you not comprehend the nature of Gu Feng? He has committed patricide and annihilated his clan. Yet you continue to entangle yourself with him? He has told me that he did not commit such acts. It was all a conspiracy by Ji Caiyue," Xiao Qianxue replied. Xiao Ran scoffed. "You believe everything he says? Moreover, even if it were Ji Caiyue's scheme, the crux lies in how the world perceives Gu Feng. You are a pillar of the nation and destined for the Dragon Capital Academy. Associating with such a person will tarnish your reputation." Xiao Qianxue dismissed his concerns. "And what of it? Why do you care so much about public opinion? Gu Feng has never been one to concern himself with such matters." "Oh," Xiao Ran interjected, "if he is so unconcerned, then why has he requested your assistance in concealing the transgressions of Fengbao Pavilion? The Xiao family has expended vast resources to suppress any information regarding Fengbao Pavilion. Do you think I am blind or deaf?" Xiao Qianxue asserted. "He never forced me. I chose to do this willingly, and everything he did at Fengbao Pavilion was for the sake of vengeance." "Very well." Xiao Ran's anger turned to a sardonic smile. "If it is not a crime but a righteous act, then I see no reason to conceal it further. After the groundbreaking ceremony at noon, I will withdraw all resources from the Xiao family, and within 3 to 5 days, the tales of Gu Feng's exploits at Fengbao Pavilion will reach the ears of every resident of Jiangling." "Father, how can you do this?" Xiao Qianxue exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation. "Did you not say that Gu Feng is unconcerned with the opinions of others? Did you not say that all his actions are merely for vengeance? I am aiding in the dissemination of Gu Feng's good name, but, if possible, it would be better to wait until the truth surfaces before revealing any information. Gu Feng has told me that the destruction of the Gu family was not solely the work of the Ji family. The less information that leaks about Fengguo Pavilion, the better it conceals Gu Feng's strength, which is advantageous for his revenge. Revenge? Xiao Ran scoffed. Do you know what Gu Feng has done? According to reliable sources, he has not only killed Ji Caiyue but also the young heir of the Day Chamber of Commerce, Hinata Huanyi, an elder of the Jiangling Martial Alliance, and even Jun Wuxie of the Zhonghai Jun family. Each of these factions could easily obliterate Gu Feng. Xiao Qianxue was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with worry. The Day Chamber of Commerce and the Zhonghai Jun family, were they not colossal forces? If they were to learn of Gu Feng's deeds and come seeking retribution, it would spell doom for him. Father, how could you do this, knowing that the revelation of Fengguo Pavilion's information would thrust Gu Feng into dire peril? I must see him immediately and urge him to flee Jiangling. You may as well abandon that thought, Xiao Ran barked. Upon hearing her father's resolute refusal, Xiao Qianxue fell to her knees, pleading, Father, I beseech you, Gu Feng once saved my life. Have you not always taught me to be grateful? You, Xiao Ran seethed with rage. It is precisely because he saved you that I turned a blind eye to your previous assistance to him. Who would have thought you would become so infatuated? Look at what you have become. For a mere Gu Feng, you kneel before me and speak such nonsense. Is this still the Xiao Qianxue I once knew? If I were to allow you to see him again, I fear you would run away with him. With that, he swept his sleeve and confined Xiao Qianxue once more. Li Gaoming cautiously remarked, Sir, your actions may incur the young lady's wrath. Xiao Ran closed his eyes, remaining silent for a while before responding, Let her hate me. I cannot allow my exceptional daughter to associate with someone so tarnished. What enchantment has Gu Feng cast upon her to make her so devoted? In the deep of night, Xiao Qianxue's room was opened, and Li Gaoming entered with a steaming tray of food. Miss, you have not eaten all day. Please have something. Xiao Qianxue turned her head. Uncle Li, could you please give me my phone? I wish to call Gu Feng. Her pallid face and bloodshot eyes bore testament to the countless tears she had silently shed. Li Gaoming sighed. Miss, please do not put me in a difficult position. The master forbids it. Xiao Qianxue fell silent, biting her lip as tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Gaoming, helpless, placed the food on the table and exited. Time passed, and dusk fell on the following day. Li Gaoming entered Xiao Qianxue's room once again. Every dish he had brought remained untouched. The room was dim, lit only by the light filtering in from the corridor, and he spotted a small figure curled up in the corner. Sigh, Miss, why must you do this? If you do not eat, your health will deteriorate. Xiao Qianxue looked up at Li Gaoming. After 2 days without food or water, her complexion was ghastly pale, her once rosy lips devoid of color, as if they could shatter at any moment. Uncle Li, I implore you, take me to Gu Feng's villa, please? She weakly pleaded. Li Gaoming replied, Miss, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but the villa is teeming with the master's men. I cannot take you out. Xiao Qianxue's beautiful eyes reflected her despondency, devoid of any sparkle. Just then, Li Gaoming added, however, I can relay a message for you. Really? Xiao Qianxue exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Li Gaoming smiled. As long as you eat, I will ensure your message reaches Gu Feng. Without hesitation, Xiao Qianxue seized the food Li Gaoming had just brought, devouring it ravenously. Li Gaoming felt a pang of sympathy. It was the first time he had seen her eat with such urgency. What would normally take her half an hour to finish was consumed in mere minutes, with grains of rice still clinging to her lips. After swallowing the last bite with great effort, Xiao Qianxue instructed, Tell Gu Feng to leave Jiangling quickly. The Jun family has likely learned of Jun Wuxie's demise at his hands. A thunderous offensive is imminent. Also, tell him to stay alive. I await him. Marry me. Chapter 91. Ning Yushi breaks through. Inside the villa, Gu Feng slowly opened his eyes. From the bloody massacre at the Su family yesterday to this evening, he had been diligently refining pills. He reached into the Longshu Kaifengding and retrieved several small pills, known as gathering qi pills. While they held little value for him personally, they were immensely beneficial for enhancing the strength of low-ranking masters. Unfortunately, although the Longshu Kaifengding could refine pills, it still fell short of being a top-tier alchemical furnace, resulting in pills of average quality. Fortunately, the quantity was sufficient. The abundance of medicinal materials taken from the Su family's secret chamber was not for naught. At that moment, a knock echoed, and the voice of Ning Yushi came from outside. "Young master, I have prepared hot water and dinner for you. Would you prefer to eat first or bathe? Neither is urgent. Please come in first." Upon her arrival, he opened his palm with a smile and asked, "Yushi, do you know what this is?" Ning Yushi stared for a moment, her eyes widening in astonishment. This is a gathering chi pill. Young master, did you really refine all of these?" As a martial artist who had already entered the master realm, Ning Yushi was naturally aware of the gathering chi pill and had even witnessed it at an auction. Despite its small size, akin to a fingernail, its value exceeded 10 million yuan, and yet it was often beyond reach. After all, such a pill could directly enhance the prowess of master-level warriors, attracting countless martial artists to compete for it fiercely whenever it appeared. "Come. Consume all of these gathering chi pills," Gu Feng instructed, gesturing for Ning Yushi to sit before him. "What? How can I? Such precious items." Ning Yushi's heart raced. One gathering chi pill was a rare treasure for a martial artist, and now the young master was asking her to consume several at once. It would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted, yet she felt unworthy of such a gift. Feeling a warmth in her heart, Ning Yushi ceased her hesitation and accepted the pills, swallowing them whole. In no time, a tempestuous energy began to surge violently within her body. The pain rendered her complexion pale, and cold sweat soaked her back. Although the gathering chi pill was indeed a remarkable item, only one should be consumed at a time, with at least a 2-week interval before taking another. Ning Yushi, however, had consumed several at once, making it nearly impossible to withstand the overwhelming potency. At that moment, the terrifying energy surged through her body like a raging storm, threatening to tear her apart. Yet Ning Yushi felt no fear. After all, it was the young master who had instructed her to consume them. How could he possibly harm her? As expected, she suddenly felt the young master's large hands resting on her abdomen, followed by a gentle aura entering her body. The storm stilled. Her limbs and every inch of her being began to fervently absorb the medicinal power. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough.
Ning Yushi scultivation soret.
And she radiated an increasingly formidable aura. After a while, she opened her eyes, overwhelmed with joy as she sensed the immense energy within her. "Young master, this is simply incredible. I have directly ascended to the mid-stage of a 4-star master. My goodness, this is the mid-stage of a 4-star master. I would never have dared to even dream of this before." Gu Feng chuckled softly. "This is merely the beginning. As I suppressed the medicinal effects within you, I also took the liberty of unblocking your meridians. Henceforth, your cultivation will be considerably more effortless." At that moment, a knock resonated from outside. Li Gaoming had arrived. Upon seeing Gu Feng, he exchanged no pleasantries, simply stating, "The Shao family has withdrawn all resources and ceased to keep the news of Fengbo Pavilion under wraps. The Jun family from Zhonghai and the Jie Commerce could come at any moment to claim your head. The young lady is concerned for your safety and hopes you will leave Jiangling as soon as possible." Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had found it curious that the network in Jiangling had remained so quiet following the incident at Fengbo Pavilion. It was only now that he realized the considerable efforts made by Shao Caiyue behind the scenes. Observing Gu Feng's demeanor, Li Gaoming assumed he was contemplating an escape route and opened his mouth to convey Shao Caiyue's second instruction. Li Gaoming sighed inwardly. Youthful exuberance is not without its merits. Yet those who are arrogant and conceited ultimately do not endure long. He sensed that Gu Feng's demise was not far off, since he had already conveyed the message. How Gu Feng chose to respond was beyond his influence. "Very well, I shall relay every word to my young lady," Li Gaoming declared, turning to leave, only to be halted by Gu Feng's voice. "Seemed you had more to say just now." After a moment of contemplation, Li Gaoming replied, "I have merely arranged a commendable escape route for you. Since you find it unnecessary, there is no point in discussing it further." After his departure, Ning Yushi could not help but reflect. It appears that Miss Shao has invested considerable thought into matters concerning the young master. As if recalling something, she produced an item from her possession. "Young master, this afternoon while I was cleaning Jun Wuxie's plane, I discovered that it was equipped with a visible light camera, which recorded certain footage. Would you prefer to destroy it or? Gu Feng took the storage card from her hand and inserted it into the computer. After a brief moment of viewing, he burst into laughter. Why destroy it? Let's post it online. This card contains a record of everything that transpired since Jun Wuxie arrived at Fenghua Pavilion. With this evidence, Ji Caiyue will find it impossible to clear her name, even if she were to plunge into the Yellow River. This also saves me a considerable amount of effort. Excellent. Ning Yushi exclaimed with excitement. It just so happens that it also captures the moment when young master shot down a fighter jet. Humph, at that time, the entire Jiangling will witness your extraordinary prowess. Young master, extraordinary prowess, is it? Gu Feng observed Ning Yushi's flushed face, brimming with enthusiasm, and could only smile helplessly. He was indifferent to such matters. There was another purpose behind sharing this video. Currently, he was uncertain whether the Sun family had any involvement in the massacre of the Gu family years ago. By demonstrating his strength before the public, he intended to see if the Sun family would falter in fear. With this thought, he promptly called Wen Yan, the chief of the patrol domain, requesting him to dispatch personnel to closely monitor the movements of the Sun family. He also instructed that if there were any signs of the other two prominent families in Jiangling planning to flee, he should be notified immediately. After completing these tasks, he took out a medicinal pill and handed it to Ning Yushi. After dinner, deliver this to the Lin family for Lin Ruochu to consume. This pill, crafted during my concoction of the Qi gathering pill, can extend Lin Ruochu's lifespan by an additional 2 months. Chapter 92. A Fleeting Happiness. After dinner, Ning Yushi arrived at the Lin family with the medicinal pill. However, upon entering the hall, she was momentarily stunned. For there stood Zhong Dingxian. What was more disconcerting was that Wang Xuemei was chatting and laughing with him. Aunt Wang. Ning Yushi called out from the doorway. Wang Xuemei hurried over. Miss Ning, what brings you here? The food is ready. Have you eaten yet? Come sit down and have a bite. With an expressionless face, Ning Yushi replied, I recall you saying yesterday at the hospital that you wanted your daughter to part ways with Zhong Dingxian. What is happening now? Wang Xuemei, unfazed, said, Oh, about that. Dingxian has already assured me he will divorce his wife and then marry our Ruoma. He even promised a bride price of 188,000 and a house. Do you believe whatever he says?
Ning Yuchi exclaimed incredulously.
He has deceived you once. Don't you have any awareness of that? Oh, he has sworn an oath before me. What more do you want from him? Besides, with Gu Feng around, Dingxian won't dare to act recklessly. Ning Yushi's expression grew cold. Our young master has already warned you. If you insist on associating with someone named Zhong, then don't expect him to intervene if trouble arises. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuemei's demeanor shifted. Miss Ning, please speak respectfully. What do you mean by your young master? Our Lin family has known Gu Feng longer than you have. Besides, keep your nose out of other people's business. Are you envious that my daughter is about to marry into a wealthy family and become a phoenix? If you have the capability, let Gu Feng marry you. If not, don't envy others. You. Ning Yushi felt as though she might explode with anger. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the medicinal pill into Lin Ruochu's arms. Miss Lin, it is truly lamentable to have such a sister and mother. With that, she turned and strode away. Wang Xuemei shouted, Stop right there. How dare you speak to me like that? You're young yet you lecture your elders? Lin Ruochu sighed, remaining silent. For the past few days, she had tirelessly tried to convince her sister to part ways with Zhong Dingxian. Unexpectedly, her sister remained unyielding while her mother had already betrayed their cause. She felt utterly exhausted. Not long after Ning Yushi left, Zhong Dingxian spoke up. Ruoma, let us step outside for a moment. I have a few words to share with you. Lin Ruomo remained silent for a while before nodding. Just as they reached the door, the little one suddenly rushed over. I want to go too. Lin Ruoma's heart warmed. All right, I'll take the little one with us. The little one bounced with joy, then turned to Zhong Dingxian, shaking a tiny fist. Bad guy, if you dare bully my mommy, I will hit you. About half an hour later, the car came to a stop by the banks of Qinhuai Lake. However, as they ventured further, the crowds thinned out. At this moment, their vehicle was parked in a secluded area. Just as Zhong Dingxian was about to exit the car, a call came through. He asked the little one and Lin Ruoma to disembark first before answering. Zhong Xiao, the results of Miss Lin Ruoma's tests, including white blood cell antigen matching, population-reactive antibody testing, and lymphocyte toxicity cross-matching, among others, are ready. Would you prefer to come now to collect them or handle it another way? After a few seconds, a response came from the other end. None. Zhong Dingxian took a deep breath. I understand. Just as he was about to hang up, the voice on the other end continued, additionally, there's something I believe is necessary to inform you. Very few know about Lin Ruoma's past, but I do, as she came to our hospital back then. You have paid me quite a sum, so I thought it kind to give you a heads up. The reason she divorced was because, after a long pause, Zhong Dingxian hung up the phone and stepped out of the car. Ruoma, are you upset with me? No, not at all, Lin Ruomo replied, her head bowed. Lin Ruomo remained silent for a long time, not uttering a word. Seeing this, Zhong Dingxian immediately knelt on one knee. 5 years ago I made a grave mistake, publicly shamed by Gu Feng, and had to leave Jiangling. Subsequently, my family followed me overseas, but it has been incredibly challenging to thrive abroad. If I had not married that woman, my entire family might not have survived until today. However, you have always been in my heart. Otherwise, I would not have committed such folly 5 years ago. Today, 5 years later, my love for you remains unchanged. Rest assured, I will divorce that woman. He then produced a ring. Lin Ruoma felt a stir in her heart. Dingxian, I already have a child. Is it truly worth it for you to do this? Zhong Dingxian replied, I have long told you that it does not matter to me. Ruoma, I only fear that my kind-hearted lies will hurt you. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruoma seemed to have made a decision. Actually, my coldness towards you these past few days is not because you deceived me. It is because I too have concealed things from you. I fear that if I reveal them, you may not wish to be with me anymore. She set the little one aside and continued, however, Dingxian, your feelings for me bring both joy and trepidation. If I do not disclose everything about myself, my conscience will be tormented. The truth is, you need not say more. I have known all along, Zhong Dingxian interjected. What? Lin Ruoma gazed at him in astonishment, unable to believe her ears. After a moment, she stammered, You knew all this and still wished to be with me? Why wouldn't I? Zhong Dingxian shrugged, remarking that it was not her fault. Despite her silence towards him these past few days, she had devotedly taken him to the hospital for treatment. Without her efforts, he would not have been able to walk so soon. She truly was a good girl. As he spoke, he pulled Lin Ruoma into his embrace. In that moment, Lin Ruoma felt as though everything was a surreal dream. The boundless moonlight was more enchanting than on any prior night. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp pain pierced her neck, causing her to faint instantly. From a distance, the little girl had been watching intently. Upon witnessing her mother collapse, she dashed over. You scoundrel! What have you done to my mom? She exclaimed, shaking her tiny fists in anger, ready to strike Zhong Dingxian. With a resounding smack, he struck her face, sending her flying. You little brat! I've longed to teach you a lesson. You enjoy calling me a villain, don't you? You relish having Gu Feng investigate me, don't you? Dizzy and tearful, the little girl could not contain her emotions. Zhong Dingxian ignored her, carrying the unconscious Lin Ruoma towards the car. Where are you taking my mother? She cried, stifling her pain as she clung to Zhong Dingxian's leg. The pain from his leg, still not fully healed, caused him to grimace. He struck her forehead sharply, saying, Didn't you call me a bad person? I am taking your mother to a place from which you shall never see her again. Choking back her sobs, the little girl pleaded, I was wrong, big brother. I was wrong. I won't call you a bad person anymore. Please let my mother go. Zhong Dingxian sneered, that's not an option. If I am to be the villain, I shall embrace the role fully. Today, not only will your mother be taken away, but you too will not escape. After rendering the little girl unconscious, Zhong Dingxian's phone rang. I heard that Xiao Qianxue is also in Jiangling. If possible, bring her along. Understood, Zhong Dingxian replied respectfully. That night, a group of men in black stormed the Xiao family villa, injuring several of the family's martial artists and abducting Xiao Qianxue under the cover of darkness. Chapter 93. The Winds of Change. After that night, Zhong Dingxian vanished from Jiangling, leaving no trace behind. Time flew, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, numerous sensational stories regarding Fengbo Pavilion surfaced online, sparking a storm of controversy. Various topics related to Fengbo Pavilion trended on social media, including Gu Feng storms into Fengbo Pavilion, slaying numerous high-ranking masters. Feitian Society's leader Luo Zhen is killed by Gu Feng with 2 punches. The young master of day commerce, Jun Wuxia, falls to Gu Feng's hands. The internet in Jiangling buzzed with these topics. Although many posts seemed credible, a substantial portion of the public remained skeptical. After all, Luo Zhen was a peak 5-star master, invincible below 6 stars. Could Gu Feng truly have slain him? Some even mocked, claiming that the Xuanyu Bureau saw Gu Feng flee in terror, questioning the credibility of such tales. The doubts, however, did not linger for long, as a shocking video emerged. The footage captured Jun Wuxia's frenzied declarations, the ruthless assault of a thunder fighter, Gu Feng striking down the aircraft, and the gruesome moment he crushed Jun Wuxia's head beneath his foot. The entire Jiangling was rendered speechless by the carnage within Fengbo Pavilion. People were left astounded by Gu Feng's terrifying prowess. Despite Jun Wuxia having temporarily advanced to the rank of a 1-star grandmaster through the use of an explosive pill, he appeared as insignificant as an ant before Gu Feng. In the Jun family of Zhonghai, preparations for the Global Military Arms Conference were underway, set to take place in Zhonghai in just over a month. To ensure the event's success, there was a special request from above to construct a large venue, accompanied by extensive supporting facilities, with a total investment exceeding 20 billion. As a top-tier family in Zhonghai, the Jun family, led by the retired war god Jun Tianqing, had numerous connections within the military and thus stood to benefit significantly. However, it was only today that Jun Tianqing learned from his subordinates that his youngest son, Jun Wuxia, had encountered trouble. He had stolen a fighter jet days prior. To his shock, his most cherished son had met his demise at Fengbo Pavilion, crushed by someone's foot. Gu Feng, how dare you kill my son Wuxia? How dare you? A tempest of fury surged within him, his eyes ablaze with rage. At that moment, his second son Jun Wuhui spoke. Father, I wish to go to Jiangling and slay this villain to avenge my younger brother. His eldest son, Jun Wuyo, countered, Gu Feng is formidable. You may not gain anything by going. Allow me to take this task instead. Jun Wuhui retorted, was it not merely a fighter jet he downed? The weather was stormy, forcing the Thunder Fighter to lower its altitude and slow its speed. With my 2-star Grandmaster strength, I could achieve the same.
Yun Tianqing declared.
Let Wuyo go. His strength exceeds yours, as does his composure. In Jun Tianqing's eyes, a seething hatred ignited. Gu Feng, if it were not for the impending military arms conference and my multitude of responsibilities, I would personally journey to Jiangling to reduce you to ashes. However, sending Wuyo is equally effective. When you are brought to Zhonghai, I shall ensure you regret ever being born. At the headquarters of Day Commerce in Zhonghai, a middle-aged woman clad in a kimono repeatedly watched the video, suddenly speaking up. It is Sasaki, are you surprised? Gu Feng has killed 2 of our branch leaders in Jiangling, and you do not intend to seek revenge? Hinata Day sighed, it is not just them. I have just received news that my son, whom I had not been in contact with for several days, has also fallen at the hands of Gu Feng. The despicable Dragon Kingdom scum. Ita Sasaki slammed his fist on the table. Day, I shall personally go to Jiangling and bring you Gu Feng's head. The 1-star Grandmaster assassins we dispatched may not be his match. And as for you, with the military arms conference approaching, there are many matters in Zhonghai requiring your attention. Hinata Day waved her hand, retrieving her phone. Do not worry, I have my own arrangements. After Ita Sasaki left, she made a call. Lord of Jiangling, the Day Commerce requests your assistance in eliminating a target. The Lord of Jiangling did not inquire about the identity of the target, merely stating, Day, requesting me to kill is not a trivial matter. After a brief silence, Hinata Day replied, next year's Neon Goddess Festival invites you to attend. The Lord of Jiangling was taken aback. This condition was far more enticing than a mere $10 billion. Who could possibly warrant the use of an invitation to the Goddess Festival for their demise? Hinata Day softly uttered 4 words. Jiangling, Gu Feng. Understood. Jiangling Marquis broke into a hearty laugh, I shall agree to eliminate this wretch for you. However, due to the military competition, I have already departed from Jiangling with my troops, currently training at Tiger Hill. The day my training concludes will mark the demise of Gu Feng. Meanwhile, the world outside was rife with turbulence, and at this moment, Gu Feng found himself in the company of Ji Caiyue within a single chamber. Due to the enchantment of the joyful Gu, Ji Caiyue had acquired a semblance of freedom, no longer ensnared by chains or ropes, allowed to roam freely within the confines of the villa. Gu Feng had even bestowed upon her a mobile phone, enabling her to access online content at her leisure. Yet, Ji Caiyue refrained from doing so, fearful of encountering disparaging remarks directed at her. A few unkind comments would be bearable, but an overwhelming barrage would surely lead to her despair. Regrettably, with Gu Feng present, her fate was not her own to dictate. In a swift motion, Gu Feng thrust 5 silver needles into her body. Ji Caiyue instantly became rigid, seated upon the bed. She was unable to rise, let alone blink her eyes. Despite her futile attempts to shut her eyes, frustration surged within her as she exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, what are you planning? Do you wish to violate me? Are you to become a beast?" Chapter 94. Henceforth, there shall be no more Lady Ji in Jiangling. Gu Feng remarked softly, "Ji Caiyue, have you perhaps reacted with indignation a tad prematurely?" As he spoke, he retrieved his mobile phone and accessed a social media platform. Numerous trending topics instantly caught his eye. Shock, Ji Caiyue actually engaged in such acts at the Fengbo Pavilion. Ji Caiyue, once a paragon of virtue, has had her carefully cultivated image crumble overnight. Casually, he delved into the comments section of the trending topics, where a deluge of vitriol inundated his senses. Is this truly the Ji madam I once knew? Engaging in such sordid affairs with Jun Wuxia, and right before the grave of Gu Rinqing no less. How dare you, Ji Caiyue, deceive me for 5 long years? I genuinely believed you to be pure and untainted. Who would have thought you were nothing but a wanton? Nauseating, nauseating, nauseating. Can Ji Caiyue not just perish already, so I might spit a mouthful of phlegm on her grave? Wait, since we're at it, can't I just enjoy myself a bit before her demise? Why should only one person revel in this while the rest of us are left out? Excuse me, selling high-definition resources featuring Ji Caiyue and Jun Wuxia, 51 copies, guaranteed authentic. Not only did these trending searches proliferate, but local internet celebrities in Jiangling also began to capitalize on this wave of attention. Some condemned Ji Caiyue, others speculated on her motives, while a few asserted they had long foreseen her fall from grace due to her inherent promiscuity. Each video amassed tens of thousands of comments. Most outrageously, a certain influencer released a video titled revealing the affairs of Ji Caiyue and Jun Wuxia at Fengbo Pavilion, wherein he meticulously recounted the evolution of their acquaintance, detailing the precise moments of their indiscretions and the actions they undertook, as if he were a gravestone within the pavilion, having witnessed it all firsthand. Alarmingly, many took his words to heart. The comments section was rife with chaos. By heavens, this is unbearable to watch. I must admit, Ji Caiyue is indeed beautiful. During my lonely nights, I often solace myself with her photographs. It's no wonder Jun Wuxia met his untimely end. After all, engaging with a beauty like Ji Caiyue could easily subtract a decade from one's lifespan. Previously, I dared not voice my thoughts, but now I speak freely. Every year, when I see Ji Caiyue carrying her memorial portrait to Fengbo Pavilion, I wish to hide beneath her skirts. While you admire her beauty, I gaze at her legs. Brother, you certainly know how to indulge. Pearlescent tears streaked her radiant face, evoking sympathy. The painstakingly crafted image she had maintained for 5 years now lay in ruins. Though she had braced herself for this moment, the stark reality of it all, coupled with the unseemly comments flooding her mind, rendered Ji Caiyue unable to accept it. From this day forth, there would be no more Madame Ji in Jiangling. Only the wanton Ji Caiyue remained. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Xiao Feng, I regret it. Regret annihilating my family? No. Ji Caiyue gritted her silver teeth. Years ago, after I decimated the Gu family, I should never have spared you. 5 years ago, I should have turned you to ashes. Gu Feng smiled. No, if it were someone else, they might indeed kill me outright, but you will not, for you require me as your scapegoat. Were I not the demon coveting my stepmother's beauty? How would you deceive the entire city of Jiangling and ascend to the lofty and pure status of Lady Ji? Ji Caiyue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, from the very inception of her scheme to eradicate the Gu family, Gu Feng had been chosen as her designated scapegoat. To this end, she had frequently entered Gu Feng's chamber alone, even orchestrating minor misunderstandings in public settings. Prior to the tragedy that befell the Gu family, there were already whispers of madness circulating. In the aftermath, she subtly orchestrated events so that all accusations seamlessly fell upon Gu Feng. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Caiyue suddenly declared, "Xiao Feng, although I have not harmed Lin Ruochu, I am aware of who took her kidneys. If I reveal this to you, would you grant me a swift resolution?" "There is no need for that," Gu Feng replied coolly. "Why not?" Gu Feng initially intended to say that he would investigate, but the words changed at the tip of his tongue. "For I have already discovered who took her kidney." Ji Caiyue was taken aback. Have you indeed uncovered that it was the young Marquis who was responsible? I have underestimated you, my child. I never anticipated that you would unravel this so swiftly. A flicker of emotion stirred within Gu Feng. The young lord, perhaps? The Duke of Jiangling has a son named Yan Jun, but the people of Jiangling seldom refer to him by his name, instead calling him the young lord. Recalling the events at the Drunken Flower Pavilion, where Tang Zi, in her final moments, uttered a single character from Jiang, Gu Feng pondered whether Tang Zi had indeed extracted Lin Ruochu's kidneys to present them to the young lord. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a commotion erupted from downstairs. "Miss Ning, please let me see Gu Feng at once. My daughter is missing," Wang Xuemei exclaimed in a state of urgency. Moreover, I cannot even reach her by phone. Even with Wang Xuemei's intellect, she understood that her eldest daughter was in grave danger. "Miss Ning, it is highly likely that someone named Zhong has taken my daughter. You must quickly urge Gu Feng to use his connections to help find her." Ning Yushi, her expression icy, retorted, "Did you not tell me to meddle less in your affairs?" Wang Xuemei, lowering her head, replied, "I was wrong before, and I should not have spoken to you that way. I apologize." Ning Yushi waved her hand dismissively. No, your apology is more than I can bear. Besides, your daughter might very well be living a life of luxury in the White Eagle Empire with Zhong Dingxian. If I intervene, I could be accused of jealousy by someone. Wang Xuemei's impatience was palpable. "Why are you so petty? I have already apologized. What more do you want? My daughter will surely thrive in the White Eagle Empire. But that slippery fellow Zhong has stealthily taken her away, and I suspect he intends to withhold the betrothal gifts. How about this? You quickly inform Gu Feng of the situation, and once Zhong Dingxian pays the bride price, I shall share a sum of 100,000 or more with you." In truth, she had previously attempted to force her way into the villa, but was thwarted by Ning Yushi's defenses. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wasting time in conversation with Ning Yushi. Ning Yushi rolled her eyes. "Do you think I covet your 100,000? Good day. You." Wang Xuemei seethed with rage. "I warn you. Step aside immediately. You are not Gu Feng and cannot speak on his behalf. I must speak with Gu Feng directly, and if he refuses to assist me, then I shall leave." At that moment, Gu Feng's voice resonated from within the room. Wang Xuemei's gaze shifted past Ning Yushi to rest on Gu Feng, who stood not far away. "Gu Feng, you have arrived. Splendid. Auntie has something to discuss with you." Before she could finish, Gu Feng interrupted. "Auntie, what happens to Lin Ruomei is of no concern to me." Wang Xuemei hesitated, racked with conflict before finally saying, "Xiao Feng, I implore you. It is not merely the bride price that troubles me. I fear that that scoundrel will take my daughter to the White Eagle Empire, tire of her and abandon her. In such a distant land, should my daughter find herself alone and destitute, I would be powerless to defend her." Gu Feng gazed at her, coldly uttering, "Heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but one's own transgressions are inexcusable. When I was in the hospital, I did all that was required of me. Lin Ruoma, you have chosen to ignore this. Now, being toyed with by Zhong Dingxian, you can only blame yourself." With a wave of his hand, he commanded Yushi, "See our guest out." Chapter 95. That night at the Jiangling Marquis' residence, as she spoke, she pulled Lin Ruochu to leave. Given the circumstances, she could hardly kneel and plead with Gu Feng. Yet, Lin Ruochu stood her ground, unmoving. Mother, what are you thinking? Do you still fantasize about Zhong Dingxian taking my sister to the Empire of White Eagles for a blissful life? Have I not told you? That night, after my sister left with Zhong Dingxian, she sent me a message stating she would confess everything to him. Zhong Dingxian is not a good man. Now that my sister has laid bare her past to him, do you truly believe he will treat her well? Wang Shuimei felt a twinge of discomfort, stammering, perhaps. Perhaps Dingxian has a penchant for this sort of thing? She attempted to pull her younger daughter away, but Lin Ruochu forcefully shook off her hand and rushed to stand before Gu Feng. Brother Gu Feng, you must help my sister. Although I do not comprehend why Zhong Dingxian suddenly took her away, it is undoubtedly more than mere amusement. Taking a deep breath, she continued, some matters ought to remain buried for a lifetime, but now I must reveal them to you, lest you fail to grasp why my sister yearns to be with Zhong Dingxian. Wang Shuimei shouted, Lin Ruochu, have you lost your senses? Lin Ruochu retorted, Mother, please come to your senses. My sister has suffered so much. Are you really willing to disregard her life for the sake of a meager reputation? As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. Brother Gu Feng, when you first arrived in Jiangling, I told you my sister was divorced, but I did not disclose the reasons. It was not out of reluctance, but rather the shame of what transpired 4 years ago. 4 years ago, shortly after Lin Ruoma had given birth to her child, Lin Ruochu had just begun her first year of university. The Lin family's construction business, managed by Lin Beishan, was thriving. Meanwhile, Gu Qingning had only recently been rescued from the Ji family by Steward Qin and found herself unable to leave Jiangling, forced to hide within the city. Ji Caiyue was not only usurping the Gu family's inheritance but was also tirelessly searching for Gu Qingning. Lin Ruochu would forever remember that day, for under her father Lin Beishan's meticulous planning, Gu Qingning was to escape Jiangling that very night, slipping away under the cover of darkness, finally ending her life of fear and uncertainty. She was overjoyed. Even though she knew her father had already informed Gu Qingning of everything via phone, she could not contain her desire to run to her and share in this happiness. As a result, when Lin Beishan asked her to deliver several contracts to the Lin family construction firm, she was too preoccupied to comply, instructing her sister Lin Ruoma to go instead. Lin Ruoma, who had been nursing her newborn, did not refuse her sister's request upon hearing it. However, in her haste to deliver the contracts to the Lin family construction firm, she accidentally collided with Yan Jun. After the abrupt collapse of the Gu family,